Yeah, yo, you know how we do. Yeah, man, we in there, man. You know we, man, like blocker in the building. You get me? Yo, what? Pop it. Yeah, rest in peace to George Floyd. Yeah, all right. Yeah, we got the G Block man, then. Nah, we do. Yeah, man. We don't wear capes around here, B. No capes. Cape free zone. Mm. So, all going though, man. It's popping. Yeah, man. That. Mm. Aye. So I think I still. Oh yeah, yeah. Big up man like night right now. You say you get drapes up over there, yeah? Mad thing. Mad. Is what it is, bro. Yeah. We're seeing this police brutality show today still. Police corruption. A lot of corruption in the police, man. It's like, but what steps can we do to combat that? Or what steps can we take to combat that? Boy, no, man. Yeah, man. It's yeah, we got the G Block family though, man. You got me. I hear there was riots last night in America and them things there. The death of George Floyd. Still, so, boy, yeah, rest in peace to that man's family still. And I heard that the police officer's been charged with third degree murder. What's third degree murder? What's that like? Seems like a bit of a lesser charge than first degree. Seems like a bit less of a charge than the first degree. Bruh, bad thing still. Cardboard, pick up yourself, DC brothers. Yeah. Jump in there, let me know, man. Oh shit, third degree murder means it was an accident. No way, that's like manslaughter, where they they didn't intentionally kill the person. So how do you intentionally kill someone, or how do you not intentionally kill someone while you've got your foot on their neck and they can't breathe? How does that work? Yeah. All right, pick up the people there with the shot, brother. Old tight Sticky G, old tight Anonymous, old tight DC Brothers. Yeah, old tight Night Rider. You got yourself, man. Mm. Yeah, man. I know a couple people was pissed off in the week about um the murder of George Floyd still, but like we do Chinese whisper sort of around here, yeah, but on yeah, truest to actual a man's death or whatever, man would rather do a show or speak about it on a show when it's literally the topic of the show. So it's not just like a passing comment sort of thing. Okay, this police brutality things happens everywhere, fam. That happens in UK. UK man die by police don't get convicted of killing in the UK either. Like my man's being convicted of third-degree murder, but I don't think there's been many cases of police being charged with murder. I don't know. I don't even know if that's the same in the States as well. Yeah, fam, I don't know if it's the same. If it's the same in the States as well. Still, trust me, things mad still. Yeah, just took a walk out to the shops and do them things there. Yeah, morning. Can I get a pack of silver, please? Thank you. Thanks. Cheers. Yeah. So what we saying then, peeps? Who's jumping in? Who's coming through? Yeah. So what? Actually, before the people them jump in the building, yeah, fuck Rapesh as well, yeah. Before the people them jump in the building, let's talk about this pharaonic FGM thing. Like, I noticed man tried to slide it over to Kemet, yeah. Say nothing, man. We bun that still. Yeah, like I said in the first show, if there's a practice being practiced in my community, and someone from outside the community comes in and informs everyone of a better way, I don't see no issue with that, man. And also, I don't see no issue with saying that that practice was wrong in the first place. You know what I mean? Hey, what fucking propaganda are you gonna come and spread today, then, bro?
I come bearing pieces of love and harmony, man. Peace, love, and harmony.
Hey,
Peace, love, and harmony. Wagwan.
Yeah, man. We're talking about police brutality today. Yeah.
You're not going to do something in a shop. You're not going to go down today, are you, for the cause?
Nah.
Come on, Benny.
No. Wait. Let me saying, yeah. Do you know? Obviously, you probably don't even know much about the police conviction rate in the UK. It's slim to none.
The police convictions, the police are very rarely prosecuted in most countries.
Yeah.
UK,
so
US, yeah. Not against black people. They're not prosecuted against white people, black people, brown people, rich people. Yeah,
just prosecutions.
People. They're just not prosecuted.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They're not hardly prosecuted.
It ain't the black
I didn't get into whether what race it was or anything like that. I was just saying that in general, the police don't get convicted for
not easily
crimes of murder. Yeah.
Well, look how long it took for Sir Stephen of Lawrence. Yeah.
And even then, still the people that really done the murder still ain't been convicted of it.
Yeah, but now
it's two side guys.
Yeah, but now the police have changed, isn't it? It's now a multi-racial, multi-sexual preference service. Yeah.
One sec, yeah. I'm gonna bring you this.
Was that your flamethrower?
going for a walk, innit, man?
I thought you had your flamethrower. You're warming up for the protest today and stuff. Yeah.
Hey, that's it, man. Yeah, man. Come on. Road to vampires, like with a flamethrower out here. You got me?
Zombie apocalypse, man.
Okay. Hold on a sec, yeah. Let me get out of this windy bit.
All right.
Yeah, man. So, boy, police brutality thing's real, man.
Yeah, but
That
it's not.
yeah,
It's not really about. It's not really about police brutality, is it? It's about race war, isn't it, mate? I'll tell you why. Yeah, when the majority of white people are killed by Hispanic people or black people, no one kicks off and no one gets any media coverage. But if a black guy or Hispanic guy is killed by white people, the liberal plantation wakes up and goes, "No justice, no peace." That's what happens, isn't it? That's the truth. It's sad that someone dies. You don't want anyone to die, man. No one wants anyone to die. But in this case, you got a criminal. It went wrong. But does that mean 50,000 people should riot or whatever? Fuck. Just like that.
What advice would you give? Hello, are you there? Can you hear me?
Yeah, man. You went. I think you cut out.
So I was asking, what advice would you give to people that feel like the criminal justice system doesn't work for them?
Reform it.
By
gaining enough political and social power to change the system. The guy. Well, no, not just politics. So the guy who was stabbed by Usman Khan on London Bridge, a Cambridge graduate, he'd spent all his time working in the prison reform system after Cambridge, trying to make it better for prisoners, more fair for prisoners and trials. That's what he did, right? Before he was stabbed by the English guy, Usman Khan. That's what his job was, prison reform, sentencing reform. You're not going to change it any other way. You can march and stuff. You can do a bit of spot of rioting, a bit of looting, but that's not going to change anything, right?
So, you feel like reform and changing the system from the inside out, is the only way. There's no other ways that people have gained what they would class as some sort of justice or even reform in laws and by any other means.
Well, there's the violent means, right? You could go into violent or non-violent, Extinction Rebellion or Black Panthers, or you can just say, look, if the system is the thing you're saying is wrong, then ultimately it's only fixed when you change the system, right? Otherwise, it's not fixed, right?
What did the Black Panthers do that was violent?
No, I'm just saying, for example, I meant militant. Well, I mean, come on. Some of the Black Panthers are still living in Central America because they're facing U.S. criminal charges, right? So, but that's not important for all sorts of crimes. Right? All sorts of crimes. Aggravated assault, armed robbery, bank robbery. So if you look at the list of outstanding crimes, if you look at the outstanding list of crimes from the original members, from the Auckland crew and stuff. I used to live in Auckland, man. Yeah, caught with the Black Panthers. based Ralph Fish. But anyways, the point is, what are you going to do? I mean, you can't. You got to change the system. Now, what's wrong is this has been used as an excuse to say, therefore, everyone goes crazy, riots, steals televisions, steals little trains, all sorts of shit. Those people should be shot at sight, You can't be rioting and looting, Because that's not going to change the system, is it?
Well,
how's that going to change
by wars, how things are usually, most of the changes are done by wars and overthrows rather than
that's what I mean. Other than revolution, other than violent action, which is revolution, violent revolution. But even then, look at 1 year in France. how many people's legs have been broken, smashed up, and the authoritarian French state are not letting the protests go anywhere. They just keep beating up the protesters. So you can try that strategy. But like I said, most of the time people like to think of this stuff for the safety of the internet, but they're not going to put their bodies on the street. Unless it's like a riot situation, which is fine. Eventually the police will prosecute all the rioters, right? We do have CCTV. So all those shops will eventually, all those people rioted, most of them will end up with criminal records, right? So there's no answer there. They just fucked up their lives for a bit of rioting. Are you in the riot side, man? Do you think you should take to the streets? Arm up? Belly up?
I'm not sure, man. I feel like...
You strike me as you like a comfortable life, Ellie, man.
I ain't got a comfortable life, but like I'm trying to make my life more comfortable still. But anyway, like I was saying, I do feel like if there is things that you want changed, like you sort of trying to have to find the best route to go down for change, whichever route it is. Like,
yeah, but what was the win?
Violence,
but
whether
what's the
it's
win?
Political, whether it's whatever it is.
Yeah. But what is the win?
What's the win? What do you mean, what's the win?
The win is defined as, in the game, the win is defined as you've changed the system that you thought was wrong. Yeah? So if you think that path, so the result, you only get a result when the system is changed, yeah? Right. Writing ain't going to change shit. Writing's not going to change anything.
I'm not saying that people should riot. I'm just saying that people should use whatever means necessary to whatever it is that is going to bring the, quote, change that people are looking for, or that you're looking for.
And this guy, he's just another example. Do you think George Floyd is going to be the last one?
No. Nah. But again, that's what I'm saying.
Do you remember the names of the last 10 ones?
Yeah, they're not the last 10, yeah, but I'm saying that there's... But you know what? You got, like you're saying, we're talking about people that are killed when there's been protests and publicity about it. There's a lot of people that are killed by police, then there's no news about it. So it's not like George Floyd is the only man, rest in peace, that has been killed by police, or is going to be the last one that's killed by police. But again, it's the question is what is to be done to stop stuff like this happening so regularly, and it's just like it never seems like there's any consequence to pay.
No, but there's no, justice thinks that, the policeman should be prosecuted. In this case, if it's a clear case, he's going to get prosecuted, isn't it? If you look at everything from the history, let's say you started Rodney King, you go from Rodney King all the way, Trayvon, all of it, and you're going to have this list of profile cases, then you're going to have a list of the underbelly where no one cares. Huh? No, but I'm just saying, I'm thinking of high publicity cases, right, where black man considered killed equals injustice. So you look at those history of all of them, you can say, some by the police. Eventually, the police system will only be changed if it's changed from within, right? The police are fucking highly tight units. They're not going to surrender their own. So you're going to have to. That's why you have UK Metropolitan Police officers in hijabs. Right.
Well, so that's what I'm trying to say. So what steps could the people then start to take to make these changes then?
Follow me.
What, down the right wing, flank down the right wing, cross into the middle, and the striker's right there to nod it in the net, Right,
you're either right or you're not right. Yeah, mate. If you're not right, you're wrong. You're left, you read. Whatever you are, you're not right, Boom. Listen up, G. Belly up, listen up, G. If someone came up to you without any words and just said, hey, would you rather be right or not right? Most people just say, hey, I'd rather be right, man.
No. You're saying, if they come up to you and say, would they rather be right or not right, You didn't say, would you rather be right or left? Would you rather?
But your answer doesn't come from your brain. It comes from your stomach and your soul where, I like to be right, So what can I say? Right is the best branding, mate. Hey, what are you? I'm right, man. Oh, whatever you are, you're left, you're short, you're tall, you're fat. You're not right, Okay. Mark
wordplay on Yeah, big up Mr. IC3, big up Uncle. So we're
Good
saying
morning, all
that
listening.
wordplay that you're using
Assalamu alaikum,
for right, yeah, only works in English. Like I keep saying, everyone that keeps using this wordplay where they try to wordplay these words like right, yeah, everything's right and whatever, and then it's like right, that only works in English, like because if you use right wing in a different language, it don't mean the same as yeah.
But look, your entire chat, your live stream, your description, everything we're saying, all of it's in English.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what color you are, black, brown, white, Muslim, Christian. You're all right. Here speaking English, right? And good morning, Master IC3. How are you, dear?
Big up
Good morning. Can you hear me? Good morning.
Yeah,
can
we can hear you, man.
Oh, yes.
Yeah,
good morning, all. I'm just listening. It's very nice conversation. Yeah, Ralph is firing some shots. Honestly, I got to stand up to him, man. You're dealing with a high-level man there.
Hey, what can I say? Black pride matters to me, man. Black power matters. I don't know what you boys and girls. You want black power? Or Belly, you wanted black power? Ask IC3, man. If you want black power, you've got to do it right. If you do it right. Do it with me. If you do it right, baby, with me.
So anyway, yeah, but that's a good segue in the way to lead into Uncle IC3's opinion on police corruption and murder of George Floyd. What are the correct steps to be taken by the community? Not like I keep saying the community. Yeah, when I'm saying the community, I don't mean just black people, because not just black people are killed by police. Like people are killed. If you're not a police officer, you can be killed by a police officer. Yeah. So what steps can be taken for communities or people to stop this police brutality or police corruption, where it seems like the police can commit crimes against members of the public, and they're not prosecuted. There's no consequences. How did the police face consequences for corruption?
Hey, I have to bounce maybe in a minute, man. But can I leave you one lovely piece of statistics for you to analyze whatever you're going to say next? More black police officers kill black people in the US than white police officers kill black people. More black police officers kill black people than white police officers kill people of either race. So what does that tell you, man? If you get a black guy who's a good guy, you get a black guy who's a good guy, puts on the badge, he's like, yeah.
To kill more black people. Yeah, black people are more likely to kill black people. Like white people are more likely to kill white people, with it.
No, in this case,
Indians are more likely to kill Indians.
No, but this is more specific. Black police officers. No, what I'm saying is black police officers kill more black people than white police officers kill either black people or any other people. Meaning, if I give a black policeman a badge, make him one of the good guys, he starts capping off all the bad ones.
What's the source of that statistic there, mate?
FBI Bureau of Statistics.
Reddit. Reddit.com 4chan.
The real feds. The real feds.
The real feds on Reddit 4chan, yeah.
It's like top feds, mate. Anyway, I got to balance. I got to get ready to take on the unwashed. You guys have a nice afternoon and morning and stuff. Yeah.
All right, peace.
Yes. Thank you. That was interesting, Ralph. You dropped some bombs there.
I don't know if they landed, but
yeah. That's right. Well, that's right. If you've got bomb shelters.
All right. So, what do you think then, Uncle, about the police corruption? How is this ended, or how is it combated?
Well, it's a very serious topic. See, police corruption. See, corruption is a matter of perspective. You see, people focus on the police, but I think the focus should be on who's paying the police, because the police just do what they're ordered to do and what they're paid to do. So it's something way above the police, in my opinion. Does that make sense?
Okay. Yeah. We want to go down that road.
Yeah, I think
So
that's the only road. Because Ralph was making a lot of points there that do stand, even though they may be unpleasant.
What point do you think he made that stance that was unpleasant?
Well, for example, when he was talking about black police officers perhaps killing more black people, then we only have to look a bit back at what we studied about, what we've learned, well, what I've learned anyway, about, or what I think I've learned about how things were back in the plantation. I mean, just thinking about plantation, how many people would ever actually see the master of the plantation? I mean, a lot of them were over here.
What do you mean? Would you mean this plantation now, or
no?
Ancient
back in the day, in slavery, the plantation owner. Yeah, good morning, Uncle. Sorry.
They were more likely because it was like a building site. They had like foremen, and so and so different people, like
exactly,
like working on the plantation.
So.
Right. So that's what I'm thinking. Yeah. That's how I'm thinking. You see, so we can talk about the police and black people being killed and so on, but I just like to look at the models of how things were way back then. I mean, how many slaves would actually see, or enslaved people would actually see the master of the plantation?
I don't know, maybe at the start, when they first started before it became a proper industry, like they had it modeled, you probably would more likely see more people that were buying and purchasing, like the owners or whatever. But like the further the model got finessed, we'll say, the further away that they had to be in contact with whatever they was doing, and they could pay other people.
Exactly. So I'm just saying that, relating back to what Ralph was saying, that it sounds a bit shocking, but I mean, it appears to me that even some enslaved people didn't even see much white overseers. The white overseer would just arrive because there's some trouble going on, and then he would appoint some people to give the black people some whippings, then disappear.
But there is diaries of foremen and other workers in the plantation that were handing out punishments, that were saying, like, obviously their first time when they went over there, how they felt and stuff that they was doing and blah blah blah. So it wasn't just, there was people like white workers on the thing that handing out punishment as well. It wasn't.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, I know that. Yes, that's correct. That's right. But if you start looking at the percentages, if you've got a whole field full of black enslaved people, then you'd have another group of people, a smaller group of black people that are hired to keep the mass of black people in order, and then there'll be an even smaller group of white overseers, and then so on and so on. It gets smaller and smaller. So I'm saying all that to say what really has changed. So if you start saying what can be done to stop all this police brutality, I just look back into the old plantation models. So if you beat up the black guy that has been appointed to keep order, or what are you gonna do? Beat up the white guy who's appointed the black guy to keep order. See, so my basic point is that you have to look really high. It's a high level issue. The police are just doing what they're paid to do. And Ralph made a good point that they're very tight knit, because a policeman will kill another policeman if the groups say that one's is starting to lose it. They'll just put him on the front line somewhere, or her. Does that make sense?
So yeah, I understand.
And
so
they can clean out their own ranks. Yes, jeez, man.
Then you'll get duties that are undesirable.
Exactly.
And then sort of pushed out of the force or whatever.
But, yeah, if you're lucky.
So yeah, but that's what. So who's got the power of who controls what the police do then?
Oh, right. So,
well, we call them the elites. You know, they're the shareholders of companies. They are the ones that you know, lobby governments. They're ones that you know, like pretty much own majority of the wealth on this earth, basically.
Right. That's right.
So,
I'd agree.
Is it come back down to money again? Yeah.
Well, you know, I'm going with that. You see, so as Ralph was saying earlier, it seems to, who can remember the last 20 names of black people who have been killed by police.
Killed by police. In America,
everybody goes blank.
Yeah? If I tell the truth, if I told the truth, yeah, that true. I'm not in America yet. I do hear about some of the names like Sandra Bland and you know what I mean? Like
some, yeah, that's right.
Yeah, so I do hear names, but like I wouldn't be able to reel off a list of everyone that's been killed by the police, even everyone in the UK that's been killed by the police, because there's a lot of people in the UK that's been killed by the police and there's no convictions.
Correct. That's right. So we'd have difficulty trying to remember all the names of the ones that have been publicly made aware. But as you mentioned earlier, how about all those people that we never hear of? Bound to be more.
Yeah, that's a good. No, do you know what? I don't know if a death in police custody can go unreported in the UK. I'm not sure if it can.
No, they get reported, but they don't get convicted.
Yeah. Oh, you mean the murdering officer?
Right, that's what I mean.
Okay. Yeah, do you know what? To be honest with you, apart from the George Floyd thing, I haven't heard of one single officer that's been arrested for misconduct or anything of the sort. Not even one.
Yeah.
And the problem is, well, it's not even a problem. I think obviously the question is, indeed, how do we go about changing the situation?
All right.
The problem is if we don't engage with the police, if we don't have a lobby group or a pressure group that can sway policy or public opinion, stay there, shut your fucking mouth, or riot. That's it. That's what I'm saying, because remember,
have you heard
right out here?
I don't know if you guys are on media, but actually, I don't know if you've heard that there was a situation where a Somali Minneapolis police officer, I think he a few years back shot a woman, and he was yeah. So still 12.5 years. If I'm not hearing at least 12.5 years from my man, because they've already tried to say that George Floyd didn't die off any choking, he wasn't suffocated or whatever. He just I don't know what they're trying to say his death was caused by, but they're saying
they're trying to say the officer didn't kill him, but maybe what the officer did resulted in his death, and that's the loophole. Where if he gets convicted,
you got it.
So what I'm hearing is they're gonna charge him because of the fucking national furore, but they're gonna give him a lesser charge. One, he's a Fed. Two, to start charging feds, that's a dangerous precedent. Also, hold on. Also, you have to give them as lesser as light a punishment as possible. So you find loopholes and you charge them with second or third degree murder, whatever the fuck it is, or manslaughter, or whatever the fuck, and that's it. It's done.
Yeah.
It's done. I cannot breathe in this fucking mask. Oh my god.
That's what I keep saying, man. Like every time I got to talk to a customer, I got to take the mask, got to pull the mask thing down.
I'm trying to walk and talk, and I'm struggling, like as if to say, no, I ain't gonna say his name. It's cold. Yeah, bro, it's mad. Fuck's sake. Yeah, but I'll tell you the truth. That if I'm honest with you, and you're gonna have to forgive me, because I'm gonna upset some feelings. But in 2 months, everyone's gonna have forgotten about fucking George Floyd, just like everyone forgets about Grenfell except once a year. That's how I feel. Yeah. And I'm not gonna lie.
But that's why I was trying to get into the next stage. Obviously, that's sort of the road that national racism was leading about. But I wanted to try and lead him down that road of how do we create these lobby groups and these pressure groups that can get us justice in these sort of situations. How are these groups created, and why haven't we got one of these groups then? If we as little part us understand that these groups need to be created, why is it taking so long for us to even have anything like that?
Bro,
right.
because oh god, no, sorry, no, you go through, bro. Sorry, I was about to go on a serious rant, but go on. I'm going on mute.
Okay, you see, you have, all of us have the ability to create a solution to this problem and to stop what Leedy Fuller calls the race soldiers who appear to be police. But he says there's no such thing as police brutality, because police and brutality don't go together. Those words don't go together. If there's brutality, then it's not a police officer. It's somebody who appears to be a police officer. So he calls them race soldiers. So race soldiers can put on police officers' uniform, but they have their own ideology. So the answer to the question which this stream's about.
No, one of the answers. One of the answers.
Oh, we'll see. let's test this out. So, to find the answer lies in the state of mind. So, for example, if I'm telling you that the brutality you're experiencing, it's the police's fault. Now, let me play devil's advocate. In order to control your mind, I would have things like this, black murders by police on a regular basis to get you emotional about police so-called brutality, which it doesn't really go together. And then you get all these people all talking about the police of this and the police of that, and there's all these conversations and hours and hours of footage and sound, all talking about the police. It's just going through your head. And the police are the problem, the police are the problem, the police are the problem. And as I said at the beginning of the conversation, if you keep thinking like that, the only solution you can come up with is how to deal with the police. Well, it's the police is not the problem; it's above them. And if you start to think that the problem is coming from above the police, then you start to change your view of the police and policing, and you start to think differently. So part of it is the emotional charge. These people are very clever. The people that
So wait,
design the
are you
system.
saying that basically they send out the nasty cunts to distract you from the fact that this shit's coming from up high, and they're just
Yes,
basically it's misdirection. That's the word I was looking
correct.
for. Ah,
You smashed it, mate. You smashed it. That is it. Yeah. So it just riles people up there, and then the women start. When the guys go back home, then the women say, "Oh, did you hear about this?" And then you got the voices, and you got the children, and you got all this noise coming in, and so yes. So your head is whirring and buzzing around. You got the flashing lights, and you got the videos, and so and so's chatting. And it's just like babies crying, and the big people are just sitting there laughing at you. Yeah, but you just hit it. You have hit it. Yeah, you're just gonna be like cold military, coldness and stuff. Saying what is
and
a
do you
sword?
know what the funniest thing is? Oh, my reception's gonna cut out. Hold on 1 second.
Yes, So just imagine you got an army. Hannibal fighting the Roman army.
Like a paramilitary.
Yeah, and so if Hannibal's fighting the Roman army and he started kicking up noise and he's getting all emotional about that they killed one of his soldiers, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they keep so who was the name of that soldier? Blah, blah. If he's getting all emotional about that, and everybody's getting emotional, the Roman generals are just sitting there waiting for their time.
Yeah, they're laughing. They kick him back, laughing, saying,
Yeah.
look at that. They're fighting our pawns. We're playing
There
chess,
you go.
and these guys are focused on the pawns. Idiots.
Exactly. So you got they think that, so the people you're dealing with, they're thinking maybe 5, 10, 20 moves ahead, and you're squabbling. So because it sounds a bit harsh to say, but Ralph has hit a point there. How many more black people need to die of so-called police brutality? We can't even remember the names. So therefore, obviously, we're going around in a circle because as somebody else mentioned earlier, a bit earlier on, you forget, don't you? But then it comes back up again. Then you forget.
Yeah. And this is the thing. I'm telling you. Listen to me. Are you in the UK? National realism.
Yes.
Regionalism.
You see him at Speaker's Corner. Go Speaker's Corner.
Oh shit! I didn't know. Sorry. Yeah. Basically, if something like Grenfell can leave the psyche and then only raise its ugly head once a year,
yeah,
right? That tells me everything I need to know about our species. Right? Everyone is apathetic, caught up in their own shit. Until it hits them, nothing matters. Nothing.
Yes.
And that's the problem.
Yeah.
And I think it's a lazy and quite dangerous mindset to have. Now the problem is, to balance that out, you can't be at fucking war 24/7. You will burn out, and then you become useless.
Correct.
That's what I'm saying. And it's just, how do you strike? Oh shit! I need to get my last medicine. How do you? I can't fucking breathe. Oh my god! How do you strike a balance between keeping that flame burning and not rubbing yourself up? What's the for
mindset?
Me? That's the solution.
Mindset. Yeah. Once you look, you're
No, but that's
been
the
in a
thing.
job.
You can't even say mindset because remember, everyone's distracted with life and religion, and I ain't got no money.
Examples. I know. Yeah, but let's give an example. When you're at work, you're working, and when you first start in your first jobs and so on, you may think, "Oh, watch out for that person." You hear some rumors. Oh, that person's a racist on the job. Oh, or he doesn't like black people, and so on. And then you start looking at that person, you think, oh, I better try to avoid that person or try dealing differently with that person. And then your whole head is on that person. But as you progress through life, you have lots of different jobs and you get into management, you start to realize that some of these people who you thought were bad or did bad things, there was someone behind them.
That's absolutely right. What are you talking
Nobody
about?
told
The
you.
man like Dominic Cummings, yeah? Man like those shadow, those fucking puppet masters
There
that
you
pull the
go.
strings. And this is the
Yes.
thing, people don't realize. They always send out a poster boy for every fucking political ideology that you can imagine. Whether it be
Exactly.
corner shops, whether it be fucking politics, car dealerships. They always send out the poster boy, but their strings are being pulled.
Correct. Every single time. It's like that. That's the solid model. It's not
and this is the thing. That's the thing. That is the perfect shield. It's the perfect shield. Because
and it works.
How can somebody works in a car dealership or Sainsbury's or in a bank or a bar or a barista? How can those types of people who, let's be honest, are the people that prop up society, the working class, when do we have the time or the resources to penetrate the fucking the puppet masters? We don't.
That's right.
And then on top of it, essentially, the people that might be able to make a difference, asking them to make themselves less comfortable. Let's be honest. How many of us are willing to make themselves less comfortable? Now, that only applies to people that are doing okay. It doesn't apply if you're earning 30 grand a year, 35 grand a year. That doesn't apply to you. Because if you live in London on 35 grand, you can just about make ends meet.
That's right. That's right.
Do you understand what I'm saying? I'm talking about the people that are on 6 and 7 figures. How many of those people are going to make themselves poorer or less comfortable to help the little dickhead that's making them richer? Come on.
That's right.
Come on. And then on top of it, they fucking put little stupid little caveats into the community, like drugs and religion and postcodes and little stupid rivalries. We're even fighting over PS4 or Xbox One now. Bruh. And this is the thing, everyone is just being misdirected.
Yep.
And they don't even know it.
That's the word. Misdirection. Yes. And
it's
so
mad.
therefore,
and what's the cure for that? Because I don't have the answers.
It's simple. You see, it's almost like you already know. You see, just when you the statements you just made, maybe if I had not said, look, stop looking at the police, right? You wouldn't have got into that gear. See, I could have brought the conversation down and saying, oh, police brutality, oh, was it this police, that police? And then the whole conversation would have spinning around on that level. But I threw in a spanner, said that you can't talk about police brutality with me. You can't. The conversation is not going to go there because I'll just disappear. I'm not going to spend any time talking about what the police are doing. I just don't do that. So if you want to continue the conversation with me, you're going to have to take it up a level. You have to change gear. And all of you have the ability to change the gear, just like you just did there. So we're not even talking about police now. We just moved up a gear. But you always had that gear. You could have always moved up. But if people just want to get passionate about, so-called police brutality, the conversation can spin on for hours and hours and hours. But once you move up a gear, because it's a bit stiffer, it's harder. So now our brains are thinking, oh yeah, well, how do you do with that? How do you deal with that? It's a lot harder. But your brain is working better. Your mind is functioning, and then the ideas might not come straight away in this conversation. It might come till tonight in your bed, or in your dreams. It might come, but it's the powers in ideas. But if you're just thinking about ideas of how to attack the police, you're just wasting your brain space. So how do you deal with these people that are behind the shields? Just keep meditating on that level. Don't drop down into thinking about these police are doing this, the police are doing that, and statistics and this. And I'm not interested in that conversation. We know that already. But I like the way the conversation is moving. You know, because as you get higher, the air gets thinner, and as you start to move into the realms where you're starting to think.
The thing,
like
who's got the equipment to? Who's got the equipment to operate at that altitude? Not me.
But you know that some altitudes, some people can climb certain. There's people that can climb really high because they live at high altitudes, and so
yeah, that's true. Yeah, I suppose if you're used to that environment,
exactly,
then obviously you can operate. But the problem is, remember, can you operate at your optimum levels at altitudes where the air is really thin, where you're fighting against people that have the apparatus to live there permanently and operate at 300%, and you're there struggling at 70%, struggling.
Yeah, that's right.
and I don't want to sound like a defeatist. It's just this is the problem, and I need a solution on how to come up with it, how to overcome. You see what I'm saying? But the problem is, I realize my limitations. I've fully come to terms with my mortality and my limitations. So my thing is, I'm going to support whoever has the drive, the desire, the savvy, the know-how to fight these battles. You see what I'm saying? Because I can't. I've got a bad knee and a bad back, and I've got rent. You know what I mean?
Yes. Yeah, but it's your brain. It's so powerful. And also, don't forget, however high the altitude or however low the depth, if they got diving gear, you don't want to catch them. But they have to come to the surface sooner or later. Then they make readjustments and so on. That's the point. See? However high they climb, right, they have to come back down to make some adjustments to the gear. And that's when you can see what's going on. You know, like they call the glitch in the matrix. Then you start to look at the gear. And then off they go again. It's like a yacht. Yeah, there's people cruising around right now as we're talking in wonderful yachts in the ocean. But you can't cruise around forever. They have to come into dock. So you got to study the docks. So some of these yachts, you never see them. you haven't got a boat that can go that far. You can't swim that far. So you never see those yachts. You see pictures of them. And then if you're hanging around by the coast, you'll get to see them. So the point I'm making is that no matter how high they go or how low they go, they have to come in to the docks.
Yeah, I hear you. But one thing, let me just segue back to the police, right? Because there's a YouTube channel called Crime Bodge, right? And I've seen a few of his videos where if you know your rights, chances are you can get away by fucking them up at their own game. And for some reason, that seems to burn like the officers on the ground for some reason. Now, if there's rules and you are bound by them, you have to find a way to use those rules to your advantage. Now, what I mean by that is, go get a fucking accountant. Go and get a fucking accountant. If you're not savvy on law, go get a fucking solicitor and say to them, listen, if such and such happens, because I've seen these videos where police have tried to stop them and keep up fuckery. Yeah. And then the person they're dealing with, what they didn't bank on was the person knew their rights. Yeah. And they couldn't do anything. Now, the problem is, do enough of us know how to play the game?
What's the channel called?
Crime bods.
Prime bods or crime bods?
Hold on one second. I'll post it in the chat. One second. Let me pull it up.
I was talking about it yesterday with Velly about this stuff, knowing our rights and how we interact with police and what are the procedures and whatnot and everything. So yeah, it's interesting still. But
That's right. It's a good start.
I just wanted to say that was a good thing you brought up about, don't, because the cycle will always be repeated if we keep just saying call out the bad police, call out the bad police, call out the bad police. It's the system that's the issue.
Yeah.
So you have to go straight for the head rather than.
Oh, you got it. You got it.
Go straight for the head rather than just going for, the little. Because at the end of the day, I was telling someone this yesterday that even these same police officers that you're talking about, they end up being, cousins, family members, all these groups of people that they're literally just they're your dads when they sometimes wear uniform. They're your dads in uniform. Because these are not they are at the end of the day ordinary people. So what happens is that they're basically using us to fight ourselves.
Yes.
And yeah, it's
what do you think gang violence is, bro?
Yeah, it's just us fighting ourselves.
What do you think all this manufactured postcodes were? How the fuck can you live at your mum's house, wake up and have a rivalry with somebody who lives like 3 minutes away? That is fucking ridiculous.
But that wasn't, it wasn't always
bro,
like.
No, listen to me. This stuff is manufactured fuck.
Yeah,
to keep you distracted. Keep you distracted. So then twos now, they can say, see, you man are stabbing each. Oh shit, it's closed. No way. Oh mate, I'm gonna have to go buy breakfast from the supermarket. Fucking no. Yeah, there's no way. Like you can wake up one day and be in a rivalry with somebody for the mere crime of living 3 minutes away from you. That is ridiculous. In fact, that is asinine as to boggle the mind beyond comprehension. It's crazy. And then we're fighting each other. Oh, your religion's better than mine, or my religion's better than yours, and I've got no religion. And then I've got more money than you. No, but I've got a bigger TV than you. Oh, I've got a better car than you. Oh, my arguments are better than yours. Oh, my haircut's better than. Oh, I go on 17 holidays. You only go on 3. I'm telling you, people. It's insane.
Can I say?
It's insane the things that we get caught up on,
so
and then this big shit like George Floyd. I'm telling you, in 2 months, no one's gonna be doing anything. We're not even clapping for the NHS. No one remembers Grenfell unless they happen to pass it or there's an anniversary. Grenfell. Just let that sink in.
What were you gonna say, Uncle?
Yeah. So it's a good start. Is to start studying as much as you can about your rights. So that's a good basic. It's a good basic. You start to learn about your rights. Once you learn about your rights, then you can handle any police situation with ease. So you automatically go up a level. But once
and that's the thing. Imagine this. If you're stopped by the police and you hate the police, all right, cool. If the police stop you and you're like, chances are, this is the problem. Whilst it might make you feel good to shoot your load over them, right? Think about the implications of fucking them up using their own rules. And you didn't have to even raise your blood pressure. You could have just said, am I legally obliged to do X, Y, and Z? That's it. And then if he says, or he or she says, yes, you ask them, what statute, what part of what law are you stopping me by? I would like to see it before X, Y, and Z have simple. Simple.
Yeah. Okay.
And
So that's
then
good.
all you've done is smash them at their own game, and you didn't have to raise a fucking thing.
Right. That's right. So it's a good start. It's a good start. But just like in the movie that, just like in, yeah, just like in the movie The Matrix, they had all the officers come, but then the agents arrived.
Yeah, fuck's sake.
You see, so when the agents come, man, you got to move up a level. So so once you know your rights and stuff like that, then the police, sending the police, in a civil manner, it becomes a standard.
Uncle, just to quickly, like, what people need to realize, we're still just talking about the police.
Thank you.
Meanwhile, we know it's something higher. We know it's something higher. We can say the police, reform the police till we go blue in our face. Yeah.
Yes.
It is something else. That is the issue.
Right. That's right. So it's a good start. I mean, you hit it there. As I said earlier on in the conversation, it's police. That word keeps coming up, and we keep spinning around on that word. And know your rights, or just once you start to know your rights, you can't know your rights as much as a lawyer can, because you're not studying the law. But once you know that there are rights and there is law, then it changes your attitude. So it's not your knowledge, it's your attitude. So you start to think, okay, there's no need to, as was mentioned earlier on, to start shooting off your mouth and getting all angry. And
yo, can everybody hear me?
Yeah,
we can hear you.
Oh man, Ultra man, yo, your boy's famous on the dead, bro. Your boy is famous, bro.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie to you, DC man. I had to just come off there because I was just like, listen.
Oh, bro.
I was putting things to man.
Apparently, I'm gay and I'm a dancer.
Man.
Yeah, let's go.
This is it, bro. I was putting things to man.
Yeah.
And man are talking about petty bullshit that don't matter. So I just said, you know what? If you can't put your feelings aside,
yeah, bro.
Fair enough.
Because you're agent of division.
Fuck it, man.
We burn you out. We burn out all.
It's just getting shitty.
We burn out all agents of division.
Yo. Hey, man, them, hold on a sec, yeah? Let me give Captain Rambo a big birthday shout out, yeah?
Happy birthday, Captain.
Yeah, and remember,
happy birthday.
4 p.m. we got the roast of Captain Rambo on Jedi.
Happy birthday to you.
Hold on.
Happy birthday to Uncle John Rambo. Happy birthday.
Bro, my name's not John, you know, fam. So get that out of it.
Listen, Rambo's name is Rambo John J.
Yo. Big up yourself, everybody. Yeah. Just a quick one on this. Just a quick one on this, yeah? Just a quick one on this, yeah?
Yeah.
Right? I don't like psyops, yeah? And I don't like race baits, yeah? That's me, personally, yeah? And I believe that the American Constitution needs to change in itself, yeah? Right? As my boy just said, that it's from the top downwards. It's no worth worrying about fucking police. And you got DEA, you got all the other so-called splinter cells who are corrupted. I will just say the whole constitution, the whole law needs to be fully looked at and inspected. I believe that they should kick out they should kick out most of the police force and put in real people who want to take care and serve the law or the people. You understand? My perspective of everything. When I first come up, DC, your country has a constitution what gives you lot the right to bear arms. You lot are too busy doing gang banging left, right, and fucking center across the states, right? And all I was saying, that level, boy, you men there will bust, you men there will arm your teeth to kill your own black people and maybe kill a few trailer trash white people, right? And that's how far it goes. But all the guns in America is really purposely to kill yourselves. And I ain't gonna just say black people, because a lot of white people's in this blood and crip shit too nowadays, I realise. So the whole dimension, so when Jen's talking, Wallace is chatting up her mouth,
white crips.
when I dropped off, you look, I didn't want to make it be a whole subject about this mass shooting. Right, I just want to side it away from the Islam thing and talk about problems, what's happening outside our fucking homes, with the injustice. And America government.
Wait, what did Jim do?
Hold on, my brother.
Go ahead.
I would say DC. America is different from England, but I realize you lot's got all your gun shops just like we got off license over here, You could buy our AR fucking 15s, not Glocks no more, not just a little nice 45 Magnum 45 to protect your fucking crib and your house. You lot got our AR-15s. You got fucking machine gun galore. That should be enough to protect your whole community. The problem is this. I don't want to get involved in when I listen to anything go off in America, it has to go through some form of propaganda level. I will never really know the true dynamics of America, bro. But all we know over here is that right about now, police is killing a lot of youths, and I would say black youth. But deep down, I know they kill enough up Mexican youths. Nobody don't want to talk about the Latinos and all about that. I just say right about now that the way how I see what's going on is a complete race bait. The looting I've been seeing and witnessing, I'm seeing that white people's in it, with their teeth in it. So I realize
you got that right there.
I realize it. All Black Lives Matters, it's not really a black
by the way, they popping off in my city, so I'm
they're popping up all
even Chicago unified. All
I'm gonna go
all the Chicago ones are out as well. I've seen a
but what it is, bro, I just want to get to a bottom line by saying I don't want to create no race bait bullshit. We know the American laws and the American Constitution. It seems their focus. I know the system can't be racist. It's the people who run the damn system who are racist. So I would say that I wouldn't want nobody to fight on the level of racism. That's not what I'm about. I rather deal with when I was talking about black power and black people has the right to the same right as good education as anyone else. We have the right as same health. No matter if it's mental or physical or illnesses, we got rights as the same as every other nation. I'm fighting for that, bro.
I'm into segregation. Like I'm starting to realize that being a separatist is more of the way for African Americans to survive now. We can't keep this game up. We're trying to kumbaya this bullshit no more, man.
But shall I tell you what? I gotta be honest with you. The kumbaya thing, the protesting and all of that, it's not my thing no more.
It's not mine's either. Like I'm gonna say this. Big respect to all the white people out there that are like standing in between the black cops, the cops out there.
I'm not trying to make it to become a black power thing, bro. I'm just trying to say
it to be though. I want it to be because I'm looking at
DC. DC. As I come off the panel, it don't go like that. And it goes off into other things. All I wanted to explain my thing is this: that if we go to unify, unify and know who our real enemies are, innit, bro? Like I don't want people to think that I'm all for my black people. But here's the thing: when I see any news report and they use a black voice to talk for the behalf of black people, something ain't wrong there. Anytime they feel like to put up a black mayor for him to talk to the black people in the community, I see things happen. I know that.
What do you think about what do you think about what? Yeah, go ahead.
Hold on, let me just finish off. I know
Yeah.
that they could never send a white person to talk to black people no more. Yeah?
Yeah.
That's why I say it's a psyops. Yeah? They will use our people to bend our minds and tell us what's going on. All I'm saying is, yeah, it's for you, it's for everybody, especially you younger generation. I always say this. It's for you younger generation to change the history. It's for you to change the story. We elders, we going into our elders, and as people like to take the piss, we go be in our nursing homes soon. Yeah? It's for you youngers to train your minds. No, you could remember you could go against this system in many ways. You could go politically, you could go any way you choose, yeah? But change things. It's you young guys who have to change things. You don't want to choose arms, choose arms. If you don't want to choose biological warfare, choose anything and make sure that what we elders did, you have made it better. Don't complain about we elders and we this and we that, and it's you young people who can change things. Learn from our elders' mistakes, yeah? So we like to put it, and change things, innit? If you think this world, we grew up in this world where it was racist. You are born into this world where it's racist. If you don't want to change the division and change all the racist spectrum and change all of this thing, the system, is for you young people and the generations to come underneath you. We done the kumbaya from our parents. We done the marches from our parents. We done the protesting. And you young people say that ain't good enough. And if somebody goes out and fight, you call him a terrorist, or you call him an extremist. So it's for you young people to get together and change things.
We're lazy, Captain.
Sorry, bro. Yeah, that's all I'm saying. Big up everyone.
Captain, we're lazy.
We're lazy.
Thank you.
Exactly.
I noticed the word rights. I'm listening to how many times people use the word rights. We have rights. We know our rights. We should know our rights. That person didn't know his rights. What are you talking about when you mention the word rights? Because I noticed that nearly everybody's talking using those words.
Who rights?
Yeah, the word right. Yeah.
Me. All of these words.
No, everybody.
No, I noticed that. Okay, my brother.
Using that word, right?
Hear this problem.
What are we talking about?
Every word we use up here today is from the Oxford Dictionary or the Webster's Dictionary or definition of words. So whatever word we use it, it's not really. We just throwing out words. Yeah, what we feel is right for what we are trying to express. But all of these words is still a spell. When we're talking about freedom, are we really free? Because the way how people's talking is that some people say we're free, some people say we're not free. Yeah, so all of these words is in the dictionary.
We have liberties. That's like freedom with restrictions. Yeah, we have freedom with restrictions. If we were truly free, there would be no consequences. So we have liberties. We have freedom with restrictions.
There will always be consequences, even if you're free. There will always be consequences. It's just that when we talk about,
I'm just saying. I mean, like ultimate. You know what I mean? Like pure freedom, where there's no like, pure, what I mean?
What is pure freedom? What is pure freedom?
Yeah.
See, these words like freedom and rights, keep throwing it up. And justice, another word as well. Yeah. Rights, justice, freedom.
Yeah.
You keep throwing these words around, and they're not landing anywhere. It's just a feeling. Just a feeling. Rights. We want our rights. We want justice. We want freedom. What are you talking about?
Yeah, you want to be okay. So with America, so I think it was in the 1980s, 1970s, where the Black Panthers stormed the Capitol State Building in California, and it was under when Ronald Reagan was governor, and the Second Amendment rights for African Americans within California was taken, that they made it illegal for people, like they trying to redlined people's right to own guns. Okay, yeah, they took that right away from them. That is a right. You know, like there's a difference between a right, you know, because a right can be taken from you. It's not like it's you know, it's not like it's a birth, you know, a birthright. It's not like it's something that's guaranteed. So yeah, like when we talk about rights, you know, you want the same thing that other people get, you know, in the country. So, you know, I don't know what do you mean by like, you know.
Okay, so we want, yeah, so the word want, that's another very popular word. We want the same rights that
Bruh.
other people are getting. We want. Right. Okay. So there's a difference between want and need. So when you use the word need, you're back down to necessities. But if you want, I want, just like a baby, I want this. Why haven't we got some? He got 2 sweets and I didn't get any. Okay. This thing about rights.
What is going on right now? Oh my God. It's so early. I just don't know what's going on. I'm sorry. I'm still bigging up on the fact that I'm famous right now. So let me just, excuse me. Just live my life as an internet celebrity real quick.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
So,
go ahead.
Right. So these words often being used, rights, justice, freedom, wants. And I just want us to slow down before we fire these words off. Because it's like these are like bullets, and we're firing them, but we don't really know how to aim with these words. So before we was talking, before you arrived, you were talking about so-called police brutality and so on, and what could be done about
police
it.
brutality?
Right. Well, if
why
you
use the word so-called?
Exactly, that's right.
No, but why did you
use
do
it for
that? No,
I'm going to explain. I'm going to explain before I get back to.
Because you're just being inflammatory, bro. Today is
no,
not
I'm
the day,
not.
bro.
I'm not.
Right,
I'm being
cool.
very tight in the words I'm using. So let me just put this in the
All right,
in
go
the
ahead.
chat.
Come through.
Just let me put this in the chat. So let me see, so that you don't check out this guy Neely Fuller Jr. on police.
Economics?
No. Don't try and guess where I'm going. Don't try and guess where I'm going.
That's what he's most famous for.
Cartoon.
Brutality. Yeah. The concept of police brutality. Yes. So it says there's no such thing as police brutality. Neely Fuller. I agree with him, and I'll explain why I agree with him. Because brutality and police do not go together. What people, even that's a trick, a spell. See, the police are not brutal, and they can't be brutal. But you can have what you call race soldiers. So these people, before or even whilst they're in the police force, they're not interested. So they're wearing police uniform, but just because they're wearing police uniform does not mean that they're police officers. They're operating as race soldiers. They're under a different command, and operating with a different intention. Even though you look at them and you think, oh, they're all police, and then that's when it starts to swing back into the concept of can the police be corrupted, and so on. Does that make sense? So police brutality.
Yeah, no. Police brutality actually exists. Like if you have an act that is occurring over and over again, and it's not being addressed, there's not been a separation from these are good cops and these are bad cops. Yeah, you can. Police brutality does exist.
No, you can't have good cops and bad cops You either
Yes,
have
that's exactly what.
no,
That's
you either
exactly
have
what you get.
cops, police, or something else.
I think you're over
See, you're
intellectualizing
messing
on
with
a
the
heavy
word.
levels.
Yeah,
I
you're
think you're
messing.
like reading, but I think that's okay. So I kind of because I listen to you talk a lot.
It's
Like
like
I heard you
civil
on your
war.
Shakara, but I think you have like a. I think you have like I think you kind of like look into like I think you put too much weight into the actual word
Hold on,
itself.
DC.
Yeah.
Just to not. I got a Batman man here. Have you seen a brother on YouTube called Carlos Way? He does lots of cartoons with Nelly Fuller. Yeah. He
Yeah, I see
talks
the one he
about
Oh
a
did
yeah,
lot
with
of
that's right. Yeah.
the white. He
famous.
talks a
I've
lot
seen it
about
famous.
He talks
Amos
about a lot
Wilson too.
about
Yeah.
white supremacy, the manufacture, the waste wars, the waste baits. He talks about the structure of it,
That's right.
and
That's right.
I think my brother here, IC3, is really speaking off of that when he's trying to really explain that
Correct.
most of
Correct.
the soldiers or police you see in uniforms are really race soldiers, basically. Meaning, when you have certain race what kicks off in
Yeah.
certain communities, they send guys who don't like black people. They just boom with that vengeance that, you know what, we gonna go and fuck these niggas up. So
yeah, no, but the thing is,
they're the type of people,
Yeah.
what my man is explaining, they're the type of people who's in these police uniforms.
Yeah, but
who's
the thing
trying
is,
to represent the
the
police.
reason why we say police brutality is because
Yeah.
they're the police officer that is when
No,
you
I
see a
fully understand
frequent.
where you're coming from.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I'm just saying that Nelly Fuller, like, because you might not really see a lot of his cartoons, I think my man is just talking from that perspective as well.
Okay.
That's why
Yes.
I say,
So I
kind
understand.
of get it.
Yes, that's right. So DC Khan, I understand what you're saying. I get the gist. I can feel the energy, and I get the spirit. You see, but words are tools,
Mm-hmm.
and when you're fighting at high levels, right? They use words like code. So you can't just run into a court. Look. I think most of us have been to a court. You can't just run into a court just shouting, running your mouth off, and just throwing words here and there, because it's something they're recording everything you say, and then they say, "Well, what did you mean by that?" You still have to explain yourself, and if you don't explain yourself properly, they'll use your own words to blow you up. So, and the courts, the judges, they don't mess with their words. They're very
but when we talk about people on the streets, and you're looking at guys on the road and guys in this, like people like walking down regular every day. When we mention police brutality, we're not talking like there's no like code behind it. It's like, look at these police here brutalizing the people and getting away with it. So therefore, if the system that's meant to keep them in check does not do it, that is a form of brutality to the people, as well as the act of the police themselves. It's that simple.
Well, I understand what you're saying, but this is where we disagree. You see, if you don't pull up the ordinary people on the way they're using their words, right? Because those ordinary people, when it comes time to take them out, they end up in a court, and some of them don't even reach court based on what's coming out their mouth. They don't even reach the court. And then if they manage to control their mouth, if they don't control their mouth, they just get a bullet in their head or get their neck broken or strangled or whatever.
Yeah.
If they do manage to control their mouth a bit, they might make it to the court. See, so it's still words, isn't it?
Yeah.
So just being poor and or uneducated is no excuse just to say, oh, well, that's how the ordinary people on the street. Well, that's what's killing them, isn't it? It's the misuse and not understanding the way the importance of words that they end up dead. So it's no excuse. I'm not accepting that the ordinary person. I'll slow them down. If I'm talking to people on the street, I'm going to slow them down. And they'll say, oh, come on, you know what I mean. You know what I mean. You know what I mean. No, I don't know what you mean. Slow down. Explain yourself. Because you're saying, oh, these people don't understand me. You know what I mean? No. We don't know.
I pray to God you never leave an army. That would just be horrible. Just be like, what do you mean we're going to take the capital? Capital. Let's look at that word capital and take. What does it mean to take the capital? Bro,
yes,
I think you're
definitely.
over-intellectualizing that. I think you're over-intellectualizing this, bro. I think it's just like, we know what we're talking about. Like, we all do. Like, it's
How
simple.
do you know? We. Who we are you talking about? Who are the
when
we you're
people
talking
say,
about?
When people say
Which
police
people?
brutality, when we talk about police brutality, all right, a community that suffers through it, we're not trying to say we know that there are racists that join the police.
Who are the we? We know.
Black
we
people.
know. We know.
Black people.
We
when
know.
Black people talk about police brutality.
Who are black people?
When black people talk about black people in the America. How about that?
Right. Okay. So it's about black people in America.
In America, fine then. Yeah, because I guess what are you saying? In the UK, black people don't have the same issues.
Are you saying that all black people in America come under the same we? You just threw the word out, we, as if you're speaking for all the black people in America with the we.
When it comes to the, you understand, the one thing about America, as eloquent as I may sound, as I may talk about, I have this, I have that. I know that a black dude from the hood or a black dude from road or a road man and me can go to jail for the same crime. And we can both be innocent. They're not going to treat me any differently than they would him. Okay, they're not going to say, "Oh, wait, this one right here is educated." So when we say we, it's because we know that we would suffer the same type of punishment, the same type of discrimination, the same type of racism. So the we is just the knowledge of that.
Okay? Well, that's a very weak we. That's a very weak we. It's like, we're together because we're all going to get.
Fine then. I mean, I wouldn't say we all have the same opinion. That'd just be retarded. I wouldn't say we all have the same opinion. But I will say that the one thing that can bind the people is the one thing that has binded us. One thing we all can agree on is that the United States of America racially goes out of its way to racially oppress 14% of its population.
And so what?
That's it. That's literally. So when we talk about police brutality, we all have a common understanding of it, even if you don't experience it. There's tons of black people who've never experienced it.
Yeah, and so what?
There's tons of black people who've never experienced police brutality, but when we talk about it, we don't need to sit around here and try to figure out, well, good cops versus bad cops.
DC. Talking on that, have you experienced police brutality? Or what you would say? Oh, okay. When you mean police brutality, have you been in a chokehold, in an arm lock?
I got restrained at my when Trayvon Martin's case came down. We had a Black Lives Matter rally in DC. It was our job to have a. It was my job and several others because my fraternity was had to do something known as the Vanguard, where we didn't want any black women because we have a lot of black women that went to my college. It was like 64% black women there. So we didn't want to have those videos come up of our sisters being thrown around. So we linked up with several was known as go-go gangs. I'm sorry, go-go bands. Excuse me, I said gangs.
Go-go
bands. Several local several local leaders. And the NOI was there.
Explain to me what I want you to do. We all go to explain ourselves, yeah? And as my man rightly say, we have to use our words carefully. So when you say you have suffered police brutality, more than one occasion, yeah? Can you describe the brutality, not the incident like that? Just explain.
Okay, the brutality was there was a sister that was like she was just simply she was voicing her opinion about a situation and she was just yelling this police officer's face and he had the riot shield and he like pushed her like oh my God, Kushite Smoke, shut up. How dare he knows? Wale actually lives down this. Oh my God, he lives down the street from my house. All right, but God damn it, that Somali knows too much about me. But so he hits her in the face, like he hits her with the shield. I run across and push his shield back into him, and I pushed it back into them. They pushed me behind. Next thing you know, I'm getting pummeled by several members of the riot squad in the back there.
What they do? Beating you with clubs? Like, I'm trying
They
to.
were like, one dude was trying to tell me to put my arm behind my back, and I was like, I know my rights, and I have a right to defend. I have a right to defend myself.
Word come up again.
I have my right to defend myself. I have my right to defend myself, and I just simply because I always wanted to be a constitutional lawyer. So there's like certain laws that like there's certain cases of people who have where it's like I forget the name of the case. God, I forget the name. I need to just look this case up and bring it out. But there's when it happens in the legal system here in America, if there's precedent for something like something that has been passed or something that's been agreed upon, it can be used to justify the actions in the future. So there was a case where an individual was defending himself with no arms, nothing. I had no weapons in my hand, and they had weapons, and they were outnumbered. So therefore, I had the right to defend myself against them due to the fact they were not endangered by me because I had nothing that could put them in danger. So that's why I was defending myself. And
Can I ask the panel a question? Can I ask the panel?
I ultimately did. I had my mom and dad hooked me up with a really good legal team, so I was good there.
Yo, Brad.
Yeah, and that was the first time. So yeah.
Yo, Brad, can you hear me, bro?
Yeah, I can hear you, man.
I can hear you.
Okay, big up everybody, man. You done know. I just wanted to ask the panel a question, like.
Yo, what's up, Fred? I'm not bad, bro. Much respect to you, bro. I'm sorry.
Yeah, man. No, bless, man. I was just going to ask national realism first. Would you ever defend a black person from the police? Like, intervene?
Would I ever defend a black person from the
This
police?
is a yes or no question right here, bro.
That's what you think.
Oh my
You
God.
think, yeah.
Like, I don't think I understand. Like, let's make it simple. Do you live in the UK?
Simple. You might be a simpleton.
No. Do you live in the UK?
You might be a simpleton.
Do you live in the UK?
But this the way you use simple.
Oh my goodness! See this? Oh God! Like this? Like you the type of God! We have brothers like you in school.
And by the time you've made the decision, the woman's dead.
Somebody be dead.
Yeah, I'm trying to tell you.
Yes or no?
Oh,
like that's
so is that anything new?
Hey, Fred, let me ask you a question.
No, it's not nothing new, but it's something that we have to stop now. Because if we continue to sit up and speak like you and talk,
what did you say? Something you have to stop.
We have to stop now. Do you agree?
No, Fred.
Nothing's new about Nothing's new about that. But I'm saying,
Fred,
that we should make a change about it now.
Come on, people.
How are you going to do that?
How you
Fred.
do that? You're going to stand up for yourself, innit?
Yo, Fred.
Oh, yeah.
One second. Let me ask you a question.
Stand up for your rights.
Fred, let me ask you a question.
Is that right?
If you saw a black person being attacked by the police, would you defend them?
You wouldn't intervene, it sounds like, bro.
Yo, can Fred hear me? Fred, can you hear me, bro? Yo, Fred, can you hear me, bro?
Yeah, sorry, bro. I can hear you.
Okay. No, let me ask you this. Just a simple question, okay? Because, apparently questions can't be simple. All right. If you saw a black person being attacked by the police, would you intervene?
Yes. I would.
Okay. Yes. All right, cool.
Time, because obviously not intervening, it's not worked. So I'd have to try and change my tactics, innit? And intervene, innit? Right.
Yeah. So
if I say personally, I can't wait to see somebody getting in problems so I can actually demonstrate how it's supposed to be done. Throw my phone in the face and then kung fu kick the motherfucker, innit? You have to give me 10 minutes.
Whoa.
Yo,
Whoa,
man. Can I ask you a question, bro?
Yeah.
Kung fu kick that motherfucker.
If you see someone being unjustly attacked by the police, would you intervene?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so I want to, Captain Rambo, I just want to understand how a yes or no question requires so much, and you have to be so analytical to answer a yes or no question. This is, like, I understand.
But you know why? Because from what I can get from why my man's saying is, because if you, it's almost like we're playing, it's like the other day, we mentioned the Black Panther one, you said you have to be careful because, if we talk certain things online, it can be that, but I don't want to give uncle a way out. Like, obviously, he has to explain probably why he is, but I feel like that's a lot of the time when you talk to uncle, that's the reason why you can't go deep, because it's almost like you're playing a game of chess in it, so you have to be careful what move you're gonna make, because if you
Correct.
start
No, but
I think you just gave him away.
Hold on, DC.
Yeah.
This is me, bro. Yeah.
Yeah.
If I saw anybody, getting roughly treated by police, and I was there to see when the police pulled over, approached him, speaking to him, and everything, and I saw police fucking grab him in the fucking headlock with his baton. I mean, you know why? That excessive force is not necessary. I know the law where you don't need to be handcuffed. Being handcuffed shows that you are going to resist arrest, or you go run off, or you're talking with your hands. I'm over here, bro. Correct. And I learned as a black man, don't fucking talk with your hands too tough, yeah? Especially
That's right.
waving in white people's faces, especially if they're
right.
the school teachers setting you up. So when I was on the streets and we used to talk, I would try not to get off hand signals. Bro, I do security and we deal with this situation all the time. I tell you one thing, let's get back to the point. I'm on the street, minding my own business, and I saw any kind of youth. We say 4 youths, 3 are black, 1's white, and 1's Asian or brown, yeah? And I saw any of them getting roughed up. It's my duty to intervene. It's my duty to even understand why they get in charge. I'm going to tell you an incident, yeah? When the police is poaching you, yeah, and you flaring off and you railing up, and you creating a big scene, they're going to start fucking around with you, yeah? But if you're cool and collective, yeah, and you are answering questions, remember, they don't have to know where the fuck you're going. They don't have to know where the fuck you're going. It's depending on your questions, bro, yeah? And as we get into this point, Brad, or whoever answered this question, I would not see anybody getting. I do not like excessive force. I don't even like when my security colleagues do it to people, bro. So, you know what I mean? If I see somebody feel like their life is in danger, I will intervene. If I told the cops, the police officers, more than 3 times, you release him. Why are you hurting him for? And they don't listen. I'm gonna help that youth. It's bare youths who I helped and they ran off, and I'm left there standing up with the police officer. It's bare youths. One time, a police was stopping the youth and it was roughing him up, and all I did is just intervene, and the youth ran off. That was the best thing that you ever did, because I don't know why you gonna stand up and argue with the police and fight them for. I just tell you straight, if I saw any of you lot getting where you say police brutality, if I saw them try to taser you up, I don't feel I can live with it. Bro, that's me personally. And that's what made me become a panther. That's what made me become the person who I am today. Innit? I've seen a lot of it growing up. Fred,
bro.
Yeah, Fred. What I'm basically saying, Fred, I have been on the street long enough to see when the police is taking a piss with these youths or anyone. And bro, if I know I could push the police out off of you, and you could get up and run off, even you got one hand, even you're handcuffed, and you run off, pick you up. But that's me. I don't want to see that, bro. I don't want to see police brutality.
I just wanted to say, Captain, that I ain't throwing no shade on no one that just stands up and looks. Because if you stand up and look, boy, I don't know, you get what I'm saying? That's down to you. But I ain't throwing no shade on you, because I know that people are scared of the European man, innit? Like, especially that.
And you know what? It's facts. And that's facts as well. And you know what helps? You know what helps? What helps us in this day and time? A lot of people who stand up and watch does have cameras up. Yeah? And at least you done something. Yeah? But the problem what I do not like is when the police has got you up, you go get nicked. and the whole area is trying to justify you wrong. I don't run with that, bro. Like, I won't run when I don't care what color you are. If you wrong, yeah, whatever comes to you, you must deal with it. But in that whole process of being beaten up by police, that's not justified. If you're wrong for a crime and you're getting beat up on top, that's not right, bro. Police don't have no right to beat you up. Because if you beat a police, you get done for ABH and GBH and all the rest of it.
I've been done for that, fam. I've been done for that. They gave me 18 months.
Right, thank you. Yeah, but if the police hits you, you have to go to the NC, to the Police Complaints Commission. You have to file up complaints for them to even see your case. I know a lot of people are fighting a lot of. There's an incident happened in Carnival 2 years ago, yeah, when an innocent youth got roughed up by police. It almost took him 2 years to get that case off of him and clear his name. It's a long process to fight the police anyway. Even go, it's a long process. Right. Yeah,
that's why I would never say to no one fight them.
You hit it, mate.
Yeah. I would never say to no one to fight them, but I'd have to intervene if someone was getting killed, man. Because fucking, what's happening?
Getting killed is different, bro. Like, man's putting you in the choke. Man's got you in the chokehold. That's a different story, bro.
Innit, fam? Because what's happening in America is too regular, bro. It's crazy.
But do you know the problem with them? But Fred, the problem what I see within America, bro. I believe the people, it's too easy for fucking race baiting, bro, over there, fam. It's like, man, them has got AR-15s, bro, yeah? It's like, bro, man don't want to look after his wife and family with a 45. They got machine guns, yeah? Right? By that alone shows me you could do a civil war right now. You lot could do a revolution right now. But I just believe that, you know what? Like, they need to really sort out their own situations out there. They got bad gangs that could monitor their community, patrol it, you know, police their community. They got all the gangs. They got all the firepower in the fucking world, yeah? And bro, like, I don't understand it, to tell you the truth. Like, you got Black Lives Matters, you got all of these different fucking organizations and groups out there.
Black Lives Matter is not really for the benefit of black people. It's more
well, you sure? But this is the problem. I would say this, bro. The reason what made me become a Black Panther, because it made me really look at the community I'm in. My black and brown community I'm in, and the people who face the injustices in my own community, bro. That's what made me become a Panther. Like, whoa, you know what? Somebody needs to fight for our people, and it's not much of us out here doing it. That's what made me want to do it, bro. So my whole purpose was always about serving my people and my community. That's what made me become a Panther, bro. And what makes me even become a stronger person, I'm out there doing my works, bro. And sometimes I'm one man up. And if I have to be an example to show to the rest of my communities that, you know what, we don't need no police in our community. We could talk to these youths. It's like what my elder was saying, that some of even when I speak, my language ain't perfect and my English ain't perfect, but when I'm in front of the authorities, I know how to speak, bro. I've been to court many times, and I realized, why did I just learn to shut my mouth? There is a thing called no comment. Why did I just ride on that? No comment, and I'm not been in this mess. But I want to have an answer for everything. You don't need to talk to these pigs. Say no comment is very good. You don't need to give them no lectures, life stories, nothing. When you're in an interview room, what makes most of you that go to jail anyway is through what you're saying is the evidence you give yourself. And that's what my man said.
That's right.
It should be this. The policy is this, yeah, how you deal with things. If the police deals with you, it's why it's called self-defense, excessive force. If the police picks up a fucking trampoline hits you with it, and you decide to pick up a fence, yeah, rip a fence off and beat him with it because of your anger, you might get off. But it doesn't mean you should blow him up. When you start drawing out your knives and shit, you start going into other steps of the laws, yeah. But if you picked up a brick and chucked it at the police officer while he was brutalizing your friend, yeah, it was, for one, it was more than you. It was 4 on your friend. It was 4 of them on your friend. You were getting roughed up. I saw a brick and I thought that could just get the police off of him. That might get you off. Then I will tell you to run up to them and kick them up and all of that shit.
Who
Just do what you can fucking do.
Captain, you said the right fucking thing, blood, because who feels it knows, innit? And I'm telling you, I would never advise anybody to do anything to them. But I'm saying in that life situation, I swear to God, bro, you have to do something, man. You have to do something. You know what I'm saying?
Like it has to be quick.
That's right. And what to do?
Well, I don't know. That's what I'm saying. It depends, innit, on how your heart is, how much empathy you got for the people that are being strangled.
For me was because like what my fraternity has like being integrated with my fraternity taught me, and what we taught at the school was that like, you know, when I was in school is that like we were blessed as Black men to have like beautiful Black women surround us every single day. So it's like protect these jewels of the HU. That's how we referred to Black women. So it was like to see one in trouble, to see one in danger, you didn't think about it. You just did it. You know?
Yeah.
So,
there's nothing to think about for me.
Yeah.
No thinking in war?
Huh?
No thinking in war.
I'm saying
you're in a war.
I'm
they don't want to
brother. I'm not trying to change a law. I'm trying to get a fucking man's knee or hands off of a man's throat.
Yeah.
Without
so
thinking.
Think about it.
It's a different strategy. You know what I'm saying? If I'm trying to write to my MP,
there are many battles in the war. There are many battles in the war still.
Yeah, there'll be times that you have to sit down and like actually strategize. No one's saying that in war you don't have strategy.
Exactly.
There's some battles you just can't. You can't just be like, oh, let's define taking your weapon out, or let's define defense. No, go. Like,
yo, big up, Soil.
Yeah, big up, Soil.
Big up.
Brother, at the end of the day, you're an old man, big man, so I wouldn't expect you to do much. Do you know what I'm saying? You've already probably been through all the racism. You've probably been through more racism.
Dude, IC3 was there from... IC3's been rioting from the 70s. Don't let him trick you.
Exactly.
Yeah? You went to university, studied English, and tried to fuck up Babylon that way, yeah? Don't fuck with IC3, you know.
I know. I would never disrespect that. I'm just saying though, fam, if you got a young little bone in your body, like, you got a little something about you, like, I know that obviously these people break our spirit, innit? So obviously we don't want to touch them, we don't want to do nothing to them. But if you can shake that scaredness away from you, you know what I'm saying? You can
Hold on. So a DC, quick statement, right? We can't have our AR-15s, yeah, right, and our Glocks, yeah, just to protect ourselves amongst fucking Black people. Yeah, man's go rob me and man's go do this. Let me go and buy a licensed firearm because of Black people. Then the very own thing to protect you and your family, you should protect yourself from all forces. If you,
but people don't usually buy guns just to protect themselves. It's protection. It's just protection.
It's the cap of Black man. It's the cap of gangster.
No, you see, and this one came on the panel. Hold on. They always do this when it comes to like American conversation with gun violence.
I'm only joking with you.
You're joking, but there's some truth involved with your joke.
What's up, Soil? How you doing, bro?
Yeah,
the truth I would say this. So,
hey, yo, what's going on? Is Floyd popping off, bro?
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right, so let me you speak first. Sorry, bro. My mistake. So, come on, fam. What's your point?
No, shit. But there was a bunch of different topics you guys were discussing. But the first one I wanted to address was, I think, DC, Brad, and Fred's point about your immediate response of would you defend I guess a Black person? I guess they're asking spontaneously, really. But yeah, I get that. I get that argument. Yeah, you're fight or flight. Most likely, people
use one of the other most likely. Brad is trying to say hopefully it's your fight reflexes that take over natural racialism. But the thing is, but we got to understand there's multiple ways to approach the situation. For example, national racialism might be thinking from like the lawyer's perspective. He's trying to probably figure out, get as much evidence I can to eventually sue the city, which might, I don't know, cost them billions and millions of dollars versus me engaging in the situation, probably get myself killed, shot, and then getting sued by the same police department or go to jail. So don't get me wrong, I agree with both of you guys, but remember, it's a gray area. We have to actually operate in many fields. We probably have to need a lawyer to help Fred out when Fred attacks the police. You know what I'm saying? You need somebody on. Yeah.
Bro, trust me. That's why I say I'll never ever throw shade at no one that stands up and just watches it. And you know what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, we've been broken as a people. Do you know what I'm saying, bro? We've been through so many trials and tribulations, bro. Our life means meaningless to these people. You know what I'm saying? So obviously, if you see somebody getting choked out by the police, you might as well have to give up your life. Might as well be a martyr, if that makes sense. You got what I'm saying?
But not everybody's built like that. You feel me?
Yeah.
But not everybody's built like that. So I
wasn't trying to shade anybody.
There's so many.
I know that 100%.
Martyrs, bro. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. That's all but the thing is, the martyr's not a martyr unless the people who watch them die do something about it. So I'm saying, some people just so you need both sides. I'm trying to say.
Yep.
Correct.
Of course, my brother, man.
No, I just wanted to like go support the other side. Remember, that's all. I'm not saying you're wrong. Anybody's wrong.
Forms of strategy, like what I said to national racism. There's forms of strategy in it, and that strategic might need a different response.
True. Yeah. Sometimes bullies need to get hit in the face, or sometimes other approaches work.
You write into an MP, or you may be collecting evidence. It might need a different approach. Do you get what I'm saying? To get the better result. Do you know what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, it's all about the result. You get what I'm saying?
That's right. The result. That's right. The end result. Yes.
The other issue, Captain, you was bringing up about we pretty much, since we got all the guns, blah blah, we're using it to pretty much defend ourselves against other black people versus, I guess, defending ourselves against any aggressor, no matter the race or ethnicity. The whole thing is, man, you gotta understand where Brad's coming from. It's literally strictly about protection. It's not literally about no race at all. It's literally just, we want a gun. You want to protect yourself, your assets, and your loved ones. It's that simple. If it so happens to be another person of your race, then you deal with that situation. But if it's another person threatening your life, you deal with that situation. Is like
like the Second Amendment's whole point. The whole point of the Second Amendment was to keep the government in check. So the government would know, because as many government officials as we have, like, for example, I forget the brother who said it. I think it was Lieutenant Colonel Allen West, who talked about the most powerful force the American people have to protect them is the American veteran, because there's more veterans. There's more veterans that aren't in. There's more non-active duty. There's more veterans than active duty soldiers. So the U.S. government thinks it's going to use the military to suppress the people. It's going to have to deal with those who swore to protect their country, both domestic and abroad. So domestic being, if that's to protect the American people from its government, it will do so. And that's the thing about the veterans.
Yes,
you know what I mean? And these groups,
DC, maybe because the veterans know things what we younger generation would never learn about war, how to survive and everything. Yeah,
that's right.
That's why they say go to your elders. When most of the Black Panthers came out of the Vietnam Wars and stuff, they made the street militias and all of that very powerful. Yeah, throughout America. Yeah, don't forget, as I always try to express, I ain't try to cause no race fucking war and talk about, black is better than any other race. Get that out of your fucking head. All I'm trying to say to my fellow brothers in the state, my fellow brothers in states in America, to say we're our island. We all are political prisoners of war, no matter what side of the, no matter what land or continent you are on. Right about now, we all are political prisoners of war, and the only real enemy we have is the damn government, or the same people who's oppressing all of us. Yeah, it's for us to unify. We the only people who can't unify. Yeah, that's the problem.
Rambo.
No. When we say it's not worth saying Rambo. These are coming from literatures from your great pioneers.
Yeah,
if
but
I'm
Rambo,
saying,
I'm sorry.
I'm using quotes, bro. A lot of things I'm saying,
bro,
a lot of things. Hold on, my brother, man.
All right, I'm just letting you say
a lot of the
what
very
you're saying
things
is relevant to the UK, not to the US anymore. I'm just letting you know. What you're saying is relevant to the UK.
All right, so what you saying? I tell you what.
So
if it's not,
one thing that African Americans have done.
Hold on, my brother. If you are now saying to me, what is relevant in the US to stay in the US, and what's relevant in the UK is relevant in the UK, that's cool, right? But what I'm always saying, what I'm stressing out, I'm pointing out, I don't know man coming up and telling me I'm fucking racist. I'm saying the condition what we are in, yeah, we need to do something about it. Yeah,
I agree.
If a building, let me tell you something. I'm all for the economical and upliftment of the economical structure of things, but we don't have no fucking military in our nation. No one can't defend us.
Yes, so that's why when you talk about we need to talk about they're oppressing all of us. If you're talking about Africans Black people in the UK, Black people in Europe, Black people in the Americas, Black people in the Caribbean, as well as the motherland, then we're on that. But if you're trying to say that the government's oppressing all peoples, don't matter of race, color, I'm sorry. I think God of Jacob. I think I'm used to make fun of the
No.
So what are you saying then?
No.
Go ahead. Clarify, because if I'm saying I'm wrong.
Right. I don't need to come up here and speak every fucking minute and say black power, black power, black power. You fucking know my stance. You know my stance about black people across the planet need a total fucking liberation. I'm not dumb. You, America and England could be liberated, but Africa will still suffer. Other black people in what do you call it, in Indonesia and the other islands, with Nubians will suffer. That's because black America is liberated. Every revolution always told you. Revolution, if we go talk about liberation and revolution, has to be on the world scale. It can't be on one continent. And every revolutionary has ever told you that. No, even fucking Che Guevara and Fidel Castro will say that. Cuba can't be liberated until America, until all of the other countries are liberated. It would never work. Do you understand? So it's not fucking pass the buck. Let me tell you something. When we was talking about being pro-black and black this and black that long time, I swear it was most of you, man, they're cutting shades and saying it's not about a black thing, everybody's suffering and everybody's...
No, that's okay, good. I want to make sure you know we're on the same side then. We're on the same side. We're on the same side. I don't quote that.
But Captain, what I'm trying to say to you, what I'm trying to put out, don't try to stick it on me every fucking minute because I work for the Black Panthers. Every minute has to be something black.
I'm just trying to tell you. No, when you running with all black. Rambo, 1 second, bro. You going on for a minute. We're on the same thing. I just wanted to make sure you weren't saying that black people need to move together. And we need to link up with other races to fight this oppressive government. Nah, fuck that. Hold it. We have had to hold the nuts of other people for centuries. That's why I say the only thing I would take from the ADOS movement is the hold your own nuts movement. We sitting up there, black people up there, sitting out there in front of those camps that they have for the illegal immigrants. But as soon as a black person dies, you don't hear or see shit. So I wanted to make sure you weren't trying to say some shit like that, like. Oh, we got
Brad, you know what?
We got to stand up for. Brad, that's why I wanted to make sure. You good? I just want to make sure that wasn't what you're saying.
Sometimes we're not allowed guns over here, innit? So sometimes when man get the gun, innit? Man think, not get the gun. I've never had a gun, but I'm just saying when man fucking whatever, you get what I'm saying? I'm thinking, bruh, imagine if every one of us had one of these. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We could do more and respect ASAP. You get what I'm saying? Like, do you know what I mean? So it's just like, boy, I don't know, man.
Have you guys seen Spook that set by the door?
But obviously,
I've only if you've seen the movie.
Yeah, of
Whenever you
course,
see
of
in the
course.
movie the spook that sat by the door.
National. 1 sec, brother. I do understand why American people ain't striking back, because trust me, I've got a fear of the European in my heart. I don't want to touch them. I don't want to do nothing because they've mashed up my life so many times. You get me? All I want to do is keep my head low, feed my family, get on with it. Do you get what I'm saying?
Man, it's way different than that. The reason why we can't strike back because it's like a bittersweet. It would be like the worst type of victory for us because it'll be like your ancestors literally built and maintained the. I mean, like, okay, when I say we built this country, okay, after the original 13 colonies, and then we become states, the Americas was trying to push out to the West. It was the Buffalo Soldiers who pushed out to the West, were the original police of the West. The establishment, many cities in America were established by what's known as ADOS, or American, like the American slave or the freedman, the American Negro, the Black American, is responsible for for so many parts, from everything from agriculture to technology to science, medicine. I mean, even military exports. You couldn't even, the bombing of Berlin wouldn't have been successful if it wasn't for the Tuskegee Airmen. You understand? Like the destruction of America, it would almost be like, yay, we did it. But it's like we have to look back now at everything our ancestors did. And it's like oh man. It is not a victory. It's not like something, trust me. There were over 308 slave rebellions in America, and African Americans were not afraid to kill white people. That's never been an issue for us, okay? Like, I'm talking like, even in modern day, you got Black people who will still just say, I'm just tired of seeing white people, and they will pop off, okay? So the fear of white people is not it. It's just that when you think about the destruction of the United States, it's almost like you're burning down the bank that holds your trust fund in it. And there's no other place to put your trust fund.
Interesting point.
It's a very, like, it's not an easy victory. So you have to think, you have to maneuver differently. If you don't think, first of all, let me just give you some statistics about America.
All right, brother, one second. I just know Black people ain't capable of genocide, innit? I know that for a fact.
Yeah, okay, maybe y'all aren't. Y'all aren't. African Americans actually committed 2 genocides. So, like, what do you mean?
2 genocides?
Nah,
Yes.
fam, we're not capable of genocide.
No, y'all didn't, but ADOS did. And we did it in the Spanish-American War, and we did it during the expansion out to the West. Who do you think really took out you understand when the
under white command?
No. There's also revenge too, because most of the slaves that were owned in America were owned by Native America. Were owned by Native Americans. So a lot of the people that joined the Buffalo Soldiers and joined the U.S. military at the time were unemployed Black men who were also enslaved by Native Americans. So we owed them that blood.
Hold on. There was no government at that time.
And they never got, the promises never got delivered.
Yeah.
What, the Freedmen Bureau?
No, what's it called? 40 acre and a mule.
Yeah, that's the Freedmen. That was under the Freedmen Bureau. That was established by Ulysses Grant when he got kicked out because the members of his cabinet were doing nepotism. See, the thing how the U.S. government operates is that the president. The reason why we're not going to get reparations in the sense of a check. One thing I have to say is, I will say the path of reparations does not always have to come in just a single check like they did the Japanese. There are many other ways you compare it. So I'm never going to say we can't get reparations anymore. One thing I will say is that the Freedmen Bureau, it did occur that Black landowners were getting land, especially throughout Ohio, Michigan, Indiana. Like the Midwest was owned, I think over 2 million acres of land was owned by African Americans. It's just when you get to the it's when you get to the 1910s and the 1920s, you see what's known as looting and raids of small Black towns and small Black areas. So that wealth was given to us, but it was taken from us as well.
I understand what you're saying, but I'm saying in America and England and Europe, Black people have been bamboozled and hoodwinked, innit?
Like, yeah, but you have to understand, the thinking is different. Like someone from the Caribbean, I'm gonna be with you. People from the Caribbean, do you know what the Haitians wanted to do after the Haitian Revolution? Like with their plan, what generals, because everyone likes to focus on 2 generals. There were 8 generals that were fighting the Haitian Revolution. Okay, people like literally like Like, you have to understand the psyche of the African American is. This is the messed up part. I just want you to understand how fucked up we are. We have surpassed the idea of trauma. If any other ethnic group went through what we went through, you understand that when coronavirus started, okay, when the coronavirus started, Asians were scared to stay because less than 50 shops were burned down. Okay, we had full towns, universities burned down over centuries. Do you understand? Okay, with the Black Panthers originally, like, I love what my grandmother says. She says that the war we fought was against the federal government. The war you have to fight, grandson, is against your local and state government. Okay? So I want you to understand that, like, the idea that Black Americans can't commit a genocide, it's just how and who
it's
you
not been
do to.
demonstrated.
Look, Fred, the motherfuckers over here crazy. Trust me.
I believe you, bro.
Me?
I'm not starting your
And Fred, here's the thing also. If where you Fred, are you from the Caribbean? Fred, are you from the Caribbean too?
Yeah, family.
Yeah, I'm gonna be real with you.
I'm
gonna say this: Caribbean, Afro-Caribbeans are different from Afro-Caribbeans here in America, because the same Jamaicans who came when the Jamaicans came over here to replace us because African American sharecroppers were tired of were unionizing. Once we told the Jamaicans, oh yeah, we're going to unionize, you get paid more. When I tell you, bro, there weren't you didn't see a bunch of locks running around slicing up sharecroppers. What I will say is states like Florida, yeah, Jamaicans weren't going to be like free labor. They weren't free labor for less than 5 years. I'm gonna be real with you. So that same germ, my uncle calls it a 500-year-old demon. That 500-year-old demon. That's why I say guys like God of Jacob has 22 years experience in one of the most powerful navies in the whole wide world. You don't, I wouldn't even want to know what that brother would do with his own freighter. Are you kidding me? Gracious. But go ahead, bro. Come through.
Bro, I'm not underestimating America, When I say genocide, I'm saying we're not capable of doing it to other nations. We've got so much self-hate in us. The only people we're attack is ourselves.
That's not true. Listen, right now.
Hold up. Fred, you never said that earlier.
You just added that favor right now. Right now in Minnesota.
No. This is the part that I'm adding now. Still, I'm
just saying. Yeah, you got to clarify. Yeah.
We're not capable. Yeah. I'm just saying we're not capable of really sticking it on who's supposed to get stuck on. We can, because remember the mental condition. I've been through it myself, bro. My people got tricked, Remember they got told that they can come over here and everything's cool, and you're gonna be able to buy a house and this and that. And many of them got bought a house and obviously got priced out. They got tricked to sell. They got loads of different dumb things happen to them. You know what I'm trying to show you? And then our communities ended up with more or less nothing, like similar to what. We had loads of promises but no fulfillments. Do you know what I'm saying? Yeah. So that's and them type of things mash up a black man's psyche. It mashes us up. You get me? Yeah, I'm not saying we ain't got love for each other, because we have. We got pure love for each other, but we also got demons.
Yeah. But I wanted to get some more practical. I wanted to get some practical. But hold on, I wanted to get some practical. Somebody brought up about the local and state governments. That's the next battle. That's literally what it should be. And then we could probably move to your ultimatum, Fred. I think we should control more local and state government. I would say first over here. Yeah. Then
because look at Atlanta phase 2 of the plan. Look at Atlanta right now. Look at
you are enlighten me then.
Yeah, please explain how. Well, I guess in the UK it's different. I don't think they have that, because I don't think they have.
Yeah, they don't have local. It's kind of.
Yeah, I don't think they have it like we do. That's why. Yeah.
Politics has failed us over here, bro. There's no one.
Well, because your country is essentially the size of like one state here in America. It's like no bigger than Maryland, so it's it's like Delaware with all white people. Stuff a lot.
Hey, I didn't say that. He said that. Right?
No, I'm saying he's got it right, bro. You have to share with everybody and get along, innit? You get me? I ain't got no hate for white people. I just want justice, innit? And if that means turning it up, I'll turn it up on them. But I'm not advising.
You have to own. See, over here in America, local and state governments
do anything to anybody. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying, if we want to get freedom,
everybody, I'm good, yeah. Salute, man. I'm good.
Yeah,
okay.
Happy birthday,
thanks.
Man.
Take care.
And remember, you disagreed, and I want you to explain why you disagreed.
Yeah. Go ahead. Explain why owning local and state governments won't help.
Yeah. in order to successfully organize on a local level.
Oh, sorry. Quick before you continue.
Okay.
I have models that if you disagree, literally, if you look up the most successful Black neighborhoods in America, you're going to see that their entire governments are ran by Black people. So you will see that owning local and state governments actually do work in the U.S. Okay, so go ahead.
Apparently.
Yeah.
So, having when a group of people get together, and they want to focus on the local situation, their local situation, that whole attitude is scalable. So wanting to focus on your local situation or local government is a bit like wanting to focus on your particular family, and scaling down is like wanting to focus on yourself. When you scale up, you focus is on the local situation, and then a number of localities working together, and then further up, to a nation. So, in order to organize effectively locally, you have to be part of a larger plan. So even though you may not physically do something for the larger plan, you understand what the larger plan is. So just like when Hannibal was fighting Rome, there were many battles. There were local battles and so on. But it was basically Rome against Carthage. And then as a result of that clash, then Hannibal had to, deal with his day-to-day things. So basically, all I'm saying is, to finish off, in order to effectively deal with your day-to-day issues or your local issues or your individual issues, you have to be part mentally of a larger plan.
Okay, but this is where I say to you, if you know
hold on, Brad.
Go ahead.
Let me, yeah.
That's God's plan. God's plan.
No, yeah. But remember, you really didn't disagree. All you said, we just have to come up with a common agenda first before we initiate taking over a local and state government.
Correct.
But that's not disagreeing, really. You just
that's all. Yeah, that's literally what's.
I agree with you saying, but yeah.
If you don't know U.S. law and like how so you know what's okay. So I'm pretty sure you guys don't have it, but like, do you owe? Let me ask you this: most of you live in London. All right, so let's say the national government says this law, everyone has to stay locked down. The federal government says that, right? Can the mayor of London say, well, we're going to allow people to come outside?
No.
Yeah, someone that's from the UK, is that someone that lives in London? Do you have that? Does your government have that? Does the mayor of London have the right to pass a law that goes against? You can't do that. Okay. So in the United States, you have something known as state rights. Okay. And you have county rights. State and county rights. The people that have state rights have the ability, like, for example, Roe v. Wade on a federal level made abortion legal. Okay. The Supreme Court justice made gay marriage and abortion legal. Okay. They ruled that both of these do not, these are constitutional. They do not go get they're just, they're fine. All right, cool. They're legal. But states like in the South are allowed to reject what the government has. Okay.
Okay.
All right, cool.
Hence marijuana laws also.
Perfect example. Thank you, Brett. That's why I love it.
I love legal federally, but you can
I did say a long time that Atlanta, I like the way they're going in it, and I hope they get like a chance to get autonomous. You know what I'm saying?
They're doing it in Chicago too.
Yeah.
California might even succeed one day if they really want.
I hope and pray. You know what I'm saying?
Because if Texas actually passed
from the rest of the country. they can run their thing. You know what I'm saying? They got enough black people in Atlanta to run a proper, like, you can see how it's going already. So, you know what I mean? There's enough people there to make the thing run accordingly. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
It kind of is already though, because Tyler Perry got the biggest studio you've seen, like in America, in Atlanta. I think they shot Black Panther in there, so they pretty much got everything really, and a lot of big time celebrities live there. A lot of rappers I know live there, so they got a lot of money coming in.
I know they got good real estate and all that as well, isn't it?
Yeah, it's cheap. It's cheap over there. One of my homeboys got a crib, like it was like 150. It's like if you was in Miami, that'd probably be worth like 400,000 or something. It's like what, 4 or 5 bedrooms, like
So
two
what?
upstairs.
Okay.
Yo,
So what happened?
what happens? What?
I think he cut out, you know.
Trying to understand America. Cut out. Did you hear me?
Yeah. No, you cut out, you know, fam.
Can you hear me now? Am I cut out?
Yeah, you're clear.
Oh, I'm clear. Yeah. Okay. So the impression I was getting from I think I love so do you. He said, I think you were saying that in America, a state can have its own independent laws. Is that correct? If it disagrees with the whole of America,
hold on. Let me just and let me just give you an example. Brad, and
yeah.
that was Brad elucidating his opinion on that. I just gave you an
Okay.
example of marijuana laws,
Right.
which I'm going to reiterate.
Yeah.
For example, it's by federal law is illegal to possess marijuana, right?
Okay.
But states can override that and sell marijuana legally, such as
Right.
dispensaries of California, Florida, Colorado,
Right. Okay.
so on and so forth. Yeah.
Right. So states can override the federal system. Right. So that model, I assume, you can correct me if I'm wrong, was when they tried to have a black city, a black town for black business and black people trading amongst themselves. According to the principles you've laid out, then the black people should have been allowed to get on with what they want to do. Is that correct?
No, I think you're talking about a kind of a different situation. You're talking about I guess Black Wall Street, right? The bombing of Black Wall Street, right?
Yeah.
Tulsa, Oklahoma, right? Yeah. So yeah, but I think it was a different. I think it was the only difference wise is the Atlanta example of a black city is you're actually paying taxes. I guess I don't know how the tax situation was in Black Wall Street. I don't know if they were paying. I guess the country its taxes or the state its taxes. I don't know how they were doing it. But
this is interesting.
so I don't know how I don't know. No, I don't know the situation. Remember, I wasn't there. I'm not well enough versed on the info. So I'm gonna give you a layman's perspective, but I'm quite confident. And over here, we have to pay taxes. The city pays taxes to the state. The state then just disperses the taxes, I guess, to every other county and so on and so forth. So that's what I'm saying. I know that's why I'm sure you can do such things that have a predominantly black city. But Tulsa, Oklahoma, I don't know how that situation was because I heard some speculation that they were approached to cut the government in on their ingenuity of creating money. So but I don't know if they did that. But then X happened. You know what I'm saying? The bombing happened.
Interesting.
So I don't know.
Let's slow this down. Hold it. This is very interesting.
Yeah.
Right. So based on what things you were saying earlier, if in the future a black group, whether it's in America or wherever, start another Black Wall Street, and if they do not pay taxes, to the federal or the larger organization, then they're setting themselves up for another riots. Yeah, setting themselves up to be destroyed. Is that correct?
Yeah, but listen. I'm remember this is speculation. So we're creating. We're having a discussion based on speculation, which I've said already. So I'll go down the rabbit hole with you. Don't just have the discussion.
Yeah.
I'm letting you know.
Hopefully some Americans.
Speculation.
Hopefully some Americans will come onto the stream and clarify this. So from the gist I'm getting from you. Hold on. The gist I'm getting from you.
Yeah, let's not run away with speculation, though.
Yeah. But I'm looking at the principles. So, if black people set up a Black Wall Street,
I got the argument. Please let me. I got it. Trust me.
You got it. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Come on, man. This is not complicated. So all right. For example, all right. It goes like this. If you're a so-called citizen of this country, pretty much you agree to pay taxes, obviously.
Correct.
So we're citizens of this country, and we want to create our own black city. So you go from an individual to a community. Then this community wants to engage in the political sphere of actually dominating this local government.
Yeah.
So that's what they do.
Yeah.
Obviously, since they're citizens, they have to pretty much obviously continue paying taxes, and it just forms. You have employee, you have business taxes based on the business level. And I guess the regular employee level. So they're always different. So obviously you're going to pay taxes when you go on the local government side of it.
Yeah. Okay.
So I'm just saying, if you don't pay taxes, you're just asking for this entity that you agreed upon as you became a citizen.
Yep.
To enforce their rules and regulations. So until you steps out of that country and create your own rules and regulations, that's a whole nother argument discussion. You have to abide by the rules and regulations of the entity you're part of. So that's what I'm saying.
Yes, good. So basically, what you're saying that the blacks who tried to create a Black Wall Street and set up their own city and their own thing, doing their business amongst themselves, if they weren't paying the taxes, that they deserve everything they got.
No, I'm not saying they deserve a bombing. I'm just telling you, this might make people. You know what I'm saying. But I'm not saying they deserve a bomb.
I don't know what you're saying. Take your time. Take your time. I don't know what you're saying. I'm listening.
Yes. So I'm I'm pretty much saying this. Obviously, I just said they don't deserve a bombing. But however, if you're not paying taxes,
they don't deserve a bombing if they're not paying taxes.
Why would no? You know, listen. You could have got a less fine. Pay the taxes you say I owe. Prove that I owe this amount of taxes. It could have been fiscal. It could have been financial. Not death. Not a fatality. Or you know what I'm saying? There's quite different avenues you could have traveled to inflict damage on a party. You don't have to kill him. Damage could be financial.
Oh really?
Of course. In legal terms, if you're damaged a person, they can sue you.
As the government,
but if people,
one second, National, has the U.S. government ever been known to fiddle taxes or mess up people's taxes?
Obviously, of course.
There you go.
Right. So, but that's what I'm saying. Then I just say, like I said, they have to prove that they owe this amount of taxes, blah blah blah, and it could be if they prove it, you just pay them, but not kill them, bomb them, not destroy the whole system they created. That's to the extreme. You know what I'm saying?
Is it extreme? I disagree with you. I disagree with
you. You're a radical, man.
I disagree with you. It's not extreme. To kill off all those black people is not extreme from the federal. I think the federal point of view. Basically, if you've got black people successfully running a city and they're doing business amongst themselves, and then the outside larger group decides that group of black people is not paying enough taxes because the big group sets the standards, or is not paying taxes at all, then the large group will say, well, wait a minute, those organized black people over there, they have their own city, they're all very happily over there, and they're not paying taxes to us. Therefore, they appear to be a sovereign entity. They're behaving as if they're their own boss. they're behaving as if they don't need us. In fact, the way they're handling themselves, they're behaving like they don't need us. Well, I think we're gonna have to we're gonna have to straighten some things out here, you know. And so,
hold on. I get what you're saying. Yeah, I get what you're saying. However, eradicating them was necessary versus, like I said, a severe financial punishment.
No, they would have started and say, look, you black people, you 3/5 of humans, you appear to be doing very well. So you're building cars and you're building houses, and you seem to be all very happy over there. But we've decided that you should be paying a bit more tax. And then the black people might say, well, some will say, well, we ain't paying you no tax because we're independent. Another group will be saying, well, I think we're paying you enough tax because we're paying some of it. And but what are the taxes for? You know, we're doing our own plumbing, we're doing our own electricity, we're producing most of our own food. Why are we having to pay so much tax more than the other states that aren't doing what we're doing? And then so there'll be some dialogue before it starts getting heavy. I mean, that's how I imagine it started off. There'll be half the blacks saying, look, we're independent, and half will be saying, I can't see why we should be paying so much tax. And then the whites will be saying, well, you know, it's our military that's protecting the whole of the United States, and you're just the states, and we protect you as well. And then if you have half the blacks will be saying, well, we've got our own guns.
You're using the wrong term. Like, you can't even call it a state. Like, it was in a city.
Okay,
like,
yeah, okay.
Cities make up states.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So if the state continues to be a successful black city, if the city becomes to be a successful city, black city, it's going to expand, isn't it? Until it becomes a state. And so the race is looking at it, must have thought, wait a minute, these black people have to be put in check, because if they're obviously very successful, and if they keep expanding at that rate, they're going to start not only doing business amongst themselves, they're going to start wanting to buy up more land and expand from a city into a state. So we better slap them down now. And that's going to justify the killing.
No, but you could. There are other ways you could just think of in gang terms, or even think of in how, I guess, the largest word. You know, or like, for example, gangs, you can't really.
Yes.
You got to get. You know what I'm saying? Somebody got to allow you to establish your own set from a bigger branch. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
If you don't do that, there's obviously repercussions for that. Severe repercussions. Right. So I can see that. Quite sure everybody could see that analogy you laid out, but remember, it's all speculation at the end of the day. We don't know what really happened. Anybody listening to what I just said and
but this model,
thinking this is actual fact, we're speculating.
Yeah, well, hopefully some Americans will come who know the history, but just looking at the history of how societies develop and the models and how things seem to be going into the future, that same question is going to come up again. Once even you have a little black community doing well, you know, they can be seen in two ways: as a future problem. Well, they will be seen as a future problem and a future threat. And then obviously they'll be given some warnings, and and perhaps the tax rate will be high enough to try and keep those black people down. And then that's where the clash is going to come. So it will start off with a few arguments and a few debates in court. But if those debates aren't settled, then the gun's going to come out. That's all I have to say, really. Something to think about.
Yeah, Fred on Raph.
I agree exactly with everything what National just said, man. Because at the end of the day, you know what I'm saying? All these things are proven in history, what National just said. As soon as people start to thrive, whether it's tax evasion, anything they can do, if they can't physically touch you, they'll use another little dodgy law, or they'll use espionage. They'll make, you know what I'm saying, get pictures of you doing something that, you know, inappropriate. Or, you know what I'm saying? These people are crazy with the thing.
That's right, because it's war. It's standard. Standard war procedure. Things start with China. I don't want to talk about China now because it's about police, but it's the same principle. Look, you yellow people over there, just do a bit of manufacturing for us because we're doing something a bit more advanced. Then they get bigger and bigger and bigger. Say, oh, all of a sudden you're a threat. It's the same thing when you start your first job, or you're working. You see some black people really good, really dedicated to the job, getting things done, and then they say, well, wait a minute, well, where's my promotion? That's where the trouble comes in. Wait a minute, I'm doing all the training. I'm training these people. And and nobody trained me. They gave me a little bit of training, and now all of a sudden I've got all this responsibility and start to train these people. How come I'm not promoted? And then you start saying, "Well, I deserve a promotion or some more money or something." That's when the trouble starts. Finished. Done.
That is 100% fact. Still, it's not equal playing field, is it? But we already know that, you know. And I respect National for bringing it up. Trust me, you know what I'm saying? We have to find ways to combat it, like Atlanta and other places in the world, Nigeria, good economies.
No, but Fred, see, IC3 disagrees with that, but I'm trying to ask you. So I want to ask him a question. What is your what is the best strategy for us to, I guess, be sovereign?
The best.
Oh, that's a question. What is the best strategy to be sovereign?
It's a hard one, man.
That is a
hard one.
I just want to figure. I just want to know if he's gonna say military.
Question,
I just want to know.
That is the ultimate question. That's the heaviest question. Even if you apply individual, I want to work for myself. It's the same. Yes. Yeah. So.
Lots of people have tried to figure that one.
Pardon? Sorry?
We've had lots of ancestors have tried to figure out that one and unsuccessfully, unfortunately. And some
there
of them got
you
stopped.
go. That's right.
Some of them got stopped while in the process of figuring it out.
Exactly. You smashed it. That's it. You smashed it. So therefore,
I don't know.
Think. Yeah. I believe in it. I know. I believe. I've got a concept on that, but I just want before I go into that directly. I love the way that even the questions asked, because it sets everybody's head on a different level. You start, you can feel a kind of dizziness as your mind is starting to work on the real issue and the most serious and most difficult question. So rather than just talking on a lower level, I mean, it's a beautiful question. That's why I just want to spend time just spinning around on that question, because it's so valuable. It just lifts the entire mind into another level, almost to the highest level, where the air is thin, where the ideas are very slim, and you think, oh man, I have to think about this. You can almost feel the work. Your head, but it's all in your head.
Brother, it's a long equation.
That's right.
That's the way I see that one. You know what I'm tell you.
Yes,
you're gonna
but it's beautiful. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful equation, man. Let's spend time. Let's spend time talking and challenging each other, and it will work the mind and move us to a higher level just by just meditating on that, rather than crying and about police brutality. Just keep firing that question. Keep firing that question, and it causes everybody just to spend some time quietly and thinking. Now, to address that question, and I'd love anybody to agree or disagree, and let's start the discussion. Sovereignty comes down to our understanding of what money is and how money works. Because we talked about how a group of black people, the clash is going to come over taxes. You see, because we brought tax into the conversation now. So if this successful group of black people are perceived by a larger group or more powerful group as not paying enough tax for their success, then it's going to ultimately end in violence, because the not paying of tax is a declaration of sovereignty. I think, yeah, I'm sovereign, so you can negotiate with me. We can talk about a deal, but you can't attack me just because I'm not paying tax to you, because I'm not part of you. We have to come to some agreement. So if you're talking as a sovereign entity, you're not talking as a tax-paying entity. You're talking as a sovereign who negotiates deals in terms of what resources or what you have to offer as a sovereign. So if it's gold, diamonds, food, or whatever. So my answer to that question, how do you achieve sovereignty, is you have to understand what money is, and you have to understand what currency is. And then if you you start with money, then you move on to the high level of currency. You've got to understand the difference between money and currency. Money could be gold, diamonds, oil, food, whatever. It's something you can feel, it's tangible. But currency is invisible. You can't see it, but it holds the value of whatever money there is. So money could be paper, it could be printed on bits of paper or vouchers. But what is the value of those notes? The value of the notes is in the currency. That's why you have currency exchanges. So people talk about money, but you hardly ever hear them speak about currency, except when they're going on holiday or when they're traveling. And then they learn about the exchange rate. So what's the value of your currency, whether it's dollars or pounds, in comparison to ours? And then when you understand how to manipulate currency or move currency, then you can then create sovereignty. If you don't understand about the movement of currency, you can't understand how to be sovereign. Because you know how to move money. Okay, you can put money or paper vouchers in a case and move it. Or you can put barrels of oil on a ship and move it. But how do you move a currency? So if you learn how to move a currency, you'll learn what it means to be sovereign. Just like the naira was equal. The Nigerian naira, which is African money, was equivalent to the pound. And I remember seeing lots of the Nigerians. They were all wearing sharp suits back in the 80s, 90s, and because the currency was so strong. And they were wearing crocodile skin shoes and sharp suits, crocodile skin shoes and no socks. That was the style. So you could tell it was a Nigerian just by the way they carried themselves and so on. And then I think it was around about times of the BCCI bank crash that the Nigerian money dropped, so the currency value dropped, and now it's nearly 500 naira to £1. So if somebody knows how to move a currency, somebody knows how to move the invisible. I'll leave it there. I can continue, but I'll leave it there.
No, I agree, man. I agree.
That's deep. That's deep. Yeah, cause I'm learning about forex myself, and I dibble and dabble in stocks. So, yeah, currency and the value of pretty much imaginary items are quite important. Yeah.
Yes, definitely. Quite important.
No, that was sarcasm. Sarcasm. Yeah.
No, definitely, man. I know the power of building up something, crashing it, and it affecting a load of people. Do you know what I'm saying? It's the same with more or less these pyramid schemes. When only a few people get money at the top, and the rest starve to death. And these are on a global scale now, so it's nations.
Right.
I'm saying, you know what I mean, bro?
Yes. So we can now start to see just the way that we're thinking. You know, even the fact that you understood what I was saying means that there's something else in you. You can discuss on that level. It's just that you're not doing it.
No, I've been watching you for a hot minute, actually, man. I'm busy, you know, Broski. I'm running shit. Well, not running shit. I'm trying to run a house and my daughter and running up and down. And you get me? But I've been watching you, though, bro. Got maximum respect and everything. You get me? Yeah, everything goes.
And it's nice to hear from the American perspective of those, people who know, we learn so much about what happened to the Americans and how they managed to build Black Wall Street and what happened. And we can kind of figure out what happened. We can time travel, can't we? We can almost imagine if you was there back in those times, what where the trouble started. Half the black people saying, "Oh, we should pay more tax, man. Just let's get on with the business and keep them all happy." And others saying, "I'm not paying no tax. We worked for this country. We worked to build here. We were former slaves. I'm not paying nothing." And they were debating amongst each other.
You see, so if remember, we're speculating again. So, but let me dive into this. See right there. If that happened, I would think they should have one like a voting situation where they had one common agenda, like so there wouldn't be no room for this division, I guess, if that was going on. Like if you had a split party or a split decision. So shit.
Okay, I'm going to challenge you now. I'm going to say no. I disagree because I was just watching some clips. I was watching some clips. You can tell me from your point of view, but let's talk about America now to the Americans. You probably blow me away, but I'm going to try. But I was watching some clips there about the foundation recently. Do some YouTube series on the foundation of America and the American War for Independence, the build up to the Boston Tea Party. And I was watching that, and it's all white people in the room, and and they're all arguing. You got two sides. See, this is why I disagree with you. That they're not going to be one. There's always going to be a clash. And so they were arguing, and some were saying, "Look, we've got to get independence from England. We've got to be independent, sovereign. Yes. Well, we're not paying any more. We don't want to pay any more tax to Britain." And then the other group was saying, no. Yeah, because they were saying, "Oh, we want liberty, because it was all kicking off in France as well. Liberty." Look, we need to draft an American constitution. They were discussing, and to make ourselves independent, sovereign, from Britain. And then the other half were saying, no, we're Englishmen. That's our homeland. That's where we came from. All we need to do is talk. The Quakers were saying we need to talk more reasonably. You know, figure out a deal with Great Britain. Britain. On this deal, we don't need to be independent because we're English people. You know, and that's our homeland. And they were debating, saying, "Oh no, we want to be separate, sovereign. I'm tired of these taxes from the king." And one group was saying, "Well, if to go to war with the king is a very serious thing. People can lose their lives and so on, and you don't want to go to war with the king. You don't want American independence. All it means is just negotiating a bit more." And they were debating that, and the half that was shouting for liberty said, "Yeah, we want liberty. France is getting liberty as well." And then somebody said, "Oh, but how about for the slaves, the black people?" Or said, "Oh." If we're talking about liberty, we mean liberty for all men. Yes, liberty for all men. But how about those Negroes? How about those slaves? You mean liberty for them as well? And they were fighting over amongst themselves. If it's liberty, if your principle is liberty, that means you're gonna have to set the slaves free. And they said, "Well, we have to do something about that because, we don't want to bring disunity amongst the Americans who are obviously trying to get sovereign rights, but they want to be sovereign and have liberty and freedom and their rights, but they still wanted to keep the slaves." So they want to say, so they had to find a way. I mean, liberty for us whites, but not liberty for the slaves, which was a tricky one. And on the other side, they've got the king saying, what are you American colonists doing? You start to give me back chat. You're a colony of England. You see, so I just made that point just to say why I disagree with you is that you're not going to find the black people all unifying. It's gonna be the same thing, just like the foundation of America. You're gonna have to have a system where we can debate amongst each other, and the debates will always be on. There'll always be clash.
No. I get, obviously people are always going to disagree, but the thing is, you can disagree. I mean, you could disagree to agree. For example, if we're arguing about who should get more land, me or you, but then there's somebody approaching to take both of our lands, we could come to agreement to work together to defend the invader. Simple. I made it very simplistic, but two parties can't disagree, but come together. But I'm saying, what I'm giving about the Black Wall Street, I'm saying you could have two disagreeing parties, but take a fucking vote. I mean, like, or come together. Remember, like, even in gang situations, you have everybody disagreeing, but you come to a vote, or you have a head chief, or however you do it. But you're gonna have one common goal at the end of the day. I thought they should just initiate that instead of having division, just like we're doing right now. That's why they can. Go on, Fred. Go on.
Bro, I was gonna say though, we can't go the democracy route because, as the brothers demonstrated, and I always knew, it's set up divisive. It's a set up to like divide people and divide opinions. Do you know what I'm saying? So if we go that route, we're always going to be at loggerheads. You know what I'm saying? So we have to abandon what's happening now. Like, that's my personal opinion, innit? I don't know how the brothers feel.
But so explain that. I'm confused.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Basically, how the system works now is I got told, because someone told me how it works, innit? Because I asked them, because I've got like a mentor. I went back to my country and obviously spent 2 years in exile and got to know God a bit more. Yeah, I'm trying to show you. So my mentor told me basically, if you can't explain it to a child, It's like non-explainable. You get me? So how I explain democracy is it's a boxing match where you're never gonna win because the referee is on the same party and the blue corner and the red corner work for the same man as the referee.
Okay.
So it's rigged. If you're betting, you're never gonna win. If that makes sense.
Not quite. Let's expand because the Americans, before they decided to go to war of independence with the King of England, they were disagreeing amongst themselves, and so all it meant is that one side lost and the other side won.
But ultimately, we know there's 5% that run the thing. So those are only little spitter spats, but whatever the 5% says has to go. Do you get what I'm trying to show you?
I'm not sure because
there's families that run the world. You know what I'm saying? Like there's people that run multi-million corporations, like that corporation, UNICEF, and other corporations. You know what I'm saying? That they have the ultimate say because they lobby politicians, give them money, and go into secret hotel meetings with them for £15,000 an hour.
Yeah.
To make sure that their policies and their way of obviously their way of what they want to do goes through. Do you know what I'm saying? So if they want to make sure they can sell fizzy drinks for the next 7 years, they'll lobby for that.
Okay.
I see somebody who had more knowledge than me on the Black Wall Street situation gave a comment. God of Jacob, if you want to read it. He's in the military, so I think he knows. Well, I'm conceding that he knows more about this situation than me.
Okay.
So I'm gonna read his comment. The Black Americans who built Black Wall Street did not counsel over taxes. They had great financial footing, and that's it. They had no political power or influence. They would have paid whatever taxes. So I'm guessing you're saying, they didn't have no clout, I get, or cachet versus whatever we were talking about. God of Jacob, I did say, I don't know if you heard, I said that I'm speculating. That was my premise. It was all we're doing is speculating right now. I have no idea really. So, but big up you for clarifying that.
Thanks, brother, man.
Okay.
But did you understand what I said about the government? It's all one big branch of people, and a small percent of them people decide what happened, and they just argue in the public to obviously, you know what I mean, appease the public and make them think they're making decisions, but really everything's planned out for the next 500.
You mentioned two words that I think are very serious. You said the money, and then you said lobby. So what is the relationship between money and lobbying?
The money and the lobbying, all that ensures that the 5% get to run the world at their will.
Oh, if they have the money without the lobbying, the money's not good enough. Is that correct?
The money and the lobbying go hand in hand, I think. I believe. I'm not too astute on politics. I've never studied it, so I'm just giving you a basic, you know what I mean, analysis, isn't it?
So I want to meditate. I want to meditate. I'm thinking on that. I'm meditating on what you're saying. The money and the lobby. So these lobbying. So these things, I would agree with you. They tend to go hand in hand. Money and lobbying. Money and lobbying. Just thinking about that.
Yeah.
And that's how things are done. Right. So, hold
from Stamford Hill. I used to kick it round there, Stamford Hill. And the Jewish community have got their thing under order because they know the politicians to go to and have the 15 meetings.
Right.
An hour.
So can we all agree that money without lobbying is not going to work, and lobbying without money is not going to work? Would we all agree on that?
I'm in agreement on that, bro. I don't know if the rest of the panel are listening, but I'm in agreement, definitely. That's why I'm
Say that
saying.
one more time. Say that one more time.
Okay. The question is,
no, the phrase you said.
It's a can money and lobbying. Do we agree money and lobbying go hand in hand? Or can you just get up and write your MP and pester him and antagonize him and pull on his heartstrings and hope that he does the right thing?
Well, that's kind of altering. I think the premise a little. Like, for example, you can do it for free, but is he going to change his mind without some financial gain? I think not. But I'm saying, I believe you can go out there and lobby if you want. You can do it probably for no money if you have the time. Remember, money is just to buy time. I would say is like I said, currency is whatever.
Right.
It's just to buy time.
Beautiful.
It's not real at all.
I like the way we're heading. I like the way this conversation is going. I think something's going to happen in a minute.
Yes. That's a beautiful point too.
Yes, beautiful point. Very powerful. So, so the issue was, Fred Cole was mentioning money and lobbying. The most powerful people use money and lobbying. He put the two together. And then I asked, do the two need to be together? So can you accomplish what you want with just money without lobbying? Or can you accomplish what you want with lobbying without money? And so that was a question I was putting out to the panel or to people listening in and so on to get their feedback on this.
You can't lobby efficiently without money, I would say.
Officially?
I don't think, efficiently, yeah.
Yeah.
To me, it's a catalyst. That's it, really.
But the only way we would need to lobby, bruv, is officially. Any other way would be silly. Do you know what I'm saying? Because as we can see, other communities, they're lobbying officially.
And that means you got to get the money together, though. That's the problem.
No, I know.
Okay. So I'm going to throw the twist in here now. I'm saying that the lobbying is the equivalent of currency. It's more or less the equivalent of currency. Because just the way you've put money and lobbying together, we're battling. We're all kind of agreeing that we need the money, lobbying, and together. If you just lobby, which is just talk, without the money, nothing's going to happen. If you've got the money and you don't talk, then people can spend it or do whatever they want to do with it. Oh, you didn't say. You just gave me £1 million, but you didn't say what you wanted me to do with it. So I just spent it the best way I wanted to. So obviously the money's not good enough.
But this is where the 15 grand meetings come into play. Because they do charge 15 grand an hour.
There you go.
In the Dorchester.
Right, that's right.
You know, I'll meet you in room 15. Do you know what I mean? And we can really get down.
Yes.
Do you know what I mean? And how policy change can affect your community.
Yes. So therefore, if you come with the money and you don't get your words right, because I'm saying that lobbying and currency are kind of interchangeable. That's the kind of force, and it comes into the words, which goes back to being an early part of our conversation. So if you come with 2 big bags of money, and you paid your way in to that meeting, because it's nothing to you. You got 2 massive bags of money, and you paid your way in to that meeting, and you make a mistake in what you say, you're finished. That all those bags of money are gone.
And so lobbying is the value attribute of money.
Yes.
Of course, my friend, man. But what it is, people pay millions to get these 15 grand meetings set up. Do you get what I'm trying to show you? Because there's large donators to parties. Yeah. and they sway party policy, and they obviously hold a good standing in the party. So if that party is ever in power, it's gonna be easier for them to get a meeting than the regular Joe Bloggs.
No, but he's saying this. He's saying this. Both, this is the analogy. Me and you go to that party. Both of us got 50,000. By the end of the day, to get our goals accomplished, because I know how to lobby, my 50,000 might be valued at 100,000, where yours might be, your lobbying value of that 50,000 might be valued at it might go down to 25,000 when we're all said and done. For example, I can go farther with my lobbying ability than you, because it's currency at the end of the day.
Yes, that's the point I'm making, man.
This is very true too. This is very true too, because probably Jay-Z doesn't need as much money
as me or you, right?
Yeah, because
we probably need $1 trillion to do what he doing.
Yeah, because obviously he's got public opinion as well, and they obviously hold that in high regard. That's currency too.
Smashed it. So it's reputation. Reputation is currency, isn't it? Because reputation, how are you going to measure that? Can you feel reputation? And how is reputation built?
This is a deep conversation right here, man.
Yeah, we'll keep going as long as we can, because usually they'll send an agent in to spark some confusion. So the reputation is in the realm of currency. It's the invisible. It's the feeling. It's words, because words are just sounds, and sounds over time, and sounds within time and place, sounds, words in time and space, the invisible. And that's where the power is. I think it's beautifully how you mentioned it. So we could both come in with huge sacks of money, but depending who's carrying the sacks of money and what they say. So basically, we could come in with two of us could come in with $10 million, and one of us has got I've got a reputation. So my $10 million, even though it looks exactly the same as your $10 million, but just because of my reputation and I've got the $10 million, in my $10 million is worth more than your $10 million. Yet looking at it physically, the sacks or the cases are still the same. So anybody who doesn't know who you are, and they don't know who I am, all they see is two people arrive in the meeting, and they both got the cases that look exactly the same. But there's other people in the meeting who know the reputation of your reputation versus mine. So when they see two people arrive in the meeting with $10 million in their cases, the $10 million is not the same, even though it's physically the same. Because they're watching the person, and
it's similar. It's similar to white privilege, because I could have $100 and a European could have $100.
Yes,
but they're more likely to want the Europeans $100 over mine.
Exactly. Exactly. And so you think it's just about money, so you got all these people shouting money, money, money all the time. But as you just said, to some people, what you just said sounds like nonsense. It doesn't make any practical sense. What do you mean? How can the white man's $10 million be worth more than $10 million from a black man? It doesn't. If you're just looking at money, is that they're just both $10 million? Yeah, money's money, man. Money's got no color. That's a simpleton. The idiot will be looking at it that way. But once you can start to see that, even though it's not about the money, it's who's carrying the case. You're looking. You're starting to look into the invisible. You're moving into a different era. You can't even talk like that. You can't even explain.
You're going too deep this morning. You're going too deep. Who's carrying the case?
That's right.
Hell.
Who's carrying the case? And also, two people could go into that meeting, and one person could have only 500,000 in his case, and the other one's still got 10 million in his case. But when you go into the meeting, everybody knows the guy with 10, he's got 10 million in his case, and that 10 million is double to 20 million because of who he is. And you're going in there, they don't know who you are, you got 500,000 in your case. But you could say something in that meeting that could cause the guy with more money in his case and a better reputation to say something he shouldn't say in the meeting. And then all of a sudden, everyone looks at that person with the 10 million and a big reputation as an idiot. So whoosh, the currency's gone down. And then all of a sudden, your 500,000, you could say something that could make your 500,000 look like $1 million. Because that person has made a mistake in their words, in their lobbying. So you're not looking at the case anymore. You're just watching what the person says or does in that meeting, or what the person may have done before that meeting. He may have messed around with somebody's wife or something, and he comes to the meeting, or stolen something, and he comes to the meeting with his $10 million and his big reputation, and the word's already gone round. But this guy's it's got to be taken out. And you might not even know that. You go in there with your little case. You got your little case of money, and you go and sit in the corner because you think, oh, geez, nobody knows me here. I'm lucky to get in. But you don't know what's gone down. They might use you to shift the balance, just to teach some other people a lesson. And all of this is invisible. Well, you've got people watching it through the cameras, watching the cases and watching the sides of the cases. Those people, they don't even know what they're looking at. But the people in the meeting, they're a different level. That's it, I have to say.
No, I just want everybody to realize why you're so methodical in your vernacular, and also when people talk, you're also very critical of the words they use. Now I see why, because he's actually gauging your value.
Yes,
your currency.
You smashed it. That's right.
Big, I'm listening and learning, man. Big up yourself for that.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah. So we're all learning together. You see, because I can't say these things unless you already had it in you. Otherwise, I know the conversation can never go this way. So obviously we're bouncing off ideas off each other. So it may seem as if it's coming from me, but the mere fact that you can understand the things I'm saying means you must have it in you already. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I get what you're saying. But I'm humble myself, so yeah.
We're all humbled by the enormity of the situation. It's massive. It's huge power.
Well, yeah, because bro, since he posed that question, my man's been racing. Like, how would we really get free? And I'm thinking democracy ain't gonna do it. But I can't find another alternative at the moment.
Yeah.
Like, what would we use? Would we use some sort of ancient Egyptian system, Indian system? I'm trying to think. You know what I'm saying?
No, that's real. No, I love that. That's real, but it's funny though. No. The best humor are serious jokes, like real. Reality is funny as hell. They like to say truth is stranger than fiction. So, yeah. Now that was a
Yeah.
good, because we got to figure out a system. If not, then democracy. I'm just trying to figure out the best way to lobby, like he's just, I guess, trying to articulate. So, what system is that? What's the best lobbying system that we have right now? And
you got it. You know it.
so
You've already, this conversation. We shared it amongst ourselves. So that lobbying system you were mentioning earlier about these big, powerful people and all this big money, but you realize it could come down to you with a little case entering a meeting, and you could shift the entire system that could help so many millions of people, and it's just one person. It doesn't have to be just like that. It could be one person or a group of people. Because we were talking a model of this posh meeting that cost a lot of money to get in.
It couldn't even be you, brother. It could be one of the delegation, just like what you say, like the group of people.
Yes, a group of us.
Yes. Like, bro, politics is tricky, bro. It's very, very, very tricky. It's a fine line. But you know what I believe off the back of this one, yeah? Right, we got enough cultural currency.
Right, you got it.
People in nicer positions, maybe if they unite and show a bit of unity and do a Colin, because Colin did set a good example, the brother, brother Colin, he set a nice example. Do you know what I mean? Because he was getting paid and he didn't have to do what he done. You know what I mean? So if more people can take a bit of inspiration off of brother Colin and maybe use their cultural currency.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Build it.
Along with a little bit of money what we put on.
Right. You've got it.
To get the going. You know what I mean? I believe you've got the power. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yes, definitely. So if we're poor and we can put together just a little bit of money, it might be just enough money to get to travel, to send a group of people. So we haven't got much money, just to send a group of people and pay for their tickets into the meeting. And that could be sufficient if that group or that individual or that representative is tight, sharp with their words, and also if that group or individual are tuned in to the environment. Because sometimes you can be, it's like you might be cooking some food in the kitchen, and you might have the radio on or whatever, and there's you're hearing all voices talking on the radio or on the YouTube. It's just voices, but you're concentrating on the cooking. Yes, so you're not hearing anything. It's just sound, just noise, just to make you, or music or whatever, just to make it flow. But you're really doing the cooking, so you're not really hearing.
I hear you loud and clear on that one, man. It's a subliminal thing.
That's right.
But what I'm saying, I'm thinking maybe, because I'm trying to counter my argument here, lads. And guess what I'm thinking? Maybe democracy does work, but we're not contributing like how we used to. Because in the 60s and 70s, we used to contribute to the Republican Party. We used to contribute to the Democrats, like big money. You know what I'm saying?
No,
so
Fred, no, it's about the lobbying. We're not adding value to the money that we're using. We're not amplifying the money. That's the problem.
Amplify it.
That's all it is, man. That's what you're trying to get at.
Yeah, back in the days, they used to wear the poppies and have the Republican banner outside their house or the Democratic banner outside their house. They used to be funding B party members, all of this shit. Do you get what I'm saying? There was more inactive in it. So maybe it could be where we need to get more active in it, and we need to set up pots every year that goes to these people, pay homage to them, and get our fucking shit organized.
Okay.
And now, listen. Organization is the devil. Remember, organization is the key. So let's get that shit first.
Yes. So what I was trying to say about this, you're doing the cooking and you're hearing all these sounds and all these debates or whatever taking place and you're not really tuning in, you see, a black representative or a black group or a black community can go into the meeting and they're so focused on what they want and what they need that they're not listening to what the other people are saying. And even if they're hearing them saying, they say, well, that person's talking, but they're talking, but it's not about us. So you're not concentrating. Whilst the other ways that you could be concentrating, if you understand who the different groups are and what they're trying to achieve, you can then start to see divisions amongst your enemies. And then you can get involved in their conversation, because it's basically it's like how they took Africa, isn't it? They just go in there and just listen to the different people disputing, and they just listen. And they say, oh, right, so that one disagrees with that one. That one has the gold. That one has the sheep. Okay. So they had to they arrive with their agenda, but they keep their agenda quiet, and then they just listen to the agendas that are around the table. They just brought themselves into the meeting to listen. And then whenever it's a strike, boom, that's it. So the same thing we can learn over here is that maybe you have to do a few meetings and just be quiet and listen to how they're fighting amongst themselves. If you hear them fighting amongst themselves, you say, well, it's nothing to do with me. It's the wrong attitude. You got your agenda, what you want to achieve. Learn about all what the others are doing and how they're fighting. And then you might think, oh, right, it might be good to ally with this person for 3 months or this group for 5 months. But you're tight. Your organization's tightly organized together. I mean, you're sharing the same values. And then you move, we'll move with this group and we'll support that group. Because you're watching the layout of the land. If you're in a battle, you're watching where are the rivers? Well, if they've got rivers there, how deep is the river? So and so, right. So can they get across there with horses or not? Okay. Oh, there's some sandbanks here. There's some hills there. You have to study the environment. So before you get into any clashes, you've got to understand, get into those meetings, put your little bit of money together, and then just listen. And then you'll find your space, rather than just think, just because you got into the meeting, that now, oh, right, we're in the meeting now. Right, we can make our case. No. You get into the meeting, and then now you're in the battlefield. You're just jumping in the meeting and screaming, just like how the beginning of the conversation where somebody saying you don't scream at the police officer. Take a check of the situation. So same thing, screaming at the police officer is not understanding that the police are under somebody else. It's just like entering a serious meeting and discussing serious things, and you're not listening to what's going on in the meeting. All you want to do is just make your point in the meeting. You need to check the environment. I don't know if that makes sense.
Definitely, man. You're talking war tactics.
Yeah, no, that definitely makes. Yeah, 100% that makes sense. Do you get what I'm trying to show? And that approach is needed. Because obviously there's something we're missing, so we need to be listening more in general.
Yes,
because there's something that we are actually missing. Do you know what I'm saying? There's a piece of information that's passing us each time because we're too involved in silly debates.
Right. Yes.
Right. And this one is fundamental because it asks us what's the best strategy for our freedom. So it's fucking a fundamental. This should
That's
be
right,
the only
sovereign.
topic.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. So you're not fighting over. Sorry, go on. Yeah, so we won't be talking about police brutality. We'll be talking about who are the people that are paying the police. Well, what meetings are they going to? Can we get into those meetings? How much does it cost to get into that meeting? And then sometimes, in my experience, sometimes people are so excited that you're now got into the meeting and you're amongst all of you're rubbing shoulders with the big people. You think, right, now I'm going to start yelling out what I have to say. No. And that's going to be difficult, you see, because it depends on your background. Because if your delegation, that might be 5 of you or 6 of you, or 1 or 2 of you, or 1 person as a representative, when you go into that meeting, you might go in there and just keep quiet and just listen. And then when you come out and then people say, well, what did you do in that meeting? What did you say? So look, I just spent the first, I was invited in that meeting. I paid the money to go in and I just sat and listened. What? We give you that money? We hardly ever got any money to ourselves and we give it to you and we paid for your bus fare and you go to this meeting and just listen? You see, they're hoping that you're going to come back and start shouting, yes, we lobbied this. No, just cool. Think long term. Okay, went to the meeting, got to know a few people, so on. And started to find out who's who in the meeting. Well, I'm not going to shout out everything I desire and everywhere I want, everything I want amongst a whole heap of strangers. Just because you know who's attended the meeting and you have their names and where they're from, that's enough. No way. Get into the meeting and find out who they are, what their face looks like, and what their views are.
This is why national. I always think, right, if we're gonna participate in these things, right, we have to break norms. Do you know what I'm saying? Because I was always high on the word black. I was always high on the word black. I used to love it, black. But I'm realizing black for all these years ain't getting us forward. All it is meeting their agenda. Do you get what I'm saying? So maybe we might have to unite under something else. You know what I'm saying? We might have to scrap the current process. You know what I'm saying, big man? I don't know. I'm just trying to go outside the box. You know what I'm saying?
Brilliant.
Right now, the approach is...
The air's thin up here, isn't it? The air's very thin up here.
The approach is what we've been working with. Yeah, because, the approach is what we've been working with, brothers. Remember, I never used to like it when even Marley brothers used to say, yo, black. I used to think, why do you do that, bro? You're just killing yourself. But then I thought into it harder. And then he gave me good explanations. Man tribe ain't black. There ain't no such thing as black. Man tribe is coming from a long history, bro. Like, black's a thing they gave us, bro. And And I'm thinking, cause I'm born in it, I didn't really get to see it from that other side of it. Do you know what I mean?
Of course.
I've never looked
But
yeah.
This goes back to the question, though. I mean, this goes back to the operative word of the day: sovereignty. Black, there's no nation tied. It's tied to nothing. So how can you get sovereignty with that? I guess, nomenclature or title or whatever you want to classify it as, identify. So that's a Morse argument that we have. Say it again.
That's the word. Identify. Identity.
Yeah.
That smashes it.
Yeah.
That's the core of everything.
Yeah.
Identity.
That's big over here. No, that's big in America, man. They have a whole religious movement called the Moorish Science Temple of America that strictly talk about that. Like, that identifier term black. They're trying to actually change it to more, but that's outrageous in itself. But I just want them to. I like the argument because it starts to make you think, just like how Fred had an epiphany one day, or a paradigm shift, and changed his opinion. So yeah, it's a great discussion. But what is identifier? Like, some people gonna say we didn't come from Africa, we came from America. Some people gonna say I'm this. Like Torek is a prime example. Torek says he's an Indian, while other people say he's African.
Right.
Nobody knows the identity, so it's a tough battle. But yeah, we got to start the discussion. So
yes.
Well, let me ask you a question now. But what is your identifier that you like to be classified under?
Right. Okay. So identity can be used like a tool. It's like a key. Yes, it's like a code word. I'm a Moor. So it has a certain charge, because these are we're talking about the invisible, the currency and charge. So sometimes, just like if you watch judo or sumo wrestling, and like we did already discuss, somebody may come in with a case that's bigger than yours, but depending on what they say in the meeting or what's happening in the meeting, it can switch. So basically, if somebody's larger than you, more powerful than you, it's no point just trying to go head to head against them, because then they'll just crush you. But you might be able to twist or parry in a certain way to switch so you're using that force. And so it's like a whole ship. A ship is a very big and powerful thing, but a rudder is comparatively small, yet it can turn the whole ship. So identity is the same thing, just like a rudder. So to get sovereignty, we've got to sit down and decide what's the title for this sovereignty. What we're going to name. What will this sovereignty be called that can encapsulate all of us? And once you have that identity for the sovereignty, then you have a vessel that can hold the current, or a vessel for a case for holding the money. Because obviously the case is important, isn't it? If you got $70 billion or whatever diamonds inside a case, the case is practically nothing invalid just to one of those diamonds. But the case is extremely important because if that case is just a plastic bag or a paper bag, and then the diamonds are all falling out along the street as you're on the way to the meeting, that paper bag is destroying all the value. So by finding a name for your sovereignty, it's just like a bag, plastic bag or a metal case or a paper bag. The quality of the bag is extremely important. So finding a good title or a good name that can capture the African diaspora is like having a good case to hold your diamonds or your gold.
But do you have did you come up with a name, or are you using a name that you heard before?
Oh yes, yeah. It's tighter than a name. That's why I use IC3. Yeah, good.
So IC3 is your identifier.
That's right. Okay. So the code is almost like a number. It's so tight. So the IC3 encapsulates Africa, African diaspora, African Americans, Black Panther movement, all the different names, all the Moors, Moorish science, Garveyism. It's IC3, but then those who would argue would say, no, we can't use IC3 because that's not from Africa. That's not our own. I understand that view. So my challenge then to anybody who wants to debate or discuss what package is better than IC3? What bag, what case is better at encapsulating the African, the black experience, the experience of the diaspora? Because if you say, oh, we're all African, you'll find there's many people who don't want to accept African. You say we're black, there's many people who say, well, we don't want to be classified as black because we're not actually black. If you say, well, oh, we're Muslim, you say, well, what's that to do with African?
So how would somebody in America use IC3 as an identifier?
Good.
Yeah,
right.
I'm thinking of a term that would unify us.
Yes. Good. Good.
Yeah.
Yes. So the code. Sorry.
I think you have to take off the I and put an L. LC3. Yeah.
Why L? Why
yeah,
L? LC3.
We're full of love.
Huh?
You know?
LC3.
We're full of love. I think love's the big title.
Oh, right. Love C3. Okay.
Yeah,
that's a point of discussion. That's good.
Love C3. Love carbon 3 or something.
Because IC3. Yeah. So even if we talk about that, so this goes like it has its roots going way back. You see, the codes IC1, IC2, IC3, IC4, IC5, IC6. I went to a conference and I was trying to explain all these code system and making people aware. And then people usually were going, "Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know about that. Oh, I thought I heard about that on television, stuff like that." And then a black woman came up to me and she had looked at my stuff and she said, "Oh yeah, that makes sense." I said, "What?" She says, "Yeah." She knew about it. I couldn't believe it. So this black woman come out of nowhere and she says she knew everything what I was doing. I thought, who is this woman? And she says, "I know even more stuff." I thought, what's your name? Was it? You meet these strange people, and they want to give you all the information because it's highly charged. But I just knew that this woman knew some stuff. I thought, whoa, what do you know about these codes? And she said she was a consultant for the police, high-level consultant, black woman, and so she knew all about these codes and the history of them. I thought, wow, what can you tell me? And I want some documents because I want to go and tell all my friends what you just told me. And she says, no. You'll never get the documents. They'll never let you have them. I said, what could you tell me? What more can you tell me? She says, all those codes, they're based off the Bible. Because she was high up in the church as well. Very, very, very high. High consultant for the police. And she was even telling me some things about that they have whole cities or villages where you can't. It's not on the map. She said, you won't find it on the map. you can't even go. You can't even drive down those roads accidentally. You can't get near the village. And I says, what do you mean? She says, oh, they have villages for training, where they just train people. Just like military places, whatever. And it's a whole setup just for training, and you'll never see those places on the map. I said, "Wow!" And she says, "Yeah, well, that's a bit like the codes, the IC codes that you're showing." I thought, "Wow!" And then she said, "I said, well, what's the history? I've been trying to find out the history. I've been trying."
100% IC3. IC3, I believe 100%. Man must run down the tunnel one time in the train station at Doha.
Yeah.
Just ran down the tunnel. And my friend, as soon as we ran down the tunnel, my friend went missing. And a secret agency grabbed him and said, "What the fuck are you doing in the tunnel?" Yeah, I'm saying. And interrogated him for 6 hours.
Whoa! You see?
Yeah.
So you know these things from experience. That's right. You heard them
watch
before.
what you said. Watch what you said.
That's right.
Oh, fuck, man. This is history. We was running down the tunnel. We to get away from what we was getting away from. And fucking boom, yeah, I'm saying. They grabbed him. You're not even supposed to go down the train tracks, let alone the tunnel. And there was people there living like a place, like a laboratory. My brother said it was a place. What? Yeah.
Yes.
6 hours questioning. They found out
6
where his granny was, his mum was. Yeah, they found out everything, primary school, everything. They had to verify it before they let him go.
Whoa. You see that? So that experience is what happened to me in this meeting. I thought I was going to the conference. Like I go to lots of conferences and meetings. I've shown all these codes, and everybody's like, "Ooh."
1 second. We took the wrong turn off the M25.
Yeah.
And there was 5 acres of skunk. 5 acres of skunk. Government planted. We took the wrong turn off the M25.
Oh my God!
And there was 5 acres of government planted skunk.
There you go.
Government planted skunk.
Wow. Yeah, see, that's what happened with me. You see, I was. It was similar to taking the wrong turning, but basically in my head, because I'm going to all these places trying to make people aware about this information, and then I meet this woman just comes out of nowhere and just bam, smashes me in the head. It was like a truncheon. But what? You know more than me, and I've been all these months talking to all these people, been surprised, and you just way in a different level completely. And she said, those 6 codes, they're based off 3 codes. I said, what? Yeah, she says it's based off the Bible. I said, how do you mean it's based off the Bible? She said, the original codes was white, black, and yellow or other, and they're based off the Bible and the sons of Noah, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. I thought, wow. So these police codes, so the police structure is based off the Bible. And she says, yeah, it's based off the sons of Noah, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. So Shem represented the yellow race and the mixed race. Ham represents the black race, and Japheth represents the white race. So this thing goes way back thousands of years. That's how deep it goes. Very deep. So I thought, very deep. Then she said, it's and that's the foundation for the police codes. And she says, you'll never get the documentation. It's like looking for a village or a town that's been cordoned off. There's no way you're going to find that. You just have to take my word for it. And then I took her word as much as I could, took as much notes, and I started digging. I went down to the National Gallery. Was it National Archives? I started going to the National Archives. I went into the British Museum. Said, no. I'm gonna find out what I've got. I need to prove what she told me, because I can't tell people what she told me if I can't find any evidence. Because people are gonna start saying I'm just making up gossip. So before I can start to speak, I've got to get some evidence. So it's down at the National Archives, British Museum, Police Museum, all kinds of places. And when I went down to the National Archives, I was spending some time down there, and I was down at the National Archives, and wow, when you start looking for certain information, you just get some strange people just arrive out of nowhere, man. They just but sometimes they come out of nowhere and they start giving you even more information. So it's almost like if you know something, they're going to give you a bit more. But if you don't know anything, they just won't talk to you. So I was down at National Archives, taking some photographs, looking at some of the books.
One of my elders did time, you know.
Sorry?
He went to the national thing and put the book back of it. He went to the National Museum and took the book of massive. Oh, God rest him. Yeah, I'm saying this was a little 80s or 30s or, I mean, late 70s. But they had the book there and he just took it. You know what I mean?
And they put him in prison.
Man. He was a book liberator. Yeah, he was a book liberator still, because we should take all the valuable books.
Oh dear.
Like African origin.
Right. And they gave him some years in prison. Right. Okay. Yeah. So you know these things. You see. So me talking about these things, you already know, because but you might not have. The subject may not have come up unless we're discussing these things, and then all these memories that you have, they start to come together, don't they? And we find that we all kind of share the same vibe or currency. Just like I don't want to talk too much, but it's just like I was at Speaker's Corner, and somebody come up to me and says, "Oh, look at this. Go to the British Library. Look at this," and then disappeared. And then I thought, "What's this?" I went to the British Library. I went there to the British Library, and they said, "Oh yeah, what you're looking for is over there in that section." And they said, I had to get a pass and all this kind of go to the British Library, and then because it's high security in there, so I went down to this section to get this book. So I got this book, and I started to look up what this person had given me a lead. And basically, I'm just cutting a long story short. I was looking up this book. Then when I got to the page, I thought, there's a page missing. Look how big the British Library is. This person sent me on this mission, and I find this book, and I won't even talk about the codes on the book, and the page missing, but the page wasn't torn out. So I thought, well, what's going on here? This doesn't make sense. So I took the book, I went over to the librarian in the British Library. I said, it looks like there's a page missing here, but I can't see any tearing. There's no tearing in the book. What's going on here? Then I thought, well, maybe it's me because I'm not, that highly educated. So I thought, let me show one of the professionals. And he looked at it. Oh yeah, you're right. It just seems like a page is missing in this book. I said, what's going on here? And then he said, oh, wait a minute, I'll get my manager. So he got somebody higher up, and they came down. And then they looked at this book. I said, what's going on here? There's a page missing. He's reading it through. I said, yes. Looks like there's a page missing. I said, well, what? I said, oh, well, we're just librarians. We're just here to look after books. We're not here to explain what's... I thought, so what am I supposed to do? 'Cause I want to know what this page is. He said, well, that's not our job. We're yes, it looks like you found an anomaly. It looks like he found something strange, but well, it's not our job. That's not what we do. And that was it. I thought to myself, well, whoever gave me this tip off, they must know something, because this place was deep in the library. Okay, you can imagine the size of the British Library. Yet I just somehow managed to get the right book, to find that page missing, and then confirmed with the library staff. And obviously, guess what the subject was about? Racism. This is about racism, and it came under discrimination and race. Race and discrimination, and there's something strange. And you know the number of the book? 33.
33. And if you turn it upside down, you turn it all different ways, makes other symbols. But yeah, well, you know what? Trust me, bro. I'm telling you, that is such a deep question. I'm gonna have to go and smoke a spliff in the left right now.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna take a break now. I'll come back a bit later. I'm gonna come back a bit later and get a drink and stuff like that. Have a break. Yeah. But it's been a wonderful conversation, and hopefully we'll continue a bit later.
Yeah, 100, bro, man. I definitely think that we do need to find other ways of democracy. Just don't know what.
Yeah, it'll come. It'll come, because the air is thin up here. There's not many people talking on these things. If you want to talk about a policeman beating up this person or beating up that person, there's lots to say. But once you start talking this level, it gets very, very
no
thin.
One's engaging. No. Everybody wants to engage in the age of consent. It's got nothing to do with them. You know, that stupid shit. Like, got nothing to do with you or your family or your salvation or your way of life or your culture. We could have hours of conversation on that.
Yes, hours.
But when it comes to man, mute up, bro. If you was talking about sex, you know how much man wouldn't talk that, bro. Mention it.
That's right.
Trust me,
you're right.
I love everything. Yeah, I love every religion. I love everything to do with everybody. You got what I'm saying? The only people I got a slight dislike for, is the Jewish people. You got what I'm saying? But I ain't never showed them animosity. I've never showed them no bad face or no animosity or none of that. You get me? At that same time, I've got that dislike for them. I've also got admiration for them.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying? I've got a deep admiration. You get what I'm saying? Because the way they conduct themselves, it's immaculate. It's 10 out of 10. Do you know what I'm saying?
Of course. Yeah. So I think the Jewish people,
even the way they buy prostitutes in secret.
That's right. I think that those in power, that they use the Jewish people like other people in power use the police. So the same people in power, that they use groups that are tight and try and get control of the group. So they'll try and control the police as a whole, or they try and control the Jews as a whole. So like when we're playing chess, we talk about chess pieces. So we move this piece and that piece, but these people, they move whole communities or whole nations in one move. That's how big the board is. You know.
Are you talking to Fred?
Sorry?
Have you been talking to the chat, or is it Freddie you were talking to?
Just in general. I'm just talking in general and listening.
Just in general, yeah. I was just saying that with the question of how we're going to get free, man, we need to talk about it a bit more. Because obviously, I'm concerned about every child. I'm concerned about the ages of this and slavery and that. But if we dwell on these subjects and people's opinions, I'm concerned about people's opinions.
Do you know Fred? Sorry, do you know why it keeps getting brought up? I was talking about it yesterday. I was talking about this idea of what's it called, moving us a oneness in terms of how human beings are. Because there's this sci-fi or what you call science understanding of what we call progressing into what we call a type of civilization. So type 1, type 2, type 3 civilization called it's called the Kardashev scale, right? So the understanding of the Kardashev scale is that. Sorry, I'm moving off now. Yeah, sorry. The understanding of the Kardashev scale is that a type 1 civilization is a civilization that can harness all the energy supposedly coming from the sun that lands it all on the earth. Every single one, not one drop is being lost in it. And then also this civilization could move, control their weather, do all this stuff like control their weather, and and they wouldn't be using dead oil or whatever or whatnot and everything.
Okay.
And you go to a type 2 civilization now, where
I'm listening offline, but I'll be back. I'm listening.
yeah. So the type 2 civilization now is going to talk about a civilization where it controls the sun. So a sun, all the energy that's a sun gives off will be used to power everything that all the technology that's used on Earth and more in it. And then a type 3 civilization now is a civilization where it can harness the energy of the universe or dark energy.
Yeah. But you know what, brother? I love them analogies.
Hold on, because I was getting to a point. I was just putting out there so if people understood where I'm coming from. In it.
Sorry, brother.
Yeah, no, it's fine. Sorry. I'm being long-winded, but yeah, the idea is that to get to a type 1 civilization, this was a guy called Michio Kaku was posing it. He said that for us to get to a type 1 civilization, that would mean that everyone on this planet right now there would be no concept of race, what we call black and white or Arab or any other type of thing. There would not be there's separate cultures. There'll be a one world culture. You know what I mean? It would be like a unity, like the whole earth is known as one people, and we're all moving as one. And he said that what is stopping us though from getting to this point is what he poses as theocracy. So it's this idea of what's it called? My culture is superior to this culture, or there's what's it called? I'm my ancestors, like all this stuff falls in, and the point I'm trying to make is that basically when we want to be moving forward to talk about something that will help to progress everyone, there are people out there who go, yeah, but my tribe, but yeah, but my culture, but yeah, but my religion, and this is what stops. I feel is stopping us from having these talks about what we need to do to move forward and to get ourselves into a position. Because the only reason why I tie myself to the black people in this struggle is the fact that I say that for me to get my message, or for me to do this movement on what I see as the elites, the easiest way I could go through is people who look like me. Nothing else. Nothing like I don't look at a white person like, oh, what's it called? They're beneath me. I'm just saying that right now, there's issues that affecting my group. These are the black people, and we're gonna move and do our own thing to try and help out people who help out other black people, so we could get there. We can work in solidarity with you guys. So my point is that when it comes to this idea of why is it that we talk about things like slavery and religion, is because there are people of this mindset that you can clearly see that when you say to them, listen, let's look at what's going on, and say like something as simple as what's it called, child marriage cannot be bun out. That already tells you that this person, and you hear the arguments they're giving oh, that's someone's culture that I can't bun out someone else's culture. Like, come on, bro. Like, this is what is stopping us from moving forward.
But what sounds like victimhood and some excuse thing.
What do you mean?
Obviously, if my brother, all right, I'll use my, I don't know, if there's a family and one of the brothers are a notorious criminal, the other brother, the younger brother, can't just say, oh, I want to be a notorious criminal. He's still got options. He can't just say, because my brother's a notorious criminal, I'm going to be one. Do you know what I'm saying?
I don't
He
know.
must have seen some.
What's the point?
Like, I'm saying basically, yeah, like, you can't make other people's opinions and the way they live their life halter you or hinder any of your progress in your own life.
That's true.
If that makes sense. But you get what I'm saying? Because my brother, 1 second, let me elaborate. Because my brother is a notorious criminal, why would I choose that road? And I've seen him go to prison and this, that, and have shootouts and da-da-da-da. Do you get what I'm trying to show you? That's an excuse. If I say I'll go down that road, that's an excuse. I can't use him as an excuse. Or if I do bring his name up, it is a big cop out. Do you know what I'm saying?
I understand what you're saying. Like, you can organize with the people who want to organize. That's what you're basically trying to say, isn't it?
That's factual, bro.
Yeah.
I agree with everything you said about the one society, fam. There's never been a problem with nothing what you just said about that one society. The whole explanation was clear. But I'm just saying, at the same time, you can't use others as a yardstick to progress.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
It's loaded, actually. It's loaded because what Oren Marcel was saying, Oren Marcelli was saying.
You can call me Raf.
Huh?
You can call me Raf if you want.
Okay, Raf. What Raf was saying is that I don't know if I can explain this. It's very dangerous because there are some people who are actively working toward this new world order, and yes, they want to get to a level where they can harness the power of the sun, and by harnessing the power of the sun, it's because they know how to harness the power of the sun, and because they can, then they belong to they deserve to be in among the gods. I won't even say elite. This goes higher level than that. They believe that they're a kind of gods. They are gods, and that everybody else on the planet are like animals, and or just lower beings that need to be managed by the gods, who have the power to harness by the power of the sun, which so basically their long term. If you look at let me type this in the chat. Kalergi plan. Have you heard of that? The Kalergi plan?
No, I haven't.
Yeah. So the Kalergi plan basically, it's not. It came about in the say 40s, 50s, or a bit earlier than that. But the plan has been going on for millennia. It just has different names. But basically, they think that the world should be ruled over by some lighter skinned people, and everybody else should be mixed race, but they're kind of darker mixed race. And then you have these elite gods that will rule over the whole earth, and that's their ultimate plan. And they're actually working towards that, and that's been a very old plan, but it just keeps updating, every century or whatever. And then if you got the right breeding and you know the right people, and you're members of the right orders, then you can move into the realm of the gods, and which is to rule over all the world and make sure that there's no fighting, there's no wars, there's nothing, and there'll be no more wars because everybody will be locked down and civilized by the gods. And so you'll find that these elite people, they'll promote communism and socialism, because socialism and communism is for you lot, not for us gods. It's for you lot, so you must all learn to live together as a commune, and then we will, a bit like running a farm. Basically, they'll cull a few occasionally, you know, rather than have wars. They just kill off some.
Just keep the numbers down. Yeah. But I agree with Raf though when the one order though, because I come from one order. But once my people are setting it, nobody else is setting on one order for me. Like there's not going to be no 5% of the nation telling me what to do and my family, and telling me to abandon my ancestors to stick to one order. That will never happen. But I agree with the philosophy that we all need to be under one order. Maybe. You know what I'm saying?
I disagree. I disagree with that. I disagree with that concept, because basically anybody who follows that we all needs to be one, and then the whole world will be at peace. They're on their way to a lobotomy, but they don't realize it. Yeah, they're gonna cut. Yeah, they're gonna cut your brains out, man, and make sure everybody's just dumb.
If it's introduced the way you said it, National, then we ain't got a chance. But if it's introduced the way Raf said it, which was phase 2, I believe you said was harnessed by the sun, yeah? Is that what you said, Raf?
Yeah, but when we're understanding this stuff, yeah, like I'm talking from a more Star Trek understanding rather than a you know, when you talk about New World Order, man's talking about a one world government that controls everything. But
that's not my vision of world.
Yeah, that's what
my vision is a vision for all our people that are like us.
Yeah.
And there's one government for people like us.
I mean, even these definitions, yeah, you know, when you define government to me is like the people ruling, not some higher, you know, like there's the people and then there's the state. No, the government is like us as a people in the community governing how we want to be treated in that particular community and whatnot and everything. And there can be, you know, in different communities of how they want to govern themselves, and it can differ a little bit to the other, but overall there is a one way understanding in it. But yeah, I mean,
well, I think earlier on, I think when this stream was started, I think it was Ralph. You'll probably know him as Right Reaction.
Yeah.
He was talking to Veli, and so my understanding with people that are challenging him that Ralph is a new neo-reactionary, and a neo-reactionary that they're thinking of the same things that you're saying, but they have a different view of how the world needs to be
I would disagree.
Organized.
I would say I'm more of a revolutionary nationalist, and even that, yeah, the nationalism is very loose. It's more of internationalism, so revolutionary internationalism.
Right,
I understand. So let's dig deeper.
I'm more like a global warrior as well, because I regard. I'm like more like a global warrior because I regard the whole earth as my turf. Like, the whole earth belongs to me. But Africa's my home, but the whole earth belongs to me. If that makes sense.
Yeah. That's war talk, man. That's war talk. People, you'll start. Yeah. Okay. So there are views, slight different orders of basically if we just deal with Raf's basic model, is that if everybody on the planet can harness the power of the sun effectively and live in harmony, then the human race as a whole should be able to progress itself and maybe move on into other planets and find out what else is out there. Is that correct?
I just want to, yeah. I just before you explain, what's being lost is the fact that in order for us to even get to a type 2, our mindsets has to already be different. So we're just thinking we're gonna have the harness in the sun with evil people controlling the thing. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about,
yes,
you know,
yeah.
It took either we have a revolution and everyone gets wiped out, or we have a revolution and then we all see peace at the end of it. Do you understand? So
yes, I understand the two extremes. Yeah.
Have you heard? I don't know if you heard there's a equation that they use, or there's a talk that they talk about on why that we don't see many planets across the universe with life. And the fact is, one of the things they propose is the fact that when getting to that stage of a type 1 civilization, they've probably, because of the fact that they have conflict amongst themselves like we are having now,
yeah,
they wipe themselves out. I forgot.
Right.
Yeah.
I've heard that. Yes. So yeah, and it would make sense.
More of a possibility than the one world order.
Right. Okay. So what are our alternatives? We don't want a one world order with a few people who think that they're gods running all of us and turning us all into like machines, and we don't want the whole world to be wiped out and become barren, maybe like the moon or something like that. So we're trying to get something in between the middle. And my view is, you may agree or might disagree, I believe that just as people are individual, individuality must be is part of what it means to be human. The fact that we're all different is a value, I think, that needs to be preserved. But how to preserve individuality at the same time have global order? And my goal is to kind of create a kind of a super game structure, like a super Olympic Games, as it were, that almost plays automatically. It just keeps rolling. So rather than have wars, you have games, and then you have very sophisticated games, maybe very intense games, but somehow in the conflict or the challenge or the competition, people can express themselves and keep their individuality as an individual or as a family. It could be family against family games, or individual against individual game, or it could be communities against another community, or a nation against another nation. Just like you have war games, that meet up.
Yeah. Do you know what is it? It sounds like what's that movie? They ended up taking down the so-called leaders in the end, or something like that. I can't remember, but it was to do with where they had
Hunger Games.
Hunger Games. That's it. Is it like that, or am I wrong?
No. Because I don't know if I know. I saw a little bit of Hunger Games, but I shouldn't really speak on it because I don't really know. My view of Hunger Games is that there were some people and they were just abusing the young people, making them fight each other, and for entertainment. So I don't know if they actually took down the leaders. Did they? Or I don't know. How Hunger Game works.
Yeah, that's what happened. What happened? They take down the leaders.
Oh, right. And then what happens?
So I think supposedly now they have a system similar to what capitalism that we have today, where they have a state and they vote, but this time they vote in the people to be leader and run the things, and so almost like a benevolent leader, like what we had in, I think it's in Hong Kong or something like that, or one of those.
Oh, be careful! Hong Kong benevolent leader.
No,
Jeez,
no,
we the roots of Hong Kong.
I might have got the country wrong, but I know it was somewhere in around that Southeast Asia, not South Asia area.
Okay.
Yeah, where or East Asia, sorry, rather area. They had a benevolent leader. I forget who it was, innit? Let me search up quickly.
Yeah.
But it sounds interesting, man. But we have to. I agree totally with what you're saying. I think it's a good point, man. Beautiful point. You have to keep your individualism somehow. We have to find a strategy to hold on to it. I know it's going to be difficult because obviously some of the old ways what we're attached to, we have to abandon. So that's going to be major for some people. You know what I mean? So yeah, I don't know how we're going to get about it, but I think that's the way forward.
Yeah. I see it as multiple levels of games. Just like sometimes you like to sit down and challenge another person in a game. Might be a game of chess or drafts, or it might even be a debate between two people. But then the same model can go up a level where it could have two families want to challenge each other, because people like to see challenge. Somehow it's part of human nature. If you've got two people fighting, everybody likes to watch, don't they?
This is why democracies are so long, because they've got us all as punters trying to bet on this hypothetical match, and we always lose. Our hopes are so high. You get me, that our fighter's gonna come through, and he always flops.
Yeah. Sorry, I was talking about Lee Kuan Yew of Singapore.
Oh right, Singapore. Right, okay.
Yeah.
I've heard about Singapore. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. I heard some good news and some bad news about Singapore. Yes. So basically, rather than have, I'm imagining that there would be a council, but the council would come just like Knights of the Round Table, just like my logo, where you have all these different groups. So you got black people, Asian people, Chinese people, mixed Arab people, white people. So you got all these different people come together, and then they would discuss the rules of the games.
And these people,
rather than try to kill people's competitive attitude or ego, because these are all part of us. But it's just about managing what is natural among us,
so
rather than kill it.
So because I was talking, I went into this yesterday, and if you're a man of science, you know that at one point, when you look into the brain, you have different sections of it. You have the lizard brain, you have like the almost like when you go back, you got the monkey brain, the lizard brain, and amphibian or whatever, so on and so on, innit?
Okay.
So, obviously, at those points, we all had a different nature.
Right. Okay.
So if we're saying that our nature has always been like this and whatnot and everything, like I will kind of disagree, because at one point we had a different nature to the way we were acting. So I'd say that the nature argument is that the argument I'm trying to say is that the same way at one point we were behaving like this, the same way we can also get rid of those ways of acting and become an even better form, or what we can we can all agree upon a better way of living. Do you understand? So it's like maybe I'm not putting it in the right way, but I'm saying.
So do you mean that you believe that the human race can develop so that forward thinking, so that we can get rid of our monkey brain, reptile brain, not
necessarily as in like we have obviously we still have the monkey brain anyway in our head anyway, but the fact is that when we the brain that we have now, the frontal cortex now, that's the one that is the new addition to what makes us different from the other species of animals on this planet. And so with that, I'm saying that we might even develop an even like frontal lobe that helps us to think, what we were doing was a bit more primitive. We're arguing over things like religion and all this stuff and whatnot, like almost like we're right.
Going, yeah. Okay, so what would be the character of this new or of the development of this new frontal lobe? It won't. They won't behave like monkeys. It won't behave like reptiles. They won't behave like birds. Well, what would they behave like?
Well, that's the. I'm not even saying that. What's it called? I'm just giving it as like almost like a guide to show you that at one point we're acting one way and whatnot. But I'm just saying that human beings right now can, their nature. What we're doing is off a nurtured understanding. So we know that there was societies where having more of something. If you had if you had a certain amount of wealth, you were shunned. If you understand what I mean, in it, like you weren't accepted.
Yeah.
Like you were almost outcasted. And then there were societies where they didn't just care about their own use; they cared about every child running around. Yeah.
Right. Okay. So, well, this discussion, I understand it to be the nature nurture debate. Yeah. I went to a conference a long time ago, and somebody said the nature nurture debate. I didn't know a thing about it, and I started to look into it for years. And so, it's the battle between nature and nurture. How much nurture and how much is nature? But that's the same thing as our earlier discussion about money and currency.
Yeah.
So the money would be the nature. That's just me. That's what I feel like doing. It's just real. And I'm going to take that action because that's what I feel like. So your nature, your basic instincts rule your actions, and then nurture, similar to currency, is basically is a bit more open because it's what you're taught, and that teaching is a result of cultural development.
Yeah.
So people may change their minds and so on. But if you're just talking to somebody that talks about nature and so on, they'll say, well, that's what I am and I don't need to change and so on. So there's always there seems to be a clash between the two. Just that there's a clash between I don't know if clash is the right word, but there seems to be.
I would say the conflict, clash, or whatnot. I don't know.
It's conflict, but it's harmony. Like nobody would say separate money from currency, because money, gold, diamonds, paper, it has a value. So you can't separate the value can be high or low, but the value is intrinsic within the money or within the gold or within the diamonds.
Would you not say that the value is given by human beings?
Right. But if the value is given by human beings, that means they're the ones who are deciding about money and currency as well. But they can't give something a value unless it exists. So they're still together, aren't they?
I never said that.
I reckon they're together.
I never said that. I'm just saying that because we can look at a rock and give it value, and we can be trading rock in the future and saying that rock is the currency. Do you understand? And the bigger the rock, the more whatever. The more. Do you know what I mean? Like it's us. At the end of the day, it will come back to us. How we.
Yes.
So I see your point as well. But that was going back to what we were saying with the suitcase, isn't it? It's who's carrying
exactly. You got it. That's right. You see, it all comes together.
I didn't hear that. I don't know what we were talking about.
You can listen back on this view.
No,
Yeah. So
I mean,
go
Veli,
on.
sorry to just, sorry. Veli asked a question earlier about, so Raf, who's going to run this? Who's going to be the leader to you know what I mean? Because everyone looks for a leader when there's in times of revolution or a time when we need a revolution and whatnot and everything.
That's right.
That's I feel like we have been given this concept because I feel like some human beings are too scared to do something about it, their situation. So they rather just say, you know, if anyone else is not doing something about it, I might as well just continue.
No, we're giving this because they know it's manipulative, because they use psychology in it. Everything they do is psychological. So they know if they give us a leader, we're easy manipulative, so we'll follow it from once. We're sheep, innit? Once everyone says stay indoors, you get a bag of people, stay indoors, make sure you wash your hands, and all this dumb shit. You get what I'm saying? Like you're not gonna wash your skin in the morning. Like who the fuck does that?
I was talking also more about in terms of
leadership.
You know, like if anything wants to.
But I know why they've got leaders, because it's a psychological move. They got leaders because it suits the brain. You get what I'm saying? Because we're lazy.
I don't know whether or not it suits the brain. I feel like it's also a nurtured thing. So we've been taught that.
Yes, but I think we need leaders. I think just like we need a leader. I believe a true leader will be produced by the community. So the community or the culture makes leaders to do certain jobs, to carry out certain actions. So the leader is just like a limb springing from the body.
We've always had a hierarchy structure. Granddad, mom.
I don't think we did. I think that was something that's come off recent. I don't think the hierarchy structure. Obviously, I'm not saying that what's it called, that parents don't have some type of knowledge that we can gain from in it. But the way I look at it, it's like it's a way of like everyone in that community had a thing to say, and it wasn't like looked upon like, oh, because that person's not old, because that.
It's the path of least resistance, isn't it, bro? Psychologically, I don't have to do it because the leader's doing it.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying? It's just a sheep mentality, lazy shit, isn't it?
Oh, careful, man. Careful.
No, I swear down, bro. That's all it is, bro. In my opinion, this is just my opinion. I'm not saying it.
Yeah, I understand.
You know
but let me throw this at you. That all of us accept leadership in one way or the other, or one form or the other. So, for example, I'm sitting on a chair, listening to this stream. So I have faith in the chair maker. See, I can't do everything. I can't do everything. So it's a form of leadership in that, well, you're going to be the chair maker for the community, or you're going to be the person who makes beds for the community.
Let me give you a better
you're the best at it. Sorry?
Let me give you a better example, Uncle. For example, you go to the dentist, or you go to the GP.
Yes.
And you trust that the knowledge of the GP is going to help you get better, or
correct.
What's it called? Diagnose your symptom.
Yes.
This is all because I come from a more anarchist understanding.
Okay.
So, the way we understand the idea and role of a doctor is not similar to what we call, an overall leader, in the sense of what we have today, where we have governments and corporations and all that. Like, the way we understand it is, if someone's got knowledge that can help you, we trust that the person has the best interest at heart of us to help us.
Yes.
If in another situation, that could be where the GP doctor comes to something that and he entrusts you to give that knowledge to. So that's how
exactly. Yes.
It's not this overall, almost like whatever I say goes type of leader. It's like more of a, what's it called? You have a knowledge on something. And that's how I look at parents. They have a certain knowledge on something, but
yes,
it doesn't mean that you have to,
I'd agree. So you mentioned, you see, trust in the dentist.
Yes.
Trust in a doctor. You see, that trust is a product of the culture. It's a product of the community. So that's why you have.
I don't think it's any different from any animal. Like even at the basic level of animals, you know, you can see that trust amongst, you know, a lion cub and the mum.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
So to smack you, to give it a whack, I would say it's just like banking. You see, money goes back to bank money and currency again. If you're working hard and your community is banking, putting its money in the hands of another community who does not share the same values as you do, who does not believe in the same principles as you do, and you don't even know who they are. Once you're putting your money in their bank, then they can use your money to destroy or suppress your community because they're not part of your community. So the proper bank, the real banks, are a product of the community.
I mean, I understand what you're saying, and it's like because
Can I just say quickly, Raf? My idea of the leadership is similar to the elders, where we have a council or maybe a group or a delegation of 40, and they govern over everything. You get me? And they're easy accessible, one in every area. Do you know what I'm saying? Like how maybe they've got it back home in Africa. Do you know what I'm saying?
But that's the thing. That's the thing. I don't know. There's a book I gave Shakara, and I don't know if he's read it yet. I need to read it, so I'm guilty as well. And it was by a guy called Samuel or Sam Mba, SAM Sam, and then MBAH.
Type it in the chat.
It's called.
I might look up the book.
That's the author. The name of the book. The name of the title is.
So we can get the spellings right.
Anarchy.
Type it in.
African Anarchism.
What's it called?
Sam. Yeah. I'm typing it in now.
All right, go on.
That's it. Yeah.
Oh, African Anarchism by Sam Mabua. Okay. Okay.
Yeah. So he talks about how in what you call African communities that have existed in the past, before the Europeans came in, they were actually not practicing. I don't know. Like I haven't read the book fully, so I can't just read. But he talks for specifically that the fact that there was anarchism where it didn't have a formal hierarchy, and it was just a community coming together to decide on everything.
Okay.
So yeah, he says that this has always existed, and you know, yeah, it's interesting. So yeah, maybe you could grab that book and see what he's actually saying and what he's actually doing.
Yeah. So from the gist that what you're saying, it makes sense. I think it agrees with what I was saying. Is that the community will produce the people it needs to do what needs to be done when it needs to be done.
But when you're defining community, are you talking about everyone, or are you just talking about a few people coming together and making the decision for the wider community?
Well, the community or the nation, those leaders will be just like a model of a bank. You see, like if the person who is running your bank shares the same values as you and is part of the same religion as you, part of the same faith as you, he or she or they will invest in what is good for the whole nation or community. So they'll take actions based on the consensus or the anarchism, but that cannot work. It can work for a whole world, but as long as the divisions are maintained to a certain degree, just like you have an individual. You see, you have yourself, you have your own name, you have your own ID, but you don't want to give up yourself for everything. You want yourself to be manifest in the larger group.
Yeah, of course. But
Yes, but that's fundamental.
But this where you were talking about something to do with like almost like a celebrity type of thing, where celebrities want their names are out there and everyone has this worship over them and whatnot. But when I'm like obviously in a society like this, yeah, it would be, you know, it would be beneficial to have some clout. But when if it was coming to my society that I'm advocating for, like,
Yeah,
I don't see like I want to stay in the shadows. I don't really want to be like I don't really care. Just the immediate people that have the mindset that I'm with. You know, that's all the people I'd want to be around with. Really, yeah. I mean,
yeah. So whether one's in the shadows or out of the shadows, one will do what is comfortable. So if you're comfortable in the shadows, the community that you're part of will see that okay, that's where he likes to be,
yeah.
in the shadows. If you want to be out extrovert, then the community will see, well, you know, so the community will have uses for extrovert people. The community will have uses for introvert people. You know, so everybody has a value within the defined nation that shares an identity, and a role will be found for everybody. But the clash is when you have people outside your community or outside your nation who do not share your identity. When you give them your money or you give them your currency, they're going to use it against you. So why should they use it in your favor unless you're cattle? And you obviously you feed the cattle or you feed the chicken because you want to eat the chicken later on.
Well, yeah. I mean, I think because do you see this idea of community? Like obviously, like where it depends where you're living in it. If you're living in an environment where like let's say obviously clearly if I'm talking for advocating for this whole one world thing, yeah, like obviously the person in Africa won't be able to always connect with the person who's living in Europe because they're like far away in it. That probably the only way that you can actually ever interact is through, you know, technology like phone call or whatever or whatnot, or flying over and whatnot. So it's not going to be that easy in it. So we can't just decide how someone in UK is going to live to compare to someone in Africa. But I mean, yeah, that's something maybe I have to like think how is that going to work? Like how we're going to be able to communicate with someone that far away and whatnot. But in terms of if we're just dealing with your own community and whatnot, I feel like the wider world will have similar, you know, similar views. The only difference will probably come between, you know, like how that particular environment that they've, you know, carved out to be their environment, how they're gonna do, you know, certain ways of living in it. Maybe someone in that community just wants to be dealing with research and
Peace and love, brothers. Peace and love. Yeah, I'm gonna cut. Bless up though. Yeah.
Yeah, take it. Bro.
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe one community wants to deal with, you know, teaching or, you know, and learning or whatever. Another community wants to do it. Like that's how I look at it. Like in the sense of how the community will probably be set up.
Okay, let's talk about identity, community, and communications. See, so you raise a point there. How does a community communicate with those that are part of it but are elsewhere? So and you see that as a problem. But you know, for thousands of years, for example, even war. I mean, war is a most serious level of communication. You know, because if your communication's out, wow, you're finished. So imagine where Hannibal. I like using Hannibal and Rome. You know, Hannibal is miles away from home, and so I don't think that there would have been chances for him to send a letter home and say, "Look, I'm here, so and so, and here's and that's so and." It wouldn't happen. But yet the communication was there. In that, if he won a battle, yeah, then the Romans will be complaining about the fact that Hannibal won the battle, and they will be reporting it to their people, and as a result, somehow it gets back to Carthage through word of mouth. You know what I mean? Through whispers. So sometimes, so the point I'm making is that when you have a community or an identity that is tight, the whole world becomes a sounding board, as it were. The certain info just gets through, even if it gets through via your enemies. It just gets home, and sometimes you know, I don't know if some people say that there are such things as invisible communications or collective consciousness or whatever. Or forms of communication that cannot be measured, that seem to move through the invisible. Even that would, you know, because even just imagine if something's is taking place miles away, where you've got no telephone, no internet, nothing to communicate. But if you're actually part of that community and you share the identity and you share the same feelings and you grew together, somehow there's a communication there. I don't know how it all works, but I don't know if it comes through the animals or through the birds flying, whatever. You can just sense that, hey, maybe that person's still alive, or they must be still alive. That group, they're part of us, and they're way over there because there's certain other things happening around that would only be happening because that group is doing something. They're making an impact in some way, and that impact is coming back to us indirectly. So, yeah, how would you see that? So, unless in the times before, you know, if there's no letters or there's no internet, no telephone.
If it was before times where no telephone and whatnot, yeah, I could understand your point.
Yeah.
Overall, I mean, we're in a different age right now, so we have these technologies and whatnot. So I feel, I think what one thing that sits with my ideology is, I don't know if you've heard of the Zeitgeist movement.
Yeah, I heard about that.
I don't know if you've watched the films either.
I think I saw one the Zeitgeist a few years ago.
Yeah, there's a 3-part film. Yeah, the second and third film is what I recommend people watching it. So it goes on to I think the second film was going into, you know, human behavior, nature, and nurture, and all that type of stuff, arguments and whatnot.
Yes.
And the third one goes into like the technology and what we're going to, how we're going to, you know, what's going to actually liberate human beings. I feel like one of human beings' purpose in life is leisure, and not necessarily just, you know, we can use our jobs as a form of leisure because we like to be sociable and go out and do certain things and through work with people and whatnot. But yeah, you can still, you know, be working whilst you're in leisure anyway. So
correct. That's right. And zeitgeist, how do you spell that? Zeitgeist.
Zeitgeist. There's a 3-part movie. I think. Let me go. I'll put it in the.
No, I'm looking at the word. No, I'm looking at that word itself.
Okay.
See, zeitgeist, time, spirit. Yeah. So time and spirit. See, so yeah, zeitgeist is a very good word. It's like a ghost, isn't it? It's the ghost of the time. So the ghost of the time, or the zeitgeist is I think a community or people that share the same identity. They produce a zeitgeist that benefits them. They produce a ghost of the time, and so what I'm trying to say is that you raised a good word there. That zeitgeist is a form of communication. It's the ghost of the time, and that's always been there. So even in this time of computers and internet and telephone and so on, the ghost of the time it supersedes that. So people could be telling you all kinds of nonsense. The people who control the internet or can control telephone lines, they could be telling you all kinds of nonsense. But that ghost of the time, or that zeitgeist, you know the people that control the internet, or you might know that the people who control the internet or the telephone system, they might be against you or against your community or against your family. And they may be putting all kinds of propaganda over the telephone, television, or whatever. But the zeitgeist can supersede that. Somehow it can read through all the bullshit, all the nonsense, and sense that the people that share your values and share your identity, they see it the same way. They see that as nonsense. They don't believe it. Because, does that make sense?
Yeah.
So the zeitgeist is so powerful, you can't trick it.
Yes.
Because it's based in the very beings of the people that share that identity.
Honestly, like I briefly come to terms with the understanding of zeitgeist, but I couldn't remember it. So yeah, that I agree. If that's what they're talking about, I agree with it. Then, it's this idea that we cannot be tricked anymore. We will not be controlled. We will not be, silenced.
Yes.
You know what you're doing.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, the zeitgeist, which is the time ghost. That's the literal translation, or the ghost of the time. Yeah.
I'm just putting it in the back chat. What the films and what their names are, and they're all on YouTube. I recommend people watch it, honestly, because it gives you an alternative perspective of what they're proposing, and they go into the science of what they're talking about. So in one of his interviews, the guy who's the spokesperson of it, he said that this idea of scarcity, because that's what capitalism is built of, or when we're talking about currency and money. It's all to do with scarcity, the fact that we don't have enough. So in a fair system that doesn't have enough, if you have the money to buy it, then you get first say in it. So in the move in an interview, he said that there is a technique called vertical farming, and basically he says that in the vertical farming technique that there is that all we need is an area the size of a American football pitch. Build up this vertical farming thing, and in that area that they can produce enough food from that one area to feed trillions of people.
Oh yes, that's right. Yeah, that's right. So scarcity is not a real thing. It's yes. So full scarcity, or the illusion of scarcity, the only people that would want to deceive you in that way would be somebody from outside your community. it's just a management technique.
Yeah.
See, so those who share your identity or that you manage to create, and the community that you create, or the nation that you kind of manage to create, they'll produce a zeitgeist which will allow them to produce things like the vertical farm, because they're not trying to starve the people to death for business.
Yeah.
So it's not even a big challenge to them. But and anybody who is trying to control your food and water supply, they'd have a vertical farm for themselves.
Yeah.
But no vertical farm for you. It's just because they're protecting their community. And why should they tell you the secrets of their community?
100%.
You know,
100%. And it you know, this idea of this technology thing now. This is what that's why I bang on I'm so highly on science. The fact that technology, I feel like technology is the way that is going to liberate us. So I know that in Amazon, right? One of their, I've heard a few, I think it was a year back or so, that in Texas they're trying to build a warehouse there. And what's interesting about the warehouse they're trying to build in Texas is that they're not using humans to do it; they're using machines to do it. And another thing that's interesting as well is that they're not going to run it by human beings now; they're going to use the machines to run it. So now you're going to see people losing jobs now.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So it's basically it's still a group of people, a community, an identity that are using the machines as tools. So they may choose to use people as tools. They may choose to use cattle as tools or dogs as tools. You know, but these are just tools. They're not actually part of their core community, of their core shared values. So, yes.
Yeah. That's it.
So therefore, it's not. So where I think I might be disagreeing with you, is that it's not technology that will save us. It's identity and the community that will save us, because the community produces the technology. It's the community that can create inventions.
I believe all groups of people are innovators. I don't think.
Yes, beautiful. Yes. Yes, that's right. I like that. All groups of people are innovators, and that's quite an interesting statement. I'm just thinking about it. Yeah, a group of people as innovators. Yes, because that goes together with what we were saying earlier, that that group of people who are the innovators, because culture produces religion, culture produces innovation. It all springs from that core group who have decided upon a certain identity. And then that identity then allows them to come together and work together. And then they start producing ideas and innovations and music and food and clothes and so on. And they start producing products, and they start producing a code, or they start producing a religion or a way of life. And then the products of that community, which will be the tangible things that anybody can see, even those people outside the community can see, that these people who are identified as such are producing this. And then the people from outside the communities can say, oh, we want some of that. And then those people from outside the community will approach and say, what can we offer you in terms of money for what your community has produced? And then there becomes the debate of the exchange rate. It goes back down to currency. So yes, you can bring money, which could be gold, diamonds, whatever, to the table.
Okay. But that's the thing. I'm not even like. That's why I went into the whole mindset, because
yes,
we're talking about like a barter system where you're going into where you were talking about exchanging in it. So, I'm not even trying to say that. I'm saying that instead of us to be looking at, oh, what can you, how can you benefit me if I give you this? I would try to get human beings to be more of, I'm doing this because it's like if I'm doing it for my child type of thing, you're not going to say to your child, oh, how do I benefit if I give you something like this? You understand? It's more, I'm doing this because like I care about you kind of thing.
Oh yes, but see, yeah, I understand. But when you say I'm doing this because I care about you, it's very dangerous. You can say I'm doing this. I'm trading with you because I care.
Not even
that
trading.
You exist.
I'm giving the piece of technology.
No giving, no way.
You don't want to give. Okay, no problem.
No. The giving only applies within the community. See, because once you start giving to another community, it's like saying, well, they're worth nothing. There's nothing that they have that's of any worth to me. So it's just like the aid workers. The Africans are useless. They're all starving. So we're going to fly with our planes, and we're gonna drop bags of rice.
Yeah. But
sorry,
I'm talking. Yeah. You were talking about.
So giving is a very dangerous word. Giving has a kind of poison for your ego or for your identity.
Yeah, but I mean, if I'm talking about the society I'm imagining, right? So in my society that I'm imagining, it's not that all these different communities are not, are different in the sense that they're not like they are the wider community. It's just the fact that in that current location now, who can I, interact? Like I don't have to drive 30 miles. Like I could just walk down the road and there is that person in my community, as opposed to, driving all the way from Chicago to maybe Detroit.
My community. See, if you have a my community, there must be people inside your community and people outside your community.
But what I'm defining community in this
as the world.
What's it called? For the people that I'm considering my community is because we share a more closer ideology. Whereas I'm not saying that the other people don't share a ideology as well. It's just the fact that we might differ. Like, with your leisure now, you want to spend it doing something like reading, whereas I want to spend it more doing stuff like playing football.
Yeah, but whatever they want to do, is their business.
But I've said that. But in terms of if we let's say my community, I come up with something that the people, especially that love football in my community, we come up with some type of innovation. I'm looking to share it with the people who are readers, the people that are
yes, but how? Share by what? Giving it to them?
Yeah, just giving it to them. Like,
no. You too. If you give it to them, it's an insult.
Why is it an insult?
Right, that's what I'm trying to say.
I think I understand actually, what you meant by insult, in the sense that you're saying that basically they have nothing to offer you.
Exactly.
But even that, it's not like, because if they had information that they could give me, I wouldn't say that that, oh, you're giving me this information because you're trying to offend me. Like I would never. I don't know where that type of thinking would come to that point. Like, I mean, I think
that word is dangerous.
Okay.
Just wipe it out. For me, the giving could be, will be within the community or within the nation. Because the giving is hold it. The giving is interest. The giving is related to interest. So for communities to get together, just like before you came on, we're talking about Black Wall Street. If Black Wall Street is succeeding, then you're building the interest of that particular community. And if you start to give it to White Wall Street, then they'll see that as an insult.
Yeah, but that's the thing. That's like, it's like it depends on the person who's interacting. Like, oh wow, you think you're better than me, that's why you're helping me. Like that type of mentality.
Yes.
I think that's where in society it wouldn't exist, because we're not helping you because you're inferior or some type of lower status. It's because we've discovered something that can help everyone. Innit? So we're getting.
I understand.
Yeah.
But that's just talk. You see, well, you'll say all that spiel just before you give it to them, but it's the giving. It just nullifies all of that spiel. It just that may be your intention.
Yeah.
In the giving, but the act of giving, even though your intention is to give in order to share with strangers. Yeah, that's how they took out the whole of Africa. Basically, you just think, oh, we're all one big happy family.
Yeah, because
whilst you think you're being generous, that generosity is being interpreted in a different mind, in a different way.
Yeah,
as an insult.
Yeah,
it's an insult.
I can understand, because my background is Nigerian, right?
Yeah.
So I'm Nigerian. In my household, you cannot give someone something without them wanting to take, or without them giving something back to you. It's kind of like, I understand where you're coming from, but this is not what we mean by when we're talking about giving. And what I'm defining as giving is like, where like, oh, I've discovered something here, you can have this.
No, I understand.
Yeah.
No, it's an insult. What do you mean you've discovered something and here you can have it? No. We've discovered something, and I think that you might find it useful.
Yeah.
It's different. No, it's very different. What I'm saying is is opposite to what you're saying. It's all in the words. You see,
I feel like
I
feel like we're going too deep with the word giving. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh yeah, well, let's go as deep as it goes until we hit the bottom. I'm telling you that this giving is a very dangerous business, and it'll backfire. It'll backfire because the person who you're giving to is not of your community, and so they may not see the gifts, and the chances they won't see the gift in the same way you see it.
We've already understood that these communities that we're formed, or these communities that we might already have, we've already come to this idea of a new world that we're all moving as one, right? So when we're talking about this idea of we're giving something, like, that's not going to come into it, because we already know that, what's it called? Yeah, that's Paul, or this is James, but James is just over there, and like he's doing his community, he's living over there, doing his thing over there, but he's still my wider community. But obviously my community that I'm with right now, we're doing our thing here. It's just different. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, it's
I understand what you're saying, but no. I understand what you're saying, but I totally disagree, because that person doing his thing over there, right? He doesn't want to see himself, or she doesn't want to see herself as part of your community. We are who we are. We have our own identity. Oh yes, we're on the same planet as you.
Yeah, but
we're not part of you. We don't want to be part of you. We can see what you're doing. Very, very, very impressive, and we're very impressed. So if you've got something to trade with us, we still keep our identity. It's like, no, I'm not part of your community. I don't want to be part of you. I don't like you lot, but we can trade. So yes, that is very interesting. But don't give me nothing. Don't give me nothing.
All right, no problem. No problem.
Yeah, they won't like that. No. That's where the big. But it's a very deep point, actually. This giving, because that's where the trouble starts. That's where the war starts.
Yeah, but that's the thing, and it depends on the people. It depends like now for you. If I'm giving you some type of knowledge to help you, and I know I'm giving it from, and I'm giving it from good intentions. Why would you then take it as a fact like I'm disrespecting you? You know what I mean? Like I don't know where that.
Because I understand, but your intentions, are your intentions and your community's intentions. They're not my intentions and my community and my nation's intentions.
I mean,
so don't try and lump us in with you lot, because we don't want to. We have our own intentions, whether good or bad, and you have your own intentions. But if you try and think that we're part of yours, then they'll kill you. They'll kill you. One way or the other, they're going to kill you.
So when we have our birthday parties, because someone brought up birthdays, innit?
Yeah.
If you have a birthday party, someone gives you something, will you be offended?
Okay. So the giving, as I said, only functions within a group that has shared identity. But it always turns to poison. It always turns to poison. It will always turn to poison outside the community. Always. The giving is the equivalent of interest. It's the interest. It's an interest within the community.
It's not. We're not talking about a world right now that we're living in. Like we're not talking about London and people like my cousins in, not even my cousins, but like someone in Nigeria, right? If I come to Nigeria and I see someone, I say, yeah, you know what, have this bottle of water, yeah, from the UK, you know what I mean? It's water.
Okay. Yes.
I know that the Nigerian's not going to look at me and think, why are you giving me something? They're going to be like, oh,
yeah,
he's British.
That's right.
Yeah, let's take his stuff.
Right. Well, but yes, but they're Nigerians and they're fellow Nigerians. So you are part of the Nigerian community that's part of the diaspora, perhaps. And so you may come back to Nigeria and they still see you as a Nigerian, but not maybe of the mainland. So you're still adding interest to the Nigerian community. But if you go with that mindset, when dealing with white people, they will take you out.
Oh, see, okay, so this is what we're talking. No, I understand what you're saying, brother. I understand. We're talking about a hypothetical world. We're not talking about.
No, I'm talking about now. I'm talking real.
If you're talking about now, then it won't. No, it will never. Then what all you've said applies.
Sorry. Oh, right. Okay. Yes. Okay. And it will apply forever. It will apply forever.
Even in my community, in my world that I'm talking about.
Correct. Yes.
Okay,
yes,
well,
it will apply.
I
That's why.
Okay,
I know you disagree because I understand where you're going. You're a bit like no, I wouldn't say like
type of person.
No. I don't know if Massa Musa is a good example. Yeah, I think this is my view on Massa Musa. Going around giving all his gold and crashing all the markets. Listen, they're going to come back and just wipe out the whole of you. Well, you're feeling good. One is feeling good by being able to give so much. Oh, we have the abundance. Here, have some. Help yourselves. Nah. That works within the community of a shared identity. If you start to say, well,
it's not
even
white people that would get disrespected, in this day and age, it will be black people as well, where you will want to go and give them something, and they will look at you like, who the fuck is this nigga?
Exactly, right.
Like, do I know you? Like, who the fuck are you? Like,
Exactly. But that's the way it's always been. That's the way it's always been.
But that
Who the fuck are you?
it's not the fact that
See,
no, because do you know what it is? Yeah, in London, especially in London, I don't know about other places, but in London,
yeah,
like, we have this, area culture where you're from this area. I know you're from this area, and whatnot, and everything.
Yeah.
And even in school, you could have gone to school with people in the next 10 years. Now they're going to be what you call your ops. You understand? These, and all it is the fact that you live in one area and they live in another area, and now suddenly you're ops. So this is what I'm saying, that when you're talking about what you're saying now, it only applies today because we've been taught this way. Like, you've had to, like, you learn from young. Don't trust everyone, because sometimes your kindness gets taken for weakness in that sort of thing. So
there you go.
Yeah.
Right.
So obviously in this society,
you mean
everything
this society?
Everything. London that we've got, not even just London, the wider world right now.
Yes, it works under that rule.
You can. I'm just talking for London, because I grew up in London, innit? So
yeah.
Obviously, to a degree, I'm a bit. I want to say weird, but when I say weird, because obviously I try to see the goodness in everyone, in it. But obviously there'll be. I've had people look at me and think, who the fuck is this guy? Like, what's he doing? What's his angle? Like, and then some of my brother will be like, no, it's cool. It's not even that, you know what I mean? But like, even then, I've had that look at people as well. I've been like, Bob, do I even know you? Like, why are you talking to me? Like, what? Like, I don't even rate you like that. But I try to be nice and like talk to them. But then I'll be like, I don't.
Trying to be nice is a very dangerous thing.
Yeah.
Trying to be nice you could end up dead.
Yeah.
Very dangerous thing. I mean, hopefully we get some Americans on here, but but before you come, I think we're talking about the sovereignty and how you had the American Black Wall Street, and they were building, and then there would have been a debate that should we pay tax or should we not pay tax? And people have that same discussion now. And we suspected that the outside community or the white community, in contrast to the black community, they might have decided that maybe these blacks in this town are making too much money and they're not paying enough tax. So there would have been discussions and debates. And but eventually end up in a kind of war. So it's the same kind of thing. If the Black Wall Street became so big that it became a city and it was so powerful and so rich, and it could say, how much tax do you want? We charging you this much tax. Yeah. Hey, have it, man. Your tax is nothing to us. Those people, they still burn the place down. Even if those people in Black Wall Street said, "Look, you can take what you like. It's all right. We're abundance." They burn the place down the same way.
But this is what I'm saying. When we're comparing, obviously, I'm not saying that everything's changed fully, but in a world where now today, where we're a bit more integrated, I don't think that same where I'd say we're a bit more integrated in the sense that, I mean, like obviously we're probably different generations, in it. Like I have white friends. Well, I can't name any white friends off my head now. Anyway, I feel like I have more black or Asian friends, to be honest. But yeah, like in the world today, like certain people will not have that. Like if there's a black community thriving,
please slow down, please. You're saying so. You're dropping so many bombs here. I have Asian friends. What is a friend?
Someone that you talk to, that you can share information with, anything good, talk about anything with them and whatnot. Yeah.
Talk about anything with them.
Yeah. You go out with them, party, whatever. Do you know what I mean? You have a social interaction with this person.
Right. So is it possible then to have pleasant social interactions with people that are not your friends? They're not your enemies, but they're not your friends.
Yeah, you can, yeah.
Right. So we have people that are friends, people that are enemies, and people that are kind of they're just there, neutral. Correct?
Mm.
Right. So one can get on with one's friends and have a good time, and one can get on with other people who you don't know, and they can still come to the party, and you may part ways with them after the party's finished, and not really be interested in contacting them, or having them contact you. But it was nice that they arrived to what they call swell the numbers. But what you wouldn't want to have is enemies at the party, correct?
Yeah, you wouldn't want to have your enemies.
Right. So there's three. There's friends, enemies, and then there's just people. Yeah. So this giving. Yeah, I think I have to dig into this word giving. I'm saying that giving can.
We were talking about the Tulsa and the possible Tulsa happening today again. Would there be a burning down by white? We're all going back to giving. Giving amongst your friends like you agreed upon isn't really an issue. It's when
Say it again.
Giving amongst your friends is not really an issue. It's only when it comes to people you don't know.
Correct.
Oh, you know what I mean? Who have no, they don't know you from Adam. Yeah.
Right.
Giving to
Thank
them.
you.
That's where you said there would be the issue, and I
that's
agree
right.
To some extent, yeah.
But it's the extent. It's the extent. That's why I'm digging.
I don't think in all cases, yeah, someone that you don't know, you give to them, they're gonna be like, oh, I don't like this. No, it's not always gonna be like that.
I think giving to strangers is a very dangerous thing. It's a gamble. It's a gamble, just like interest rates.
Oh, Belly, I think Melanator wants to come in. I'm not sure. It was Melanator, you're not trying to come in. Oh, okay. Yeah, so yeah.
Yes. So you have to watch out with this word friends. They throw it around too much. Oh, I've got white friends, I got black friends, I got Asian friends, I got friends.
No,
They throw that word around.
But the reason why I used that today was because the time you're talking about is completely different from the time now. Like,
that's what you think. That's what we're testing.
Well, okay,
that's what we're testing.
I would say, yeah, what you call like you would have more support of people wanting to live their autonomous sovereignty or lifestyle with as long as it's not harming or affecting any other group. Yeah, I feel like if there was a community that wanted to set up and say, yeah, black people can be over here and stay there and whatnot and do their thing, I feel like they will be more inclined to have that happen today rather than in the times of what we're talking about in Tulsa and
right. I understand. Yeah, I'm saying that there's no difference, and even before Tulsa and the riots, going back thousands of years, it's still the same thing. So we're dealing with a fundamental. We have a fundamental disagreement here, which is very good to explore. Let's dig into it, because not to lose track. So we talked about giving. And then, and this sprung up from the conversation which we were having earlier about sovereignty and self, and then governance and identity. And I haven't had this conversation before, actually, where start digging into giving this, but you sparked up something that's got me thinking. So some people, they have a loose definition for friends. Mine is very tight. So there's lots of associates, and there's many people I may choose to associate or associate with, and it in a pleasant way. But I think, let me fry this one at you. Let's see this. Let me throw this one out. So I'm not sure if this is going to fit, but let's see. There are certain people that you think that they're your friends, and you find out that they're not your friends after you lend them some money. Have you ever come across that?
Yeah, of course, 100%.
Okay, right. So as soon as money comes into it, what this word friend,
even family, we forget.
Oh, there you go.
We forget friends. It's even family, fam.
Right. So this money thing and currency thing, it's so serious when you talk about friendship and friends and identity, and even what the family is, because a true family, a true community, in my opinion. So whoever wants to disagree with me can, but I'm just shooting from the hip now because I haven't had this conversation before. A true family would not ever have a problem with lending money amongst themselves, because that would be the equivalent of a bank.
Yeah.
And if a family or a people can't manage a bank, they're not really a people. They're not even really a family. If money can cause, because they don't really have the currency that keeps them together. So they all might be all living together in the same house and they're so-called family, but if they're not, if they're all banking somewhere else, wherever they're putting their money is where their currency is where their so-called family values are, which is also their so-called friendship is. And so the giving, even amongst family, or lending, even amongst family, that there has to be something more advanced there. Does that make sense?
But the difference is the fact that when you're giving, you can receive it and take it and have an issue. It's the way they use it. So, and not only the way they use it, it's the idea that they've given you a promise in return that it will be returned to. So, like, that's the difference. Yeah, the promise that they will return it. They'll give it so and so this day or whatever, whatnot. You know what I mean? I've had people say, "Yeah, listen, Raf, let me borrow this. I'll give it back to you then." And I'm just like, yeah, no problem. And and even these people, I haven't said anything to them. I've just watched them. Like, one thing I do is I observe people and I'd be like, looking at them saying, "Oh, so you've taken my money, you promised to give it back to me." But I haven't said anything. And even all now, yeah, I'll see them and still say hi to them, chat to them like it's normal and whatnot. But at the back of my mind, I'll be like, I can't trust
exactly. Something has died.
I can't trust this person again.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
But listen to it. But it's serious what you just mentioned there, because we've all experienced it. You lend somebody some money who you thought was your friend.
Not even my friend, family. I'm talking about.
Okay, but let's leave it on that. Because when I talk about family, I'm talking about the same thing. We can talk about what is a real family, but we just leave it at friends. We can go deeper, go into family, but I want to leave it with the friends, because it's going to get a bit heavy. So you give us something, you lent something to somebody who you thought was a friend, and if that person's a friend, there's some element of trust. So therefore, you expected them to you honored their word to honor, to honor their words. You just relax. But if they don't give you the money back, even though you may never mention it again, but in your heart and quietly in your mind, that person's, or in my mind anyway, that person's finished. I'll be still talk, but when I talk to them, I'm talking to them as an associate. We might have to associate together in a certain context. But that third person may think, by not returning the money that they promised to, that I'm still their friend. But the mere fact that in my head and in my mind and in my heart, you treated me that way, right? I just switch. I'll switch. I might not even mention it to you. And just like you said, you might not even mention it to the person, but you said in the back of your mind. So something has changed in the back of the mind. And that person has switched from being a friend to an associate. But if that person's not careful, they won't even notice the difference between the switch.
I have, yeah. I mean, just for clarification, I have no issue with black people doing for black. Like I have, I'm even for that. You understand?
Yeah.
Where I sort of, because not everyone has the same mindset as me in it. So like I see a lot of these movements like a reactionary movement, almost like like you have the Black Panther Party and then you have the Millennium Karenga type of people. You have the Hebrew Israelite or these like from all of that, what I can see is that the ones that were in their ideology, they were for black people, but they weren't going about saying that it's just a black thing and a black issue, and therefore we can't, we're talking about a specific group of people who are controlling the world, and these specific group of people are controlling the world are not caring whether or not it's black or white. They're affecting all these, even though that their ideology does say that if it came down to us being defeated, it would be white people that still would want to, they would want to rather control everything. Do you know what I mean? Like,
so I understand. Good points. But all these different organizations, associations, they all fall flat over this understanding of the word friend. The difference between a friend and associate, and the difference between giving and trading. Because what kicked this all off, kind of spread this conversation into this direction, is this giving. And your idea of giving is different from my idea of giving. And I'm saying that if you give outside the border, right, you will assume that the action of giving is a pleasant one, just as it is of giving to your so-called real friends or your real community. And then once you start giving outside, you don't know how that gift will be accepted. And I'm saying it's more chance. In that time, I'm going to say it's 100% chance it's going to backfire on you. That's what I'm going to say. That's my position, and let's see what's to test me on that. But I say this giving thing is very, very dangerous. It's just like AIDS, giving AIDS. Or we're going to give we're going to help you with some vaccines. We're going to give you the vaccine free. And you're just looking at the vaccine, but you're not looking at who's giving it to you. Well, why should they give it to you? What's going on?
I hear that still.
Because these people are not part of your community. They don't share your values, and they're giving you stuff. And then and because you think, oh, we're just gonna give because it's good to give. I think there's an old saying. I can't remember what it is. The gift blindeth the eyes. The gifts blind people. So it's almost like a weapon. So could be giving something away, thinking that you're just sharing with the other community. Our community, we're so abundant. We've got so much we can afford to give, share with you over there, because you're all our extended family anyway. Oh my! When you start talking like that, you think you're coming across as a nice person, and
Yeah, it's still the kindness for weakness argument, but that's where I was gonna ask, yeah. What was I gonna ask? Well, we some people say the Jews control everything or whatnot. Yeah, like what do you think about that? Do you think there is Zionism, or is it?
Well, when I look at the Jews, I just look at them as a community or a group, or just like saying the police. That's a group, a society, or just like saying the Freemasons. So there are people that I believe who are smarter and use different groups, just like they'd use chess pieces. So what we might thinking about moving one piece, they'll move the police into this section. They'll move the Jews into to do this. Do you understand? So they're behind. They're behind and above all these groupings. They may have an identity for themselves and a religion for themselves that I don't know the name of. And why should they tell me anyway? Why they want to tell me? Who am I? It's like talking to the dog or a cattle. So they keep the religion that they hold and the title that they hold amongst themselves, and then everybody else who has a name, they just shift around.
Yeah. I mean, okay, so they is there anyone? Do you think those particular groups of people that you're talking about, that you mentioned the Freemasons, is there anyone that's above anyone, or is there like and do they identify themselves as Jews, or are you saying they're not like
No, they have an identity, but they're not going to tell us.
Yeah. Okay.
They're above the Jews, they're above the police, they're above whatever. All these nations.
Okay.
Just like you have the IMF.
Yeah.
You have one nation.
Yeah.
An entire nation could be in debt, and then they run to the IMF. Who's the IMF?
Yeah, International Monetary Organization.
Yes, but what are their values? What are their core values?
Well, that's the thing that
what keeps them together? What is their religion?
Yeah, cause I was learning this the other day about the structural adjustment programs, and yeah, when I read it, I was very, very shocked. Especially the critiques of the IMF is that they, yeah, it was. I mean, you know about it anyway, so I don't really. But one thing you mentioned now is that they have a religion.
Yes.
And so, when you talk about religion, are you actually talking about something organized without a creator, or are they just moving as themselves as are you talking about the practice that they're doing in terms of them just religiously controlling, like almost doing the same thing over and over again, repeating the same action of control and whatever? Is that what you talk about when you mention religion? People define.
Yeah, when I say religion, but when I mention religion, I'm saying that religion is downstream or a product of culture.
Yes.
And culture is a product of a shared identity, which then is the vessel that holds the shared value. So the values are invisible, it's the currency, and then the vessel is like the money or the goblet. So yes, they have a shared identity, a shared religion, a shared culture, shared values. That's what keeps them together. Now, if you ask me, what is the name of their religion? What do they do? well, we can see what they're doing to a degree. We can't see their practices, but we can see the results
So
of
when
their
you talk about
practices.
when you talk about practices, are you talking about, is there specific rituals, like almost like you go to church?
Yes, definitely. They're definitely going to have rituals, definitely. But the result of the rituals is that your nation that gets into debt. That's a practical thing that you will feel or you will see, but they're not going to tell you what the name of their religion is. Why should
So
they? They're
so
not going
so
to tell you what their rituals are. Why should they? Who are you? Or
so
who
you
am
think
I?
so you think it's organized like a secret
Of
church?
course, it's
You know,
secret.
when you're hold on, like for example, you see when you go to the pews on Sunday. I was brought up Catholic, so I'm using an example of Catholic
Yeah.
where that you see the priest hold up the bread, hold up the wine.
Yes.
Are you saying
Yes.
you're doing stuff like that?
Yes. Yes, they do.
Wait,
How it might
for
be
what
slightly
purpose?
different. Yes. Yeah.
I mean, for what purpose though?
Well,
What
it
if
keeps them
they?
together. It keeps them together. Keeps them in order.
'Cause the way, if I think of like from my understanding, yeah, if I know that I'm trying to ascend to be a god or creator, why would I need to practice rituals? All I know is that I'm going to use the system to manipulate people to control everything. I don't need to be, practicing rituals. I know that's just silly to me. Do you understand what I'm saying?
No, I understand exactly what you're saying,
Yeah.
but the rituals are there to keep people in order because the rituals or it's like I don't know if you've worked for a company and they say right, we always have a Monday morning meeting
Hmm.
and it's at 10 o'clock. And
Okay.
everybody should be at the Monday morning. You're working for a company, and everybody should be at the Monday morning meeting.
Is that what
So
you call a ritual?
that's a ritual. It's a ritual. You got to be at and people always, well, in my experience, they come out of the meeting and say, "Oh, Monday morning meetings." They always talk about the same thing every week. I don't want to go. You don't want to go?
But that's kind of like abstract because I'm talking specifically like, you know, where you're seeing, they're talking about a creator, something higher than them, and they're worshiping or whatnot. But you're
Okay.
talking as if like, it's like, oh, what's it called? We have a meeting to see our progress on how we're controlling people, or what can we do to make a certain
No.
move.
I mean, meeting to control themselves. See, so before, just like if you can control yourself, you have better control over the things around you. Yes, so you start with yourself, and if you can discipline yourself, discipline your words or actions, then you can more effectively manage things around you. So I'm saying the religion and the rituals that they have are so that they can manage themselves, keep themselves in order, and then they can rule as gods if they want to. They might choose. They might see themselves as gods.
Yeah, I highly, like for me, when you talk about the whole ritual thing, the way I can understand it is like, for me, if I was in that position, I would be like, yeah, I'll be holding meetings, but the meetings would be like, like other people that are share the same, goal as me, and the goal is to continue to control
Yeah.
humanity.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
it wouldn't be like a goal of trying to reach a higher power, like not reach reaching a higher power, meaning like being able to talk to a god, or like the way you see some churches or religious groups set up. You understand, like where they will have
Yes. So let's go back to what you were saying earlier.
Yeah.
Let's go back to what you were saying earlier. This group, I don't know. I'm just speculating. I'm just looking at the principles here.
Yeah.
So you mentioned, imagine if the world could unite,
like a
and
John
behave.
Legend, like a John Legend type of imagine.
Yeah, okay, and it could all behave themselves, and then they managed to be able to tap into the power of the sun.
Yeah.
That's what you were mentioning before.
Yeah.
Right. So what if this group their work was to be able to, or their work is to try and discipline themselves and bring order amongst themselves and generate rituals amongst themselves so that they can tap into the power of the sun. And then they believe that their religion, their culture, their rituals
What is tapping into the power of the sun?
Are best designed to tap into the power of the sun. And then that's what they're working towards. That could be a goal. And actually, there's evidence for that. Actually, have you heard of the sun hieroglyph?
No.
Okay.
What's the sun hieroglyph?
Yeah. Let me show you this. Let me put this link in the sun hieroglyph. I can't draw it on here, but it's what you see in lots of buildings and houses, and they usually have it on the mantelpiece. You know where the fire is. You know, in these big rich houses or nice houses, you always see they have a nice mantelpiece, and on the walls or on the mantelpiece or whatever, or in the building, you'll see the sun hieroglyph all over, and once you know it, you'll see it everywhere. You'll see it in the movies. You'll see it in the buildings when you're walking down the high street. You see it everywhere. And let's see if I can get this guy. And once you see that, yeah. And so he was saying that the sun hieroglyph is exactly what you were describing earlier on. That they're trying to tap into the power of the sun, and he's saying that this is nothing new. It's been around ever since man was civilized, and the sun hieroglyph is one of the oldest symbols in the world, and it basically means that they see themselves as the children of the sun, and it's their destiny to rule everybody else. I'm looking for the link.
Sorry, I'll be back here. Come, my mom's calling me. Wait, hold on.
Yeah. Okay. So let's see if I can get this this guy. Sun on the sun hieroglyph. Once you see this, you'll see it nearly everywhere. Scans for. I keep banning this guy as well. Oh, here we go. So this guy, you know, a lot of people won't want to listen to they won't want to listen to what he has to say. It's a bit off key, but you've got to listen. Yeah, let me put this.
Good afternoon, National Racialism.
How you doing? How you doing?
I'm good.
So what do you think about this giving?
I was in the back chat cracking up. Oh, Lord, my dog. She thinks she's a pit bull, but she's a little lap dog.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I was kind of understanding what you were talking about with the giving. Like, it leaves you more vulnerable to later something else happening, or some deeper meaning, or you owe someone, or you're indebted to them now, or you interpret their behaviors. You're less likely to interpret their behaviors in a negative way because they were so nice and so generous and so giving to you.
Right.
So, I mean, you know, so like right now with the shooting, you know, what tends to happen is people post all these videos of like, you know, police officers doing a nay and dancing with little black kids in the hood and stuff like that, you know,
Yes. Yeah.
like to take that edge off, to show the giving to the communities.
Exactly. And it's
and,
poison.
Yeah, so I was like completely understanding where you were coming from, why you would be not as open and receptive to what we would call charity or giving. And it's like, no, I got that. We got this. Like, we let us handle it ourselves, because what you would say, like your family or your inner group, as I think you were describing it, you have a level of trust,
Right.
and you can have agreements of how what the layout of that giving, what that looks like. So
Good, beautiful. That's right. What the layout of that giving looks like. That's quite a bomb you dropped there. So it takes a group.
I learned that in the Islamic group, like their banks, that they don't charge interest to
Sharia
members
banks,
within their group. And that's, to me, that's a form of that same giving. We're going to give, and we're going to give a certain type of way to the people in our family.
100%, you've got it. Smashed it.
It's dope.
You see, but what's so beautiful is that when I come across the African community, maybe it's a Caribbean thing because I come from Caribbean ancestry, is that I find that when I'm speaking to Africans, they just seem so generous, and somehow they're so generous and believe in sharing that they can't perceive how sharing and giving could be dangerous or bad. It's a very difficult conversation. It's like, because sharing and giving, it's like, as you said, the group has to sit down and see how this is supposed to work, because it's a very dangerous thing. And that sounds so silly. Giving sounds, how do you mean giving is a dangerous thing?
It hasn't really gotten us, like...
Sorry?
It hasn't really gotten us too far. Like, hey, we want to give to you. We want to show you how to read our hieroglyphs. Yeah, we want to show you how to do this. Hey, you don't know how to sail? We'll show you how to sail. Next you know, they putting our asses on boats. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, like, what the hell? Y'all ain't know nothing. Y'all ain't know nothing. We shared and we taught and we gave, we educated, we brought you into our schools, we built universities, and then you want to write it down that y'all created everything. This is crazy. And we don't learn. We still want to be like that.
Right. That's right. So I think the way that the people from the Caribbean and the Americas got whipped in a certain way is that I think we get it, but the way that they dealt with the people in Africa and the mainland is in some way different. I think because they're from the mainland of Africa, they're still feeling that, well, this is home, this is us. So you're from the outside coming in to our homeland, and so somehow that giving and sharing attitude is preserved in Africa because it's part of the fundamentals of African identity. But once you've been ripped out of Africa and you felt some whips on your back, I think your head starts to view things a bit differently.
Yeah, and you don't bit less trusting. Yeah.
Yeah, and so you don't see any reason to cling to those values, because what is there to cling to? You know, you feel like a stranger. So therefore you become more aware because you're like outside. So sometimes when you view things from outside, you get a different perspective. So the African view, I feel, is in my DNA, but somehow the whips and the lashes view of my family and my heritage from the Caribbean is also in my DNA, and so there's a it's a bit like Wakanda, the movie. We got Killmonger is having it out with the, was it T'Challa? Yeah, T'Challa.
Yeah, T'Challa.
Yeah, so they just couldn't see eye to eye. But you got Killmonger. He's got all these scars, so he can see things from another perspective. Whilst T'Challa is like, so well, this is where we've always been. And
that's a very good visual too. Seeing him with the scars.
Oh, yes, the people who put together that movie, they're aware of that. So I think, from my opinion, that the Killmonger represents the people from the Caribbean and the Americans and the diaspora.
Mm-hmm.
We got some whips and some scars.
That feeling of being left behind and forgotten about, and identity like lost.
Yes.
Or and having to form a new identity, having no
right.
choice but to form a new identity.
Yes. And so it's like, I mean, I've been thinking about these things for a very long time, but I've never really had this conversation like this. But kind of it's in the ether. But I remember I was working in a sales company. I was doing telesales, and there was an African guy there, and he was very good. And we was both sales, and we became friends. And
I'm back, guys. I'm back.
Oh, how you doing? Yeah. So I was working. I was working in this telesales company, and is other African guy there. He's mainly from the homeland. I mean, he was brought up. He went to the best schools back then in Africa. I think his parents were part of the Church of England or something like that, and his parents had money, so he was brought up well in Nigeria. He was very well spoken, so he was making good telesales because he's good. He was very good with the English, he knew a lot of things, and so we were friends together, and we had nice discussions and banters between me from Caribbean descent and him from African descent. And we used to go out sometimes and have a few drinks together and discuss life and the world view. And even after we both left the company, he went on to work for another company, but it was earning even a lot more money, and it was high-end sales. He even promised to get me a job in there. But when I was listening to what he was doing in there, something inside me, I just couldn't do it. I thought, no. Yeah, it sounds good. I couldn't speak because I couldn't have any reason. I just had a gut feeling I can't go there. But basically, it was top sales, making good money. But you have to become a different identity. With each client, they have different names.
What?
Yeah, that's right. So they're telling big lies. I couldn't believe the level of deception, but it was really good money. But you have to be very skilled because because the client gets to know you by a certain name, and if you forget, and give the wrong
So
name.
clearly, he didn't go by his Nigerian name. Clearly.
Yeah, of course not. Of course not.
Oh my God.
Yeah. But I was why did I say that? I tried to say that because there was something about what he could do that I just couldn't do it, and I couldn't explain why. And I remember one time we had the lunchtime conversation. We were sitting down, and he said we was talking about slavery and stuff like that. And my Nigerian friend said, "Look, but basically, his view was that all the people that got taken away as slaves, they weren't good for the community anyway."
No, he didn't say that to you.
I'm telling you, man. That's what he said. But don't forget, he's just not ordinary. He's like top level.
He didn't say
upbringing.
that to you. Like
he said that to me. He knows. He said that to me live. He just said, "Look, yeah." But I thought about that. But I'm not going to have anything against him because
32.0.
His view as a Nigerian, as an African from the mainland, I suppose his way of dealing with the trauma of the enslavement of African people is saying that those African people that were enslaved, they weren't of the best quality anyway. They were the dregs of what Africa was. So when he first said that, I was first
really
shocked.
Understanding of you. That's really, really understanding.
No, but I had to. No, I had to because I had to think this thing through. I had to think this thing through because my first impulse was like yours. I said, "What?" I would have been. That's what I was thinking in my head, but I'm just trying to control myself and just think, how could this be? But basically, his view of the whole of Americas, the whole of African diaspora, that we're basically all trash. And I can see that even in the movie, even the movie Wakanda, T'Challa would have had that kind of feel. It's like, look, we don't do things that way. Look, you've been taken away from us, from the homeland, and you're trying to bring back all this nonsense. We if you remember who you are, if you remember that you're an African, if you remember how the values of the homeland, you wouldn't be trying to come back with all this nonsense about trying to use our beryllium or whatever to liberate black people or the diaspora. You'd have realized that we're Africans, we don't do things that way. So obviously you've become less than an African. And I understand that now, but I had to calm myself down and just think it through. And so I can imagine,
Yeah, but how did the story end in the end?
Oh, well, there you go. So no, therefore,
it wasn't right. They knew they said that that working method was excluding people because they have a different mindset. Wasn't going to benefit them, and it wasn't a good thing in the end because of the fact that what it led to. So therefore, we should help people. So yeah.
Yes, I understand that. That's right. So how the film finishes is in line with how the African thinks. To a degree, it appears to be in line with how the African values are, but I would disagree. So I understand your view. So how the film started, how the film ended is that T'Challa was at the United Nations, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was, yeah.
Right. But all along, the white CIA guy with all their CIA, they've been monitoring and guiding the whole thing from beginning to end. So it's almost like he's a gollywog who doesn't even know it.
So what do you mean?
So it's like King Kong. No, he's like T'Challa. Basically ends like King Kong. In King Kong. So just because he's got a voice at the UN and he's all dressed up neatly in his back and Killmonger's dead. The way the film ends, it appears to be very positive. But and I imagine I can accept an African viewpoint would see it that way. But me, with my Caribbean viewpoint, or maybe some Americans viewpoint, would say no. You know, it's not that. It's not that. T'Challa should not have come out from where he was to be then honored amongst the United Nations, and then go under there.
You saying it too nice. You saying it too nice. What he's trying
I'm
to
doing
say
my best.
Is,
help
what
me.
What he's trying to say is that a real ending for that movie would have been a united Black nation, and if T'Challa was sitting at a table,
beautiful,
coming together with leaders of other Black community organizations.
You got it.
And then they building up something as a Black nation, and then they having business with the white people, them doing trade with the white people. But what the ending of the movie was a prominent Black figure joining with a bunch of other people.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for putting it in, because I have problems to communicate this. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah.
So that's why he's saying, yeah. I mean, it looks nice, but I mean, at the end of the day, all they was gonna do is just take his technology like they do, like anything different, and so
thank you. Exactly. Thank you. That's what. So the vibranium would have ended up in the hands of the UN, controlled by the same people who are outsiders, when it should have been for the African diaspora.
The diaspora,
yes.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I can dig it.
Yeah. So I'm sure I hope you guys can hear me. I mean, yeah, I can understand that mentality. I mean, it does.
Rap is not for all of that stuff.
Who? Me?
Yeah.
I don't think personally. Obviously, the mindset of people is very important. Like, we're going into the mindset of certain groups and what they are for in it. So we know that the system that we have now, like, yeah, you wouldn't want to reveal that type of information to them, because all they're gonna do is take it and weaponize it. That's what they're doing right now.
Okay.
But I'm like, obviously, I'm talking about a more distant thing, and on the other hand as well, I'm talking about there are certain people that are not of that mindset that are
you are T'Challa, man. You're the perfect T'Challa. You'll do, man. You represent T'Challa, man, and I'm a Killmonger right here now. We're having it head to head. Man.
So when you say a distant thing, you mean distant from now, but considering the past that we've had, but in the future, you see it being different. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Well,
you see what I mean? You see what I mean? This is the real T'Challa here. We have the king. We have him here. I'm telling you.
Are you saying that you foresee a future? You foresee a future with the people, the powers that be, somehow relinquishing and sharing the power with the people at the bottom? You foresee that in the future?
Say that one more time.
Do you foresee that in the future, the powers that be, right? Somehow them relinquishing some of their power and sharing power with the Africans and African diaspora? You foresee that?
I don't think they're going to be sharing power with people in African diaspora. I don't see that at all. Like, I've told you, my ideology is bare different still.
Wait, so then how do you foresee? You just said that you foresee it.
I'm sorry, James wants me to ask this question. I don't know why. I don't know what's the significance. It's the question is, melanated. What is this idea of the nasty runaway slave feet?
Melanated, stay focused. Stay focused. We're on the issue that
I don't know.
I would suggest. Exactly.
James.
Wait.
I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about.
I honestly don't get it. But James asked.
I have beautiful melanated feet. I don't know what he's talking about.
He said, "What's this idea of this nasty runaway slave feet. I don't know. Maybe James will come and clarify. I'm not scared to ask.
Let James come on, because I see how the conversation is losing it now. If James has something to say, let him come on. But I think this is very important. You represent King T'Challa beautifully in this in this scenario. I think
No, I could understand what you're saying, but this is where you guys are missing my point.
And wait. You also said not everyone, right? Because I don't want to lose the point. You also said not everyone has that mindset.
Yeah.
Right? So the ones that don't have that mindset, how active are they in making the change? Not how active are we? The ones that don't, like, where's the evidence that they don't have that mindset?
Well, that's the point, isn't it? Like the group that I come from an anarchist communist background, innit? Like I'm professing anarchist communist political philosophy, innit? There are a lot of white anarchists, but even amongst these white anarchists, that we do have an issue with the fact that they don't understand why we have a nationalistic understanding in it. So this idea of nationalism we're talking about is first
they
of all.
They don't understand why. Who has a nationalistic perspective? Who? Black people?
Like me. So we
hear that? Hear that? Listen carefully.
Yeah. So they have an issue with us saying that we're going to focus on the black people rather than focus on what they seem as world, the wider community, even though their systems that they have in their thing, even though they're trying to get rid of the idea of white supremacy, they're not really focused on the aspect. And what happens is they tend to dominate the narrative.
Oh my God. It's very important. I mean, I think I'm very honored actually to be having this conversation with Aaron Monselli, because it shows the big global picture between Africa and the African diaspora. It's a beautiful illustration, and I think our disagreement is so subtle. It's very difficult to pin it down. I can't even find the words really. You melanated goddess.
Right. What our disagreement is so subtle. What it was that it's a disagreement that the fact that what's it called? I'm maybe more promoting kumbayaism or whatnot. What, James? Just come on, bruv. This guy, bruv. Yeah, is it a point that I'm putting more emphasis on kumbayaism maybe, or what?
No, I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say it's. I don't think there's actually. I can't even find the language really, because it's a subtle thing. It's a subtle thing.
Yeah,
because you're. Yeah, I think let's try this. You have a view, or you appear to have a view, that where a group, or for example, Africa, is abundant in something, the Africans would not see as a problem to share it with other groups or other entities that the Africans feel need what the Africans have in abundance. So the Africans don't see it as a problem. So if you want gold, some of our gold, yes, you can have some. Just don't be greedy. Just we're happy to share it with you, and therefore even give it to you, because we have an abundance. So that's coming from the African psyche of abundance, of plenty. But where I'm where you and I disagree is that I'm saying the act of giving from Africa to other people is where the problem is. That to give and to share. I shouldn't say share, because share can, to give is an insult. Yes, it's a destructive thing to another community, to another entity, to another a group or nation that is outside yours. If you give to them, you are insulting them. You must trade or fight, but you don't give. Give is the worst thing. It has a deeper devaluing. I don't know how to put it. It's like you're nothing.
I think he's trying to say like, so when I'm driving, right,
Be
and
raw
there's
about it.
someone
Be raw about it. I
outside,
can take it.
huh?
Be raw about it. I can take it.
So like when I'm driving and there's someone who might have a sign or like they're hungry, they have children and they're starving, they need food. And I just roll down my window and I drop some change into their cup, or if I have some juice, I might hand them some juice and keep driving, right? They're like beneath me and I'm giving them something. Or at least that's the impression that it gives, So in my heart, I may be like, oh my God, let me help this person out. They are a parent and they're struggling or whatever. But you can't deny that I'm doing that because I'm in a better situation. And in a way that they would be looking to me as this savior type of person. Thank you, thank Allah, Jesus Christ, whomever, right? The Orisha, that this person came here to give me this. So all of that is tied into that act of giving, right? And then when you look at the way in which people give to the continent or anywhere in the diaspora, how do the people on the continent or the people in the diaspora view those people as some sort of savior, as they want to emulate them? They want to, white is right. We want lighter skin. We want to dress like them. We want to talk like them. Bleach, like all of this stuff. So how do you actually separate the act of giving as something pure? When that giving happens, all this other psychological stuff is tied to it.
Yes.
I mean,
but Ero Mansele would disagree. And I'm trying to understand why. Yeah.
You disagree with what I just said?
Listen carefully to what it's going to say.
I'll disagree with some in the sense.
I told you.
Hold on.
Wait, what part? Tell me what part you disagree with.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You see the giving, the idea that you're giving because you feel like this person is inferior in some sort of way to you is where I would be like, nah, you're stretching it, Carl. I'm not giving because I feel like I'm like, it's for them to say whether or not they want it. They have the option to reject it, and I'm not forcing it upon them. So
I'm talking about psychologically. Like, are we equal? Are we in equal positions and I'm giving to them? No.
But that's the thing. Like you're going to something else.
I'm taking from my excess and giving to them with their lack. That's just
because there's an attitude behind it. There's always an attitude behind why you're giving.
You can have a wonderful heart, right? You can have a wonder. I'm not saying your heart is evil.
Yeah.
I'm saying that the position that you're giving from is from a position above. It just is.
Correct.
I'm not saying that it's negative, but you are above and you're handing down. That's just that.
Yes.
Right? I'm in my nice, comfortable car with air conditioning. I shouldn't feel guilty about this. It is what it is. They're standing outside in the hot sun asking for money. When I give them something to eat, I'm not doing it like, here, you little peasant, you're nothing. No, I'm doing it because I have a heart and I'm like, you're hungry. But those dynamics are those dynamics. That's what he's saying. And with those dynamics comes a level of power. And I'm talking about on a macro level, comes a level of power and influence.
Correct.
And sometimes the influence is physical, and sometimes it's psychological.
I think you're taking this way out of context and too deep in it, Carl. Like that, so, you know what I mean? Like, if I'm thinking I'm more powerful,
maybe because you
if
know,
if I'm giving, I wanna.
I'm in America. I can't help but look at it deeply. I can't help but look at the
I didn't say
impact.
that your way is not a view that, like, obviously I can understand it because, but it comes back to intentions. It always comes back to intentions. No one's gonna be, saying that, oh, what's it called? Intentions on me giving. It could be because, oh, I do really think I'm better than you. So if I'm giving you this to tell you, yeah, I am better than you. But at the same time, I'm talking. You're saying I'm saying my reasons for giving is not because I have this information that I would like to share in it. If it's up to that person now, if they want to take the information or not, I'm not forcing it upon them. That's my ideology. Like any other thing that you're talking about, like that's someone else's ideology. You could take that up with them, but me, I'm telling you, the only reason why I'm offering you something is because I've got abundance of it and I can share it.
Yes, I understand. Yes,
But
yeah,
you
are King T'Challa, man. He's King T'Challa. I'm telling you.
But do you offer your knowledge to people who also have knowledge?
Yeah, why not?
Okay.
I think
so in the case of like two countries dealing with each other, right? When two countries who are both doing well exchange, they never call it aid. Why is that? They're not giving aid.
That's right.
But the aid is different because you're talking about aid.
Exactly. Why is it different?
Hold on, because the aid analogy you're using, yeah, is talking about in terms of someone you can see that is saying that they need help and they don't, and what's it called, they require it, and therefore they're asking for it. I'm not talking about aid. I'm not even talking about.
So clearly, need puts you in a different position, right? Need. But I'm saying, you're not really understanding what National was saying. He was talking about giving to people that need is different than giving or exchanging with people who don't need. That that part is just missing you. Because he did talk about trading, right? Trading is saying, no, listen, I'm a boss, you a boss, but you got something I need, I got something you need. We gonna trade. Boom. Power is on the same level. The power is on the same level. But when you are in need, right? If I want to hand you a cup of water, if I want to tell you to open your mouth and pour it, if I want to sprinkle it on the table and tell you to lick it, guess what? It's whatever, because you are in a place of need and I'm in a place of power. This is what he's trying to tell you.
But you're conflating me being in some type of place of power with the fact that I'm trying to impose myself on someone else in it. History has shown me
that's probable.
Yeah, that's very probable. Yeah, exactly. No, keyword is probable. That's
so
not
I have, so I don't have much to go on to be like history has told me that I stand a better chance at surviving a car crash wearing my seatbelt. So therefore I don't just say it's just probable I could die. Do you see what I'm saying? Like I don't get that logic. Like we do a lot of things because of the probability of it happening, right? People use condoms because they want to decrease the probability of getting pregnant.
Where are we going? Oh. All this just make me concede that when I'm giving to someone, I'm not just giving because I'm trying to do it out of the colours of my heart, but I'm also giving because I feel I'm better than this.
No.
That's what you're trying to make me concede to.
No. What both he and I are saying, right, is that to use a deeper level of scrutiny when dealing in a giving situation with members outside of your family group.
Simple, yeah.
That's it.
Wow, members outside is good. But what about when you're giving it to people in your family group circle? What difference does that make? That analogy can be applied within as well. So what's your point?
Well, with any human being,
However,
do you use Do you deal with your sibling or your cousin or your parents the same way that you deal with even your next door neighbor, whether your next door neighbor looks just like you? No, you don't. Could your sibling or could your cousin betray you? Absolutely, but you still deal with them differently. That's all. No one is saying that because they're your family, then it's never possible for anything to ever go wrong.
You can have
No one's dealing in.
You can have a situation where even your own next door neighbor, you could have more trust in them than your own family, right?
For
What?
me personally, right?
Yeah.
For me personally, see, now I think the probability of that is very low. Let me answer it that way.
Okay, can I come in there? Because you raised a good point. You raised a good point there. If I could call you T'Challa for this conversation, I would call you T'Challa, man. Am I allowed or not?
Go on. Yeah, I don't mind it.
Okay. King T'Challa, please.
Yeah.
I beg to differ. Now, King T'Challa, look.
Yeah.
Your abundance and natural generosity is understood.
Okay.
We don't have a problem with that. And your intentions, King T'Challa, are well understood. They are good intentions. You wish to share from your abundance of Africa to the needy who are outside Wakanda, outside of Africa. Now, what I'm trying to explain to you, King T'Challa, is that your generosity and your intentions, which are genuine, are perceived by people outside of your kingdom as a hostile act. So does that make sense?
Say that last bit one more time.
Okay. King T'Challa, your abundance and generosity and willingness to share with good intention to people outside your community who appear to be in need.
Yeah. Not even that they appear to be in need. It's like it's not. I'm not sharing because of need. You understand? That's one aspect.
Yeah, or they want. Yes. Okay.
I'm just
so the
sharing.
people.
I feel like this will be useful.
Yes, to them. Good.
If you don't want to find it, if you don't want to use it, that's fine, innit? I'm not forcing down you. That's my thing, innit?
Good.
So, yeah,
Right.
No problem. Yeah.
Right. So, King T'Challa.
Yes.
Your generosity is outstanding, and your abundance is great, and you are willing to share with those outside your community, whether they need it or whether they want it, or however the situation may be. You're willing to share and not force them to take something that you're willing to share. So if they don't want what you're willing to share, King T'Challa, you're perfectly happy with that, but you'd like to make the offer anyway because it's part of your intention and the way you run your kingdom. Good.
But yeah, no problem. I'll go with what you're saying. Yeah, go, keep going.
Okay. Yeah. But the point I'm trying to make to you, King T'Challa, that the world outside of your world is not as it may seem. You, King T'Challa, even though your intentions may be good, the mere fact of you having an abundance itself is a kind of hostile position. Because there are certain elements in human nature, like jealousy. Yes. So if a person was jealous of you, King T'Challa, you giving them something that they're willing to accept is not going to change the jealousy. Does that make sense?
Well, I kind of got lost in the little explanation.
I know, because it's difficult. It's difficult.
I kind of got lost because I blipped out. I'm not even gonna lie. Still,
that's okay. That's okay.
I don't know how sharing got to being disrespectful, and
right. That's what I'm trying to make you aware of. You can't understand that within your world. You can't understand.
No, even in today's world, we have examples where people share, and no one thinks, "Oh, you're trying to disrespect man for sharing with man." What do you think of? No one ever thinks that. Whenever, even amongst people, yeah, when they even saying that, what's it called? They're gonna be disrespected. It's just because they want to get into an argument or fight with that person. That's why they're doing it.
But okay, so Bill Gates wants to share with you Africans, wants to share with the Africans the vaccine. So let's say Bill Gates wants to share with Africans vaccination methods, and so and these large corporations want to share.
But you know that what I'm talking about is a system where I want to be. Actually, I don't even want to say too much. God, it's gonna be. But I don't want to have corporations. I don't want anyone profiting from money. You get me? I'm trying to burn out money. Like, you man are the ones talking about money, monetary system. I'm telling you that monetary system is not in my system. So let's just play along with it. Yeah. Let's say that there is a corporation now wanting to give aid, or what they call support or aid to an African country, and this is the coronavirus thing.
Yes. Yeah.
What exactly are you trying to get? What are you trying to narrow down the question to? Is it should we accept it, or should we look at it as a form of aid or giving, or the fact that they're trying to disrespect us because they feel like they're better than us, that's why they're giving us this medicine or virus that we have to take? Is that what you're trying to say?
I'm saying any giving of a group or an entity from outside the group is an insult, and it's an attack on the group. A very strange attack, very hard to explain, but it's an attack, and even though it might not be perceived so, because perceived as such, because I tried to mention an old saying, a gift blindeth the eye. I think that's from Proverbs somewhere. Gifts blind eye. So you can be a gift can be used to blind the perception of the person who the gift is intended to, if that person is an enemy or is outside the community. In fact, I'd go as far as to say it always.
Well, it has.
Bad.
Well, of course,
it's always bad.
It's like when they came in and gave alcohol to black people, and I mean alcohol in terms of
and guns and drugs and so on.
Yeah. That was all like another way of, from the back door doing something like stealing people and kidnapping people and taking them. It's always been. So I mean, of course, if you're dealing with someone who has a mindset like that, or who has an intention to profit off people rather than give because they actually have a genuine heart, of course, I'm gonna be looking at that guy like, why are you giving me that stuff? Like, that's my thinking, isn't it? But
yes. So what's a genuine heart?
Well, that's the thing. Well, you will never know if someone's genuine in their heart fully. I can attest. I can say that. That it would be more of actions rather than just simple gestures from time to time.
Oh, I don't know. See, this is what goes back to the beginning of the conversation about money and currency. See, the action, you may see an action, like a moving chess. I don't know if you play chess or drafts.
Yeah,
An action, yeah, you can make an action that appears to be, but you're not foreseeing the other moves that are going to come after the action. So it appears to be that you've made a stupid move, and you've given away that piece. Give that word there, given away that piece, but you didn't see once that piece has been given away, it may open up new things. So yes, it's the intention. It's the intention. So therefore, the intention of just I'm trying to say, action is not good enough. Actions are not good enough. Actions are at the simpleton level. Somebody will give you something to gain trust in order to mess you up later on. So the action, it looks good, and then if you're a leader of a place, all the people being given free food, and then they think, oh, this person who's come over in their helicopters and their planes, and they're giving us all this stuff free. They must be such nice people. And then when you start to say, watch out for these people, the other people, your community is going to laugh at you and start saying, look, actions speak louder than words. These people gave us bags of rice for free. They must be good people.
Fam. I hear what you're saying, and the mindset is of people that, because do you know what it is? Yeah. I concede that in this day and age, we cannot be thinking about working with the white man, because the white man right now is always been and always has been the devil. You understand?
I'm done with you.
I can see. The white man is definitely the devil. We should be having every eyes pointed at him, not just one eye. You get me? when they're coming and talking to us, and we should just we should go and segregate ourselves. Create our own banks, everything. You get me? Any IMF deals that we got with them, we need to dust that out and say that, listen, we ain't paying no IMF bills, whatever. Cool. That's how we do it. You get me? Wait.
Wait. This is what I don't understand. This is what I don't understand, right?
Black power.
So listen. Shut up.
King T'Challa, don't take them. See, King T'Challa is laughing at us now.
I'm not King T'Challa no more. I'm what's his name? I'm
Killmonger now.
Killmonger. Yeah, I'm Killmonger now.
No. You can't be. The Killmonger character does not suit you. It won't fit. It's like King T'Challa trying to be Killmonger. It's not going to work.
Listen, I've renounced my faith in the white man being good people. Yeah, they are all the devils. Yeah, and we need to organize ourselves as black people and forget them. Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Wow.
No more communism. No more state. No more stateless. No more moneyless. No more classless talk. You understand? Let's talk about black capitalism and black economics. That's what we're going to talk about now.
Okay. Yeah. You got something to say, Melanated Goddess? In response to King.
Wait, hold on 1 second.
Killmonger. It's Killmonger.
Okay, he's tried to be Killmonger. He's tried.
It's Killmonger. It's Killmonger.
Go on.
It's Killmonger, fam. It's Killmonger. Yeah.
Melanated Goddess, you got something to say?
Yeah. Melanated, have you got anything to add? My conversion is very swift. I hope
conversion swift.
I hope you accept my black shahada.
Listen, what is you talking about? No one is trying to pressure you into
my black Pan-African shahada.
Into anything like that.
No one's pressuring. No, I'm not saying that you're pressuring me. I'm not saying you're pressuring me. Obviously, like there's different schools of thought amongst.
I don't even speak like that, calling white people devils and stuff like that. That's
Oh,
that's not really like in my vocabulary.
They are the
oh
devils.
My God.
Devils. I'm telling you now. If you don't know that,
but you want to know, what I find it interesting, right?
Now I've got one eye on you. If you don't think they're the devil, you understand? I've got one eye on you.
Okay, that's fine.
Here we go.
Yeah. Listen, what I find interesting, right, is that, and I think I put it in the back chat. Why is it that Black people really struggle emotionally with being homogeneous, being exclusionary in their community? Like, I mean, when I lived in Brooklyn, you could drive from one neighborhood to another neighborhood, and that neighborhood is homogeneous. It is, all the people are the same, right? And they don't feel guilty about it. They actually feel pride. There's a level of comfort. There's a level of, just shared values, a lot of stuff is shared. I'm not saying everything is shared, and those, is it that there's a gate there and everyone has to stay there? No, of course they go.
I think you've misunderstood me, because I have never ever said there is an issue with Black people doing anything in their community or working. I've even said my form of nationalism is talking about Black people first. You understand? Right? Where I'm coming from is the fact that, what's it called? After we've done the revolution, we've done the thing. Yeah, how are we going to live after that? Are we going to continue to, like, I don't know how clear I'm being.
I don't know. Like, well, listen. For me, I don't know how deep national is, but I will answer it this way. I don't deal with having the energy that it takes to hate another group of people. My focus is on my people, right? So I can't think about when it's all nice, then how are we going to interact with them? We haven't gotten to the nice.
Yeah,
Can we focus on that? Can we plan on that? I'm not even worried about.
But this is where we're even at odds with each other, Carl. It's the fact that my worldview that I'm talking about, it's some people are just like, oh, we're gonna focus on Black economics, and Black economics is gonna be what we're gonna do. We're gonna get our own lands, we're gonna get all in this, and then that's it. We're gonna have almost like a
So in your worldview, where can you get land without paying for it? Can you get land without paying for it?
Well,
in your worldview.
Well, at the end, no. When we get to that point, no, we don't. We can get land. You don't have to pay. You don't pay for anything.
No. You said if we get to it. So up until it's manifested, we will still be having to buy land, right?
Of course, yeah.
Okay, so again, that sounds very abstract, right? And the people need direction. The people need an understanding, a foundation.
That's education.
Not abstract, like a cloud that you're trying to stand on top of the cloud. Like it's permeable. We just going, like we need some solid foundation, right? So right now, all we know, what we have is capitalism, right? And people are trying to get a foundation and get solid ground in the current system that we have now.
What's the goal? That's what I'm talking about, the goal.
I feel like if we had a few 100,000 Black Wall Streets globally, if we had a few 100,000 Black Wall Streets globally, all doing business with one another and getting money from other communities, I think we'd be good.
All right. Well, that's where.
Not no one Black Wall Street, because you see what happens when.
That's right.
They could but like maybe 500,000 Black Wall Streets globally. Some Black Wall Streets in Cuba, some Black Wall Streets in Haiti, some Black we would be dope as shit. We would be
dope as shit, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, like that. Yeah. So
you know?
so yeah.
And then I won't have to buy my green plantain from a Chinese man. You know what I'm saying? See what I'm saying?
Yeah,
I'm tired of that.
Yeah, I got you.
I can, you know, that's like
Let me speak.
I think
To
Uncle already
Tyler.
knows where my goal is at anyway. So I don't know why I need
So
to.
you're not with the Black Wall Street business.
Black capitalism is just.
It's what? Tell me. Teach me. I don't know your
oppression.
way.
It's just another form of oppression to me. Yeah, you just now you're gonna say, okay, let's not buy from the white man, let's buy from black people, but there's still gonna be black people at the bottom of that.
Yeah. Okay. That's true. Listen.
Yeah.
Even when we had, even back in the days when they had a pharaoh, they had people who didn't have, right?
Yeah.
But I'm gonna tell you, I choose, right? When I got my degree, I could choose the type of the group that I want to work with to capitalize and to make the most money. But I chose a population to work with to give back to my community.
What happened? I can't hear you guys.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
I can hear you.
I don't know what's going on with
I felt like it kind of blipped up, but I did hear the part where you were talking about when you left, when you graduated, you could choose what group you wanted to join and choose what type of income. Like it's almost like if you wanted better for yourself, you could achieve that. That's what you're saying.
Right.
Wait, you're going robot again.
Also telling me it's a good idea too.
All right. I suppose she'll jump back on. So King T'Challa. Yes, the Black Wall Street.
I will not accept that name. It's Killmonger now.
Okay.
Okay. I want to be hearing Tyler talk. I want to be hearing Killmonger.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Do you want to finish what you're saying, Melanated Goddess, before I say what I'm going to say?
Yeah, I was just saying. Thank you. I was just saying that when he says that the black economics, I think that we could put our energy into developing systems where the people who you could say, like, I don't want to say at the bottom, but the lower class, right? That there are things in place that are way better than what's in place now to kind of help them. And those would be members of our own community. So we would have power in deciding how to help them.
So it's
right? Because if you have your own business, if you're an entrepreneur and you have your own business, you're going to have employees. There's always a structure of hierarchy. There's always even if you have a town where you don't have to buy the land or whatever, and who's to stop me from building my house bigger than yours? Then we can argue about whose house is bigger. You know what I'm saying?
Why would I want to argue with you about my house being bigger when I just care about where I live in? Like what?
But that's what I'm saying. But that may be you. That may be you. But someone else may want a bigger house now because your house is bigger. Or want to argue with you and say that that's not fair.
I look at them and their mindset's messed up, isn't it? Like that's how I look at them.
Okay, can I say this? That a society, in my view, a society or a community or a nation, the whole nation, the whole community can be judged by the lifestyle of its poor.
Say that one more time. The society,
the whole community of a society.
Yeah.
The way that the poor live is a measurement of the entire society. So in a community or a nation, it's developed well. It will look after the poorest person within that community is living a far better life than a person in an unorganized nation or community. Yeah, they may just leave people to die on the street. Yes, whilst the more developed communities that the most people are arguing about, they're not arguing about whether to have toilets and running water. everybody has toilets and running water because that community or that nation has decided that the basic fundamentals of life is that everybody should have a house, or everybody should have a place to live, and everybody should have running water, and everybody should have healthcare and education. So all these things start to the community decides what is basic, whilst another community might say, look, you're lucky to be alive. You know, if we've got some spare chicken, we'll throw it out the window, and you can fight for it in the street, because the basics is that you can walk around, but we're not going to offer anything more than that. So two communities and two societies could have very different views on how they say what the basics are for the poorest. Does that make sense?
Yeah, because I look at some of the communities that like they have the resources, like how they look after like their poor, you know, or not I'm gonna say just the poor, but like things like a whole year of maternity leave and things like that. Like that's not paid maternity leave. Man, it to me is a reflection of the values.
Yes.
You know, like
of the community.
Like in America, you're going back to work 6 weeks. You got a 6-week-old baby, and all you get is 6 weeks, and you got to take your ass back to work.
Yes, but that doesn't apply. That only applies to the outsiders in reality, I believe. You know, those people that are in the inner ring that believe themselves to be the true representative of America, they look after their own. And they'll have maybe 3 years leave or whatever. Yeah, but basically the bottom line, I'm saying that how the society at all levels is treated is a matter for the community to decide. It's for the community or the nation to decide what are the basic necessities. And a nation might decide that the basic necessities of everybody in our nation, in our community, in our country is that you all must have an education, you must all learn to read and write, you must all be fed, and you must all have running water. They might decide that. And that's, as far as they're concerned, those are the basics. Now we can have big debates and about other things, but we just want to sort out the basics first. Whilst another group, they can say that the basics are that there's a water fountain in the middle of the city, and the poor people can go there and drink water. But that's the basic necessity. The food you'll have to beg for, or whatever, or fight for, or whatever. Or healthcare. No, we've decided that nobody is the basic. Healthcare is not a basic, and education is not a basic in our community. That's what we've decided in our nation.
Yeah.
So they're two different worlds. I wanted to address something that you said, Masala, is that
yeah. Call me King T'Challa if you want.
Okay, T'Challa, yeah, I like it because King T'Challa suits the way you're thinking, and I like the way that you think because it encapsulates so many people that I've met who have African values, and so you're not on your own. I'm not just having a go at you. No, I'm just saying you've beautifully encapsulated, and you're arguing very well for King T'Challa's point of view, and many people from the mainland or Africa that I've spoken to over the years, they share the view that you have. So it's just that how can Killmonger sit down with T'Challa and come to some kind of agreement? So you said, that's it. That's what you were talking about, the economy. So you acknowledged maybe he's joking or not, saying, "Okay, the Black Wall Street. Yes, I'm black now. I'm T'Challa. Very good." And then yes, okay, black people trading amongst themselves, right? But the slight difference for me, I'm saying, is that once black people can trade amongst themselves and look after their own community successfully, then they'll be in a position to trade with dignity with other communities and with mutual respect. See, they won't be giving stuff away and not, all this aid program is just terrible. The giving, I'm saying, the giving is poison. You must trade or you fight. But this giving is an insult. It's an insult to the very nature of a people, of an individual, of a nation, of a city, and a country. So I'm open for discussion and challenges on that. If you have to fight it out, let's go.
Good afternoon, Mr. IC3,
Good
and hello,
afternoon.
Melanated and everyone else. Sorry, Aram's. Oh man, I can't pronounce her name, but
Ermonsele.
Okay, Ermonsele. Wow, it's a hell of a name. Actually, I thought I would be in opposition to Mr. IC3, but it seems I'm in total agreement.
What?
Yeah, well, it's because you're coming from a libertarian perspective of self-reliance and self-sufficiency rather than begging for handouts. And I agree with that. This is why I think the United States is the way it is, and people complain in other countries, or maybe some socialist-minded people within the United States complain that why isn't the United States giving more healthcare, more this, more that? But what they don't realize is that those countries that do give all these things, what you lose in those countries is your liberty. Those countries that give you healthcare, you are dependent on responding to that healthcare. So that means your doctor tells you what to eat, how to exercise, where to go, because if you don't, that healthcare is not for free. That healthcare comes with responsibilities, and you are now dependent upon the state, and the state will tell you where to go, how to eat, what to do, because if you are obese, if you smoke, if you drink too much, well, you're taking out from that healthcare, and that system doesn't want you to be abusing or taking advantage of that healthcare. So now get your ass running. Quit smoking. You can't smoke. You can't quit smoking. We'll ban smoking in all the places. We'll ban it in clubs. We'll ban it in bars. We'll ban it on buses. Oh, you can't stop drinking. Well, we'll curtail your drinking. We'll put the drink prices up. We'll ban it in these places. We'll take away your liberty because you want that healthcare.
I'll be back here. I'm just
okay.
Make sure my subjects, melanated and national racism, be here. You understand? King T'Challa will be back. You understand?
Okay, King.
That's the order.
Yes, all right. We hear you. We hear you, Your Honor.
Get me.
We hear you, Your Honor.
Melanated, do you have any disagreements with that? You understand? I'm joking, man. Take care, man. I'm coming back still.
But yeah, this is my has always been my concern. Although I agree with the NHS, don't get me wrong, I love the NHS. I think the NHS is a good thing, but I recognize the trade-offs that we have to make for that service. We get that service from the government, but there's a trade-off of liberty for that. And the liberty is that the government then has a hand over your life and has a say over what you do, how you behave, what you eat, what you don't eat, how much you exercise, how much you smoke, all of that stuff. There is a level of dictatorship over that, because if you go to the NHS and say, help me, I've been smoking 20 cigarettes a day and I need assistance with this, well, the NHS turns around and goes, you're now going to have to quit smoking. So there you go. There's your trade-off. Now, don't get me wrong, I've never smoked in my life, and I don't particularly like smoking, but I appreciate that people have the liberty to do that. I still think people should have the right to smoke, Why shouldn't they have the right to smoke? It's your body, your choice. Put it in your. I personally think if you want to poison yourself, go ahead and poison yourself. That's the fundamental level of liberty I want. I want to choose to be healthy.
Whoa. You're dropping some.
I know.
bombs.
It seems extreme, but what I will say is, I want people to choose to be healthy, not to be dictated to be healthy.
I understand. I understand,
I would
but there's
rather
danger.
that to be an option.
Okay, I understand. But I'd like to highlight why I believe we might disagree, and which makes it more interesting to find out our differences. So you kind of felt that you agreed with me when you first came on. So now I'm going to dig a bit deeper now.
Sure.
So I am saying, let me see if you agree with this. I am saying that when you talked about liberty, I grasp that you're saying you should have the right even to kill yourself or to kill yourself or smoking or whatever. When you mentioned that, I started to think about this. What they call it? Is it voluntary euthanasia?
Voluntary euthanasia, sure. Yeah, they have that in I think in Sweden or Switzerland.
Yeah. Right. So, wow. Let me see how can I approach this. So that is the same thing as saying, when you're saying people should have right to smoke, right to kill themselves if they want to. When we move further down that line, we come to voluntary euthanasia, and the right and the liberty for people to kill themselves or have somebody kill them for them if they want to. All right. And I understand that. So that's the liberty model at its extreme. You're liberal. I'm saying that is a product produced, or a liberty that is produced and marketed and propagandized by an external force or community that is not part of your community. So I've got to be careful with this. A healthy community or nation that is investing within itself and has interests within itself would not produce people or even individuals who would want to kill themselves. What do you think of that statement?
Sorry, a healthy nation would not produce individuals who want to kill themselves.
Yes.
Seems fairly, yeah. I mean, not necessarily. I don't know. It's. I think it's complicated.
Gotcha.
Yeah, because I don't think you can say a healthy nation is dependent upon. I mean, you can have a nation of people who want to kill themselves, and that nation would still be prosperous, because those people's deaths.
What do you mean?
Yeah. So exactly, I was going to ask that.
Yeah, those people's deaths could be in the service of war. If you have an empire,
suicide, though, that wouldn't be looked upon as suicide.
Exactly. Yes.
Sorry, I missed that. What was that bit?
It wouldn't be suicide.
That wouldn't be suicide if
Okay.
war,
So you're saying specifically suicide then? So a nation based on the health. Could you build a healthy nation based on a whole bunch of people who are suicidal? Ultimately, I think no, because you'll simply run out of people to have a nation.
That's right. That's one angle.
Unless those people are reproducing at extreme rates, but then their children would also be suicidal, so they'll probably kill themselves off.
If there were a lot of people who were suicidal, would you, as an outsider, look at that nation and say, "That's such a successful nation"? I mean, so what if 1 in 4 men have attempted suicide in that nation, or
attempted and actually successful are two different things. But I mean,
they're different things, but they're not like really happy people don't attempt suicide. So I'm just saying that
do you what conclusion would you draw from a nation that has a lot of suicide, like them actually completing it, or attempts? What would your
Yeah, I mean,
conclusion be about that nation?
if it's a nation that has a very high rate of people attempting suicide or committing suicide, then I think that that nation is got deep rooted problems, and its longevity is in question. So I because again, what I see, I mean, human beings, the basic core principle of human beings is survival and reproduction.
Yes.
That is our basic tenets of living on this planet, is to survive and reproduce. Now, if you're
Okay.
living in a society that is not conducive to that, that is the antithesis of that, which is suicide, then your society, your civilization is not going to survive it, because your children, I mean, you may be producing like 20 kids per person, but but you're a highly suicidal nation. Well, your adults will commit suicide, but your children, as soon as they reach some level of adulthood, will have that suicidal tendencies inherited or observed and learned from the society, so they will be committing suicide before they start to reproduce. So your first generation might be producing 20 children or 10 children, let's say a ridiculous amount, but eventually that's going to decline generation by generation. So it'll be 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and then 0. And eventually your people will just simply, your civilization will die out, because everybody's committing suicide before they even reproduce most of the time.
Right. So would you agree with me then? Would you agree with me that a healthy nation, community, or people, not even one member would desire to commit suicide?
I don't know. I don't think again, at the other extreme, what you're saying, a nation that nobody wants to commit suicide.
Absolutely
I feel guilty about
not.
throwing.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Sorry.
I'm not sure whether that is even achievable, given the human state. Just the state of human beings. There will always be outliers who will have certain mental conditions, biochemical issues, life experiences, dramatic events, which will lead them to think that this life is not worth living. So you can minimize that, but to have a society which would have 0 suicide, people that want to commit suicide, I just think that's unrealistic. That's not addressing the human condition. You're now in the realms of fantasy and sort of utopianism, but that's not addressing the real human condition.
Okay.
I just don't think the human condition is that way.
Okay.
We're not built that way.
Very interesting. Very interesting. Are there animals that commit suicide?
Yeah.
Which ones?
I forgot exactly. There was well, I mean, they say lemmings commit suicide, but I'm not entirely sure whether they actually commit suicide or they're just idiots. But there are actually
interesting.
Yeah, I know there are actually. I forgot what it was. Damn it! I have to go look it up. I know there was a either, I don't know whether it was some of baboons or chimpanzees, or whether it was another types which do actually put themselves in blatant danger. Now, whether that can be translated, because I mean that's our interpretation.
That's
So
right. Take your time.
to know the mind of an
Let's see what you
animal,
got.
to know the exact motives of the animal is, I think, almost impossible. So we can infer whether it's certainly, there are animals certainly that will override their own survival instincts in circumstances in which could translate as they want to die, or they put themselves in a situation where they would die. But whether that is suicide, I don't know. I don't think
Exactly.
Yeah,
So,
I don't think we can
sometimes
determine that.
in war, you might have a group of people fighting, and then somebody might sacrifice themselves to save other members of the group.
Yeah,
yes,
absolutely.
So I'm kind of seeing that in a different way to say that than somebody saying, look, you know, bye bye all. I'm going off to Sweden. I'm going off to a different place, miles away, amongst strange people who might not share my values, just to commit suicide. I just feel like dying. I think there's a big difference. So euthanasia, what's I've forgotten the term now. What's it called? Something euthanasia? I've forgotten the term I used.
I mean, euthanasia is the term for having someone.
Yeah, you just decided voluntary euthanasia. You know, it's my right. I live in a liberal society. I'm going to get the plane and I'm going to fly over to the Swiss or wherever, to a different country, to a different nation, to a different people with different values, and I'd like them to put me to death. I can't get my head around that.
It all really depends on how you value life. I can see.
Now we're going.
Well, I can see as an individual person how someone who is, for example, a tremendous athlete, and they're a great runner, 100-meter runner, or a boxer or whatever, and all their life they've been incredibly physically at the peak of physical fitness, and then suddenly they have an accident and they become quadriplegic. They're bound in a wheelchair with a machine breathing for them for the rest of their life. I can see that person would consider that worse than death. It's an agonizing, slow crawl. I mean, we're all dying. We know we're all on the same path. We're all going to death. We all know that. It's just how we get there and how long it takes for each of us to get there. So we all know we're going to die. It's just for some people, they would prefer to do it whilst, I guess, I don't know. It's just like, as I said, if you're an athlete at the peak of your physical fitness, you do everything, you run, you jump, you do everything amazing, and suddenly you're bound in a wheelchair, breathing through a machine, and having your mother spoon feed you porridge, and have to change your colostomy bag and your adult diaper. Would you say that life is worth living?
Right. So you come on. Earlier on, we was talking about culture, values, currency, and so on. So I like the way you said that. Actually, the last thing you said, life worth living. Interesting. What makes life worth living? Because that encapsulates before we go into suicide and reasons for suicide. Somebody's decided that life's not worth living, so they want to kill themselves. Some people decide that life is worth living. So what makes life worth living, in your opinion?
Well, for me, it's very different. It's going to be very different. I personally think that life is a subjective thing. What makes life worth living is a subjective thing. I think for me, it would be my family, mothers, brothers, sisters, there's people around me, and potentially certain projects that I'm involved with, which result, which is to do with work and other things. Ultimately, a lot of people do say children is the ultimate reason for living. I think that has a great deal of validity, but I think each person finds their own reasons themselves. It's not there is no one thing that makes life worth living.
Okay, so life worth and living. So life worth living. So worth, because you came on late, but worth relates to currency, which relates to value. Yes. So value and worth. worth. Yes. So life and its worth, life and its value, life and its currency. So it's possible to devalue life in such a way that it's not worth living. And I suppose that will be part of the psyops in war, wouldn't it? Just give up.
Yeah.
You guys are going to
True.
lose. We've got tanks. We got this. We got that. Blah 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 blah. We got a great leader. We're and you guys are nothing.
Yeah, some lives are worth more than others, depending on how big your gun is.
right. So that's a gift, isn't it? Because we talked about gifts earlier on. So I'm going to give you some information. I'm going to tell you that your life is not worth living.
Some people can do that, sure. Yeah, I think you're right. We do that all the time. When a bomb goes off, I noticed it like this: a suicide bomber blew up themselves in Belgium, and all over. This was some years back. This was like I don't know. I forgot exactly 2010 or sometime around that sort of era. And I saw a whole bunch of Belgium flags all over people's Facebook profiles. Facebook would let you have these little sort of layers of a flag over your picture, over your profile picture.
Okay.
And there was all these Belgium flags all over. Oh, we're all in solidarity with Belgium. Literally, I would say less than a month later, a suicide bomber blew themselves up in a Turkish airport, and it was all over the news. You could see the video, the CCTV footage of the suicide bomber blowing himself up was actually available on the internet. Loads of Turkish people died. I didn't see one Turkish flag posted on Facebook. Okay. No one. There was no profiles with a Turkish flag avatar or layer over them. We weep for Turkey. And immediately to me, this was, so Turkish lives don't matter as much as Belgian lives, it appears.
Interesting. That's right.
They're not worthy of a Facebook flag. It appears.
Right. Okay. Right. So, and as we know, Facebook belongs to a community.
Sure.
It belongs to a group of people that have shared values. What those values are, in a deeper sense, we don't know. So obviously that community will do what they want to do, and whatever they believe is to their benefit. And if you're outside that community, if you're outside the Facebook community, then they would perceive your life as being of less value.
Yeah.
Because obviously they're going to raise their own
values. Well, it's not even that. I don't know whether you can say it's community or not, but I look at it like this. A right-winger in New Zealand killed 50 Muslims, and it was a global outrage, and New Zealand literally changed laws because of it. And it was a remembrance period and this and that. And yet literally hundreds, if not thousands of Muslims on a weekly basis die in Iraq and Syria.
Right. Yes.
And it's just a Tuesday in Iraq.
Right. So digging into this, the value of life, I'll make the statement, then you can either disagree or not. I am saying that the value of life is gauged by the community itself.
Yeah.
Or by the nation itself. They decide, or the family decides, the value of a life. And it goes back to, so that's my statement. If anybody wants to disagree, I'd like to listen. So moving on from... Yeah, moving on from there. Go on,
Yeah,
continue.
no
Go on,
worries.
go
No,
on.
I just want to quickly say, were you guys discussing the gentleman in America who recently died as well? Have you guys pointed anything towards that?
That's how the whole conversation started. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's how it
I
all started.
suspected. Yeah, because
Yeah,
that's what I was addressing. That's what I was sort of referring to last time I was on Veli's, I think yesterday or the day before.
yeah,
Yesterday, in regards to value of life and how it's valued and how it's perceived, especially in the United States, and the whole premise behind Black Lives Matter. Um, I think that is, yeah, within our society. Now, if an American black man is blown up by an Arab suicide bomber, there would be outrage across the United States. A Muslim suicide bomber killed an American. It won't be a black man that died by an Arab man. It would be a suicide bomber Muslim killed an American. A white
yeah,
police officer chokes a black man to death, and
yeah.
it's a black man that just, yeah, and another police officer, another death by police in America.
Police brutality kind of thing.
Yeah,
Yeah,
another
yeah,
police brutality by America. So I would wager, if that man who died a few days ago, if he was blown up by a suicide bomber, it would be outrage across the world. There'll be memorial days. There'll be also, how could there's another terrorist attack on our soil against an American, but
right,
a
right.
white police officer kills a black man, and it's just another day in America.
Right. So it's acceptable because black Americans are of inferior life value to white Americans. So that's part of the so-called American nation or community circle. But an Arab coming from outside of America, coming in to attack America, is something totally different.
That black man's life, his value of life, automatically changes depending on who was the killer.
Of course,
he's valued more. He's valued as an American if he's killed by a Middle Easterner suicide bomber.
Yes.
But he's just another black man if he's killed by a cop.
Exactly. So it's not even really about the individual. What we're trying to say is that it's about community. That suicide bomber or group of suicide people or whatever, they're not Americans. So yeah. It's not about the suicide bomber. It's not about individuals. It's about a community. It's a nation or a different set of outsiders.
Mm.
And so whatever crimes may be taking place on the inside, that's nothing to do with outsiders. So that's why that you'll still get black Americans joining to go and fight in Afghanistan or Iraq or something like that, because the abuses at home are well, it's home.
Yeah.
So they think.
Yeah, I mean, if there's a gentleman, MGC says, well, if that was true, there wouldn't be riots now. The fact that there is only riots for this individual right now is because it was so obviously egregious. How many hundreds of black people have died in police custody, and there's never been any riots? There's never been any issues. This was just an exceedingly egregious version of those hundreds that have already happened that no one gave a shit about. They didn't even make it to page 3 of a newspaper. So
hold it. You said no one.
Well,
no,
I
one
mean,
gave a shit about
no one in the mainstream media or in the wider society. And of course, there were internally people who, of course, cared about them. But what I mean is, these outrage, these protests and riots that we see now is because it had to get to such an egregious level that was so obviously brutality and indifference to this person's life. I mean, the indifference of those officers towards this person's well-being was so blatantly obvious that the police couldn't hide it anymore. They couldn't brush it under the rug anymore. It was just too obvious, too just cut clean. that this is going on.
Well, what would you say? It'd be nice to hear what some American feedback, but it appears to me that the American society or community has a certain set of values and culture and cultural values, and part of that culture is that the people classified as black are inferior, and occasionally they have to be reminded that they're 3/5 of a human being, and that's just part of the structure. So just that, advertisement, music, and so on. Occasionally, the blacks will start losing it and thinking that they're equal in that society. We're all American, but occasionally, I mean, this goes right back to the founding fathers of the United States. They wanted independence from. We were talking about this earlier. They wanted independence from the King of England, and so they started shouting about liberty, 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 liberty. And they said, "Yeah, we agree with France. Liberty, liberty. We want freedom to, America to be independent. Liberty, liberty." And then somebody said, "Oh, but what about the slaves?" Oh. Well, how are we going to get around
liberty,
that?
We weren't talking about them.
Exactly.
Well, I mean, when we meant liberty, I mean, come on, we know who we were talking about. Only the Caucasian liberty.
Right.
Caucasian liberty matters.
Right. But you don't want to say, "Oh, we're talking about white liberty," or they're just, the enslaved people weren't part of the factors. It's just that somebody threw that in the conversation. And they said, "Well, I was watching the YouTube documentary or series, and they was basically saying, well, the enslaved people, the blacks, we'll do that later, but for now, it's about us."
Yeah,
us in England. We want liberty.
Yeah, they even wrote it, life, liberty for, what was it, for all men? So I forgot the exact thing.
Oh, I got it. It's self evident. It's self-evidence, liberty for humankind, liberty for people is self-evident. It's obvious. Well, how about the black slaves?
Yeah, well,
difficult one.
Nah, I mean, we weren't really talking about them guys.
That's right. We weren't talking about them. Why'd you bring up? This is not the issue at the moment. We're talking about liberty, and it's self-evident, and it's a God-given right to us Americans.
But Mr. IC3, if I were to be charitable, if you will, to the slave-owning founders of the United States, would you say that they at least established the foundations towards the blacks sort of gaining liberty in the long run? I mean, sure, it took hundreds of years, but did they at least plant some seeds, or do you think that their actions had no, they didn't even, the black people, the black slaves were not even on their consciousness at the time when they were writing these laws and these constitutions?
No, they were not.
They were not. Yeah. But sorry, continue, Melanie, to go this. If you have got more to say.
No, I mean, I'm listening to your commentary on the state, the reality of being in this country, and it is what it is.
Yeah. So Banks. Yeah. So Banksy style asks a good question. Did the Americans view of liberty and trying to achieve, correct me if I'm wrong, Banksy, but I understand Banksy's question to be, did the Americans' forefathers effort to achieve liberty from England, or from the King of England, did it work out good for the black people?
No. You already know that. Why are you asking that question?
It's not an easy question. No, I'm going slow. No, I'm going slow. No, I'm going slow for a reason.
Amendments, right? Even when they intended to amend the Constitution,
yeah,
they still put in a loophole where they were able to legally, and it uses the word slavery, right? That's in under the conditions that they're incarcerated. So when that was put in place, all they ended up doing was ramping up incarcerating Black men. This is where the development of what they call the chain gangs, where they wanted to develop and build the railroad systems that people have the luxury of sitting in cargo trains to go from state to state, and they can transport goods and services, efficiently to help the country run.
Yeah.
That labor came from imprisoned Black men. It's like, you're supposed to take 1 step per second and you took 2, go to jail. Like whatever, whatever minor infraction, whatever reason. I mean, even if they lied, what was some Black man who they called boy, who literally had his freedom for like 5 days? What is he gonna do to speak to the whole police department that's white and say that's not true, I didn't do it?
Right.
So, I don't really think that any of that was written with Black people in mind to say that, they really are people and they really deserve, to be respected and treated and to have rights. I think that it has come a decent way, but it's definitely not. It's that structure remains in place.
Okay. But I still want to dig at what Banksy was saying, because the question was, did it work out good for Black people? But the Haiti revolution was part of this theme, because of liberty. So the French were talking, screaming liberty. The Americans are screaming liberty, and then the people in Haiti, they started saying, yeah, I agree with that, man. Liberty for the slaves as well. And then they started to fight, and they actually managed to have a country separate for quite a few years before the whole of the Europe ganged up against them. So it's a very deep question. That's why I took my time and went really slowly with the question, because it's that cry for liberty that made the Haitian come to an understanding of themselves and establish their own. Was it republic? Was it? I don't know if it's a republic. I don't know the term.
America is the republic. Yeah, what do they call it? A democratic republic, or no?
I think that's the terminology. I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Haiti created some kind of republic by itself, bouncing off this idea.
Oh, Haiti. Haiti. Yeah, sorry, Haiti. I thought you were talking about the United States. Yeah, the Haitians. I guess so. I mean, I presume Haiti is a democratic republic, but the thing is, here's the thing. This is my thoughts here, because there's a couple of things. Number one, I think Melanated, would you agree to the statement that, or to this statement that I'm thinking, the judicial system incarcerating Black men is a stealth form of state slavery? It is how the American system got round to getting the Black people to continue building effectively America without being called it being called slaves. And if that is the case, how can they break this cycle of, because we know that even though the African Americans are about 13% of the population, they statistically commit 50% of the crimes. At least this is statistically. How can the black communities break that cycle? Because I have heard people like Muhammad Ali and was it Elijah Muhammad and the Nation of Islam type people talk about having a separated state for the African Americans of United States in order for them to have effectively kind of like the Native Americans what's it called, reservation. And they could then build a nation or build a society in which it will be for them, by them, and as equitable as possible, so that they can then start to break the cycle that they are trapped in with the American federal system.
I think that's a great idea. That I would move there. I would move to the reservation. See, this is the thing when we say, as I mentioned about how they were able to build up some and get the labor through the chain gangs and so forth of drumming up like whatever types of charges, right? When they say that Black people commit crimes, I am very, very hesitant to say. I would say that they are accused of the crimes, but
exactly. That's why I said this is only statistically that is how it's shown, because of the number of Black people who are criminalized for certain actions, and so they would then go into the statistics. So on the statistics that has been taken by the arrests and criminalization of Black people, that's how it's reflected. But whether that is a true reflection or whether the system is skewed to criminalize Black people, thus making their percentage look much higher than it actually is otherwise, is unknown. I mean, I don't know this is going into realms of potentially, some people would say you're a conspiracy theory because you're saying, oh, these are not real criminals. People are being arrested for no reason. But we can see people are being killed for no reason. And if people are being killed for no reason, then isn't it logical to infer that quite potentially people are being also arrested for little to no reason, and thus bumping up the criminal percentages?
No reason.
Well,
I'm saying no. All the killing, there's a reason behind it. All the killing, all the criminal, there's a reason behind it. This thing, being killed for no reason, this is nonsense. There's always a reason. Whether you're told what the reason is or not, that's a different thing. But everything happens for a reason.
Okay, I mean, let me adjust the saying no reason is no. The reasons that are being used are extremely weak or frivolous. As far as fairness in society is concerned. So we'll take a baseline of fairness and say this is fair and this is just, and based on that baseline fairness measurement, we can then ascertain to say this is actually not fair and not just.
Okay, I must mention Neely Fuller again. Give Neely Fuller his props. See, fairness equals whiteness.
Oh,
that's Neely Fuller for you.
Are you saying fair as in the term fair, as in light skinned?
There you go. You start to
You're messing with me.
I'm not. And he breaks it down in detail. You just type in Neely Fuller and fairness on YouTube and listen to what he has to say.
So the mere term that determines equality is actually a term that is loaded with white supremacy.
Yes, that's right. So that is the magic we're dealing with. See, and people don't even realize it.
You are killing me, I see.
I'm serious. It's a spell. It's all about the words. You see, it's about the words. And also, what is a criminal? What do we think makes a criminal? Because I want to drop something in a minute, but I'll first of all I'll dance around a bit. What's a criminal?
Well, a criminal is whoever breaks the set of laws that are set out for a certain place. Whichever community, city, town, country that you're in, your codes of conduct. If you break those codes of conduct, then you will be deemed criminal or outside of the laws of that environment.
Good. Codes of conduct. So anybody who is outside, their behavior is outside those codes of conduct and behavior is a criminal. Right. So let me throw this at you now. What if identity was a feature in the codes and conduct?
So your identity could make you a criminal, as in your identity can make you lawful or unlawful.
Correct. What do you think of that?
Well, I mean, that's interesting. But the thing is, nowadays we have this mind melding, confusing situation of identity. People are like, I identify as a chair. I identify as a two-spirit. I identify as a woman today and a freaking unicorn tomorrow. So that's all become a big giant mess of identity.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Well, there's people are saying it almost as if it's a joke, but they're really like making mockery of or using humor to bring shed light on the current situation of having like unarmed black people being killed by the police, and they'll have like a skit or something of someone there, and they'll say, "Oh, what is my charge? Driving while black."
Yes, that's right.
So your identity, is the offense.
Right.
And
you're going there.
It's really I don't be tiptoeing. I just go there. You know what I'm saying? I just go there. And like for me, I'm raising a young black man, right? And I had to have those conversations with him that your skin is offensive. I've had to sit in in meetings where my son is getting in trouble in school, and I said, the woman said, well, he was threatening to me, and I said, ma'am, if my son threatened you, I'ma handle it. What did he say? Did he call you a bitch? Did he tell you get the fuck out my face? What did he say to you? No, he didn't say anything. But what did he say? Silent.
Right.
Mere black skin. The lady was freaking afraid of him because he's just young and black.
Right. So that's where I'm going. That's where I'm going. You see?
You telling me you giving him a suspension for being threatening, and you can't even describe what the threat was.
Right.
I said, no, son, get up. This meeting's over. Go back to class. Just like that. Go back to class.
Right.
So, I said, you need some cultural training for your staff, because it's offensive that he has to be subject to her racism. That's what I told the principal.
Oh dear. Oh, see,
she
you
criminal.
I
need to get her spending check. She don't want to work with black kids. She need to go to another school. That ain't his problem.
Right. I got sections. So I'm officially classified as insane. And I got sectioned over the very same issue. You see, so over the very same issue.
Classified as insane. Seriously.
Yeah. My official diagnosis. Detained under this Section 2 of the Mental Health Act 1983, official diagnosis.
Oh my God.
F22. Yeah, I'm telling you, you don't have to listen to me. If everybody wants to stop listening to me, it's fine. But I'm just telling you.
IC3 is officially crazy.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. So you're listening to a crazy man. Yeah. So my official diagnosis is F229, persistent delusional disorder, unspecified. And the doctor wrote preoccupation with the subject of racism.
No.
So you're preoccupied with the subject of racism.
I'm a black man preoccupied with the subject. Yeah, I'm a black man obsessed with the subject of racism. F229, persistent delusional disorder, unspecified. Official diagnosis F229, Section 2 of the Mental Health Act.
So I guess they would have called. They would have given that to Nelly Fuller too.
No, right, that's right.
Maybe, yeah.
But Nelly Fuller was smarter than me. I mean, I didn't know. I was just talking basically like you. Your son was experiencing grief, and you just said, "Listen, son, get back to school and do your work. And you, teacher, you've got a problem with racism." I don't know how you're still classified as saying you got away with it. You can't be saying things like that.
Look, the thing that brings me now, I don't want to. It's just going to sound bad. I think it's going to sound bad, and people are just going to always take it out of context. But I don't mean it in this way. But my thoughts have always been, it has been several hundreds of years now that the white American sort of colonizers or settlers, and eventually their black slaves have now been mixing and living together in the United States. It's not just 1 or 2 years. This is a hundreds of year process that has now gone through. Mm-hmm. And it's a similar sort of scenario, you could say, even in Britain and some in parts of Europe. And yet to this very day, the white person fears the black person. Is this some sort of indicator that these two groups will never trust each other, will never mix with each other, will never truly, I mean, there will be outliers. There are people that intermarry with black and white families and so on. But is it maybe an anthropological thing that these two groups of people will never truly accept each other? And by the way, I'm Middle Easterner. I can't even talk for myself because I know plenty of Middle Easterners who are incredibly racist. Arabs and Iranians and Turks are incredibly racist towards the African and other nations, actually Chinese too. But nevertheless, I'm just homing in on just the Caucasian European and the African individual. Is there something anthropological about this? Is there an evolutionary path?
No, it's not anthropology. It's actually, I would say, it's ancient, very, very ancient. So it's based on the curse of Ham, and the curse of Ham. You never heard the curse of Ham?
No. I don't believe in that craziness.
Hold it.
Well,
no,
okay.
No, hold it.
Are you talking about the Bible here?
Yes. Slow down.
It's a biblical thing.
Yes. Hold on. I'm gonna drop some things on you here.
Okay.
Now, I'm gonna have to go back a bit. Right. So, curse. Right. A curse or a spell works on an individual or a group of people or a nation or a community, whether or not that community or person is aware of it or not. So that's a statement. So I'll try and illustrate that. You see, if you're working for a company or you're working or you're going into a group, you started a new job. If they have a meeting about you before you enter the company and they say, look, keep an eye on that person. Well, that is the same as a curse or a spell. When you arrived at the company or the school or whatever, you don't know that they've had that meeting. You don't know that everybody's been told to keep an eye on you.
Usually, if you arrive, if you're a new starter, yeah, because they want you to feel comfortable. They want you to, they want to, someone has to help you, train you in the new system and the surroundings that you find yourself.
Right. But they can be when I say keep an eye on, in other words, that this person, we have to let them in, but they're suspect. So just like, all these blacks are coming to America, but they're not one of us. So I'm saying that an impact of a curse or a spell is where a group of people have decided something about you or your group, and it doesn't matter whether you believe it or not. So I know melanated girl said, "What? I don't believe in that nonsense." but
yeah, it doesn't matter if we believe it; they believe it.
Exactly, and then they will act
said.
accordingly. They will act accordingly. And does that make sense, melanated goddess?
So what about the person who's okay, let me ask it this way. Do you think it could happen where they're unaware that they have a responsibility to keep an eye on you, or that there is some group, us versus them agenda? Do you think that somehow the real person in control can have the others facilitate an us versus them dynamic without their knowing?
Yes, that's right. So children growing up in school, I don't know. I'm just gonna guess, but I do not believe that there are schools. I mean, it could be schools like this actually, but I'm just saying that under normal circumstances, I don't think a white child is just told blatantly at school just to hate black people. Even that would never be good enough to achieve white supremacy. It has to be a learnt cultural way of being. Just to say that, I hate black people, it's not enough. You've got to learn how to handle them. If you got the white children being conditioned into white supremacy, they would not be told you must hate black people. There might be a few, because the white child will go around and start saying, "Well, I've been told that I hate black people." Children aren't gonna, they don't do that. You know what I'm trying to say? So nobody tells them blatant like that. But it's learned. What's the word? Is it mesiosis or mesiosis? It's just a vibe.
Osmosis, learned through osmosis.
Osmosis. That's right. So certain things and plus that's one of the codes of behavior. You don't say that I'm racist. The children are just not taught that way. There's certain things to say, certain things not to say. Like when you went in there and your child was being abused by the nature goddess, and you say, "How did my child? How was he being intimidating?" And you trying to explain to ask the white teacher, what did my son do to intimidate you? Can you answer the question, please? And I will deal with him. And you said no answer.
No, and she did. I said, did he ball up his fist? Did he say any verbal threats?
Yeah.
Was he approaching you?
Right.
What was he doing?
Right.
Nothing. But he was threatening.
Right. But he was doing something, but you didn't know what it was.
Listen,
So
you want to know what, when you said that a small child will say, "Oh, I was told to hate black people." I remember one day my son came home and said, "Mom, I got in trouble today in class." I said, "What are you getting in trouble for?" He said, "Because the teacher told him that that he comes from
his ancestors were Neanderthals in the caves, and he said, like you said, kids they just blurt it out. And he said,
That's right.
so he said, no, not my ancestors. The white people came from the ancestors of Neanderthals, not me. My ancestors come from Africa. And I was like, I was like, and then so he said, so I said, so how did you get in trouble? And he said, she told him that he was wrong. So of course, he's a little melanated. He's like, no, I'm not. That's not my ancestors. No, that's not true. And finally, she said, we will talk about this when the class is when the class is finished. I have to move on like that. And then after the class, she called him to the side and tried to reprimand him. And he just was like, he wanted the reassurance, like, was he wrong? And here I have to tell him how to navigate.
Right.
How to navigate it. That
right.
You're not wrong, but you're gonna be wrong. You see what I'm saying? Like,
exactly.
You're not wrong.
How do you explain that to a child? How do you explain that to a child without messing their brain up? Without causing them confusion.
It's tough. It's tough, and it's kind of, in a way, it kind of stifles their greatness because he wants to assert himself like, I have this knowledge, I know something, and instead of being met with praise, it's being stifled.
Yes. You see, and that's that is a very poor example of white supremacists. So that person might get reprimanded by the white supremacists because it's not supposed to be that blatant.
As in,
it's bad practice.
No, the thing is, I'll be honest, I don't think science is going to, it is scientific fact that the Homo sapiens sapiens did intermate with the Neanderthals, and so the Neanderthals kind of went half extinct and half mated and sort of were absorbed, if you like, by the Homo sapiens sapiens. And so the Europeans have Neanderthal DNA, which has been identified. The science doesn't shy away from these things. Science doesn't care about political correctness. It's just the way things
you
are.
Sure?
I don't think
so. So you're from the Middle East. You're from Iran. So
I am from the Caucasoids. Stems.
Well, higher than that actually, from Iran. Because that's the original word for Aryan. That's right.
Yeah,
so they took that. Yeah, that's right.
I am the original white man. Yes.
There you go. So, so that identity has been stolen from you as well.
To some extent, yeah.
Yeah, right. So you see, you earlier on before you arrived, I used to go around conferences. I was telling the others before you arrived and I used to have a board displaying all the IC codes, IC1, IC2, IC3, and so on.
Yeah.
And most conferences I went to, people were quite surprised. They said, "Oh yeah," they kind of knew it, but they didn't know it because they'd heard some of the codes on television and so on. And I was going around to lots of conferences doing that. And then people would give me free entrance and so on. And then I went to a conference and this black woman came out from nowhere. And she looked at what I was doing and she says, "Oh yeah, that's right. That's correct. That's correct." Yeah. I said, "What?" And she says, "Yeah." I said, "Well, how do you know? How do you know?" She says, "Oh, well, she was one of the top consultants for the police."
On the coding
some time
system.
ago. No, on other things. But because she was a top consultant, she went to some of the meetings in some of the secret villages. They have villages and towns that they set up for police training. So you won't see them on the map, and you can't drive down there because it's a sealed off area.
Okay.
So she could go to meetings like that. So it's quite high level, and I was amazed what she was saying, and then she was. I said, well, I've been trying to find out the history of these codes and so on, but I'm having great difficulty. And she said, oh, yes, you will do, because you're not going to find that information. It's not going to be, they will not tell you that. And I thought, when she said that, I got my back up. I said, what? I'm even more determined to find out. I said, what can you tell me? And then she said, the codes, the IC codes, are based off the Bible.
No.
On the curse of Ham. And the curse of Ham is that Noah had 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. And the interpretation of the Western world, well, not even the Western world, most of the world, the Middle East and the Western world zone, is that Shem represented China, the Mongoloid race, and the Middle Easterns. Ham represented Africa, or the black race, and Japheth represented the white race. So there were only 3 codes: black, white, and other, or Mongoloid, or yellow. Black, white, and yellow. Those are the original codes, she told me. And then she said that it developed over time, and they added another 3 codes. So something in between black and white, something in between black and yellow, something in between yellow and white, in between. So you get the 6 codes. But the original codes represent the 3 sons of Noah. And
hell.
Oh yeah, I said, oh, I wish I could get some documentation, but that's what she told me, because it's difficult for me to tell people what you've told me if I haven't got any proof. Or can I use your name? And I said, no. That's happened to me a lot of times. People give me information and they disappear. So and I'm not allowed to use their names, so it's like telling me off for exposing them. They might lose their jobs or whatever. So so as a result of that information you gave me, I went down to the National Archives, the British Museum, the British Library, loads of places, trying to dig up this information. And so the curse of Ham is a curse upon the entire African continent. Now that has been believed, and in belief systems for thousands of years, even without talk.
Sorry, Mr. IC3. Justin, could you mute your mic, please? Your background noise is just randomly coming in.
The wife won't shut the fuck up.
Sorry, Justin.
Yes,
just mute up. He's eating and stuff. But okay. So yeah. So wait a minute. You said why is there just the curse of Ham? Why isn't there the curse of Shem and the other? Why just Ham?
All right. So when you read the story in this, you can look it up afterwards. Sure. If you look up curse of Ham, you'll find many sources. But basically, Noah's son Ham saw his father naked, and that was perceived as something. What actually meant, nobody really knows. And then his 2 brothers, Shem and Japheth, that's the white and the Mongoloid, or the white and the Arab. They walked backwards and covered their father. And when Noah awoke from his drunkenness,
no, what?
Justin, Mike, Justin.
Yeah, when Noah awoke from his drunkenness, and found out what was happened, I think he said something about curse be Ham or Ham. There's some kind of a curse there.
So Ham saw Noah naked, drunk once, and was cursed.
Yeah, something.
That's the
something
basic
like that.
nutshell of the. First of all, I want to know why is all these.
The whole of Africa is cursed.
Yeah, I mean that's
in the eyes of the whites and the Shem, because of that. And so it's not even something that's mentioned. Was it the word you used early on? Osmosis. Was it mesiosis or osmosis? Yes.
This is passed on through osmosis, if you like.
Yes,
sort of
that's
drip
right.
fed throughout and permeates the whole of, if you like, Caucasian society.
No, Abrahamic.
Abrahamic society.
Exactly.
Wow.
Yes. That's
But
how deep it goes.
apart from the insanity of this fucking thing, one side, one thing I wanna find out, or if anyone knows, why is it in these biblical stories the father keeps getting drunk and does crazy shit? Noah gets drunk and he's all walking around all butt naked. What's his name? Lot gets drunk and starts having sex with his daughters. What the hell's going on in these books? Who's writing these fucking books?
Exactly. But those books have lasted a very long time. So it may sound like craziness to us, but it's come down. It's lasted for thousands of years. So and lots of people believe it, and so it's more advanced. It's the roots of white supremacy. So just like we discussed the concept of white supremacy,
that's
the idea of Africa being inferior because of being descendants of the son of Ham. It has generated. It has affected the whole Abrahamic world by osmosis.
Well, okay, Justin. I think I mean, one thing I want to make a point of, which is what Mr. IC3 or National Racialism said, is it doesn't matter whether you think this is crazy or not. Yes. People who make laws believe this crap, and they have established certain things because of it.
Yes, correct. You got it.
I want to speak to the historical element of where that's why we're called Caucasians, is because we're not German or English, or I mean I want to speak to the historical element to why what is deemed Caucasians are the ones in everyone else's mind are controlling the world. That's it. That's all I want to. That's it.
Yeah, look at the scripture. Read the scripture, and you'll see it in the curse of Ham.
Scripture aside, because I can't believe a scripture where the beginning of the scripture says that heaven is perfect, angels don't have free will, and an angel in heaven where it is perfect and he doesn't have free will, used his free will to, deceive God and take a third of the angels with him down to earth. I if that's the beginning of the story, I don't want to hear the rest of it. Because there's irony.
It's true though.
Fathomable.
An angel that doesn't have free will used free will to fall from heaven,
where no sin is allowed.
Right. Okay.
It's somewhat contradictory, sure.
Yeah, I like your approach, Justin. I like your approach, but you got to realize that religion doesn't operate on rationality. The way you're talking is very reasonable. And Banksy talks like that as well. You put one and one together makes two. It's reason. But have you tried reasoning with somebody that is fanatical about their religion?
No, you can't, because
thank you.
It's just like for our president. I've never seen the type of support for this president. And for example, we have a two-party system here, and what the parties don't understand is that he's a Republican per se, but he grew up a lifelong Democrat. But if you ever told a Republican that loves Trump, you voted a Democrat into office, they'd be like, no, you're crazy. He was a lifelong Democrat. The reason he didn't run as a Democrat is because the tri-state area, Pennsylvania, New York, New Jersey, they hate him. And as a Democrat, historically proven, if you can't carry those three states, you don't win the presidency. So he ran as a Republican.
Okay.
It's ridiculous. But I
no, it's not ridiculous. Not ridiculous. I disagree.
Ridiculous.
No, I disagree.
Absolutely ridiculous.
I'll explain. Let's hold that point there. Okay. what may appear. Oh, your mic's. Oh, wait a minute. What's going on here? Yeah, right. Yeah. So it may appear to be ridiculous, but then you'll see you're moving into that realm of reason again. You see, reason versus faith. So the whole idea of having a bird with two wings, the left wing and the right wing, the Democrats versus the Republicans, it's just they're wings of the same body. So people swing from left to right, and that's part of what I think it's called the Hegelian dialectic. Is it dialectic? Where, and also I've heard people say the best way to control the opposition is to be part of the opposition. So they play both sides. So people will swing Democrat, they'll swing Republican, and they're voting. But the true powers that be are above the left wing and the right wing, and they will select whoever they want to.
That's not.
Can you believe that?
In this country? No, absolutely not. That
really?
is not what happened in this country.
Okay, explain why.
Because I told you that the media masqueraded and covered the fact that a lifelong Democrat, this man is not a Republicans, like the Caucasian, evangelical right-wing Republicans love this man to death. And it's all on false premises. Like you're supposed to be devout to God. He's never went to church until he was president. He grabs women by their undercarriage. You know that. Oh, that's Christian.
But that was kind of just an off-color kind of boasting comment. I don't think he's ever actually grabbed a woman.
It's incessant. Those comments are incessant about him. I mean that's the main one, of course. That's what everyone jumps to. But those comments run for days. You know, with George Floyd being killed, he put out a tweet. He said, "Okay, when the looting starts, the shooting starts." And that's a reference back to the 1960s prior to civil rights. He's encouraging this dumb shit. So, but that being said, this apparently, because the media portrays and everyone believes this Christian church-going, savior. What are you talking about? This guy is the biggest piece of shit. And for the people that respect and follow him, that is the biggest hypocrisy I have ever seen. Like, for example, I can understand if when Obama was president and you didn't know anything about politics, you voted for Obama because he was black. That's fine with me. That's fine. But there's no hypocrisy in that. You want the first black president, and that's all it is. You don't follow him to the gates of hell, but these people do. These people follow Trump. He can do no wrong. He can grab women by the pussy. He can say whatever he wants. He can do whatever he wants. And they're like, oh, he's still a good Christian man.
But Justin, I mean, I know that there are those who kind of almost religiously follow Trump. Fair enough. I can get that. I think Obama to some extent had that sort of thing as well. But one thing you got to I think so. I think there were people who were just, at awe of Obama, and he could do nothing wrong as well. And I said from the day Obama got elected, I said, Obama is not going to do much. He's going to clean up George Bush's mess, and just about he's finished cleaning up George Bush's mess. He's going to be out of office because it'll be 8 years, and then the next guy will take all the credit. And it's literally what happened. Trump took all the economic credit of what Obama did, and he claimed as if it was his doing. But nevertheless, one thing I will say is that, do you think Hillary Clinton would have been better?
No, absolutely not.
So where's the difference? So if that is the case, if neither Clinton or Trump would actually significantly change what some people call the deep state, the underlining the control which other people who are constant, who are not 8 year, gone here today and gone tomorrow type of people, politicians, then if we don't change that underlining state, then it doesn't matter who's president. It doesn't matter who's in and out. These are just surface level figures.
I'm in agreement with that. I have been for years escaped from the facade that a president runs the country. I'll tell you who runs the country. There's a list of them. It's Walmart, it's Exxon, it's Cisco, it's whoever is multi-billion every year that doesn't have to pay taxes. That's who's running the country. And it doesn't matter if a Democrat or Republican sits in office or not, because they're not pulling the strings.
And the banks.
Right. The Federal Reserve. Do you understand that the Federal Reserve for the United States of America is privately owned?
That's right. You got it.
That is absolutely ridiculous.
Bank of England the same.
Oh yeah.
That's
all central banks are privately owned, although they have now melded so seamlessly into the system and into the nations that it is almost indistinguishable that they are privately owned, but they are under at its fundamental level. Yeah, that's right. They've done it so that it seems as if they're owned by the people of that nation, but they're not. They're privately owned. And by the way, do you know why America is got a Federal Reserve and not the Bank of America, like the Bank of France, Bank of England, Bank of Switzerland? You know why America has the Federal Reserve? It's because of Andrew Jackson. Andrew Jackson took out the first Bank of America, which was the central bank, and he federalized it, and he gave it back he gave the money printing ability of Americans back to America, back to the people of America. And it took, I think, something like 80 years. After by the way, they tried to execute him. They tried to have him assassinated.
Of course.
And they failed. The assassin's musket failed. And that's why I like Andrew Jackson. $20 bill for me is the greatest bill in the American system because it's got the face of Andrew Jackson on it. And it's ironic because the Federal Reserve, the very thing he went against, has printed the $20 bill with his face on it. But it took 80 years for them to reintroduce a central bank, and it was called the Federal Reserve because he'd already crushed the Bank of America. And that's why America has the only central bank that isn't called the Bank of that nation.
Interesting.
Because of that system. There's a whole documentary on it called The Money Masters. It was made like in the 90s. I'll find it post the link for you guys. It's brilliant.
Yeah. And you raise an interesting question. Why should the $20 bill have the face of the man that was the enemy? And this comes, I'd like to bring the subject through to the trophy. You see, basically, because they defeated him, they can use him as a trophy and put him on the dollar bill because his ideology is done. And I think it's the same as the City of London. The City of London is a dragon. You always see a dragon statue before you go into the City of London. Oh yeah, thanks.
St. George's dragons are actually placed in key locations around the central areas of London. Yeah, it's like a tourist map. It's like a treasure hunt for tourists. They put a map out of where they are, and they should go and mark them if they see them. I see two of them almost every day. There's one on Tower Bridge. Just before you come to Tower Bridge. On approach to Tower Bridge, there's one there.
And London Bridge. There's two on London Bridge. Yeah.
There's like 7 of them located around London. What's the symbolism of that, apart from St. George?
Right. It's highly charged. Because if you think about it, a dragon, that dragon is holding a shield with a red cross on it. And we all know that dragons don't use shields because dragons are supposed to have scales that are impenetrable. Correct?
Yeah.
So you never see. You always see a dragon breathing fire and flying around. You don't see a dragon holding a shield.
Well, I thought the shield was because of Saint George, to represent Saint George, because he was the
Okay,
dragon
well,
slayer.
okay. Well, oh, right. Okay. You put it there. Saint George, the dragon slayer. But yeah, when you go to the city of London, you see a dragon holding a shield.
Mm.
Now, I think that is a trophy. It means that the dragon has destroyed St. George and is now taking his shield as a trophy. It's a symbol of defeat. It means that the dragon won. So you read all the stories that St. George the dragon, he slayed the dragon. They're basically taking making fun of you, saying, "Oh no, 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 no." The dragon was not destroyed. The dragon won, and we're still here. And that's just a trophy to show you that the dragon took out, and it took out the dragon took out England as well, the Bank of England, because we mentioned earlier, it's a private bank. So this dragon is the banking oligarchy, and they defeat so far every brave knight that tries his luck to come up against the City of London. Even the whole of Britain, because the City of London is a separate entity within the whole of Britain. And the whole of Britain is dependent on the fortunes of the City of London. So Britain is nothing compared to the City of London. That's how I see it. And it's finance. And it's interesting to study the history of finance. So finance conquers all so far, apparently. Because wars are very expensive things. And then you have the mercenaries. You have the difference between a soldier who fights for his people, for his nation, and for the people that are behind him, versus the mercenary, which is the child of the bank, a soldier of the bank, who fights for money. Does that make sense?
Yes. Sorry, I was I was just reading Atticus. So it says an early form of a special economic zone. I'm not sure. Maybe you said something earlier on. I'll keep reading from. But one thing I wanted to circle back to was this biblical sort of the fact that all of these systems that you're talking about, like the IC3, the IC coding and other things, on what other levels apart? I mean, so the racial coding in the police system, I can understand, or I can accept that this was a biblical setup. What other things? Because I'm interested in because fundamentally I think religion is very irrational. It opens a door to irrationality and to some seriously crazy thinking, and there are a lot of biblical believers, Muslims, Christians, Jews, whichever ones you want. I actually see them all as facets of the same thing, but they all have an end apocalyptic goal or an apocalyptic event in their books, the end times, if you will. And there was a lot of conversations I had a long time ago with some friends in regards to these variety of groups who, especially those groups who right now support Israel. There's a lot of Christian groups that support Israel because they believe that the rapture will come when the Israelites have taken their homeland again, and that's when Jesus will come back and they'll be raptured. And so these crazy people, effectively, the way I see it, is they are trying to make a self-fulfilling prophecy. They are going to, if they can, bring about a scenario in which we will have some kind of nuclear apocalypse. because they actually believe that they're going to be raptured to heaven. And I am very scared and very worried of these individuals, because there were conversations 20 years ago about certain Christian groups called Soldiers of Christ, who were being trained and educated to enter various facets of society: politics, judicial system, education, and possibly even healthcare. And this was 20 years ago. If a child was born in the year 2000, when I was talking about these groups, they would be 20 years now. They'll be aged, and they would actually be venturing out into society. If those children were 5 to 10 years old, they'll be in their 30s, late 20s, mid 20s, early 30s. If they were 10 to 15 years old, they'll be in government.
Yes. So the people we're dealing with, the reason they're in such high levels of power is that they have long-term planning. Long-term planning. So they're planning ahead for generations and the children and the children's children. So I haven't met. Well, I wouldn't say I haven't met, but if you meet these kind of people, you see that they'll have a different tone about them. They'll always appear more relaxed because they're looking way ahead. So you're trying to struggle to get on with all the problems of the day. But these people are not thinking about the day. They're thinking about 1,000 years' time.
Well, not even 1,000. I think they're thinking about a few generations, because every one of these groups, these types of groups, they all think that they're living in the end of times. You ask the Muslims, oh, look at all these transgender people. We're living in the end of times. You ask Christians, oh, look at all this degeneracy in our society. We're living in the end of times. If you ask all of them, from the day Jesus died, they think they're all living in the end of times, that Jesus is going to come back like in their lifetime. And if you ask Americans, they're going to believe, they'll tell you, polls have said, large numbers of Americans, I forgot the exact percentages, they believe that Jesus will come and rapture them in their lifetime, like in this century.
Right. And then if you think about it, we were having this conversation earlier on. I've been talking such a long time. I've gone over so many subjects.
You've got so
I didn't even realize. Yeah. You see that the people in power, they see themselves as worshipping the sun, and I think somebody was earlier on was saying to be able to harness the power of the sun to bring about a beautiful world free of war and totally controlled, tightly locked down, and so there's no fighting unless they say there's fighting. So they're seeing themselves as kind of gods if they can organize themselves tightly enough to harness the power of the sun. So all these groups that are looking for Jesus to come back and looking for God, all these different religions, they see themselves above all that. So they'll play the Jews against the Muslims, and they'll play the Muslims against the police, and they'll play they'll just play all these different groups because they're hardcore practical on their vision. Their faith is in themselves, kind of thing. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
In that, because they have the right to rule. They're obviously smarter. Not even smarter. They don't even need to be smart. They just need to know how to govern.
Yes.
Because once you know how to govern, you can get the smart people to work for you. You can get the strong people to work for you. You understand? You get everybody where you don't need to be smart.
Absolutely. You don't need to be the smart. I mean, Steve Jobs wasn't such a massive genius. He just knew how to get real geniuses to do the things he wanted. He had a vision,
exactly,
and he would then get the people who can actually realize his vision. He didn't create the iPod. He didn't create the iPhone. Scientists, poor scientists in labs and technicians and programmers. They created the iPhone. It's just he had his vision, and he said, "Okay, now make my vision come true. This is what I want."
Right. So obviously, people like that are in the realms of gods, aren't they? They can see themselves as gods, and there's people even higher level than that.
They can, yeah. Well, I suppose, yeah, they can. They
can justify it. We may laugh at them, but they just laugh at you because they say, "Listen, look what I've got compared to what you've got."
Exactly.
So they just laugh at you. Yeah, I am God. So what you got to say about it? What are you gonna do about it? What have you got? I'm God.
This is
just
why.
Think, and it happens. I think. I speak.
I will it, and it comes to
I
pass.
will, and it comes to pass. How are you gonna beat that?
Yeah. Well, this is why I heard a story about Marcus Aurelius, one of the Caesars of Rome. He apparently hired he would have someone hired who would walk with him when he would walk amongst the people, and the people would praise him and say, "Oh, great Caesar, you're amazing, you're amazing." So all the people are always praising him, and this individual's job was to whisper in his ear, "You're only a man. You're only a man."
I heard that before somewhere. Yes.
To remind him that he is not a god, to keep him grounded. Yeah, it's amazing. It's amazing because it's true. When you have so many people praise you, and your will can be enacted within minutes of you saying, "Do this," and it will happen.
Yes.
Then yes, of course you will have the power of life and death in your hands. In them days, especially a Caesar could have anyone executed at any time.
Exactly.
So that's a lot.
And the scripture kind of backs up. The Bible kind of backs up what you're saying. It says, "And the Spirit moved across the waters," something like that, and there was light, and then the word. So somehow about the word was the power. The word would become the embodiment. See, the Spirit, and then the Spirit speaks, and words come, and sounds come, and then from sounds and words comes a creation, and then that's where you get the spells and the curses and the blessings and so on from the word. So if you're dealing in words, then you're in the realms of the gods. If you're dealing in words and sounds, and you know how to manipulate them, you're in the realms of the gods.
True.
And it's not.
Sorry, go on. Keep going. Sorry.
Yeah. So you're in the realms of the gods, and also, we can see that in a day-to-day thing. People will be screaming like before you came on. People were discussing about the police brutality and what had happened in America and the black people being killed, and then I was and they were all getting passionate, and I was trying to say, look, at the end of the day, it's going to come down to the words. If you make it to court, that is, if you live long enough to get to court, if you just start shouting at the police officer, and you might die before the case even reaches court.
Sure.
Or they might be talking about a dead person. But if you stay cool and you manage to make it to court, all that power is in the words, isn't it? Because you have to be careful. You can't be going into court screaming this, screaming that. You got to be precise, and that's probably why they have solicitors.
That's exactly. This is in this country. I mean, I train martial arts and stuff, and there's a particular type of self-defense that I trained for a while, and it was the training was given to us by people who were former bouncers, who were former doormen, and the main thing they said to us, because they said if it gets to a point in which someone's going to hit you, you will instinctively know that you're going to be hit. Now, what they teach us is when you get to that position where you know that this individual is going to physically harm you, you have to then make a choice. You either hit first or you're going to get hit.
Okay,
that's
right.
You're either the anvil or you're the hammer. And so they would teach us, and they would recommend to us that when you get to that position, you have to hit them. If you don't hit them, they will hit you, and then you could die. You could seriously, have all sorts of scenarios.
Yes,
So
that's
you
right.
have to hit first. Now, if you do hit first, then you have to deal with the law. And in this country, you are not guilty of what you do. You are guilty of what you say. Because if you claim that this was self-defense, and if you have a lawyer present and you make a correct statement of self-defense and
Right.
explain why you hit them first, then you
Right.
can make a case for self-defense. But if
There
you
you
don't know
go.
what you're saying and you make the
Right.
wrong statement, then you will
Yes.
be hung for what you say, not what you
Right.
do. Because you could
Interesting
be in the
point.
right, you could have done so, you could have acted within self-defense, but your
Right.
statement takes you outside of that,
The state, that's
and puts you in
amazing.
the wrong.
Your statement takes you outside of any
Of
actions.
you may have done. So your
Isn't
statement will
that
make you
powerful?
guilty, even though your actions were not of a guilty person. You were actually
Right.
acting within self-defense. So that's
Right.
why he says, if you don't know what to say, then make no statements until you have spoken to a solicitor and you've
Right.
explained your case to a solicitor, so they use the correct words to
Right.
make a
Very good.
statement.
See, it's amazing. It's amazing. I like the way you illustrated that.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. But that's quite serious when you have to think about it.
Yeah, it's
So
life and
it's not
death.
what you do, it's what you say.
Yeah, that will make you an innocent or a guilty person.
Yes.
I mean, just take the case of what's this called? Oh man, that American football player. Oh my God, I can't believe I forgot his name. Back in the 90s, 80s, he killed his wife and her boyfriend.
Oh, what's his name?
O.J. Simpson. O.J.
O.J. Simpson.
Simpson.
That's right. Yeah.
O.J. Simpson. Now, whether he did it or not is irrelevant. The fact
Yes.
is, his lawyers used words to show he was innocent. They explained that he was innocent. Whether he
Right.
was innocent or not, as far as the facts were, as far as the evidence and how he was, how he was arrested or how he was brought to justice, and the kind of evidence that his lawyers managed to prove. Number one, they actually managed to prove that there was a degree of racism within the police investigating him, which I think was really the pivot or the moment in which things started to fall apart for the prosecution. And so once you can show bias on the part of the people who are investigating you, that they're biased against you due to racial grounds, then everything else that becomes questionable on that grounds. After that, then you're screwed. But yeah, it was words. It was words. It wasn't actions that made him innocent or guilty. It was words. 2 people died, but the person who was accused of their death was found innocent. And by the way, no one ever has been prosecuted for the deaths of those 2 individuals since. They never went after anyone else. I mean, 2 people died. Somebody killed them. The person they accused of killing them was innocent. Well, then who killed them? How is it no one's gone to jail for that?
So that's actually, you made me think of something. With the right words, you could actually disappear. Jeez, now we're talking some serious magic now. We talked about curses earlier on and spells, but the right words, you actually disappear. You cannot be found. So I never thought of it. I never thought of it that way, because you always hear about these magic spells and turn you invisible and stuff like that. It's real. It's real.
I think those. I mean, it's real in the sense of. In a metaphoric sense. I mean, people, I think, took those as literal. I think magic words are what lawyers use to make a murderer into an upstanding citizen of the country. That's magic. That's magic, right there.
Yeah, but I want to dig in that point that you made there. I've never thought of it that way so directly. That because you're saying people were killed, and then no one's convicted, and so they can't find the murderer or the man. They can't find it. So the case is dropped.
So that's it.
That means that means that is as far as you're gonna get to be invisible.
There
Come
you
on.
go. Yeah.
You can't
That
get better
person
than that.
magically vanished. That murderer
Vanished. That person
magically
magically
vanished.
vanished out of society. Cannot
Yeah.
find them. You cannot see them, and the case is dropped.
Those people were killed by magic.
Yes.
It was a
And it's not-
magic knife.
Yeah, I've just the way you just raised it there, just put a twist on it, made me think. But because it's funny, but it's deadly serious because you
I
see it in
know,
the fiction, and so fiction is so close to reality. If you can see how the fiction relates to reality.
I think fiction is the exaggeration of the underlining, maybe allegorical understanding of the of the things that was said. I mean, this is exactly the way the Bible begins with, "The first was the Word, and God said, 'Let there be light.'"
Right.
And then it was. So magic words were said. Words were said.
But hold
the
that
world
point.
came into existence through words.
You dropped another one. Made me spin today. My brain's is flying. I got things to think about. This is very interesting. And he said, "Let there be light." So in other words, hey, this is interesting. He said, so it's the word that brought about light. So in other words, when you think about that, that means it sounds that obvious, but I'm trying to say what's on my mind. The word is more. The word itself is light. So in other words, if somebody could be hiding, it's almost like somebody is hiding in a dark place. The murderer is hiding in a dark room. He just finished killing the two people you mentioned earlier on. And if the word is not said, then you can't find that person. It
no
brings
light.
about invisible. There's no light.
And that person will never be seen.
Cannot be seen. This is I mean, to a lot of you, it's probably obvious. You've probably been thinking about this before, but I haven't thought about it like that.
What's going to cook your noodle even more is there is a theory in quantum physics known as M theory, or initially started with string theory, which became membrane theory. Now, in string theory, they theorize that everything in existence is sound waves. So everything is like plucking strings on a guitar.
Right.
Everything in existence exists on this plane, on this frequency of waves. And now those waves they thought were separate strings, hence they called it string theory, because they thought these were separated, but they discovered there's actually they're all connected, and so it's no longer string theory, it's M theory, membrane theory. So everything that exists on a membrane of a sound,
right,
and on a wave, if
a vibration.
You will.
Yes.
And so
interplaying against
in
each
the
other.
beginning there was the word, and he said, "Let there be light." and what is words and sounds made out of? Waves.
Yes. That's right. I mean, this is serious
I know
stuff.
it's gonna cook your noodle on that one. Everything in existence is on a wave, on a membrane of frequencies, and it's a slow. Matter is an extremely slow moving sound frequency. At least this is the theory. And and in the Bible it said there was sound. He said, "Let there be."
Yes.
And there was. I know it sounds. I mean, to be honest, I've kind of connected these two things in my head. I don't believe that the biblical stories are necessarily true, but I can understand, or I can imagine that if there was a truly external inspiration, maybe there was an alien who inspired those who wrote these and had those advanced civilizations who know all about M theory, know all about string theory, and they inspired and interjected humanity with these little tidbits in order to push us forward towards civilization evolution of civilization, and so they gave us little crumbs towards growth. Maybe. I mean, this is just, I'm pulling this out of my ass. I have no
but
evidence for this.
No, but there's evidence. There's evidence of certain structures being built that they can't work it out to this day.
Well, yeah.
You know, this is blatantly there. They say, look at this. How would you move that rock of that size and cut it to that precision? And your brain goes blank. Your brain just goes blank. So obviously they must have known something, and it must go back to words and to sounds and to vibration. They must, everything's that, because even if you think, I'm not in that trade, but people that use drills and they're drilling through rock, then it's still the electricity that's alternating to drive the motor, isn't it?
Well, yeah. I mean,
and then so it's a very basic way of rock cutting, of using even the hammering. You see, it's still vibrations.
Well, yeah, of course, yeah. I mean, the thing is with the pyramids or other structures.
Yeah.
As far as I understand, of course, we know how to build them. We can build them right now very easily. We built structures far more complex than the pyramids. It's just, I think they were trying to figure out how did the people with the technology and the understanding that they had at the time, how did they do it, is what we're not able to fully understand.
So yeah, and there's also certain buildings. No, but I've seen some things on YouTube where there's some buildings in other parts of the world as well where they cannot actually work out how they put the stone together.
Well, that's what I mean. Again, with their technology. With their technology, with their knowledge, how did they manage to get these things? And then there are also these heads. I forgot what they are. I think they're in South America. These giant heads that are just on these fields. They're still trying to figure out exactly how these things got to where they were and how they got carved out. And again, based on the technology of their time, not based on what we have now. What we have now is far more superior to anything that they have in ways of construction. It's just with the people at the time. Now, could there have been interjections or little nuggets of knowledge given to us from something that was more advanced than us? Aliens, whoever, God, whatever, I don't know. But I mean, I think God, I don't see this universe. How should I put it? The God of the Bible, I don't believe that God exists. I have no problem with accepting the God of the Bible. I don't believe the God of the Bible exists any more than Zeus or Odin or Poseidon or all these other Mercury and Jupiter or Thor. Because I think those are human creations of something. Yeah, human constructs of something possibly more unfathomable than they could understand at the time when they experienced it. So there is, I can accept, even though I have no evidence for it, so I can't, confirm in any way, but I can accept the potential that there was some interference from something far more advanced and far more unfathomable to us. And it's certainly men at the time, because any technology sufficiently advanced enough will seem like magic to primitive people.
That's right. Yes.
So primitive people right now, if we went back in time and I showed someone, I only 100 years ago, I don't even have to go back like 1,000 years. I can go back 100 years, 200 years ago, and show someone an iPhone, and they'll think I'm a witch. They'll burn me at the stake.
Exactly.
They'll burn me for witchcraft. So it's any technology advanced enough would seem magical to us. I mean, there are probably God knows if there are species out there who've existed for 100 billion years, and they've advanced in such a massive way technologically that we can't even fathom what they've achieved. So to us, they seem like gods. So I can understand why primitive men would create gods and then create all the stories around it. But I can appreciate or accept there may have been some interjection from some intelligent, alien life form that gave us a little nudge every so many centuries, so that human beings can, kind of like a shepherd or a gardener pruning the garden, a shepherd herding the sheep. The sheep are not disturbed entirely by it. They're still sheep, but they are just nudged just the right way to get them
Okay.
towards going the right way, because they're about to go off a cliff. So I can imagine such a scenario, that maybe throughout the centuries there have been interference by some other uh, intelligent species to get us to progress forward. Because maybe we're just too thick and we're walking around on our knuckles, bashing each other with clubs for like 100,000 years, and they're like, "Oh, for God's sake, these idiots will never evolve. We're gonna have to interfere with these morons."
Or alternatively, what do you think of this view that if a culture or a group of people manages to identify themselves far enough down the line, they will be able to create amazing technologies. So basically, the focus is not technology, but a people in a time and a place. And so, because before you came, there was some discussion about the class, and I was saying that the way the poorest people of a society or a nation live is a measurement of the entire society or nation. The standards, so a certain nation or people might decide that the basics, what they decided amongst themselves, they decided that the basics, the poorest person in our society who's a member of us needs the basics, and the basics are food, shelter, clothing, running water, and so on. They decide the number of basics. And then we can all argue about different things, but we say those are basics. While another society or another nation could say, well, the basics are that we put one water pump in the center of the city, and all the poor can gather there and get water in the morning to drink. And then they have to go around begging or whatever they can, or crime or whatever to survive. So they say the minimum is to provide a drink of water. That's their society. Whilst another society could say the minimum is you need clothing and so on and so on. So what do you think of that?
I think that's the original conversation that you were having. I think in regards to, I guess a libertarian way of life,
yes.
and a dependent way of life.
Yes.
I think we've circled. I mean, this is my worry, is that I think when you're dependent, there is a trade-off, for that society that gives you all of those things, is that you will trade some of your liberties because they will expect you to be dependent upon them. So a society that builds that I will always supply you with water, I will always supply you with food, that means you will always be dependent on me to supply you these things. Rather than, it's for me, I fundamentally believe it is better to teach a man how to fish than to give a man a fish. I think you're always better off to know how to make it yourself than to depend on someone for a handout, because that person may be benevolent now. You may get a great, amazing, benevolent dictator that will give you everything, and he's kind and he's generous and he's good, but he will die and his ungrateful son will take over and he will be your master.
Right. but you see, I think what you're saying is correct, but there's a twist in it. In that the society may decide to keep the secret of how to fish in order to preserve and conserve themselves, and not teach an enemy society how to fish. So just like certain, I think it's I'm not, can't remember, but there's certain people that knew how to make glass, and and there's certain people in China who knew how to make certain vases and stuff like that. But so that became part that porcelain, that vase, or they was part of their culture. It was so the secrets that the culture develops over time are part of that culture, and you have to trade with them, and they may give you, not give, avoid that word, may trade with you or fight you for it. But even if they fight you or trade with you, you still preserve your cultural identity. It's yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So they
either
will
way it
only.
goes. Yeah.
Sorry.
Either way.
Could you explain that to me again? They will fight you for to make the porcelain, or.
Yes, that's right. Or they'll try and blackmail or kidnap somebody who knows, because that's secret is a product of their culture. It sprang from that people over time, and so it becomes an integral part of who they are. So just like you, well, I can't speak for everybody, but I would have thought just like everybody should have would have some secrets personally. Yes.
Yes.
And those secrets that are personal to you are a result of of the things that you've personally been through. There might be families that have certain secrets that they want to keep amongst themselves, but that secret is a product of the family experience, and so it has to be kept within the family. And the same principles expands as certain communities or certain nations. So if you want some of that secret, then you trade or you fight. Go to war and then try and loot it.
But what if? I mean, I can get the porcelain or the particular technological advancement that a particular society came up with. Actually, we can apply that to today. Nuclear technology is one of those things. This particular society developed it, invented it, created it, discovered it, and all the facets related to it, and now they are denying other people of the same opportunity. They will tell you are not allowed to have this.
Yes.
And their only reason for it is that I am more sensible than you. I am better at this than you. I am a more effectively underlining message there is I am more civilized than you. And you are not allowed to have this because you are not responsible. You are a child and you're not responsible enough with this technology. But we are. Even though that same society who's telling you that are the only ones who've actually used that technology to kill people.
Right. But they're justified. They're right. They're correct. Believe it or not.
Are they justified to forbid others?
Yes. Because if a group or a society discovers something, and you're seen as being outside that society or outside that group or outside that nation, why should they give it to you?
But that's the thing. They're not actually just giving it to me. I'm getting it from someone else, or I'm developing it myself. I'm creating. I'm figuring it out. What they figured out. But they're saying you don't have the right to even explore to try to figure out what we figured out.
Oh yeah, but they're correct. When they say you don't have the right, it's the same thing as saying that you don't have the might. It's the same thing as saying that you don't have the power.
Exactly. Yes.
Yes. So
that's what really matters.
Right.
If you had the power to do it, they couldn't stop you doing it anyway.
Exactly. So that's right.
So you don't have the power to do it, so they can't stop you because it's not because they're standing on a. So you're saying they're not more moral; they're just more mighty.
Exactly, and mightiness becomes a source of morality because the morality is held within the vessel. The morality is an entity like a spirit or a current, and that they've got the vessel to hold it, and then they decide what is moral. If you haven't got a vessel, then what are you to talk about morality? Who are you to talk about rights? What do you mean rights? We all know our rights. Everybody should know their rights. What right? What do you mean by right? Right means power. It means might.
But that's the thing, Mr. IC3. Religious people especially, this is why they say that morality can't be can't be dependent upon subjective attitudes of humans. There has to be an objective source, and their source is God. God has given them this sense of this codes of morality, and it is the only arbiter of morality, because if you leave it in the hands of man, only the powerful will dictate their morality upon the weak.
Oh,
whilst
yes.
with God's morality, the weak and the poor, weak and the strong will all have justice under this umbrella of God's morality.
Right, but morality and justice is still in the vessel. See, and even God, you see. So if you come up against another people, then say, "Oh, well, who are you?" So you it says your God against my God, and if I beat you, then my God's obviously stronger. I don't know what you're worshiping.
So you're saying even God's morality is dependent upon the strong. The strong will impose their God's morality over the weak's God's morality.
Exactly. That's always been that way.
True.
It's always been that way. So yeah.
If the
So
Muslims take over the
Christians,
if the Muslims take over the Christians, they impose their God's morality.
Exactly.
And if the Christians beat the Muslims and take over their country, then Christ becomes the sense of morality.
There you go. See, but the morality is held in a vessel, and the vessel is the community. It's the nation. That's what holds, because the morality is actually part of the values held by the culture that produces the religion. So culture produces religion.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, it's exemplified within the religions that we see. How a Jesus can be a white Jesus in Europe, a Korean Jesus in Korea,
that's right,
a slightly Middle Eastern Jesus in Israel or other parts of the Middle East. Jesus's color changes because of and Christianity molds itself to the morality of that culture or the facets of that culture, and that's why they've survived as long as they have, because they can be adapted. Same as, by the way, Islam. People think Islam is not malleable, it's not subject to its cultures. It is influenced and it's molded by the variety of cultures. You just have to look at the hijab and the different type of hijabs that exist, based on the culture and society that adopt Islam.
Right. But let me throw this one at you, who know a lot more about Middle Eastern cultures and maybe Islam than myself. But I'm going to throw this out anyway. I am saying that the whole of the Abrahamic religions, directly or indirectly, consciously or unconsciously, see Africa and Africans and the diaspora and the African diaspora as inferior. It's built in. It's built. They don't need to speak about it, and even if they speak against it, it's just air, because it's actually fundamental, and it's so ancient.
Why do you think that is? Where did it stem from?
I told you earlier. Well, I mentioned it earlier. It's the curse of Ham.
Yeah, but the thing is, the curse of Ham was written in the Old Testament for the Noahs. So, do you think, if I'm to take this, not a godly thing, I'm looking at it as a man-made creation. Now, my theory, my thoughts on this is, if this is true, by the way, this is all stems on the basis of this premise being true, that the slaves of Egypt were Jews. Jews were slaves to the pharaohs of Egypt, and that when the slaves were freed, they or ran away or whatever, they wrote the Bible to hate Africans because of their history of slavery, and they molded their biblical text, their Old Testament, with the bigoted attitude towards Africa because they were slaves in Africa, and so they.
Yeah, that could fly.
This is my thought. This is my thought.
I think
there's no evidence for this, by the way.
Yeah, it'll be in your genes. it's all in your genes, your Iranian genes. So we're gonna we'll get to come out.
I'm just thinking. Okay, if I was a slave in this African nation, and then I was freed, or I ran away from the slavery, and I created a religion, I would make those slave masters of mine. It's like if the African Americans created a religion after they got their freedom from the whites, and that religion would reflect how they think about those slave masters.
Correct. Yes, I'd agree with that. Because I was reading about the curse of Ham, and some people were saying that the curse of Ham was that they wanted to clear the land of Canaan. So it matches up with what you're saying, that maybe at that time there might have been Africa wasn't just the Africa shape that we see now. Africa included the Middle East, right up to Syria and so on. All that land that is now Israel was all part of Africa. And coming down to Somalia and above, and Yemen, Kemet. So
Kemet.
Yemeni.
Oh, you mean Yemen, the lower part of Saudi Arabia, Yemen, Oman, that area was all part of Africa as well.
Was all part of Africa. That's what my view is. So
there was like a land bridge between Yemen and the Horn of Africa, or the continent of Africa.
But you even now you can walk from Africa, just walk up to Israel, go around to Yemen. It's all one piece, isn't it?
At the top, but Yemen is at the bottom of Saudi Arabia.
Yeah. But I mean that whole area, Saudi Arabia, Yemen, and so on, it was all part of Africa. So I believe the creation of the curse of Ham was a way to try and clear all that land of Africans, and it's the most powerful way of clearing, because it's like a curse. You see, it's a spell, and so when you think people are forgotten things, it's already built in, and they will work just like white supremacy, whether they know it or not. So it's a bit like Rome. I was reading a story about the Carthage versus Rome, and Carthage became the main enemy of Rome.
Carthage, Carthage.
Yes, became the main enemy of Rome. And then after Hannibal had done so much damage in Rome, I can't remember what his name was, but a few people just said, "Look, Carthage must be razed to the ground." So they would greet each other. So rather than say good morning, they'd say Carthage must burn. You know, how
Wow,
you
they
doing,
really
John?
hated the
Carthage must
Ethiopians.
burn. You know what I mean?
Bloody hell.
Yes, that's right. So when the hatred moves into the higher levels, then it's not about the politics. It's just like it just has to happen. We're not interested in discussing it. We can discuss it if you want to, whatever. But either way, Carthage must burn. How you doing? Hey, Peter. Oh, I haven't seen you for ages. Carthage must burn. Hey, yes, Carthage must burn. Yeah, Carthage must burn. You know? And so it becomes a part of the culture. And so, and then the children, they would hear the adults speaking, and then they'd catch up. Oh yes, the greeting was not hello, but Carthage must burn. And the children would say, "Yeah, Carthage must burn," and then they grow up in that whole. See? Yeah. So I think it's something similar to Canaan, that people must have fallen out with too many Africans in Canaan, and then basically Canaan is because Canaan was a son of Ham. See. So Ham was cursed, according to their interpretation.
And then Canaan was a son of Ham.
Exactly. So Canaan was the same. Was African.
The Canaanites. Were the Canaanites associated with that? Is that part of the same?
Well, it goes deeper. It goes back further, isn't it? Because you just look at the raw elements, whether it's true or not. Ham was spoken badly of, and therefore they say that the curse didn't come back to his son Canaan. So it's somehow just an excuse. It might be just an excuse or a way of just sending that spell into that zone. Just like if the Romans are shouting, "Yes, Carthage must burn," the children don't even know where Carthage is. They looked at the map, but when they get older, they realize, oh, that's Carthage over there. That's Carthage on the map. And I remember my great-great-granddad saying Carthage must burn. Yes, I'm going to join up.
So yeah, through again, like you said, through the osmosis process of decades and centuries of hatred towards a particular location, then they just develop this innate sense of we hate these people because
that's right, innate.
We've just been told all these years, Carthage must burn.
Carthage, I'm getting it all wrong.
But I mean, I can see that. But like, that was the Romans before they adopted even Christianity. And do you think that this permeated into the religion?
Oh yes,
the religion
like
canonized
Muslims are terrorists. So you associate Islam and Muslim with terror. See, so somebody has a hatred for Muslims, and it doesn't really matter what Muslims say, what they do. Are you a Muslim? Okay. Not what they say. Oh, you're a Muslim. Oh, you're a terrorist. If they won't talk to you straight like that, are they?
Yeah, of course.
They just associate, and through osmosis, Muslims. So this ancient hatred of Islam goes way back, doesn't it? Even to the time of the Crusades.
Well, I mean, I think there's always been, and there will always be, a divide between the East and the West in this regard, because like you said, the Crusades, there's literally centuries of war between the East, not just the well, I mean, I suppose was El Cid. I think he was part of that crusade with the Turks, the Moroccans, the caliphates, all the different caliphates, basically, as they came and went. So yeah, I see you're right. There is a distinct disdain, if you will, from the East and the West. They're never gonna truly. I mean, when I say that, by the way, in the Middle East, the Chinese, the Oriental countries have never really been involved in that particular conflict. But certainly the Middle East, the Muslim world, the Arab
Yes,
Muslim were the
yes,
Mongols,
yes.
and the Crusaders of the West. Yeah, I think there's some underlining conflict
Yes.
that's always raged, and it's never really fully subsided.
Exactly. And going back before that, there's the same conflict, but it was against the so-called Japheth and Shemite people against Africa.
Ah.
Do you understand? So all it is a further development of that. So it just moves into Japheth. Japheth
I'm with you.
is now having a go
At
all the
Shem.
Middle Eastern people. That's right.
Japheth and Shem are at odds, but
you got it.
But on the underlining of it, Ham is still demonized, because I find even
Yes.
Islam
Yes.
has got very, very negative things towards at least Ethiopians for sure, and possibly
Yes.
Somalis,
That's right.
because Muhammad has described Ethiopians as raisin heads. He's described them as actually the devil will come in the guise of an Ethiopian. He's basically, in not no uncertain terms, has described that when the devil emerges, it will look like an Ethiopian man. He describes pretty much either a Somali or an Ethiopian, effectively.
That's right. And I was reading. I was watching one of Sarah Garvey's videos, and he was showing a clip of where somebody was associating the description of Muhammad and the word white.
Oh yeah.
Did you see it?
Oh yeah.
And
I
it's
know
saying
it's not just that. I've seen them before. I've had it most of my life.
You grew up with it.
They
Exactly.
describe
So
Muhammad as like the whitest of white.
Yes, there you go. So Muhammad's legs was white. Muhammad's armpits was white. So
not only white,
everything.
The day he rode into Mecca and he went into the Kaaba to destroy the idols of in the Kaaba where it stands now, he rode in on a white camel.
There you go. And how many white camels are there? I don't see one.
No, there is. It's rare.
Oh,
it's
yeah,
albino camels. Albino
there
camels.
you
do
go.
exist, but they're rare.
Camel.
Obviously, rare camels. But yeah,
exactly.
He rode on a white camel. He is white. Now, don't get me wrong. Muslims will say that the whiteness that they're describing is not actually skin white. It's just the light of Allah and all that shit. But they are describing him as the whiter than white. I mean,
exactly.
They're never ever really description. The description doesn't really say that he is,
exactly.
That he's a black guy. He's not. He's not even Middle East. He's not even tanned.
So therefore, Africa is associated with blackness. And it goes way back.
Well, it's not just
so
blackness.
Therefore, so if Muhammad is associated with whiteness and Africa is associated with blackness, that says everything when you think deeply into it. It must result in a head-to-head clash. And also, when you look at the clash between Japheth and Shem, it's just an extension of that, where the white Northern European, you say, well, we're more whiter than you Middle Easterns. Yes? So it's the same intensity. We're more whiter than you. In fact, and that's why you Iranians, no. You Iranians are not Aryan. We are the Aryans.
Oh, yeah.
We're the real Aryans, because why? And they're correct, and they're perfectly correct. They're perfectly correct because they're saying we are whiter than you. So no matter how white Muhammad was, we're whiter.
Oh yeah, the white man will never accept Arab as white.
No way. Yeah, no way. So they're just saying we're Japheth. We're the whitest. You can't get whiter than us. We're the end of the road.
It's the ginger Scottish man. It's like the epitome of white.
Right. Exactly. You can't get better quality white than us, no matter how white you are, because we look whiter than you. Yeah, and that comes up. You see, it comes up. I've heard it said lots of times. But people. But well, when I say heard it said, I've only heard it said maybe just people I'm speaking to at Speaker's Corner, or certain people off the cuff, but it's not something that's spoken about. If it's openly spoken about, most people start saying, "Oh no! Well, Islam is not racist. You know, we're all one, we're all brothers, and so on and so on." But this idea is it's so powerful. It's so ancient. The curse and the spell has been around for so long that it's just in the air. It's in the what's the word? What's that word for not the air? Not the air. Ether.
The ether. Oh yes.
Yes. So it's osmosis in the ether.
I never ever imagined that the biblical the Bible was ever even consulted when it came to racial demographics divisions in like the British police system. I mean, that to me is unbelievable, because you would have thought, I would have thought they would have used scientific methods to actually categorize racial differences, because we have haplogroups, we have racial actual scientific data for why certain races have certain hair follicles, certain size noses and ears and muscle structure, and all sorts of different reasons why we have differences between human beings. So we can scientifically say that human beings, although fundamentally all exactly the same, but there are minor differences in facial features.
And does science, the science that you mentioned, is it subject to the same osmosis? That the word that you mentioned.
Well, that's I mean, I know. Now you're. I know. You're. The problem is now you have to question the objectivity of the scientific.
Right.
Or the scientific discovery. I mean, the thing is, there are certain things that are black and white. You can't dispute. People of the African continent, certainly sub-Saharan Africans, have blatantly obvious physical features which are different from North Africans, from Europeans, and Europeans have features which are obvious differences between Middle Easterners. Middle Easterners have differences between East Asians, etc., etc. There are some obvious, understood differences, but I guess, I mean, I don't know, other than those very obvious, outer surface differences, if there's biases underlining the scientific the research behind the more nuanced differences. If you're talking about haplogroups, if you're talking about genetical differences, or I don't know.
What about this? What do you think of this? Let's take it to an even higher level now. So we started off with the Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Yes. So you got the Northern European, the Mongoloid, the yellow, or mixed
the yellow
race,
Arab and the African.
That's right. So the Africans cursed. Right now, the Africans are out the way. The Africans and African diaspora, they're cursed people. Right. We conclude that they're all happy with that now. Then, since it's about whiteness and Africa's about blackness, then we're left with the whiteness now, and the whiteness covers everybody else who's not. The battle for whiteness now is between everybody else. Forget the Africans; they're not even involved. So now there comes the battle for whiteness, which we talked about, where you have the battle for the Crusades. I remember speaking to some people from Sweden years ago, some old people, and some people from Britain as well. They're saying anything south. The British were saying anything south of Dover is the darkest. So I mean, this is the whole of France, man. France is not even white enough, man. Anything south of Dover, they were saying it's all dark down there. And then somebody else, some ladies I was speaking to years ago from Sweden, and she called me to one side and she said, "Look, anybody," she basically, I can't remember exactly what she said, but she basically said that they were taught that anybody with dark eyes, anybody
holy shit, anyone with like brown eyes,
anybody with brown eyes, mate, off key.
It's too dark.
They're darkies. They're all darkies. Yeah, that's what she told me, and she's not a young girl. You know, this is a fairly old woman, and she says that's what she. Yeah, but you see, people only talk to me and give me this kind of information because they know that I'm onto this. Well, don't forget, I'm mentally ill.
So no one's going to believe you.
Yeah, no, because I'm I don't know, I'm mentally ill, but classified as mentally ill. But because I'm so much into this, then you start getting people coming out of the woodwork and they start telling me more information. They tell me more information to back up, and I think, geez, and that's part of the reason why I clash with the authorities, because I've got all my head full of studies, and I've got my head's all full of all this information that I've been getting from people, and what I've studied in archives, and what I didn't realize is that you can't come with all that information and proof to somebody who's only really learned about white supremacy through osmosis, because you're causing kind of what's that thing where the brain starts to
you're short-circuiting
the brain. Yes,
they can't take it.
Yes, they can't take it. There's a proper term for it. I can't remember what the term is. Where
cognitive dissonance.
That's it.
Yeah, you're creating a cognitive dissonance, and so they can't associate their innate worldview of everything and the reality or the thing that you're introducing is so far removed from everything that they believe exists in the world that they know, that it creates it's like a mental short circuit. It creates a cognitive dissonance.
So
they can't do it.
Exactly. So that's what I was doing to people, because I'm not arguing with that evidence. I brought all my books, I brought all the documentation, everything. But when they saw it, they just lost it, because it's something that is kind of secret, and they've learned through osmosis.
Yeah, they didn't even learn it through an overt object, cognitive sort of tuition. They learned it through innate, subtle growth within them. So they don't even know that they have these
exactly
these things.
So they don't even know, and now I'm exposing it. I'm not even saying it's bad or it's good. I'm just saying, did you know this? And then their head is just, it's gone.
Well, I mean, for me, I just didn't. I've never even I had no idea that the biblical texts still had such a profound influence on our society. And I guess when I started looking into all the other things like you mentioned, you start to then question: is there a biblical origin to so many different things that we do, like you said, with the $20 and the symbolism of the dragons around London, these symbols and these allegories, whether found in the Bible or whether found in other sort of mythology, how much are they actually influencing policy? How much are they actually influencing law? And then that law then goes out and subjugates people. And then you get statistics potentially like the American, statistics of black people who are 13% of the population, but 50% of criminals.
Exactly.
Well, how does that 50% criminalization of the black people come to be?
That's right.
Is it because they've actually committed crimes, or is it because of the system, by their mere nature of who they are, has placed them outside of the law? Because the law wasn't made for them; it was made for the white.
Yes, that's right. That's right. Look, and that's why nobody will ever admit to it directly, because it learned, as you beautifully put across, osmosis. It's the magic, the spell. And but now we go to the high level. Did you know that there's a clash between the so-called white Jews, Ashkenazis, and the white Northern European? There's a heavy battle going on there, but most people don't even know about it, because it's so high up there. it doesn't really reach the lower levels. And plus, it's really like Star Wars. because it's way out there, so high up. It's way past the mountain. It's off the planet. It's in space. There's no, that war is actually going on, and there's evidence of it. To just try and bring it back down to earth, that because one or two shots arrive, or bombs land on Earth every now and then, and that something must be going on out there.
I wondered about this actually. I did wonder because the white, if you like, the European person, at least in recent times, but certainly historically, even during the times of old Christianity, the times of the medieval era, have persecuted the Ashkenaz or the Jew, whether it's Ashkenazi or otherwise, quite a lot. Now, the Muslims have done their fair share of persecutions too, and pogroms, but long after the Christians were the first. They got in on that act very early on. Right. Why is that? Did the Jews live better under the Romans than they did under Christian Romans?
Right. So these are wonderful questions. So let's go with the basics and then try and move into the areas that you mentioned. So the official definition of a white person by British standards is a Northern European. You have to be Northern European.
So Italians, would they fall into that?
No. You see, and it's blatantly in the codes, IC1, IC2. Italians and Spanish all fall into IC2.
Okay.
But the IC1 is Northern European. So it's blatantly in our face, but yet nobody can actually, it's that kind of, as you mentioned, what's that word? You mentioned the term.
You mean the cognitive dissonance?
That's right. That's right. You've got it. So there's a cognitive difference, dissonance. So when people look at the race code, it's somehow they can't click that it's real. They can't click.
Yeah.
They can't click. It's right in their face. And it's the most powerful thing. And they just can't get their head around it. So it's a cognitive dissonance. They're telling you straight, we are IC1, we're Northern European. You are IC2, you're Mediterraneans. And you're IC6, you're Middle Eastern. And IC3, you're black. It's there, straight in your face. But we can't see it. But here's the clash. So by British standards, white people of white Northern European, just Northern. Not just European.
Just Northern European.
Northern European.
So even potentially some people in France that are bordering Spain and Portugal would fall into the IC2 category.
Exactly.
Not all French men would be considered IC1.
That's right. So you have any French person with blonde hair, blue eyes, they're living in France and they're classified as French, but really they're IC1 living in France. He's still IC1. But here's a killer. According to if you go to the White House website and look under the census results, the census classifications, the definition, the American definition for a white person is you've got to be of European descent. European,
but not Northern European.
That's right. Of European descent, Middle Eastern descent, or North African descent. Now that is anathema.
Oh wow!
Yes,
North African descent. They consider them white.
In America, you're white. If you're Jewish in America, you're white. If you're Muslim in America, you're white. You can be white.
If you're North African, if you're
that's
like
right.
Algerian, Libyan, Moroccan, Egyptian.
That's right. You're all white. So
imagine, I'll be really white in America then.
Yeah, of course.
I'm IC3 here, but I'm actually no. Am I IC? What am I?
IC6.
IC6.
Here,
whilst in America, I'll be IC1.
Exactly.
Suddenly, I go from IC6 to IC1, just moving across the Atlantic
That's right, because America has different cultural values. They say, it's obvious, isn't it? To set up rules like that. Just read the census, the American official definition of what a white person is, and then look at the British official definition. So there's a clash, and then so you have, and the history of it, as far as from what I see, is that the kings and the nobles of Northern European and the Vikings and all those descendants and the Lombards, I think, and all the Northern European kings, when they were sacking Rome, so basically they became kings and nobles, and then the Jewish sort of the Middle Eastern people started to serve them as middlemen to tax the poor. So the poor, so the white Northern European upper class, ruling class, started to use the Middle Easterns and the Jews specifically to tax the poor white, so-called working class. And the reason they did that is because tactically they want an outsider to be the middle person who they have power over. Does that make sense? Because the outsider, the Middle Eastern, can never be a threat to the throne.
Okay. So if they turn on the noble people or whatever, those who control the power, they will never be able to actually take the throne, or they will not. They don't possess an immediate danger, whilst the poor, the white poor people, could if they turn on them.
Exactly.
So they use the Middle Easterners effectively as the middleman.
You've got it. You got it.
The Middle Easterners as the middleman.
Yes.
So that if the poor turn on anyone, they'll turn on the Middle Easterners because they see them as the source of hatred.
Exactly.
As the source of their misery, if you like.
Right. Because they're the tax collectors. See, you're not have the king and the royal family running around asking for tax.
Well, of course, yeah. Exactly. And they don't want to risk any of the white noble people, noble men and women, so they'll just send out the Middle Easterner that kind of looks white, but he's not of them.
Exactly. but as time went on, there came the twist. I suppose this is the birth of the Ashkenazis, that the middlemen started to tax the poor and give some to the ruling class, and they kept themselves, so they became the super middle class.
So they actually created a middle class.
Exactly. So not just a middle class as in servants, they become a middle class as an entity, and they could still keep themselves together. Now, as time developed, that middle class became richer than some of the ruling class.
Oh,
because when you read about the history of banking, how can you lend money to a king?
Yeah.
How can a king be indebted to you? It's finished.
Yeah, that's right.
It's finished.
Yeah. He's not a king anymore.
Exactly. So you've wiped him out by putting him in debt. How dare you? See, so the merchants and the traders and the middlemen became richer than the ruling class and the aristocracy. And they became so rich, they started to do deals. So basically, look, you're ruling class, you own a big castle and stuff, but you got no money. So how are you going to pay your servants and how you can't afford your lifestyle? But we got loads of money because we do banking and we do trade. You understand? So we have money, but you have status. So we'll do a deal. We'll give you some money, but you give us status.
So that's how they started buying themselves into the upper echelons.
Exactly, and that's where they
into
are
the
now.
ruling class.
That's right. That's right. But can you imagine? Now think about. I'm trying to give another strange angle on this. Can you imagine the level of hatred there would be if you were a king or an aristocrat and you had to basically sell status, and your daughter or your son to people that are coming to you
to marry, because usually kingdoms were like truce and stuff between different fighting kingdoms were created by having the son and the daughter of the different sort of fighting parties marry, so that way it creates a family bond, and so they stopped warring with each other. Now the kings are having to effectively give their son or their daughter to these merchants, because these merchants want to elevate themselves into the upper levels of lords and ladies and become part of the court. And in order to do that, they have to kind of effectively marry into that society. And so now these noble people, the lords and ladies and kings, are forced to give their daughters and their sons to these tainted blooded individuals.
That's it. You get it. You start to get the flavor. Can you imagine the level of hatred?
Animosity
me being a black
builds.
guy, I would never even be in that society to watch them, to see how hatred is played at court. Yeah, we're I'm poor, and if I see hatred at my level, it's just people that are fighting, they're having it out. But how do you manage that hatred at that level? They can't have punch-ups in court. I mean, the king's court or the queen's court, and all these interesting diplomats and guests at high level. They're supposed to be the elite. They don't get into punch-ups.
Okay. So are you saying that
the most they have is what do you call it? When two people get two guns and they walk in different directions.
I think a duel.
Duels.
Yeah,
That's
duel
right.
at dawn, kind of pistols at dawn, sir.
That's right. There's no punch. What are you talking about? We do pistols at dawn. We have breakfast.
Right after tiffin, I will shoot you dead, sir.
Exactly. We laugh, but it's serious, man.
I know.
Napoleon was trying to stop this stuff. The noble classes killing each other with duels. So we have punch-ups, but these people they don't forget. You see, you've insulted me.
Yes,
that's it. That's
honor.
enough. That is enough to die, to kill somebody. Think about that.
Yeah.
It's insults. I didn't mean to insult you. Will you have? That's it, man. One of us is dying. I can't get my head around that, really.
I'll be honest.
You have to be born into that.
Yeah, no, I can understand that. Muslims still do that in the Middle East. Those sort of things are still prevalent. I mean, you say something uncouth towards someone's mum, and they will beat the living shit out of you, either there and then, or we shall meet in the square, sir, where we will roll up our arms, and it's the Marcus of Queensberry rules.
There you go.
I shall punch you in the mouth, sir. No, but in a serious way. No, Muslims are still, Middle Easterners are still very much like that. They are an honor bound culture. And so that's why we still have honor killings going on and things like that, because they're very much honor bound. And if you I mean, the word dayuth, for example, is a word that is effectively it means an dishonorable man, because you allow your woman to
say
do
that word
things.
again?
A dishonorable man.
Yeah, but
dayuth is what everybody calls Zubaida's boyfriend Walid. All the Muslims call him a dayuth because his woman runs around. Zubaida goes around talking and swearing and being unruly, and he doesn't control her. and she goes off with other men. I mean, she, you know, is famously known that she's gone to Spain with another man, and all that. So he is considered a dishonorable man.
Right.
And that is still a big deal in the Middle East, to be a dishonorable man, to be, you know, to have your woman in your life control you or rule you, or tell you things or do things that are displeasing to you, or not stand up for the honor of your mom or your sister or whatever. All of these things can make you a dayuth, which means you're a dishonorable man. Effectively, you're not a man at this point. They don't consider you a manly man.
Interesting. You're not even considered to be a man.
Oh,
and
yeah,
that's
yeah.
why they call that. That's why they call the African people and black people, people of African descent and of diaspora, that they're boys. So the whole of Africa is children.
Well,
they're all children.
Or the Americans, back in the day, you know, they were called the African Americans, like, hey boy, come here, boy, because they don't consider you elevated to the level of a man. You're always beneath them. You're always you know, they treat you like a child, effectively.
That's right. And Neely Fuller backs you up. He says the exact same thing. That he says that there are no black men. There are black males and black females, but there's only the white man and the white woman.
There you go.
Because the man means management or manager.
Oh.
White man is white manager. It's just short for manager. White woman, manager. We're managing you lot. We're managing you lot. So there's no, you know, and so until Neely Fuller says, until white supremacy is neutralized, kind of thing, there's no such thing.
But the thing is, Mr. IC3, in this current world that which we're living in, and the technology that we have, is going to simply grow and become more sophisticated, and the global community that we're living in, it's only natural. It is evolution through society and through technology that this planet of ours, although I know a lot of people who don't like globalism and this and that, and they're like, oh, you're a globalist. I think it is only inevitable that we are going to become more and more a globalized society, as our technology will allow us to travel across this planet easier and easier and easier. And so there will have to come a moment in which we have to decide, can these societies, can these races of people, these groups of people, can we fundamentally live together, or are we forever destined to live apart? Can there be such a thing? Can you imagine? Is it that we are so different on, I don't know what level? Maybe it's such a deep level that we just simply will never be able to live together in peace. Or is it that, like you said, through osmosis, through programming, we are taught not to live together?
Yes, but you see, so the people of the world are just seen as cattle for management. So this new world of peace and freedom from war is in the vision of the ruling class. So you know, so we're the ones will have. They're saying we're the ones going to have to cull humanity, because you're all savages down there.
So they see that they will have this unified society, but only for them. The rest of the herd has to be culled.
That's right. That's right. They're telling you blatantly in your face. You've got to reduce the world population. You know, look at this whole COVID situation. It's the same kind of thing. Look, you lot wear masks, and you lot stay inside your house. You lot. So that's just the warm up. It's a warm up for the big game.
So do you think this Corona thing was it managed, or was it actually manufactured? Not manufactured in the sense of maybe in a lab. Maybe it was the circumstances to produce such a scenario was manufactured, but the actual thing itself is semi controlled to make sure that we all get I don't know, infected. I don't know. I mean, I've got two scenarios in my head. Either one, it was fully manufactured, and this whole thing is just giant conspiracy, or two, it was
just
naturally
happened.
occurring, but
Yes.
the outbreak and the actual control of people is itself designed or was predicted so that we can then all be, I don't know, we can have draconian laws introduced to control us.
Right. There you go. So I would say out of the two scenarios, I say that they merge together in one. The bottom line is whether it's natural or unnatural, manufactured or not, we're the ones who are going to manage it. There's a volcano going off, we got it managed. If the earthquake, we got it managed.
I see.
If there's a virus, you know, that's what we do. We're the ruling class. We got to think about it ahead of you.
Atticus kind of says, "Never let a crisis go to waste." So, like natural crises occur, and then they control the aftermath and how things move.
Because
After
they're men.
After
they're
the
men and women.
Okay.
They're men and women. They're the managers.
Yeah.
Ruling class. And how can you have an effective ruling class if they can't rule through chaos and adversity?
I mean, the thing is, I've got here everything says, "Oh, but come on, I'm going leftist now." When I mentioned the globalist aspect, the thing is, guys, whether you like it or not, technology is going to make us right now. Me and
us? Who's us?
Sorry, the guys in the text. The guys in the text, like everything is everything. Like the conversations that right now me and Mr. IC3 are having was impossible a mere 30 years ago. It was like, you know, we couldn't have this kind of communication with dozens of people in the text also communicating with us. We're communicating through this computer and all of the things that are happening. So communication, travel, all of these things are going to become more and more and more global and more integrated. It is just a simple evolution of technology. This is not going to get. We're not going to get more separated. We're going to get more integrated. It's
okay.
Just,
but as you mentioned, 30 years ago, I think that's what you said. Yeah. So that's 30 years ago. You know about. I reckon that this stuff was going on even before that.
So you're saying this technology was available, it was just held back.
Exactly, because I used to work for a company called Spymaster, and they were based but near Baker Street, around Marble Arch, and I got a job there, and they were opening up a concession in Selfridges. So what we used to sell in Spymaster is, you know, it's obviously spy making equipment and bulletproof vests and get your car made bulletproof. So the clientele that we were dealing with, you know, were big diplomats and executives and company owners and so on. We had military stuff as well. We didn't have guns, but we had night vision, certain, you know, super powerful binoculars, special recording equipment and stuff like that. And I said all that to say, to bring it back to the earlier point, is that we were selling night vision that was grade 1 and 2, and then later we managed to get some 2A night vision. So the grade 1, it means you can see night vision, but it's not all that. It's just clear enough you can see through night vision. Grade 2, it's sharper images, and grade 2A is even sharper. And it said, "Oh, we're only allowed to sell grade 2A." That was, you know, that was quite new back then. You know, he's looking through it and we're saying, "Wow, look at this night vision." You know, I could see if, you know, because the rich people, some of the people were gangsters. I mean, real gangsters. I mean, just like you see in the movies. There's no joke, and you get to know who are the real gangsters when they come in. Loads of money, obviously. You could just watch your mouth when you're speaking. So so a lot of the gangsters' wives, or rich people's wives, that they'd come in and they'd like to buy spy equipment as well, to spy on their spouses to see if they could catch them.
Wow.
So we had to deal with lots of people like that. We try to keep, because obviously if the house is worth 7 million, or it's about 7 billion now, or whatever, not billion,
70 million. Sort of
70 million pounds now. That this house is. So if you could get evidence up in court, then you obviously you're in for half the 70 million. Anyway, so that's.
I see.
Yeah. So the women, these women, the guys are dangerous and the women are dangerous. They got all the science to take the guys out financially,
okay.
and all the men have got the science to take other guys out with a gun or knife or whatever. So these are the kind of characters that I was dealing with on a daily basis. But anyway, I'll say all that just to say that I was told that at that time, the night vision standard, lowest standard in the military, was grade 7. And we weren't allowed to sell grade 3. So we were selling 1, 2, and just about managed to get hold of some 2A. And we were making a big deal about selling 2A. And the lowest grade on military standard was grade 7. So you can imagine the sharpness and the cleanness and the clarity of night vision.
I'm with you. So you're saying on that same sort of scale, the
Yes.
technology that the military would have had when it came to the internet, it would have been
Yes.
far more advanced than now.
Exactly.
Oh yeah, I agree with you. But I'm not
Okay,
talking about the military sort of aspect. I'm talking civilian society,
Yeah,
and
but
as technology grows within civilian
no.
realm.
What I'm trying to tell you is that the military material is that they make it civilian. Don't forget, the night vision was all military, but then they downgrade it and then they start selling the old stuff. So we're using all the internet. And we think, oh wow, where technology is really moving forward and blah 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 blah. These people are finished with this stuff ages and ages ago. They're way ahead. They're way ahead.
Oh yeah, no, I totally understand that.
Yeah, and they've seen the plan. What we're thinking. Oh, I think you're saying that the future, we're all going to come together and all. They've planned all that already. So the coming together that you're imagining is not the coming together that they have planned.
I see. So but no, I'm not saying that we're going to come together in some kind of kumbaya hippie commune. What I'm saying is that we will travel. We will be able to travel and communicate more.
Whoa. Slow down. Excuse me. We will be able to travel. What do you mean?
That's what I'm saying.
You might get further than the end of your road by the time they finished.
Well,
the travel is for us. You stay in your house, and then if you want to travel, you just travel down to the shop.
No, I'm not talking about. No. I'm not talking about. Like the laws. I'm saying the technology will allow us to be able to. Well, the average person in the country.
The average person's doing none of that. By the time they lock down, you'll be doing none of that.
Well,
average
so this
person will not be jumping on planes, flying there, and all that. No.
So you're saying that even if the technology allows us to travel very easily across this country, across the planet, they will create laws to not allow us to do it, and or they will never give us the technology in the first place to let us do it. They will suppress that technology, and so we will always be in these divided nations. As the status quo is for now.
It'll get worse. But
it'll get worse.
Faster. You know what people say though, the money divide. The rich are getting richer and the poor are getting poorer. You always heard that saying, haven't you?
Sure.
Right. So if the rich are getting richer and the poor are getting poorer, then also the technology is going to follow the same model. So it just means that they can travel further, faster,
easier, but the poor, it would only be accessible to that 1%.
Exactly. Yeah, because
So,
it's like
okay.
if I've got a yacht, what do you mean you're gonna get a yacht? You're saving up for a yacht?
I see.
No.
Wait a minute. So, okay. I will. Yeah, I mean, I will. In that case, I will take some steps back because, see, for me, I'm a little bit of a sort of glasses half full kind of guy. I'm always thinking of the world like Gene Roddenberry versus George Orwell. This is I don't know if you know this expression. Gene Roddenberry was the creator of Star Trek. He created, I don't know, do you know the Star Trek series? Captain
A little bit,
Kirk
yeah, but I
and
never
all
used
that
to watch
stuff.
it.
Yeah, the Star Trek series are a hopeful, bright, utopian future of humanity. Humanity is all
Yes.
united.
Yes.
We don't have to worry about money, and we're traveling through stars and
Right.
exploring and
Yes.
doing all wonderful things. Now,
Yes.
Gene Roddenberry created that universe.
Yes.
George Orwell, on the other hand, is a dystopian person. He creates all of his futures are dystopian. 1984, The Time
right.
Machine, etc., Animal Farm.
Yes.
They're all very dystopian aspects. So the world always gets crappier.
Yes, that's right.
The future is crap when it comes to
Yes.
George Orwell, whilst
Yes.
Gene Roddenberry is very hopeful.
Yes, but
and my problem is I'm a Gene Roddenberry kind of guy
no,
rather than a George Orwell.
no. George L. Orwell and Gene Roddenberry are the same. They're the same side. They're different sides of the same coin. The George Orwell future is for the poor. But what's his name? Gene Roddenberry or whatever.
Gene Roddenberry, yeah.
The Gene Roddenberry future is for the ruling class. That's for them.
So they will both happen, but
At
one
the same
for the ruling class, one for the no. But see, that's the thing. That wouldn't be the Gene Roddenberry future because Gene Roddenberry's vision is everybody is living.
Oh
a
yes,
good
they like
life.
to say that because it sells it. It sells books, doesn't it?
but what I mean is George Orwell has the same setup as you mentioned. That is the dystopian, George Orwell type of thing, where the rich have the utopian life and the poor are controlled by a dictatorial
so
system.
We can thank George Orwell. Thank you very much, George Orwell. He's telling you the truth.
Oh yeah. I mean, if you read 1984, or they actually made a film called 1984 as well. But if you actually read the book 1984, you will find that is pretty much it. They control your speech. They control where you move. There are like your TV is actually exactly what we have today, a computer, which then people of the state can just turn on and ask you questions. What are you doing?
Yes.
Where have you been?
That's right.
Well, now the internet will allow them to do that effectively.
Of course. Well, that's why. You think they give? So you think this is the word give? You think they're giving us the internet for free?
They allow us to have it.
Right. Why? Because it helps them to develop. They can watch and see how internet's used. They can watch and see what kind of things are saying, and then they can all plan. They can plan for the future.
Someone actually wrote. That's yourself actually, Alan Watt.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. I'm gonna look into this guy.
Yeah,
that should be quite interesting.
He what's amazing about him is that he just comes out with all the
evening,
stuff.
Guys.
Oh, hey, Arando.
Hey.
You're on it. How you doing?
I'm on your side, IC3.
Okay.
Yes, he's on the George Orwell.
He's on the dark side. Yes.
George Orwell was right. The Star Trek movies and all of this was just for the plebs, right?
Yeah.
To accept this thing. But it was from the beginning, it was a project. So you had the Wild West on the internet, right? They needed the internet to establish full control over us. That was the plan from the beginning, and then they have to show a positive picture to so people accept this, right?
Yes, right.
This is what the communists always when you read the prominent communists and what they wrote is promise them heaven on earth, but it is the opposite of everything they are
what they'll get.
They are promoting, right?
Yes.
It is the opposite. And if you want to go, if you are a Christian, it is exactly what the devil is doing. He promised
Right.
you freedom and all of this,
That's
but
right.
what it really
Yes.
is enslavement of you.
Yes. So in your mind, as a poor person, or you think you're middle class, you got all the Star Trek visionary in your head. Yes, and you
So
think,
to-
oh, it's going to be a wonderful
Exactly.
future, but you don't realize it's not for you. It's not for you.
You're not
But
part of the club.
exactly. I mean, look at that. You said, I think somebody mentioned that the Wild West, the
Yeah.
Wild West of the internet. That's so accurate, because you know, in America, the Wild West is like, well, that's outlaw territory. Out there, it's up to you. You do whatever you want to do. You kill the Indians, as many Indians as you like, and you just take that land, and you can set up your own little thing there. Do what you like. But at the end of the day, when you're doing all your Wild West freedom and liberty and shooting everybody, and yeah, you're making, you know, the city or the system is crawling up behind you. And that little town that you gunslingers managed to make for yourself, and you gold diggers managed to make yourself. You made yourself a little town out way in the Wild West. We made our own little town, and we're free. It's just a matter of time before the system comes and says, you know what? Yeah, I like this town. You know, needs a bit more development, don't you think? That's where we're going to come in, because it was an outlaw town, but now we're going to bring it into law and
We
order.
have to bring them freedom.
Exactly. That's
And
right.
democracy.
Freedom. That's a nice twist. Yeah. So they thought they had freedom in the Wild West, doing all their stuff. And then they say, no, we're the ones who tell you what freedom is. And it's beautiful illustration, beautiful illustration. And the same thing goes with Bitcoin.
Yes.
Based on what we discussed at Rondo, everybody's got to say Bitcoin, man. Bitcoin is free. You can trade and do what you want to do. And hey, man, we don't need the banks. We're free. Yeah, we're free. We're going to get our Bitcoin and we're going to do what we want to do. And so so it's the Wild West of Bitcoin. Everybody's having fun doing their own thing. And then little by little at the background, they're saying, look, this digital currency model, this is how we're going to build it. This is the laws we have to put in place, and we're going to centralize this digital currency. Centralize it. But by then, everybody's is free in the Wild West of Bitcoin, making up their systems, developing systems, and everybody's getting used to it. We're not even getting used to it now, because the people still don't really know much about Bitcoin. I don't even know much about it. But it's the new Wild West. It was the internet, and now that's been locked down. Bitcoin, but now they're making plans. They can watch and see, and then lock it down later on.
The thing is, I'll be perfectly honest. The internet isn't being locked down. The internet, as you know it, as far as like these YouTube and Twitter type things, these are what's known as normie channels, normie nets. This is where the average person knows about the internet. The internet is far bigger than these things. So if they're locking down YouTube, that's not even close to locking down the internet.
Okay.
The internet is a massive place, and there are still
and it's
plenty
free, yes?
of wild west areas of
Okay.
it.
They are already they are attacking all alternative tech, alternative platforms, the darknet even. They are attacking those things. They want complete control over them.
They have
And
to.
they're trying, but you still got things like blockchain, which actually, by the way, that's what Bitcoin is run on, which are not singular centralized things. That's why they can't centralize, for example, Bitcoin. Bitcoin cannot be centralized. It is fundamentally built on a decentralized network. It is a blockchain. No single person has a server or a
Yes.
machine that
I
controls
understand.
it.
Like the
So-
Wild West. So it's free. We're out here. You can't control us out here. But they're building something in the background, because don't forget,
Possibly.
You still? Oh, yeah. Didn't you hear about the news of Visa? El Ronda knows.
Yeah, yeah.
Did you hear about the Visa?
Sorry, about the Visa credit card? You mean company?
Yeah.
Yes.
What's happened?
They're creating. El Ronda, let El Ronda speak on that if you want to.
Yeah, they try to monopolize. Basically, Visa. I think it was founded even from the Bank of America, the whole Visa system. And now what they try to say, go to the American courts and say, yeah, we now will implement the digital cash. We have a monopoly on Bitcoin, basically. We establish a monopoly on this cryptocurrency. And will you allow us that? Right? This is what they are now trying to do. And
how do you mean? You mean they have the Visa? You're saying Visa has the majority of Bitcoins?
No.
No.
They are now right now trying to monopolize cryptocurrency for America. And what they will do with Bitcoin is they probably will buy and sell and all of this, so no one trust Bitcoin anymore and other cryptocurrencies, and they will stabilize the Visa cryptocurrency.
Right.
So, okay. So Visa is trying to launch a cryptocurrency, and they're trying to get the American government to give them some kind of exclusivity to stabilize it and make sure that everyone can use it effectively.
And they will, for example, this is my prediction, they will use the media monopoly to demonize other cryptocurrencies, saying only criminals will use that, terrorists and so on. Yeah, and I fear that they will accomplish that because we already see that with alternative platforms like Telegram. They are now shooting. You won't believe the amounts of growing rates on Telegram. I think it was 1.2 million initial users every week or something. They are now getting 1.2 additional users on that. And now you see all those, there's already hundreds of articles shooting against Telegram, saying this Telegram, I think it was a Russian guy who builds this platform. They now have to censor Telegram as well, just like YouTube, Twitter, and all these other big tech monopoles are doing. And
how are the Telegram creators responding to that? What are they doing? How are they pressuring?
Right now, they're standing their ground, but we saw that on other platforms as well. They stand their ground for a long time. The demands were there for a long time to change the algorithms, to delete channels, and all of this. And since I would say 2016, they totally on every Instagram, on Twitter, YouTube, they completely changed everything.
Yeah, but Arendo, you got to realize it's not. You see, when it comes to Twitter, when it comes to YouTube, which is Google owned, Instagram and Facebook are owned by Instagram is owned by Facebook. So these groups.
WhatsApp also by Facebook.
WhatsApp is also owned by Facebook. Yeah, but what I mean is these entities. You're saying that people put pressure on them to censor. I will say this. These groups were already left-wing individuals, ran by left-wing owners. So this didn't come down from outside. These pressures came from top down to put pressure on the people who run these particular platforms from their bosses to say you have to stop. The head of Google is recorded that said we have to stop Trump from being reelected.
Yeah.
So
I agree.
They are already left wing. They're already authoritarian. They already want to censor. It's not that they are being pressured to censor. They are simply giving in to what they already want to do in the first place anyway.
Part of the program.
yeah, whilst if we now start to look at what happens on TikTok, TikTok is Chinese owned, so TikTok is going to be censored, but not necessarily pressure from some social justice bluehead land whale, but from the Chinese government. That's why I don't trust TikTok. Telegram is Russian, so we will see if the Russians or the people from the top of Telegram themselves wish to censor. But we are going to now see how much the external pressure really has an effect, because the people at the top of Telegram are not already leftists like the Google, Twitter, and Facebook.
Yes, in the
I
Wild
would,
West.
however, say that in the past, the big tech was filled with geeks and technicians that were not so left wing than they are today, because the subversion of the university that these people has to go through wasn't as strong back then.
Sure.
And now, basically,
but the thing is,
they
the
are.
owners of Google were already very much on the
Yeah.
left. It's kind of like Hollywood. It's like saying, why is Hollywood making leftist propaganda movies all the time, or pandering to the feminists all the time? Well, it's because they are already in that camp. They are already left. They're already pampering to feminists, and that's just simply coming down from the top. It's not that Hollywood is a Republican Trump supporting entity, and they are being forced by feminists to make feminist.
I would agree with
feminist
you,
movies.
Banksy. This is a great point you were making here. I think they are using those blue-haired feminists and those intersectional brigades as a shield, so they can say, "Look, this is what people demanded from us, right?"
Yeah,
so,
but it's not. It's what they already want to do, and they're just saying, "Well, look, we have all these feminists saying that this is a great idea, so here we go."
There you go.
You're right. You're right. Yeah,
It's what they want, and that's why when it comes to Telegram, when it comes to VK, when it comes to all of these other internet platforms, BitChute, that are not American leftist companies, these are coming from Russia, China, and other sort of sources, we will see how much power do these feminists really have over these companies, or is it something else? Is this going to be government intervention? I know for TikTok, China is what's going to interfere with what happens on TikTok. That is a given. There is no way you're going to be able to promote anti-Chinese government stuff on TikTok. They're going to shut that down within seconds. But is there going to be some other leftist sort of propaganda coming into that? I don't know.
But can I say this? That don't forget, in all this discussion, as we move it to the internet, as you've moved it to the international scale, but you're mentioning Russia, you're mentioning China, you're mentioning America. So you're starting to mention zones. But you see, the IMF and the Bank of International Settlements is still above all that. So whatever you taking place in any of these nations,
they will use international pressure. They will use geopolitical pressure. We saw yesterday. I was watching Flashback Friday.
Yeah,
and I saw an article of the United Nations. One of their main speakers were talking about that YouTube and all these other platforms has to censor more, right?
Yes.
So they will probably do that via United Nations and other organizations to pressure Russia to shut down Telegram as well.
Yes, that's right. That's where the power is higher. It all goes back to the banks.
Well, yeah, this is it. I mean, I know that even MasterCard, for example, got involved with the Patreon, because MasterCard actually ran the funding system for Patreon. Now, they pressured Patreon to get people who were dissident speakers like Sargon of Akkad and what's her name, Lauren something. Lauren Southern and I think Joseph Watson. Yeah, it wasn't Patreon that actually wanted to deplatform them or take them off their platform. MasterCard pressured them through their
There you go.
financial system to
Yep.
actually get rid of them.
That's right.
And this all came out that it was actually a lot of the pressure came from the MasterCard side of things, not necessarily from the platform. So yes, perhaps Telegram or TikTok. As I said again, I don't think TikTok is going to fall into this because TikTok is probably already heavily censored. But VK or any other Russian or I don't know, Brazilian or any other sort of corporation company, internet platform that doesn't exist in the United States, because you've got to recognize 90% of these platforms that we're talking about are in the United States, and not only in the United States, in this tiny section called Silicon Valley within the United States.
Exactly. Yeah.
Right. Yes.
All of this comes from a very small pool of groups of people who are very like-minded, mostly heavily leftists. So right now, what we see as, or what some people perceive as the internet, it comes from a tiny little group of people.
Right.
It isn't a globally spread out thing. So once we see companies from Russia, from hopefully South America and Australia and other places in the world emerge, because what's happening is these very companies like Facebook and Twitter and YouTube are forcing other companies to be popular, because they're throwing
Yes.
everyone off their platform,
That's
or they're
right.
censoring everything. And so people are now looking at Russian companies and looking at Chinese companies and looking at probably other companies, because
Yes.
they're like, well, we can't say what we want to say here. Right
Yes.
now, Joe Rogan signed $100 million deal with Spotify to take his podcast off YouTube and put it on Spotify, because YouTube would not allow him to interview anyone who went against the World Health Organization on COVID-19.
Right.
But Spotify has also political agenda. I know
It
that
is.
they
Everything.
censored a lot on Spotify as well.
Mm.
Yeah, it is just crazy. The same with all the Apple products and Apple Store and everything
Yes.
like this. It will take a while, and it is so hard to build a complete alternative platform, because you have to also implement alternative paying
Payment system.
service, paying
Exactly.
service, and
That's
everything like that. Because as you was mentioned before, they throw you off of PayPal, doing the
Yes.
pressure of Mastercard and everything.
Yes.
So we have to build it all up from the ground, from the ashes, right?
That's
And this
exactly
is
it.
so complicated.
Yeah.
One thing we should probably more concentrate on is how can we address technicians and geeks that are fed up with this. One thing was great. What I don't trust the Project Veritas. I have a lot of criticism to them too, but they have done an amazing thing by exposing them, and also paying those people that will lose their job, that will lose their income when they come out, right?
Yes.
They give them money, something like 100,000, 150,000 or something.
So that they can then, be honest about what's going on in these companies.
Yeah,
right.
Exactly.
But they won't. At least they won't have a massive. I mean, they'll lose their job, but they'll have some substantial amount of money to be able to survive until they get another job or something. Yeah, that actually makes sense. Now, one thing I actually did a video about this, because a lot of the times when a person from, like, let's say Sargon of Akkad as an example, gets kicked off a particular platform, like he got kicked off Patreon, a lot of these free, a lot of these leftist people go, well, it's freedom of speech, and a corporation doesn't have to have you.
It is great how the leftist communists turn right into full mode capitalists right there.
Exactly.
Right? It is amazing.
But it's not that. It's not that. They say, well, it's not a violation of your free speech rights if a platform doesn't wish to
Exactly.
have you on their platform, and that is
Like a
true.
private bank.
But I made a video about this saying, okay, so I can't be on Patreon, so I have to go set up my own Patreon platform, my own website with Patreon. MasterCard won't give me any money, it won't let me run any transactions, so I have to go and start my own bank. I can't use any of the US satellites because the US government won't let me use their satellites, so I have to launch my own satellite into
you got
space, and then I have to create my own internet in order to have my own platform.
Yeah, and you're even right about that.
That's the reality.
The
Sorry.
biggest censoring on the internet that I know of was this. This is really a white supremacist website, right? The Daily Stormer, right? They kicked them even off having a homepage, so they set everything up, and somehow they managed to kick them off this. I don't know. I'm not
company. It's
the hosting company.
Yeah.
So they have to set. I think they have now set up an own system there, but it's so tough. And
No, you can set up your own host. You can set, dude. I can get a desktop machine. I mean, okay, it won't last very long, but I can get a desktop and I can make that into a server, into an internet server.
Right, yes.
I can launch my own website off my own server and buy the URL and simply have my URL directed to my website. Now, the hosting company, well, it is in a sense of the technical. So as far as I'm concerned, I can launch a website. I'd say in a day. I just need to buy my domain. Now, the problem is your domain host who holds your domain for you.
Yes.
Now, you would have to be careful of where you put, as in who you will have your host your domain name.
That's what I was referring to.
Yeah, for me, I would go Icelandic companies, or Lithuanians, because they're the only ones that don't have they don't allow America to have jurisdiction over them, and they won't allow they won't fold under the pressure of some of these American sort of activist types. That's like you said, Mr. IC3. Yeah, for the moment, at the moment, the ones that I can, because a lot of people are saying Iceland is becoming like the Switzerland for how Switzerland is good for money. It's becoming the Switzerland of the internet, where people who will otherwise not have any, would be pressured under America or British or whatever sort of variety of countries pressuring them on certain things. Switzerland always stayed out of the money, was out of being pressured, and so rich people took their money and put it there because of their banking system, and now
they were
Iceland,
protected by the elite.
And now Iceland is establishing themselves as the internet equivalent of the finance that Switzerland has, or at least for now that they're trying. So if anyone out there who wants to put up some really, really dissonant fucking website, find yourself an Icelandic host.
Right. It's still the wild west in Iceland. It's still the wild west in Iceland.
It's protected. It's protected.
Do you need then your own servers there, right?
No. Your server, you see, this is the thing. A hosting
I'll be back.
company.
Sorry, I'm just gonna get something to eat. I'll be back. I'm listening.
No problem. Thank you, Mr. IC3. A hosting company can host your domain name, but you can host your website yourself. So you can I can buy. Okay, I can go to let's say I can go to what's it called? A data center in Brazil, somewhere in Brazil. I can find a data center there, and I purchase a server from them, and I will then. That server is mine. It's a machine. I can upload either Windows on it, or I can upload Linux version on it and put Apache or IIS and launch my website from that server. And my that server will serve my website. So it'll have the RAM and the hard drive and all the physical things I need to run my website from that server. That's my server. I own it in a rack in that data center in Brazil. And my hosting company that holds my domain name, www.banksystyle.com. Actually, I own banksystyle.co.uk. That can be held by a company in Iceland. And when somebody on the internet types www.banksystyle.co.uk, well, actually, this is a .co.uk domain, but I could even have a .com one. That will divert them to the hosting company in Iceland, which hosts the name. In that hosting company, I will set a forward to actually my actual server where my website is. So the Icelandic company forwards that address to my server in Brazil, and my website is displayed to you from Brazil. And that's how I can keep myself from, put myself in zones in which American protesters or whatever won't have any say or won't be pressured into shutting me down. Now, if you have your hosting company in Britain and your servers in Britain, and these activists can come to your hosting company that's in Britain and scare the shit out of them and say, we'll have you done this, or or British government will say this is hate speech laws because in Britain we've got hate speech laws. Well, then the hosting company will take your domain down, your data center will shut down your server, and so on and so forth because of hate speech. Because in this country you're bound by those laws, but you're not in Iceland, you're not in Brazil, or wherever you decide to put it.
But I'm not a geek, unfortunately, and I know that some people spoke about how costly it is to host a server. For example, if you have the traffic of YouTube, let's just put up
it'll be
a hypothetical.
insane.
Yes, this is what I mean. But this is basically what we aim for, right? And
no, dude, you wouldn't even get
now need if you want to have a website like YouTube or something like that. Basically, you need sponsors now, so you need companies that put up ads and everything like this, right?
Absolutely, Erendo. I accidentally, it wasn't even intentional, because I was looking at some other technical videos on YouTube. I came across go and type in YouTube Google's hosts data centers. Sorry, Google owns their own data center, and they are the size of a small city. It is insane. They have had their own cabinets for their racks, specifically bespokely built for Google to keep their servers at an exact particular temperature that the servers are always kept at, not too hot, not too cold, and at this exact specific temperature. And the outside of that data center, when you're walking around the different cages, it's perfectly normal. The temperature of the actual place that you're walking around is like, let's say, 20 Celsius. But the inside of those cages where the servers are is kept at a specific, I forgot the exact temperature that they keep it. But if your temperature is too low, then your servers get too cold and they don't run efficiently. And if they're too hot, then they heat up and they burn out. So they've kept at this exact precise temperature. The amount of money that is spent on a Google data center is unfathomable. You will never meet that level of service. I'm not even joking. Google has bottomless pits of money. No one is going to compete with them financially. It's the only way you're going to compete with them is that they are systematically killing their own platform because of the censorship, and people will just naturally migrate away from them. But the amount of money other companies are going to need is they're not going to, as I said, they're not going to compete. They're not going to compete. They have to figure out a way to be able to still provide the same level of service, but at a reduced cost, and try to have maybe 10%. I mean, what I've envisioned is that the users of YouTube will become fragmented across multiple platforms. They will not. No one platform is going to be able to afford to get them all.
The solution would be the solution that BitChute is providing. This is they are mostly using a peer-to-peer technology.
Yeah, blockchain.
Right?
Yeah, they're blockchain. But they're slow as hell. They can't run live streams. They are not there. The technology is still not there yet. The infrastructure for that technology isn't available. BitChute is a good idea, but BitChute isn't a viable competition for YouTube. It just can't. They can't maintain. I mean, you watch BitChute videos. Sometimes it could take me a minute for the damn thing to start.
Yeah.
It's slow as hell to upload videos onto. They have no live streaming facility. It is going to take them a long time to even become a close competitor. That's why nobody gives a shit about BitChute. Nobody's complaining. Nobody's trying to take BitChute down. You can upload any old crap on BitChute, any old nonsense. You can literally talk about anything, pure neo-Nazi propaganda. You could be goose stepping all day long on fucking BitChute. No one will care to even take you down, because BitChute is not close to being relevant as far as platforms are concerned. Other ones now, you see now Telegram is now raising a few eyebrows. People are now gunning for them because Telegram seems to be a viable alternative to at least the kind of Twitter type platforms. I don't know if it's definitely not going to be a Facebook type. Sorry, it's not going to be a YouTube level of competitor, but I think it is a good competitor for Twitter. I think that's why they're gunning for him, because
especially for WhatsApp, I would say the
Yes.
makeup of this of Telegram is very much like WhatsApp, only better, right? You can open groups, you can upload. I was watching. I'm always interested in how the biggest channel managed to have such a big reach, right? And if you look at Telegram, the biggest Telegram channels, you will find out that most of them comes from India. And then I was visiting their channels to see why they are so big. And you will find out that they upload videos on their channel, like movies and all of this.
Yeah,
and that's
yeah.
why people are flooding to those Telegram channels, right?
Well, there is actually one of the biggest channels on YouTube, which has beaten PewDiePie
Yes,
for
this is
over
the
100.
same.
That's an
Yeah,
Indian
same
channel.
thing. Yeah.
Yeah,
And
because Indians love their movies, and I mean Bollywood produces more movies than Hollywood per year by I don't know, but like factor of 3 or 4. It churns out movies all the time, and Indians absolutely love it, and they actually have it on that as far as I knew, they were allowed to actually post those videos on that YouTube site, and I guess Telegram is the same thing. They're
yes, they
allowed to
even allowed them on Telegram to upload Hollywood movies there on the this.
Oh,
Yes, it is
that's interesting.
quite.
But the thing
Quite
is, you can only
fascinating.
watch those stuff from your phone, then, right?
No, you can have Telegram being installed on your computer as well.
Oh, so you can run Telegram from your PC. It doesn't
Yes.
have to be just off your phone.
Yes.
I thought Telegram was just off your phone. I didn't realize it was a PC thing as well. That's interesting. Yeah, when I tried to install Telegram the first time, it asked me for the access to the contacts on my phone, and I wasn't ready to let a Russian company to have access to my contacts. Although I've allowed fucking Facebook, that's bad enough. Unfortunately, now I'm stuck with WhatsApp because everybody uses it, so I have to kind of be there. But with Telegram, I was very skeptical, so I never started it. I never started using Telegram. I think I will have to, because it seems to be picking up. It's picked up a lot of pace now, and it seems that it's the place to check out. And it seems Tommy Robinson is now uploading a lot of videos on VK, so I may have to jump there as well just to see what he's up to if I want to catch like.
The alternative for Twitter, you see, the makeup of Telegram is more like WhatsApp.
WhatsApp,
only better. So the problem with Telegram is that you are in a bubble, because you when you post something in a group, only the group can read it unless
That's
you
right.
share it to other groups, right? This is how WhatsApp works as well. But on Twitter, if you post something out and you are not shadow banned, everyone can see it, right? If you use the right hashtag. So
That's
the
right.
equivalent to Twitter would be Gap. And
Yes.
Gap could get bigger. Imagine just if Trump decides to go off
Twitter and go
and
on to
use
Gab.
Gap, right?
Oh, that
So
would
this
explode.
would be, oh yes. So this would be, and those guys are very, very based. But yeah,
The thing with Gab is I tried using it. I've got an account, but their app sort of just went crazy and broke, and it just never worked. And I just like fuck it. And the thing is, also both Apple and Android App Store took Gab off.
Yeah,
They
of
banned
course,
them.
of course, yeah.
So yeah, so you just couldn't use it anymore. So they did screw with poor Gab a little bit. Although I think you can download the app just off the what's it
Of their
called
own
off the
site, yeah.
website, and then put it on your phone. If you have an Android, you can do it. You wouldn't be able to do it on an Apple though, because Apple you have to jailbreak your phone
Gap
and all
is
that.
also still on Twitter, which is quite fascinating.
Yes, yeah, I do actually get Gab because I follow the Gab account on
Yeah.
Twitter, and I do get stuff coming through from that. But Gab, I don't see Gab, to be honest. Now that you told me about the way Telegram works, you're right. I don't think Telegram will ever really truly replace Twitter. I just don't see Gab gaining any traction, though. It's not really getting there. Like, if you get someone like Trump go on to Gab, then yes, Gab will blow up.
Or PewDiePie or something
Yeah,
something like
they need
that.
some big
Right
name
now, it is a
person.
big echo chambers of the extreme right wing, because we with
You're talking
every
about
technology
extreme.
really.
Holy shit!
Yeah. Even I am saying, look, all those perks are there, right? But yeah, I would use. I'm not using Gap at the moment because it is a bubble right now. And I will only use it when I see like the Paul Joseph Watson types or some civic
Yeah.
nationalists move over there. I'm not having seen that yet,
Well,
but
I
it
saw.
will come eventually, in my opinion.
Yeah, well, I mean, I know Sargon of Akkad was over there for a while, but now he's at Parlay. I know Bering was on there for a while, but I'm not sure where he is anymore. I actually miss Bering on Twitter. He's so funny. His wife is on there still, Sugar Tits, but she doesn't post much. But either way, yeah, I have heard some big YouTubers, at least the ones I follow, go over to Gab. But when I started following them, then Gab, the app broke and it all went all screwed up. And then it just became shit, and I just gave up. I just
So
like,
they
fuck it.
have problems with the traffic as well there.
Like people going to it.
Yeah, probably.
Maybe, yeah, but either way, it was hard. It made it awkward to use. You know what I mean? They didn't make my life easy. They wanted me to jump through hoops and mess around. I'm like, dude, make it easy for me to use you. Don't fucking force me to use
when
you.
have I last used it? It was last year or something. At the beginning of last year, I had no problems, but it could very well be that right now they have so much traffic, so much more traffic that they can't handle it. I have no idea. I have no idea if they use server or servers, probably, or if they use some kind of peer-to-peer technology as well. I don't know, but I see that Telegram is basically in the future will destroy WhatsApp. It is already ongoing. I see that BitChute, if they manage to update their website, if they manage to do live streaming, especially somehow, if they manage to get some fundings going up, it will grow too. But it will be a long process to get normies over to BitChute and not so much Telegram. Telegram, it is unbelievable. So many normies are using it right now, but on BitChute and on Gap, it will be much harder to get normies off of YouTube and Twitter.
This is why Telegram's now starting to get the pressure, because the normies are now using it.
Yeah.
Now the social justicey types are targeting it because normies have moved to Telegram and they started to go, oh, it's quite good to use, because you can join groups, or do you have to be invited to a group, or can you just scan and see different groups and jump in?
No, you have different methods as the admin. You can decide how you want to create your group. Is it a group? You can basically say, yeah, this guy comes in. If he asks for it, you will allow him to get onto your group, or you can have an open group where only the admin can post, or you can have a group where everyone can post. It's basically like a YouTube chat then.
That's what I mean. Do you have an open group where everyone can jump in and have a chat and do whatever they want?
You can have a lot of different things there. Then you can decide, can you upload videos there? Do you deny the option of uploading videos? Posting memes, you can upload memes there in your emoji category. You can add special emojis. It is great. It is very very great, but
how does
still an echo chamber.
Yeah. How does the voice aspect work? Do you just upload voice clips like you would in WhatsApp?
A lot of people are doing that there. Yeah.
Okay. So you can't have a conversation like we are. You can just post little voice clips.
Yes, you can do that. Yeah.
I see. So it's just like WhatsApp, really. It's got all the features of WhatsApp. Except the good thing is you can have public rooms or public groups that you can then scan and join. Rather than Gap works now. I have it. Okay.
You can even, I would say, I have come up with this idea, right? I told the big, the big Twitter accounts. I told them, you all have to make basically a backup on Telegram as well, and post some stuff on Telegram while you still have your Twitter. And a lot of people have done that. One of the biggest is a libertarian guy called Oliver Janich, and his reach there is, I think, is one of the biggest political channels in the world. He has
on Telegram.
On Telegram, yeah, he has 126,000 followers on Telegram or something.
Wow!
And every post reaches like 30,000 people. It is.
But everyone can
amazing.
post, or only he can?
No,
post
only him. He set up. But you can also, for example, you can post a video and then you can decide to open a comment section, just like on YouTube, for example. You can do that as well. Yeah, you can add emojis if the video is good or bad or something. So you have all those different options you can use on Telegram. Yeah,
I may have to get one of my old phones that doesn't have any of my contact details in it and put it on there and try. I mean, if you can do it on a PC, then I can just try and add
I have it right. I have it open right now as we speak.
Because I said the last time, and this was a while back when Tommy Robinson first said he's on Telegram, I tried to do it, and I from what I could see, it was only telegram.org. It was only available as an app on your phone, and well, it's still saying it's only available at Telegram on Telegram on PC.
Maybe it is not combinable with the browser you are.
No. This was, I think, maybe this they've introduced it perhaps because going back, maybe they initially started it as a what's it called, as an app, and then they introduced the software because you have to actually download the software. A portable version for Windows, and then get Telegram for Windows. So this one you have to actually install a piece of software in order to actually start it up. And I suspect this is a recent or more recent development because I'm more than sure the last time I didn't see anything to do with PC. It was just Apple and Android were the only two options.
This is this would be another thing why they will outnumber WhatsApp. I don't think you can use the option of PC on WhatsApp, right?
Oh no, you can. You can do what's called WhatsApp on the web. You go to the WhatsApp website. You will click on the WhatsApp web, and then it will give you a QR code, and then you can scan your you basically on the app, on the WhatsApp app. You point it to the QR code. It then projects, or at least it copies, if you like, the WhatsApp you're running on your phone onto your PC, and then all the chat. No, you could just normally chat just like you would on your WhatsApp app. But the thing with WhatsApp is there are no open groups. There are no, you don't just run around and just join any random place that you want. The groups are to do with the people that are in your contacts list, and you can only join or you can form groups of the people in your contacts list, and you have to have their telephone number. So, and there it is. You also have to have a telephone number for WhatsApp too. For Telegram.
Another interesting thing I'm right now working on is you can also localize Telegram groups. So, for example, I was just chatting to some identitarians here, and I was telling them, since you can't find any fucking YouTube video of ours about the Minneapolis case, right? You can't find it. I was just
You
a
mean
friend of mine.
any identitarian political person who's making videos about Minneapolis? They can't
Yeah,
find
I
it.
was right. What is this YouTuber called? It's a new YouTuber. I was sending him some links for his new video. Here it is. His name is Intellectual Embargo, and his new video, is titled "Minneapolis Dies." And I was trying to search it on the YouTube search box, right? And even though I exactly put the title of the video in, YouTube showed me all the mainstream media articles, right? Not his video. Even though I exactly wrote Minneapolis dies, and no other video has that in the name, right? They won't show me that video. It is unbelievable. So yeah, whenever a big thing happens right now, they are completely locking down the search algorithms for this specific topic. The same with COVID-19, right? They have done the exact same thing. They have locked down the search algorithms on that topic. Completely manipulate the search algorithms on that. So basically, we are all in a thought prison when it comes to different topics.
Wow, that is interesting. Yeah, what's it called? I didn't know about that. I haven't actually gone into that. But then again, you would be, because you're in that world. So for you'd be more interested in that stuff. I, on the other hand, am not particularly worried about that stuff. Oh my God, it's 8 o'clock. I can't believe it's 8 o'clock at fucking night already. And there's no one. Is anyone else going to come on this channel? Because I want to go. I want to go. I'm gonna get some shit. And I've been on here for way too many hours already. So I'm sorry, Arendelle, but
No problem.
I don't know. Valley Vision, are you guys around? Are you gonna let anyone else on the panel so that
I'll be back a bit later. I'll get something to eat. I'll be back later.
That's okay. That's okay, Mr. IC3. Yeah, I mean, I was just gonna go because I got shit to do, and it seems that I don't know. Damn, there's no one else around.
The topic of the day was another one, right? It was about
Topic of the day was Saturday police. How do we deal with corrupt ones? Rest in peace, George Floyd.
Yeah,
that was the topic.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I haven't listened. I only joined.
Aha, there is Veli.
Hey,
Veli, dude, I'm sorry, man. I gotta.
White lives matter.
Yeah, I gotta save that Caucasian man because he's downtrodden. No man suffered like the white man.
The plight of the white nation.
Yeah, man. Yeah, the plight of the white man, because he's got none. Look, sometimes I do feel bad for the poor white man, because he gets the same shit and he doesn't get any of the rewards that the rich white man gets. So he's sitting having dirt kicked into his face, going, "You white scum," and he's like, "I've got fuck all." How is it I'm fucking getting shit? So yeah, I can appreciate the poor white man's position, but you got to go blame your rich white brethren, okay? Because he's the one who's done it for you. he's the one who's done all the fuckeries, and now you're getting sand kicked in your face.
Mate. He's gonna start talking about they're not white, they are the Jews.
No, I never said
that. but yeah, you the poor white man. If you're getting shit, go talk to that rich white man. He's the one who's fucking it up for you.
I said it many times. We have a big white problem, but it's not the white problem that the mainstream media is talking about. We have white traitors.
White traitors.
Yes, a lot of white traitors.
Tell me more.
Okay, guys, have a good one. This should be interesting.
Yeah.
Take
See you
care.
later, Banksy.
Bye.
And then, do you want to explain to me what a white traitor is?
Yeah, let me quote here Marcus Tullius Cicero. Okay, a nation can survive its fools and even the ambitious, but it cannot survive treason from within. An enemy at the gates is less formidable, for he is known and carries his banner openly. But the traitor moves amongst those within the gate freely, his sly whispers rustling through all of the alleys, heard in the very halls of the government itself. So yeah, I would agree with Cicero here. The biggest threat of white people are not the foreigners; it is the traitors from within. It's not the enemies that stands on the borders of the gates. It's the traitor that have betrayed their people from within.
What does a traitor look like? What does a traitor look like?
He looks white, man. Overall, you can't be a traitor if you're a non-white person, really. I don't blame so much other races for being who they are, being ethnocentric and never would put white people first. This would be ridiculous. Would be going up against their nature. But I blame white people for doing that. Yes. And it's especially interesting if we could get someone on the main topic of the day. I have a lot to say about this case. And yeah, the most amazing thing about this Minneapolis case is it is a total liberalist, left-wing controlled state where you have what is his position? The mayor of the city, right? He's a left-wing Jew. No, of Minneapolis, where George Floyd has died.
Right.
You have the highest judge in Minneapolis. He's from this black nationalist group, the Islamic group. What is this group again? Called Nation of Islam. Yes, Nation of Islam. And he's portraying himself with Antifa books and all of this. So you have a completely left-wing town, and it's still not enough. Still, there is they portray the city as a white supremacist city. This is what is mind-blowing to me, really.
Yeah, but your left wing might be my right wing, innit? Right? Because what you're classing as someone that might be like left wing or something, I might say, boy, Bible is super right wing. So you feel like his classifications?
I think it's great that the black people right now are attacking their allies. Basically, CNN, they attacked the camera team of CNN and MSNBC, as well as the mayor, right? The mayor's house, they were standing in front of the mayor's house. Even though he cucked more to the black people, than anyone I could imagine. I don't know why, if they don't believe them, if they think they are secret racists or something, but it's quite fascinating that they go up even against those who are giving them a platform and even legitimize the riots and everything like that. Yeah, I find that.
Don't you think, yeah, after living in as a black person in America for a long enough time, when you sort of have more of an idea who your friends and enemies are? Because
yeah,
we're
I
looking from
hope
the outside
so.
in.
I hope
Yeah,
so.
we're
But
looking from the outside in. Like you're saying, you think that these people were helping out, that mayor guy is helping out people. They might not feel like that. They're like,
yeah, I
well,
hope
fuck this
so.
mayor.
I hope.
He ain't helping shit.
But I saw that. What is his name again? That guy with Nation of Islam. So he was clearly aligning with Antifa. Nation of Islam.
Dude, but it's the Farrakhan.
No, he's the most famous one, right? But there's wait, let me just check. Lawyer. Is it
Elron,
Keith Ellison? I think it's is his
I don't know
name.
who he is still.
Yes, Keith
can
Ellison.
Can you do like a London accent? I think that would sound funny. Can you do a London accent?
No, I can't do London accent. I'm not capable of doing that.
That was shit.
Yeah, I know. It makes me, yeah, I hear that the London access makes you portray you as more intelligent than
Okay.
you really are. Yeah, so.
You say that most Londoners are really stupid, yeah, but they just sound intelligent.
Yeah.
Okay. Cheers.
Yeah.
So is that a compliment, yeah?
Yeah. He's the Eternal General of Minnesota, and he's in the Nation of Islam, right? So it would be like Richard Spencer being an Attorney General. Okay, this is the scale we are talking about here.
Yeah, but weren't Richard Spencer in the government with Trump before? And he had to
No way.
He was with him.
He wasn't in the government or had any position of power.
Oh, who was it with Trump though?
You probably think about Steve Bannon with
Steve Bannon. That's it.
He was in his political campaign. It is basically like the Young Turks, a think tank and propaganda medium, nothing else really. There might be some politicians.
So what, he just makes videos.
Yeah, makes videos, have blogs and everything like that. There may be some politicians with ties to Steve Bannon's organization. I'm not denying that, but I don't see. I see basically the Steve Bannon types of conservatives. I see them as neocon Zionists, and they are my enemies too. They are not ethno-nationalists.
They're like, so neocon Zionist is still your enemy.
Yes, of course.
What's the neocon Zionist though?
Well, neocon Zionists are basically old school Republicans, right? They are saying we have to fight all those wars in the Middle East. We have to be the police power of the world, policing the world. We have to support the big companies and everything like that. They are somewhat anti-leftist, anti-cultural Marxist.
Oh, go on. Good, yeah? Yes, brother. Hello? Carry on. Sir, I just see someone.
Yeah,
Go on.
I don't see any benefit of these people, right? I think that who was very famous there too. That guy that works together with what was that? That exposed Google.
Exposed Google.
Yes.
Who's that?
Banksy and IC3 and me have talked about it an hour before.
Man exposed Google, yeah.
Yeah, they
That must.
got some employee of Google filming the meetings of Google and exposing them for their bias in algorithm, how they changed their algorithm and everything like that. So yeah, it was what was that called? That organization? Will expose. Yeah, it is.
Thanks. What's it called?
Yeah, it was. This one was very good. Yeah. Wired.com,
What did they expose Google for?
I think.
What did they expose Google for?
For their left-wing bias.
Data. What's their left-wing bias?
That how they changed the algorithms, and he was logging into the system and were revealing the emails of the Google higher ups, what they demanded from the staff and everything like that. Yeah, it was pretty good. But yeah, these are the peoples who have the most ties to Trump. These were the guys that Trump invited on his last year social media meeting. And they uninvited some guy, some big Twitter account, because he was also critical of the Jews. So they uninvited him. Yeah, they have a clear agenda, which is not in any way or form changing something that is relevant.
Okay.
They are the gatekeepers, basically. The gatekeepers to our side, yes. It is that whole. I don't know if you're aware of that, but there was also last year a big fight going on between the America First guys around Nick Fuentes and some other people, and the Charlie Kirk's guys. Charlie Kirk is a guy who are the big conservative influencers on the internet. They have big channels on the internet, and also a lot of support from very rich financiers. And yeah, they have started a fight against those guys because they were also for a lot of legal migration stuff. They was telling the whole Blacksit, they call it the Blacksit stuff, where they are saying now you have black people, you have to leave the Democrats because they are the real racists and everything like that. And yeah, this is the group basically, and they don't care in any way for white people. So there was a big fight going on, and these are the guys that Trump holds dear. The Charlie Kirk is having dinners with his son, with the son of Trump, and they wouldn't allow any of the other media influencers to come to visit those things. Only the controlled white wing, right? They would invite.
To do what? The controlled white wing is doing what?
To have discussions about censorship and to protect them.
Discussions about censorship?
Yes.
I'm just looking. About what? I don't really get the points that you're trying to make, though, bro. If I told you the truth, you know what I mean? It's like I don't like you're saying that they try to control the censorship of what's being spread out, so it's not stuff that don't go against what Google as a company thinks is bad press. That's what sort of every company would do, isn't it? Like,
Yeah, this is. I hope that Trump's you have to also this thing. Okay, Trump basically won his election via the social media platforms. There's only one TV station I know of that is really, and some radio stations that are in the hands of the right-wing groups. You can say Fox News was very pro-Trump, but most of his campaigns were digital over Twitter, over Facebook, and he was aware of them censoring all his
is that
supporters,
£3?
right?
That hot chocolate? No, sorry.
So he was aware of them, those big tech companies censoring his supporters left and right, but he hasn't done anything against it. And he had this one big meeting last year, and nothing comes out of this with the social media meeting after Project Veritas are the guys after the expose of Project Veritas, but nothing has changed. In fact, it got worse after COVID-19 and everything.
What got worse?
And the censorship on the internet was getting worse after his meeting. And now that Twitter, for the first time, was this was the biggest mistake Twitter could make, because Trump is a narcissist, right? He's a very egomanic driven person. So whenever you criticize him himself, then he got interested in changing things. And they put a fact check on some of his tweets, and 1 week later or something, now he signs an executive order. If this will change anything, if they really manage that YouTube and all these other social media platforms are now basically have to install law as basically as public spaces, right? I don't know if it will change something, but this is the first executive order Trump signs against big tech, and it was only after he himself got affected by what Twitter is doing, right?
That's mad. So that's just the same thing like I was saying about Google. They only made changes when it was affecting their shit.
Yeah, when it
Trump
was
only made the
affecting
change when it
himself.
affected his
Yeah.
shit. So that's basically what big brands do, isn't it? To control the market.
Yeah.
Obviously, Trump's a businessman, isn't it? Or
he is
a so-called businessman. So he's going to do whatever he can to control what he sees as the market.
Well, the big tech, when they really would only be free market capitalists, they wouldn't censor anyone, because this will lose traction. People are not interested anymore in those platforms that censors specific topics. It will make competitors grow. We were talking about Telegram and all those other platforms that when they enlarge the censorship on their websites. So there's a clear political agenda going on. These are clear ideologues, those Google types of people. They have another agenda here. They want to control what it is been said and what is been what couldn't be said. They want to control elections. They are not neutral. When the whole Russia gate was coming up, the real gate here is how social media platforms are affecting elections.
But it's again, marketing. There's something called influencers, internet influencers. If you've got if you've got an internet website and you're selling trainers or something, yeah, and you get someone that's big on Instagram, you send them a pair of your trainers and tell them to take pictures in it and put a link to your website. That's called influencing. So that's the same sort of thing what people are going to do with voting. So they're going to, whoever's got the smart enough game and understands that internet's the future, they're going to lobby through internet campaigning more than they're going to do TV adverts and door-to-door shit.
Yes.
So obviously that's going to be more effective than
of course.
So it's trying to be smart with the marketing.
Yeah, but these platforms has to be neutral. So everyone.
But it's a neutral platform. But it's someone someone who becomes an influencer on the platform gets paid a certain amount to give influence towards whoever's paying them the biggest money. That's basically how it goes, bro.
Definitely. People that spend a lot of money to Google also probably have a say in what should be allowed on those platforms. If they spend enough money to Google or biggest market share, yes, exactly. Yeah. But
they're spending the most money on them. Then they're going to say, all right, fuck it. These are spending the most money. They've got more of a say. We're going to try and direct it towards what they feel.
Yeah, but
obviously
these are monopoles.
What the thing is that the man them have to start to fucking get their paper up. So they got old paper that's strong and money that can influence, isn't it?
Yeah,
if not, then
this is why we need
just reactionary
laws.
complainers, man.
Yeah,
You're
this
just going to
is
be
why we
complaining
need
at the bottom, man.
laws against those companies, so they won't be
Laws,
allowed
right? Why laws?
to do that.
Why laws against them?
Because they are monopoles. It is like if you have a phone company or let's say you have a food market that is the only food market in your town, and the food market tells you no, you can't buy from our store because you have the wrong political agenda
You mean like
or
monopoly
idea.
laws? Like,
Yeah, monopoly
like you
laws.
can't monopolize a market or something like that. That's what you mean, yeah?
Yes. And these companies are not really. They were not built only on their own. They were built with the help of the governments, of the American governments. The American governments have made special laws for these companies, for these Google type companies, for Facebook and everything like that. So they profited from special laws from the government, from also from money spending and everything like that. So they are not a private company. So they should definitely hold to the same standard as other companies when it comes to monopoles, when it comes to these type of things. Where you can't have a company that provides water to your house and say no, you're not allowed to have our water when it's the only company that's out there, right? It is. We need those laws, and then again, even
So you saying that?
Trump
Are you saying that we need laws to make things fair?
Yes.
Yeah. You're saying that the system, as we have it right now, is currently unfair.
Yes, definitely.
Okay. I was just checking to see like what road you're going down it. and see if we was on the same sort of path. Hello, you still there?
Yes. And if IC3 is still there or Banksy, that would be great, because we were talking about Iceland, right? There's one specific case.
I'm back soon.
Did you hear about the Iceland case where Iceland was trying to put in a law against circumcision? So I think you were talking about this topic the last day or so, about circumcising young boys or girls, right? And they are trying to do that. And what do you know? The Zionist lobby were putting massive pressure on Iceland via America. Wait, let me try to find that article again. Iceland circumcision.
I'm in a windy bit again. In a sec here, I'm going to be walking through some windy alleyway spit. Yeah, so I'm going to mute up for a minute, and then I'll mute when I get up by my front door.
Yeah.
Alright, hold it a sec. Oh shit, someone's in the back shot.
This is also very interesting that Muslims and Jews are basically united on this issue, right, of circumcision. Very interesting. I see a lot of overlaps. I see more overlaps between the Old Testament and the Quran than with the New Testament and what Christian believes.
Yes, I agree with you.
Yeah.
But all of it, my point of view, it's the curse of Ham is so old, so going for so long that it's happening, but people can't even talk about it. They wouldn't even talk about it because it's like we said earlier, the Masiosis, and you were speaking about Google monopolizing certain levels of communication, and then there's a battle where some people are saying, well, Google or Facebook have the right because they're private organizations, and if they want to do what they want to do with their stuff, they should be allowed to do what they want with their stuff. So that's one argument. But I suppose, as you were raising, Elronda, is that how can a nation allow a monopoly of the market within itself by outsiders? You know, it's not looking after its own people. See, and this model has been going on for a long while, just like because it all boils down to money. You know, the Bank of England. The Bank of England's reached a level. You know, it's a private bank, or the Federal Reserve's private interests. You don't know who owns it. You don't know who has shares in it. But they have private interests, and somehow that private interest has managed to monopolize and have the appearance of the nation, but they're not the nation. They have no interests in the nation. If the nation is destroyed, then they'll just move on.
Yes, exactly.
And the people don't understand because they can't see. Because just look at the shop front. Bank of England. Well, obviously that must be full of English people. Obviously.
Yeah. You would imagine so. Yeah.
Of course. It's like, what's the problem? So all the children and everybody, all the society grow up, they think, well, the Bank of England is for England. No. It's really bank in England. Banking in England. Bank in England. Not Bank of England, but Bank in England. And that's older than the Federal Reserve itself. So it's the same people from the Bank of England that took over the, American banking.
You talk about the offshore. You talk about offshore, yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
You're talking about the offshore banking, IC3, yeah.
Yeah, because always go back to banking. All
with
roads.
Guernsey and Jersey accounts. Cayman Islands and that.
That's right. It all roads leads back to the banks.
Yeah.
They took control over a long
Bank
time.
of England, it was Venice. Then they moved to, I think it was then Holland or Portugal.
That's right. Yeah,
and then
that's right.
to England, and then they had big problems in America. You wouldn't believe how many popular people died in the fight against those banks. It is unbelievable. There's still a YouTube video out there about this whole issue, which has millions of clicks. I don't know why it still is allowed on YouTube, and they haven't censored it. But I watched it half year ago or so, and it is extraordinary how many people have died, and they have murdered for this cause, right? To establish the Federal Reserve.
But if you're one of those people who has shares in the Federal Reserve or the Bank of England, that kind of material going out is not a threat. It basically just tells people who you are and how you do your business.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This
So they're just telling you. They're just letting you know. So what?
Yeah.
They have to leave a trail of their successes. Just like the bank, the City of London, that has the dragon holding that shield. I'm still convinced. Dragons don't use shields. So it's the same issue. It's just, you see, once you win a war, what do the soldiers grab? What does everybody grab? Loot and trophies as evidence that you was there and you won.
And the dragon symbol is very interesting. We know that the main symbol for China is also the dragon, right? And if you look at old scriptures, old symbolism of European history, it is always the heroic man killing the dragon or the snake. It is very similar. The snake can also be the dragon. The dragon can be the snake and everything like that. And if you look, which people are now using the dragon as an iconic thing, as a positive thing that represents them, it is those people. They have won over the dragon slayer, right? And,
that's right.
Now we have to kill the dragon again. We need to have Siegfried. He's the dragon slayer in a German myth, right? We have to be like Siegfried again. But I don't. I find it so hard to do. For example, I could tell black people right now that when they are mentioning the black Wall Street, right? Black Wall Street. They were fighting the black people just as much, these powers, as they were fighting Abraham Lincoln and all these other people, right? All these white people they murdered for the same reason, because they want total control. But I find it so hard that black people listen to me like that, because they see a white guy in power, then they automatically think that these people must be for the white race. They must be white supremacists and everything like that. But they are the opposite. They are globalists, And I would say
Yes.
they're Satanists. This is really what they are, and there is
it's very hard to label them, and they
yeah.
want to make sure that you can't label them, because if you can't put a name on them,
yes,
if you can't put a label on them, they can just keep moving. That's why they all have yachts.
Yes,
If too
this is
much
why they
trouble,
have all those different type of things they are going they are playing with, right? On the one hand they are capitalists, then they are
yes,
communists, and
communists,
yes,
socialists. Oh, yes, that's right.
yeah,
Keep changing the name.
yes,
So I
exactly.
think people know about the shape shifters.
Yes, they are shapeshifters, and
That's
there
right.
there is a group who in this Satanist group, right, that want to create this new world order. There's a very powerful group. I don't think they are all thinking like them. There's probably a fight going on between them, who are not thinking in racial terms, and the group that thinks in racial terms. And I would say that the ones who think in racial terms are the group around Trump. This would be the Lubavitch groups. They
Okay.
think, for example, they should lead the world into the new era. And this new era would be, the laws would be the Noahide laws for the non-Jewish people.
Yeah.
And then you have the United Nations and these types of people that probably want another more communist world order, which is free from racism, in my opinion. It will not be free from elites. They still think they should rule with their whole networks and everything like that. It is probably more like the big technocrats that thinks they should rule against those religious kind of people who think the world should be led by the wise elders, right? The wise elders.
Race? You mean race elder?
The
right.
Pope types, basically what the Christianity. I'm very critical to Christianity. I think the whole Pope thing was very similar as what the Jews have in plans for us. They want to have their Messiah, their Pope, to rule the world.
Yes.
And it was before it was the Christian Pope type of guys, and especially later after this whole Enlightenment era, the Jesuits, the Christian Jesuits, they were infiltrating the Christian church and said, no, not the Christians should rule, but in fact the Jews should rule that, because these people are the chosen people and everything like that, and they have subverted the people who think the Pope should rule the world. And now Christianity is basically Judaism. This is all what it is.
Right. Well, it always has been. That's right.
Yeah. Some people say it always has been. I don't know about that. Some people say it all comes from basically. Most people don't believe in that whole Atlantis story about Loki and how Loki has taken over. All those religion, or Christianity, Judaism, and everything like this, and the Pope system, it is basically a remake of those old Atlantic system, which was taken over later by Loki, by the snake. And I see some of this going on too. I mean, of course it is hard to say Atlantis really existed. We simply don't know. There's some case for it. This is why I almost never mention it, but I see that different religions always had this kind of system set in place, that some elderly wise elders should rule the world. They should. It is a religious leadership that also controls the financial system, but the ultimate heights are those religious leaders, right? They should rule.
Of course, because religion is the only way to maintain order and to control money. Have you heard of this channel? I've just put it in the link.
Mm-hmm. Wait, I will take a look.
I've learned a lot of stuff from this channel.
No, I don't know about this channel.
Yeah, you'll be. Yeah, they talk.
I see.
Basically, all the things you were saying. There's people there who've made videos on it.
Yeah.
But it's really quite heavy listening because it really goes into the history of the banking and all these things. But it's not really very exciting for a lot of people. A lot of people like music and dance, and sometimes to listen to this dry stuff. Even Alan Watt, he just talks slowly and he just talks for about 2 hours. But you have to be careful with these people. They might not be exciting in their presentation, but they just come out with the raw business, the raw information.
Yeah. This is what I'm always telling people. Look, these topics are so complicated. There are so much details you have to put in there that if you speak about these topics on a live stream, it is hard for people to understand really. It takes a very high IQ guy to do the job. I couldn't do that job. This is why I always tell people they have to watch a certain video about that to really understand it, because
that's right.
I'm not smart enough to explain it here on a live stream, right?
Right. So, but
there's so many great videos out there.
But hey, watch this one. Let me throw this one at you. Now, can you imagine how, the position white people are in? How are they going to explain? How are they going to explain to all the black people, all the darkies that they killed, that they were being used? You see, that's the biggest. So
there were a period of time. We were chatting about this in an intern Telegram chat today, and we were talking about how we can maybe prevent this whole thing of Minneapolis. So basically, that it comes to a race war, right? And I was telling them, there's no way anymore, right? Too many stuff has happened. Too many brainwashing has happened. And someone linked to me this year. Wait, I will read it to you right now. Historical Olive Branch, 1961. U.S. National Socialist Party leader George Rockwell attends Nation of Islam event to discuss mutual aims of self-determination, peaceful separation. So they were meeting with Malcolm X, with Louis Farrakhan, but now they have achieved to basically even the ones that know about Malcolm X and Louis Farrakhan, I never hear them talk about this historical event that they have allied with National Socialists. God damn it!
Yes, and Marcus Garvey with the Ku Klux Klan.
Yes,
Ku Klux Klan. I mean, and you think, what would Marcus Garvey be going to speak to the Ku Klux Klan for?
Yeah, look, here it stands: Malcolm X and Louis Farrakhan can both be seen behind Rockwell as he is delivering his address to the NOI. This is the what is NOI? The
Nation of Islam.
Yeah, Nation of Islam.
Yeah.
Rockwell donated to NOI. Malcolm X led Malcolm X led the fundraiser that night and gladly accepted Rockwell's donation. All of this is being forgotten. All of this being forgotten. And there are some white nationalists that have tried it over the last years. right?
Yes. Okay.
There's one video, for example, of Jared Taylor attending an event of black nationalists, of a black nationalist group.
Yes.
And my heart boils after seeing that. And after this event, I came to the conclusion there's no way we can ally. We are now so divided. You have to watch that event. Have you watched that event? IC3.
No, put the link. Put the link
Yeah.
in the chat, and I'm gonna watch
They
it.
made a documentary called Race War. Those black nationalists, right?
Right.
And then they had after they filmed that, and it's only available if you pay for it, which
There
is
you go.
unfortunate.
There you go.
Race War. Jared Taylor. Yeah, here it is. Okay. And you see how hard it is, because the first thing
All
that
right. I'll have a look
black
at that link.
needs to understand is, yes, we all are getting suppressed and controlled and everything like that. But what blacks need to understand is that white people, or white supremacists, are not in power, and this is the first thing they need to understand. It is anti-whites and it is globalists that are in power. When they don't understand this thing, they are tools for these people. The same with Islam.
around.
We could have allyship with Islam even. Okay, but they see us going out, and I understand that. It is completely understandable. They see our armies going out and bombing their countries, right? And but what they don't get is, as soon as they're here, they're not enemies anymore. They're getting praised by our own mainstream media. They can ally. They can have their communities. We don't. White people can't have those communities. They can't advocate for themselves, right?
Yeah.
They use them as tools to destroy, and then after they destroy and create chaos, they will create orders. Then they won't be allowed to have Islam anymore. Then the black identity groups won't have black identity anymore.
Yeah.
Then it will be a communist order like in Russia before. This is what I would say is more of the UN fraction of this globalist type of people. Their scenario for the future, or the other powerful group, which is the Lubavitch sect, this Jewish supremacist sect. They will say you will have to obey the 7 Noahide laws. Okay, this is the only law. No more Islam is idolatry, Christianity is idolatry, everything like this, right? And basically, it is idolatry to criticize a Jew, because the Jews are the chosen people and basically are like the Pope. They are. If you criticize the Jews, you criticize God. This is
okay. Okay. So I understand what you're saying, but while you're talking, a black person listening to you as a white person, then I can understand what you're saying, but it cannot. How can I say? It's going to be like in one ear and out the other, because we haven't gone down to the deeper structure. So it just sounds like you're a white person trying to defend white people, and that's all people are going to hear. But they can't see this different entity. And plus, this other entity doesn't have a name. They can't name it. Nobody can name it.
Yeah, so I understand that they're mistrusting me because
of course
I'm not. Some might say it is this old zeitgeist, this Alex Jones type of thinking, which is, and in many ways they are correct. It is this divide and conquer, right?
Right.
So if you promote one identity, like let's say white identity or black identity, it divides people, right?
Oh no! Watch this one. Watch this. Let me throw this in. See what you think of this. You see, what if I was to say to you that even the people classified as Jewish people, they're being used as tools now?
Yes.
Would you agree with that or not?
To a large degree, I would agree that, and for me, what these people want, those Lubavitchers, they are even happy with sacrificing Jews. We see that, for example. Okay, this will be something. Let me address that. Whenever we are talking about anti-Semitism, and you look at the data in America on the attacks on Jews or the attacks in Europe on Jews, you will see that the attacks on Jews, physical attacks and all of this, comes from Muslims here in Europe, and in New York and all those cities, it comes from blacks. But those instances where they are attacking Jews will not be hugely propped up by the media, which is kind of strange if you think about it. When you say Jews control the media,
right?
But why
exactly.
are they not promoting this? Saying the Jews get attacked by black people or by Muslims because they are sacrificing their own people for the greater good.
Okay,
right?
hold it there. Hold it there. Hold it there. Oh. Let's see how deep we can dive in this. Let's start off light. Have you ever seen the movie Inside Man?
I heard about it. I might have seen that, but it must be years ago.
Right.
Give me the plot.
Yeah, so it's Denzel Washington, and with another actor, two black guys as detectives, and there's been a bank robbery in one of the banks.
I've seen this movie. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
So watch this. So there's a bank robbery, and all that's taken. People can correct me or refresh me, but roughly there's a bank robbery, very cleverly done, very cleverly organized, but very smart people, and that's why it's called Inside Man kind of thing, I think. And all they went for is the safety deposit boxes. They left the money, and all they were going for either was diamonds and some documents, and something like that. You remember?
Yes.
Yes. That and so, and then they got out. They got away free. They got away from with all the stuff, and then Denzel Washington. With his mate, the detective say, "No, something is not right here."
By the way, a great actor.
Yeah, it's very good. It's a brilliant film. Yeah, he's a good actor. Denzel Washington says, "No, something's fishy's going on here. How can you have a group of people do a bank robbery and just going to take out specific safety deposit boxes, and they leave the money? What the rest of the money? Didn't smash up the whole place."
This is in many robbery films.
Yes.
They go, for example, for documents which some mafia bosses or someone has information in those banks about politicians or someone. This information is much more powerful, right? Than having money or something like this.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right. So which is the beginning of the conversation. Well, way before we was talking about money and currency and value and culture and all these things. So in this movie, The Inside Man, Denzel Washington hangs out and says, no, something's wrong here, because how could you have a bank robbery and just these? What was in those safety deposit boxes? What did they actually take from the bank? If they left the money, what did they take? And you know, the owner of the bank, he was just saying, "Oh, well, thank you, police. You know, he's trying to pull over the police's eyes by saying, you know, thank you. You've done it. You guys are great. You're real professional. You've done a great job, and you know, thank you for your work and your help." He says, "No. There's something going on here. We want to know what was taken out of those safety deposit boxes. What was you hiding? Obviously, these robbers knew something, but what the gist of the movie that I get is that the owner of the bank apparently was a Jewish guy who did a deal with the Germans, the Nazis, and and basically he sold out his own Jewish people and got paid well by the Germans, which allowed him to set up this bank in New York. And so that was beginning of his wealth. And he's basically saying that he was blaming the Germans, the Nazis. He says, "Oh, they paid too well, so we had to, you know." So I took the money and killed off my own people, kind of that kind of tone. I got from it.
I was addressing the black people and the Muslims here. Let me address white people. The Zionists, they weren't as strong as they are right now. 80 years ago or something. No, it is almost like 100 years ago.
Yeah.
They were allying with Hitler. But why should they do that? Because Hitler was an anti-Semite, right?
Apparently.
Apparently, yeah, and he was to a large degree. He was. He has had problems with Jews.
Yes.
Simply because they are not Germans. They have
of course
other ideas and they have other philosophies, and it is a constant conflict. Okay.
Yes, that's right.
But what was the plan of the Zionists? The Zionists, for once, wanted to reinstall Israel, and they want their people to move to what was back in that day, I don't know, was it called Palestine under British law? So they want their people to move to these areas, or they want to that their organization getting more acknowledgement from the Jewish people, because and how could they achieve something like that? By having a threat against the Jewish people, which is clearly a threat. If Hitler comes to power, the Jews are in danger in Germany, or at least they will not be as free in practicing Judaism and practicing cultural Marxism in Germany as they have done before. And they were political dissidents, and the German government goes up against them, right? Hard, imprison them, everything like that. And so the Zionists doing that, they get more support from the Jewish community because they show them an answer. They show them, we have to have our own state, because clearly, you see, you can't live in the diaspora amongst those goyim, amongst those Europeans and all of this. So this was a natural allyship.
Right.
In the process, the Jews have suffered a lot, but the Zionists were willing to sacrifice some Jews for the greater plan, right?
Yes.
And this is what they right now are doing when they import, when they advocate for mass migration from Muslims into Europe.
Right.
Then they
hold it there. Hold it there, because you're dropping a lot of stuff there, heavy stuff there. So what would you say if I was to say to you that same model, that same plan that you described is the exact model that was used years before to take America.
Yeah, I would say you were right.
So they used the Jews. So they needed a group, and they use a group to achieve the taking of a certain territory. So it's the same thing. Like America could have been seen as the new, I don't know, the new Egypt or the new England or
Yeah.
they even called it that, New England.
Yeah,
And,
they called it in Russia. They call it Zion, right? They call it even Zion in Russia. They called it one time the new Zion. They called it in England. They called it in Germany even.
There
Then
you go.
Yeah.
Right. So I'm trying to look into the deeper thing, into the deeper model, and I'm saying, so I want to know how you respond to this, or whoever else wants to join the conversation, that just as the Jews were used to establish Israel, the white people were used to establish the Americas and colonies all over the place on a much larger scale.
Can you clarify the point?
Yeah. So, the bankers.
Yeah.
See, you need a group, a functioning group, whose title is clear, and then you can move that group. The ruling class can move that group like a chess piece.
Yes.
Right?
No,
so that's why they won't allow you to know their names. So some people call them Zionists, some people call them this, some people call them Jews. But nobody. The reason they're still functioning because nobody's got the right name for them. They only know the name. So we're using different names, but nobody actually knows. Because
yes, you're absolutely right, and they use different methods.
Right.
So for the Jews, it is Zionism, basically what they have achieved. But to get the larger picture of the last 100 years, 120, 130 years, they used liberalism to establish a liberalist world order to control every country, to get rid of nationalism, especially because nationalism.
Hold that point there. Before we go there, because you speaking as a white man, when there's certain words, when you use it, just triggers the brain of dark people, and they just go off in another direction. And then you're even though you're speaking, they can't really hear.
They tried it in Muslim countries too. They call it we have to bring them democracy. It is almost like a meme, right?
Right.
So they are trying it in other countries as well to have those system being placed upon them, and then infiltrate the culture, destroy the culture. So everyone is in this one world government system. They especially use that model, and it is now changing from liberalism and democracy to more of an open communist system. Now they're showing more their real face. But I would say ultimately, what I am thinking about is when I'm looking at all those organizations, they are deeply religious. So I'm saying what really is even above communism is a new kind of religious world order. Religious world order that will come after communism.
Right.
Communism is just a step to the ultimate goal they have.
Correct. So I think the best way, what I'm trying to do, is to try and communicate what I see as patterns or models. So my view is that the white people are used as scapegoats, and so all the hatred will go towards the white people. And they'll say, well, justly so, because you so-called white people, killed so many darkies all over the place.
Not
So
only
all that, and
that, not only that, IC3, the what we would call the New World Order, okay, this was basically, it was coming from European countries and especially from America. What we call, there's this famous song called "We All Living in America." This was the whole system, the whole world we are now living in, is basically coming from European countries, from Western countries, this whole model. So not only have we killed people, other people, even ourselves, right? We have suffered a lot from this process. We had the the First and Second World War, which was also part of that process, I would say.
plan. That's
A
right.
big part of that process. So we have suffered millions of European death too. But yes, it was all coming from our own countries. We have suffered a lot from it, but ultimately you can blame it on white people because they have allowed these powers to take over the control of our countries, right?
Right. So yes. So just like the name of this stream, what happened to George Floyd, you get a lot of people starting to blame the police because obviously they saw what the police actually did.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But the police are still just the scapegoat because there's people above them.
Yeah.
Who tell them what to do and pay them to do what they do. So the police are like mercenaries of the order.
Yeah, they are.
Just like so white people were just a scaled up version of the police. And
look, why
do
you think the police let there was in Minneapolis there was a police building. They have let the rioters to take over. They burned that building down and letting it taken over. While on the other hand, you have, and no one is defending this cop. Okay, no one, not one person on the right wing has defended this cop. So because but you have this extreme violence, unnecessary violence against one particular black guy. By the way, there is a video out there going viral right now where the exact same thing has happened to a white guy, right? No one was raising an eyebrow about that.
Yeah.
But then on the other hand, you let this mob taking over control without the police doing anything because they want that to happen, right? They
yes.
are not. If these police were really so much against black people and so suppressing, they would shoot these people as soon as they try to take over the police building. But they haven't done that. They want this chaos to appear. And if you look at what the mayor has said, the first day and after the riots, even, right? He has said that if you are a black man, you leaving the house is basically a death penalty. There can't be any more rhetoric to get black people out on the street telling them you're rioting for the right cause here, okay?
Yeah.
Even if you burn down a whole city and most people that houses and buildings you're burning down that have nothing to do with police brutality or something like that.
Yes.
It is justified.
Right.
I saw, for
Same with the
example, I saw pictures of black-owned businesses. So don't attack these businesses because they are black-owned. Imagine it would be the other way around. the media would go insane and would call it. It is like the Kristallnacht. You know what the Kristallnacht was?
The Crystal Night.
The Crystal
that's right.
Night. Yes.
Yeah.
Where basically you have one night where the Germans, after a Jew killed famous German politician, they were smashing the shops of the Jews, right?
Correct.
So yeah, this is the scale we are talking about here. So but there it is perfectly fine, and this tells me they want that to be happening. It wasn't only that case about that poor guy that died, George Floyd. It was also the weeks before that Ahmaud Arbery case, and what they have tried to do with other cases like Jussie Smollett, right? This hoax. They have struck back good from that. They tried it with Jussie Smollett to get this achieved. They tried it with the Covington High School kids. You remember that case?
Yes.
Where they said these college kids attacked those Indians and those blacks that were just preaching on the street. It was the total opposite. And they got backlash. And yet they still tried it many times with other examples. And now finally they have managed to get what they want, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it was all of this.
It's a model. So therefore, so when I think that the benefit I'm trying to get from the conversation and to share with everybody is that we have to start to seek to understand the patterns and then the parallels. And then once you understand the parallels, you'll get over the emotional, and then you start to see who is really behind all what's going on.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? So
it makes sense.
Yeah,
but what is the answer?
Rather than
here?
trying to
what
explain,
is the answer? One answer the Alex Jones types are promoting is basically liberalism. That means you don't see color or anything. Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
And we tried that. White people have tried that. The situation over the last decades weren't the elites have enlarged their power.
Yes.
Okay, because everyone, what that leads to is it destroys groups. When you promote liberalism and individualism, it leads to hedonism. Right.
Yes.
All of
no
this.
morals.
So this can't be an answer.
No.
So what we need is an uniting force, and what could that united force be? It could be a religion like Christianity, like Islam, or something like that, right? That could be one thing. The problem with this is these religions are also globalists. Religions.
Correct.
They are also wanting to create a new world order under their rule.
Yes.
Islam wants to do that. Judaism wants to do that. Christianity wants to do that.
That's right.
So this can't be an answer too. So
no.
What breaks the system? What breaks the cathedral?
Is nationalism.
Is nationalism. Yes.
Yep.
This is the only thing.
The only thing.
Yes. Because when you have globalism on the one hand, nationalism is on the other hand. If you want to rule the world, right? You have to, And this is why I'm an ethno-nationalist.
Yes, that's right. That's right. But people, when they say see or hear a white person talk about ethno-nationalist, they're directly going to associate because of the propaganda. Oh, it's another form of Hitler, neo-Nazis, and it's going to go off to kill the Jews again.
Yeah.
And so the brain has been wired that nobody's going to give an ear to a white person. Well, I'm going to say nobody, but the chance of a white person getting anybody to listen to them to try to explain nationalism or ethno-nationalism is like, oh, are we? Look, we already know.
Should I tell you a funny story here? So in Germany and in many other countries, you have these civic nationalists, right? which are basically they are promoting this abstract idea that everyone can be the same as long as you follow these civic nationalist rules, right?
Yes.
No culture, you can be whatever you want as long as you follow these orders. This is very naive type of thinking. This is what Sargon of Akkad and all those people promote.
That's right.
And there are some people out there, for example, that this is more the anti-jihad kind of people.
Mhm.
And what's funny about them is when we have one guy, he's very big here in Germany. His name is Michael Stürzenberger. He's like Tommy Robinson, and he has met Tommy Robinson several